NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
War and motherhood took Ukrainian Elena Svitolina away from tennis, and now she's back, taking Wimbledon by storm. Tom Yamas serves up the comeback unfolding at center court.
Poised, fierce, and showing the world what a comeback looks like. Ukraine's Elena Svitolina returning to the sport after taking time to have a baby and help raise money for her war-torn home.
Back home, there's lots of people are watching and cheering for me, so.
The 28-year-old entered Wimbledon as a long shot.
She's able to hold it together so well.
On Tuesday, over the course of nearly 3 hours, she stunned fans, pulling off one of the biggest upsets of the tournament.
It was not easy today to play against Iga, obviously. She's world #1, she's always fighting, but, you know, today was an unbelievable match.
Her tenacity on the court has made her a fan favorite, along with her post-match plans.
Well, first of all, I'm gonna have a beer, probably.
Even Harry Styles offered his support after she posted that she was missing his concert to keep playing, offering her tickets and wishing her luck.
Well, I hope Harry is watching and maybe...
She's played in a great spirit.
But the support that means the most is coming from home.
Just happy I could bring a little happiness to people of Ukraine. Having a child and war made me a different person, and I look at the things a bit differently.
Our thanks to Tom for that report.
All right, now to the biggest winners and moments from the 2023 ESPYs. Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes took home the Best Athlete in Men's Sports Award as well as Best NFL Player. And an emotional moment when Damar Hamlin was met with a standing ovation when he introduced the team that saved his life 6 months ago after he suffered cardiac arrest on the field. The Buffalo Bills training staff won the Pat Tillman Award for service. Other big winners of the night included skier Michaela Schifrin, who took home Best Athlete in Women's Sports. LSU women's basketball player Angel Reese was awarded Best Breakthrough Athlete, and LeBron James surpassed Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for the NBA scoring record, earning him the Best Record-breaking performance.
Yeah, monumental moments right here shared on that ESPY stage. I can watch that Damar Hamlin scene over and over and over again, and how fitting that the team who saved him were the ones who got that reward.
Absolutely. I feel like people smile every time they see him now. Love seeing that.
Goosebumps every time I hear it. All right.
Thanks for waking up with us today. I'm Stephen Romo.
I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great Thursday. Disturbing video from LA shows the moment a sheriff's deputy punches a mother holding her baby in her arms. A year after the incident, hear what the new department leader has to say.
Some sweltering heat spreading across Europe, bringing record-breaking temperatures and health concerns. We've got a live report from Rome.
Wallets and Wall Street celebrate cooling inflation numbers. We break down what it means for your bottom line.
Emmy nominations spell success for Succession, but will the show go on? The SAG strike deadline has passed, putting that award show in jeopardy.
And a furry surfer causes chaos on the California waves. Why the sea otter is now a safety concern. It's Thursday, July 13th. Early today starts right now.
A lot going on. Good morning. I'm Stephen Romo.
Glad you could be with us. I'm Francis Rivera. We begin overseas, where President Biden is in Helsinki this morning to mark Finland's admission as the newest member of NATO. Mr. Biden came straight from a two-day summit in Lithuania, a NATO summit, a show of unity for the alliance and Ukraine. For the latest, we go to Alice Barr in Washington, who's following the story. Alice, good morning. Where did the NATO countries leave things in Vilnius?
Well, good morning, Francis. As we come off the heels of this two-day summit, President Biden is really touting what he calls unwavering support for Ukraine. This was the central theme of the entire discussion in Vilnius, Lithuania. Mr. Biden stopped far short, however, of giving the Ukrainians what they most want, which is a speedy admission into the NATO military alliance. And this was one of those rare summits where disagreement between allies really spilled out into the open. The Ukrainians were quite outspoken about their frustrations with NATO leaders going in. However, there were a series of top-level meetings that seemed to have cooled tempers a good bit, with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky profusely thanking the United States and NATO for their support. Let's take a listen.
So thank you so much for this help. We really counted on it. It's big support, and I understand that it's all your money, but you have to know that you spend this money for not just for fighting. You spend this money for our lives.
Western and NATO countries have, of course, given tens of billions of dollars in support of Ukraine, more than $40 billion from the U.S. alone. Francis.
And Alice, the president touts Finland's quick admission into NATO as a big success. So why can't the same thing happen for Ukraine?
Well, there are some very clear reasons. First of all, Finland is a lot more integrated into the European system already at this point. But there's another bigger, more clear reason. Unlike Finland, Ukraine is in a direct war right now with Russia. And that is just a really big hurdle right now because of the fact that if NATO went to the unprecedented step of admitting a country already at war, then 31 countries, including the U.S., would be plunged into direct military conflict with nuclear-armed Russia. Now, Finland has a robust and capable military, but NATO's posture is still prevention, avoiding an invasion. And NATO leaders have continued to promise they're going to supply military support to Ukraine, in fact, stepping up some of those long-term pledges over the course of this NATO summit. But again, not that central promise yet of NATO membership.
Yeah, very simple reason to a very complex level of diplomacy. Alice, thank you.
All right, turning now to breaking news concerning the latest on nuclear threats from North Korea. Overnight, North Korean state media revealed Kim Jong-un personally oversaw Wednesday's test of an intercontinental ballistic missile. And he's calling for even more intense efforts to boost the country's nuclear arsenal. The latest missile test had the longest flight time of any weapon launched by North Korea. The UN Security Council has scheduled a meeting for Friday to talk about the threats this could pose.
Shocking body cam footage has been released showing a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy punching a woman in the face twice while she was holding her baby. And a warning, you may find the video disturbing. The punch happened as officers were trying to take the baby from the woman. This was a year ago after police stopped a vehicle driving without headlights. Authorities smelled alcohol and arrested the 3 women passengers on alleged child endangerment. Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna, who was not sheriff when the incident happened, said in part that punching the woman was unacceptable and the individual will be held accountable. The district attorney and the FBI are also investigating.
Well, a manhunt is happening now after a deadly hit and run that happened near the National Mall. Authorities say Secret Service agents tried to stop a car with expired tags just steps from the Washington Monument. That's when the driver tried to dodge them and ended up hitting 3 people at a crosswalk. 1 person was killed there, 2 others were hurt. Investigators are looking for a blue 2006 Honda with Virginia tags.
Americans aren't the only ones suffering under an oppressive heat dome. A dangerous heat wave is expanding across Europe, and it is scorching countries with record-breaking temperatures this week. One of those hotspots, Italy. That's where we find Claudia Lavanga in Rome. And Claudia, this heat could easily turn deadly.
Well, that's right, Francis. It already had. We just had news that one worker near Milan, a 44-year-old man who was painting zebra crossings on the streets, died after he collapsed from the heat. As you can see, if you just saw a few minutes ago, there are people here in Rome that are already cooling down because it's only 9:30 in the morning and it's already in the 90s, and it's only bound to get worse throughout the day, and the humidity is not making it better. Actually, you feel warmer because of that. Well, now, Rome is one of the 10 cities across Italy that will be on a high heat alert today. That means that the elderly are advised not to get under the sun in the hottest hours, and they should take that warning very seriously because, at least according to a report published on Nature magazine just a couple of days ago, 18,000 people only last year here in Italy died because of the heat. That is the highest death toll from the heat in the whole of Europe. Of course, Italy is not the only country suffering from the heat wave in Europe. Spain and Greece are reporting similar temperatures, with Greece deciding to ban access to natural reserves and forests to prevent wildfires, and they opened up public buildings where there is air conditioning so that people can find shelter there, Francis.
Just as that running water faucet behind you, as I've seen other people take advantage of that. Claudia, thank you.
All right, multiple tornadoes have been reported in the Chicago area. One was confirmed near O'Hare Airport. That forced passengers to take shelter and disrupted hundreds of flights. Thousands lost power, and there are signs of damage now in the Chicago suburbs. This all comes as the Northeast continues to recover from catastrophic flooding. Our Kristen Dahlgren has the latest on those efforts.
In Vermont, massive piles of mud, streets still filled with water, and a rescue operation that can't stand down.
The hardest hit area currently is Lamoille County, where we rescued 32 people and numerous animals overnight.
That makes over 200 rescues since Monday. But this is a flood that will be measured in months or years, not days.
And this gives you some idea of the power of the water. Just these piles of debris left behind, entire trees, a propane tank, a refrigerator carried here by the water. And you can see here just how high it came, all the way up here and over the bridge, leaving behind just a mess of mud.
This video shows the moment water rushed into a local restaurant, knocking over equipment. Now business owners are trying to salvage what they can, their stores littered with debris. The Dulets are still processing the storm's wrath.
They couldn't get to my mom, couldn't get to my parents, and it was scary.
With water still in their basement, they don't know when they'll dry out.
We need a lot of help. We need a lot of help.
What does this house mean to you?
My world. My world.
Lawmakers and FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell surveyed the damage, promising Vermonters won't be forgotten. The National Guard is out, and so is an army of heavy machinery. And a community, washing, shoveling, or simply providing a meal. It's what they like to call Vermont Strong.
Everybody pulls together regardless of what's going on.
Wow, so much damage there. Our thanks to Kristen Dahlgren for that report.
Okay, those regions still recovering from the storms won't see much relief on the horizon. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking where those storms will hit this weekend. Hi, Michelle. Good morning.
Good morning. Great to see you both. We're actually going to see storms developing later on today. That could lead to more flooding in already hard-hit areas. So we're watching storms this morning. That's happening in portions of the plains into the mid-Mississippi Valley. Really heavy rainfall, lots of lightning, even some severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Now, off to the northeast, the Great Lakes area, we're looking at some heavy rain as well. It's sort of a wavy front that we're going to see these storms happening across this front, and that includes portions of the northeast. So as we go throughout time here, we're going to see those storms developing. We have 22 million people at risk throughout the plains and also into the northeast, the Ohio Valley. That includes portions of the Pennsylvania into New York, into Kentucky, also Ohio. Where you see that yellow shading, that's where we're going to see the chance for some really strong storms. We're going to see large hail, also the chance of winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, a few tornadoes, and also really heavy rainfall. Unfortunately, that includes portions of the northeast, those areas that are just recovering from the flooding. We could see reigniting flooding as we go throughout the day because we could see locally up to 5 inches in some spots. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, very summer-like in the Northeast, the Mid-Atlantic. Temperatures into the mid-90s in Philly, D.C., also Richmond. And the dangerous heat continues in the South into the triple digits for so many spots. Lots of sunshine. Dallas today, 102. All right, guys, we're going to continue to watch those storms. Also watching that dangerous heat throughout the South. We'll talk about that coming up.
All right, a lot to pay attention to. Michelle, thanks.
Sure.
All right, now to a birthday shout out to the James Webb Telescope. NASA releasing this stunning photo on the first anniversary of the Deep Space Scope's mission. You're looking at a nursery of about 50 infant stars sitting 390 light years from Earth. The telescope launched with an almost unimaginable mission to photograph the Big Bang. It's not quite there just yet, but its first year has given scientists significant knowledge about our early universe, along with these gorgeous photos. And they're great phone backgrounds as well.
Right, and cue the twinkle, twinkle, little star. At long last, a break for your bank account. We're back with the good news.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's great to see that, man.
Yeah, so much work to be done here still.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation. Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's great to see that, man.
Yeah, so much work to be done here still.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good news for wallets everywhere. Inflation is finally cooling off. Markets popped on the news with the S&P closing at its highest level in over a year. NBC's Brian Chung breaks down the numbers.
From bacon and eggs to gasoline to airfares to used cars, some things are getting cheaper. After the post-pandemic surge in prices, further signs of improvement as the government reported that prices in June rose by 3% over the last year.
We see that the pre-opening equity markets have rocketed higher.
It's a significant improvement from exactly 1 year ago when inflation peaked at 9.1%. A part of the change, used car prices down more than 5% over the last year.
Is this the best market for buyers that you've seen in the last 3 years?
This is the best market for buyers. They're getting the most money for their dollar on the used car market, definitely.
Outside Atlanta, Kevin Doring manages the Bellamy Strickland dealership. They're lowering prices to move cars off the lot. They've got more of them now. This is the lot 18 months ago, and this is the lot now.
We've doubled our inventory in the last probably 4 or 5 months.
And it's not just used cars. Gasoline prices are down 26%, airline fares are down 19%, and major appliance prices, they're down nearly 11%.
There's a lot of positives really helping to push inflation down, but I don't think it's a signal at all of a recession right now.
Markets close higher on the news as the rate of inflation is getting closer to the Federal Reserve's target of 2%. But challenges remain, in particular for housing. The cost of shelter up nearly 8% over the last year. And just this week, a new report showed housing prices in May hit a new all-time high. This as mortgage rates hover around 7%. Interest rates remaining high on auto loans and credit cards too, thanks in part to the Federal Reserve, largely expected to again raise interest rates later this month. Brian Chung, NBC News, New York.
Still to come this morning, the nominations are out. HBO could make Emmy history this year if a strike doesn't steal the show at the award ceremony.
And he is utterly insane. The sea otter terrorizing surfers along the California coast.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth.
Go ahead. This is it.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage?
Liberated. We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth.
Go ahead. This is it.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
You are not serious figures. I love you, but you are not serious people.
So they're not serious people, but on the show they make serious millions. And now the Roy family is making some serious Emmy history. Succession sweeping the nominations, which were announced during ongoing turmoil in the industry. For more on the Hollywood glamour amid labor unrest, here's Dana Griffin.
Here are the nominees for Outstanding Drama Series.
The Emmy nominations are in. One show dominated. Its name repeated in rapid
succession.
Succession. The hit drama series breaking an Emmy record with 27 nominations.
Money wins. Here's to us.
Brian Cox's Logan Roy will go up against both his on-screen sons, the first show to have 3 lead actors get nominations simultaneously.
I take over and we just, you two under me, co-presidents.
Can we think about it?
Yeah, of course.
I thought about it. You.
Sarah Snook playing daughter Shiv, nominated for lead actress in a family sweep.
You know what? Good luck.
A show about corporate greed grabbing headlines.
It's my company. You are a nobody.
As striking members of the Writers Guild of America claim studios are showing the same lust for money and squeezing their salaries. The 11,000-strong writers union, picketing since May, are demanding higher compensation, saying their pay is down 14% in the last 5 years. And now the threat of an actor strike is looming.
We hope the ongoing guild negotiations can come to an equitable and swift resolution.
One of Hollywood's largest unions, SAG-AFTRA, is demanding higher pay and safeguards against AI.
We are having an extremely productive negotiations that are laser focused on all of the crucial issues you told us are most important to you.
If they can't reach a deal, stars like Jennifer Lawrence and Meryl Streep have said they're ready to join the strike.
By all means, move at a glacial pace. You know how that thrills me.
They aren't the only A-listers standing in solidarity.
If my union votes to go out, I'll go out.
As both sides race to reach a deal, Emmy nominees will be standing by, waiting to see if this could impact the 75th annual Primetime Awards.
Yeah, I'm striking in solidarity with the WGA and with the writers as well, and I'm on the edge of my seat, like hoping that SAG will follow suit and stand up in support of the writers, and just really hope we can get this sorted. Writers are the most important people in this industry. I really believe.
So much drama.
True.
All right, well, Rain, wash out your weekend plans. Michelle is next.
And a critter as cute as it is ferocious, the sea otter terrorizing surfers along a California beach. We'll be right back.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. And it's good to see you.
So much work to be done here still.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back on this Thursday. The dangerous heat continues from the west to the south central states, even to the southeast. 81 million Americans under a heat alert, whether it's a heat advisory, heat watch, or excessive heat warning. That's in the southwest, where we're going to see temperatures soar once again into the triple digits. But in the middle of the country, we're looking at 104 in Dallas. It's going to feel like 114 once you factor in that humidity. Same story as we head towards the southeast. It's going to feel like 105 in Jacksonville, feeling like 106 in Tampa. That dangerous heat's going to stick around for the start of the weekend. And then as we go throughout the rest of the country, we're looking at severe storms from the Midwest all the way to portions of the Central Plains. The Southeast also looking at some rain. Back to you both.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. Next on Early Today, the sea otter snatching surfboards along a California beach.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
A sea otter is wreaking havoc along a popular California beach, lunging at surfers and biting their boards. Our Ellison Barber is following the search for the notorious little critter.
Oh my gosh! Surfers trying to catch some waves off the coast of Santa Cruz, California, now competing with an unlikely adversary, a sea otter, who's become infamous for biting boards and stealing surf. She's known as Otter 841, a 5-year-old female who's been stalking surfers in this area for months.
It was a cute encounter at first, which turned aggressive real quick.
June Young was surfing in the area when the seemingly harmless otter lunged at him.
It made eye contact with me. It looked straight at me and my board. And before I was able to get far, it started attacking my surfboard. It was biting it off, just chewing it, tearing it apart.
Parts of his board torn to shreds. But was Otter 841 born to be wild?
Sea otters in their domain, in the ocean, they are top predators in their environment.
While experts from Monterey Bay Aquarium say this confrontational behavior is abnormal for the species, this otter's mother also has a checkered past.
Her mom was rescued and rehabilitated and re-released by the aquarium. And then her mom had to be taken out of the wild because this sea otter's mom was fed by people. And that's a real problem.
But Otter 841 was born in captivity and raised with strict protocols, so she would not be too familiar with humans.
Our team that interact up close with them wear big welding masks and black ponchos. We call it the Darth Vader outfit. And that's intended so they don't think human shape is friendly.
So marine experts don't know what's causing her to act out, but warn swimmers to steer clear from these tiny but mighty creatures.
I've heard a sea otter's bite is as strong as a black bear's bite. Is that true?
Here's what I'll tell you. Our team, when we're handling otters up close, they wear Kevlar gloves. So it is a strong bite. I wouldn't want to be near that mouth.
So what's next for this infamous surfboard stealer? California Fish and Wildlife Services say they are working to safely capture and rehome the otter and then send her to Monterey Bay Aquarium for a health check. But as of now, this notorious otter is still out in the ocean in search of her next close encounter.
Thanks to Ellison for that report. That otter is either saying, get off of my turf, or like, I want to hang 10.
Yeah, that's exactly. That was a lot more serious than I thought it was going to be for an otter story.
Like, really aggressive. Yeah. Thanks for waking up with Early Today. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Stephen Romo. Go out there, have a great Thursday. Watch out for angry otters.
Millions trapped under a deadly heat dome. Michelle is tracking the dangerous triple-digit temperatures baking much of the country and breaking records worldwide.
A show of unity in the face of Russian aggression. We're live as NATO prepares to welcome its newest member and send a message as the war in Ukraine continues.
There's no business in show business. Hollywood at a standstill as the Actors Union gears up to join the writers on the picket line.
And good news for wallets everywhere. Prices are finally starting to come down from the car lot to the grocery store. What this could mean, though, for rate hikes.
And the Ukrainian tennis player inspiring the world at Wimbledon. The new mom making her mark on the court. It's Thursday. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning. I'm Stephen Romo.
And I'm Francis Rivera. We begin with the extreme heat that is only growing more dangerous by the day. The record-breaking highs are extending across the South. Phoenix has seen 12 straight days at 110 degrees or higher. Temperatures could surge as high as 120 degrees in the Southwest. Let's find out now if there's any relief in sight. Here's NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who's tracking the heat this morning. Hi, Michelle.
Hi there, guys. Great to see you. Unfortunately, there is no relief in sight. We're going to see this continuing day after day. And we're looking at 81 million people impacted this morning by a heat alert to the Pacific Northwest, into the Southwest, the South Central states, even the Southeast. It's going to feel like over 100 degrees in many spots in Florida. So as we go throughout the day, those temperatures are going to soar once again into the triple digits in so many places. Dallas today, 104. It's going to feel like 114 once you factor in the humidity. 192 today in Corpus Christi, feeling like 111. Same story as you go to Memphis, Kansas City. Memphis, you're going to feel like 105. And we're going to see those temperatures tomorrow also soaring into those triple digits in many spots. So the dangerous heat does continue to today, tomorrow, into the weekend. We're also tracking some storms, some severe weather in the middle of the country. This heat is prompting the chance for severe storms with some really heavy rainfall. Warmer air, you contain more rainfall. We're going to see that dropping. So we're going to watch that as we go throughout the next couple days as well. We'll look at that in just a few minutes.
All right, Michelle, thanks so much. Well, Americans are not the only ones suffering under an intense heat dome. A dangerous heat wave is expanding right now across Europe, and it's scorching countries with record-breaking temperatures this week. One of those hotspots is Italy. NBC's Claudio Lavaga joins us now from Rome. And Claudio, this heat is serious, even deadly.
Yeah, absolutely, Stephen. Well, Italian meteorologists have got this bad habit of giving heat waves names or scary names. This one is called Cerberus, the three-headed monster featured in Dante's Inferno. Now, I don't know how hot Dante thought his Inferno will be, but this probably gets pretty close. It's only 10 o'clock in the morning here in Rome, and it's already over 90 degrees Fahrenheit. It's bound to get worse, of course, throughout the day. And later in the week, they expect at least 115 degrees hit somewhere in the country. Now, Rome is one of the 10 cities across Italy that is on high heat alert. That means that vulnerable people like the elderly should stay away from the sun in the hottest hours of the day. And they should take this warning seriously, because at least according to a report published on Nature magazine the last couple of days, at least 18,000 people died in Italy last year alone because of the heat. That is the highest death toll in the whole of Europe. And we also got a confirmation that this year, there was the first victim too, and is a 44-year-old worker who was painting zebra crossings near Milan, and he collapsed from the heat and then later died in hospital. But of course, Italy is not the only country suffering from the heat wave here in Europe. Spain and Greece are also reporting similar temperatures, with Greece even closing down or banning access to nature reserves and forests to prevent wildfires, and opening up public buildings where there's air conditioning to give people who need a break. Back to you, Stephen.
A lot of people do need that break. All right, Claudio, thank you.
President Biden is in Helsinki this morning to mark Finland's admission as the newest member of NATO. Mr. Biden came straight from a two-day NATO summit in Lithuania, a strong show of unity for the alliance and Ukraine. For the latest, let's go to Alice Barr in Washington, D.C., who's following the story for us. Alice, good morning. Where did the NATO countries leave things in Vilnius?
Good morning, Francis. So to wrap up the two-day NATO summit in Lithuania, President Biden made promises of what he called unwavering support for Ukraine in its war against Russia. The president, though, stopped far short of giving the Ukrainians what they want most, a speedy admission into NATO. And this is one of those rare summits where disagreement between NATO allies spilled out into the open. The Ukrainians were very outspoken about their frustrations with NATO leaders going in, but a series of top-level meetings seemed to have cooled tempers, with President Zelensky profusely thanking the U.S. and NATO for their support. Take a listen.
So thank you so much for this help. We really counted on it. It's big support, and I understand that it's all your money, but you have to know that you spend this money for not just for fighting. You spend this money for our lives.
Western and NATO countries have already given tens of billions of dollars in support to Ukraine, more than $40 billion from the U.S. alone. Francis?
And Alice, the president touts Finland's fast admission into NATO as a big success. So why can't the same thing happen for Ukraine?
Well, there are a number of reasons. Certainly at this point, Finland is already a lot more integrated into the European system than Ukraine. But probably more significantly than that, there is a huge difference in the fact that unlike Ukraine, Finland is not currently at war with Russia. This would be an unprecedented decision if NATO decided to admit a country already at war. That would mean that 31 countries, including the U.S., would then be plunged into direct military conflict with nuclear-armed Russia. Finland has a robust and capable military, but NATO's posture is still prevention and avoiding an invasion. At the summit, NATO leaders did pledge new security commitments long-term for Ukraine, but really at this point, most of that money does come from the U.S. President Biden essentially calling the shots, and at this point, he says NATO is just not ready to have Ukraine join. Francis?
Okay, Alice Barr, thank you for the breakdown.
Negotiations in Hollywood are down to the wire right now. Some dramatic stuff happening there as members of the actors union SAG-AFTRA expired their contracts just after midnight Pacific time, a little more than an hour ago now. But there's no final word yet of any last-minute deal. The union is demanding studios give members higher pay and safeguards against AI. If negotiations end without success, 160,000 actors in film, TV, and radio will be at those picket lines, along with more than 11,000 writers who have been striking themselves since May. And if that happens, you can expect already hurting Hollywood to come to a standstill.
A Michigan hair salon found itself in the national spotlight after a single, now deleted post on social media. The salon refused to service LGBTQ customers, sparking outrage. WPBN's Mark Shollet reports.
Really, I was horrified to see a business owner in our community in Traverse City essentially refer to our LGBTQ neighbors as animals.
Add State Representative Betsy Kofia to the list of people opposed to this Facebook post. It surfaced this week. It's been associated with the Studio 8 Hair Lab in Traverse City. The post suggests that anyone who identifies as anything other than a man or a woman should see a pet groomer, and that service here would be denied.
To then have a business owner put something out there like that and basically think she can discriminate, very disturbing.
It goes on, making reference to Michigan House Bill 4744, but probably meaning 4474, which has been introduced in the chamber that Kofia serves. The post implies that particular pronoun requests by clients will be ignored.
It's frankly very dangerous because we're in a time right now in this country and in this state where LGBTQ members of our community are already facing increases in violence and targeting. And so when you dehumanize them that way, that only escalates that.
And further down, the post implies a legal defense for refusing to serve all who come through these doors. It's a sentiment that many businesses are taking following the recent U.S. Supreme Court same-sex webpage ruling. But Kofia, who passes laws, says it might not hold legal water.
And that is a direct strikes at the heart of civil rights. All of the gains that we have made as a country, it is really very troublesome. And I think this is going to end up heavily litigated. But it is not okay to discriminate based on people's identity and who they are.
An account in the salon owner's name, Christine Geiger, replied to comments, claiming she has no issues with LGB, but the plus includes people she considers pedophiles. She goes on to stress that woke individuals need to acclimate to their new reality.
To our LGBTQ community members, you are loved, you belong, and we're going to keep fighting to make sure that you can be safe and welcome in Traverse City and in Michigan and in this country.
No customers came or left while we were at the studio before being asked to leave the property. When customers do show up, they may notice a change in the hair products there. A post associated with hair care supplier Jack Wynn Pro announced that in light of this post, they would no longer be providing their services to Studio 8.
And our thanks to Mark for that report.
All right, let's turn now to some extreme weather hitting the Chicago area. There have been multiple reports of tornadoes touching down near the city. That includes one confirmed near O'Hare Airport that forced passengers to take shelter and disrupted hundreds of flights. Fortunately, there have not been reports of injuries, but there are signs of damage in the Chicago suburbs.
And those storms are sticking around for much of the country. Let's bring back NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who's tracking the severe weather risk. Michelle, hi again.
Hi there. And yeah, we're looking at a stormy day once again. We're seeing storms early this morning in portions of the Central Plains into the mid-Mississippi Valley. Any of these storms could have really heavy rainfall. That's going to lead to flash flooding. We do have some severe weather moving through there right now. Also, too, portions of the Great Lakes seeing some really heavy rain. We're going to see this into the Northeast, parts of New England as we go throughout later today. So as we go throughout time here, we're going to continue to watch these storms developing, especially in the plains into the Northeast. 22 million Americans under a severe weather risk. We're going to see really gusty winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. Could see some large hail as well, especially where you see this yellow shading. That's off to the Ohio Valley into the Northeast as well. Could see some flooding concerns, especially in parts of New England and also the interior Northeast that were hit hard earlier in the week. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, it's very summer-like in portions of the Ohio Valley, the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast. 96 today in D.C., and the dangerous heat continues in the South. So many spots into the triple digits. 106 in San Angelo, 102 in Dallas, 98 in Shreveport. Back to you guys.
Okay, Michelle, thank you. The fight against inflation, we are back in a minute with what's finally driving down prices.
And not playing around, the FTC steps up its fight against a $70 billion video game mega merger.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The Federal Trade Commission is not giving up its fight against a video game mega merger. The FTC appealing to block Microsoft's nearly $70 billion bid to buy Activision Blizzard. On Tuesday, a judge ruled in favor of those two companies. Well, the FTC argues that the deal is anti-competitive because Microsoft might make some of its games exclusive on its own Xbox consoles. Microsoft says it's disappointed that the FTC is continuing to pursue that case.
All right, good news for your bottom line. Inflation is finally cooling off. Wall Street cheered the news with the S&P hitting its highest level in over a year. CNBC's Juliana Tettelbaum is here to break it all down for us. Hi, Juliana. Good morning. This is good news. We can all celebrate.
Good morning. It certainly is. Not only us as consumers, but also the Federal Reserve will certainly be cheering the latest data. Yesterday, we learned that inflation is in fact cooling. The CPI, Consumer Price Index, came in weaker than the market had expected. It rose 0.2% in June on the month, and it was up 3% from a year ago. And that's the lowest level that we've seen since March 2021. In terms of the implications, first for the Federal Reserve, and this is perhaps the most crucial, it could give the central bank some breathing room when it comes to future rate hikes, as they see the rate hikes that they've already pushed through, the interest rate hikes, take an effect on the economy. What does it mean for regular consumers? Well, inflation is still elevated, but gas prices have come down significantly, as you probably are well aware, over the last year. Housing costs are still up, but we are seeing signals that other parts of the economy should start to see price pressures ease as well. Overall, it is being considered a good report, good news for the U.S. economy, because it means the Federal Reserve's efforts to rein in inflation are working. Guys, back to you.
Hope we stay on that track. Juliana, thank you.
Well, still to come this morning, your news by the numbers will map out which cities are seeing rent finally start to fall.
And the million-dollar question, how can you save like a millionaire? Budgeting advice from the experts next.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private hand delivery system.
All right, it just did too.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did too.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
In an uncertain real estate market, renting over buying may be more your thing. And Wallet Hub analyzed the top 180 rental markets to see which cities in the country are offering renters the best quality of life. Scottsdale, Arizona came out as #1, and Irvine, California, and Pembroke Pines, Florida followed as the second and third most friendly to renters. Then Tampa, Florida, and Huntington Beach, California rounded out the top 5. These rankings considered factors like the local job market, the public school system, and how safe and friendly the environment is. A lot of those places with the palm trees and the sun and the scenery, not so surprising.
Right. Not a coincidence, I'm sure. Now that we have an idea of where renters may live their best lives, we have to consider how much that's actually going to cost them. With rent prices cooling off a bit from post-pandemic surges, Realtor.com has the go-to cities where rent is actually getting cheaper. And it's nothing sinful about this. Las Vegas is #1, with average rent prices down 6% from May 2022 to May 2023. Close by, Riverside, California, Phoenix, Arizona, Austin, Texas, and San Francisco rounded out the rest of the top 5. Surprised to see Austin there. Not all hubs were as lucky, though. Major cities like New York, Boston, and Pittsburgh saw rents rise this past year. I knew New York was not going to be on the lowering list.
You know that with our shoebox apartments here in the city. If all this talk about rent is having you rethinking your budget, how about some advice for millionaires? CNBC looked at the spending habits of over 200 millionaires with at least $3.2 million in net assets to find the common denominator of financial health. So they came up with this millionaire's guide to budget cuts. The uber wealthy, on average, cut out spending on processed foods to prioritize their health. They stopped buying cheaply made products and invested in pieces made to last. And they choose to replace home or car appliances instead of getting them repaired. And they don't purchase outdoor tools as well. And here's the kicker. They do not buy lottery tickets. But why would they, especially with the lotto jackpot right now when they have all those millions?
That is a great point. Francis coming in with the logic there. When we come back, a prime probe. The FDA investigates a popular energy drink.
And later, meet the inspiring athlete taking Wimbledon by storm.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Leading the news this morning, some disturbing body cam footage that is worth a warning to our viewers. This shocking video from the LA Sheriff's Department shows a deputy punching a woman in the face twice while she was holding her baby. This happened almost a year ago. The department is calling the incident unacceptable. The district attorney and the FBI are also investigating.
A manhunt is underway after a deadly hit and run in the nation's capital. The officials say the driver sped from the Secret Service, hitting 3 people and killing at least 1. Authorities are looking for a blue 2006 Honda Accord with Virginia tags.
The FDA is taking on an internet personality. It will probe Prime, an energy drink backed by controversial YouTube stars Yogan Paul and KSI, after Senator Chuck Schumer called health concerns there for kids.
And NASA releases this stunning photo of the first anniversary of the James Webb Space Telescope's mission. We'll be right back.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
War and motherhood took Ukrainian Elena Svitolina away from tennis, and now she's back, taking Wimbledon by storm. Tom Yamas serves up the comeback unfolding at center court.
Poised, fierce, and showing the world what a comeback looks like. Ukraine's Elena Svitolina returning to the sport after taking time to have a baby and help raise money for her war-torn home.
Back home, there's lots of people are watching and cheering for me, so.
The 28-year-old entered Wimbledon as a long shot.
She's able to hold it together so well.
On Tuesday, over the course of nearly 3 hours, she stunned fans, pulling off one of the biggest upsets of the tournament.
It was not easy today to play against Iga, obviously. She's world number 1, she's always fighting, but, you know, today was an unbelievable match.
Her tenacity on the court has made her a fan favorite, along with her post-match plans.
Well, first of all, I'm gonna have a beer, probably.
Even Harry Styles offered his support after she posted that she was missing his concert to keep playing, offering her tickets and wishing her luck.
Well, I hope Harry is watching and maybe...
Just played in a great spirit.
But the support that means the most is coming from home.
Just happy I could bring a little happiness to people of Ukraine. Having a child and war made me a different person, and I look at the things a bit differently.
Our thanks to Tom for that report.
All right, now to the biggest winners and moments from the 2023 ESPYs. Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes took home the Best Athlete in Men's Sports Award as well as Best NFL Player. And an emotional moment when Damar Hamlin was met with a standing ovation when he introduced the team that saved his life 6 months ago after he suffered cardiac arrest on the field. The Buffalo Bills training staff won the Pat Tillman Award for service. Other big winners of the night included skier Michaela Schifrin, who took home Best Athlete in Women's Sports. LSU women's basketball player Angel Reese was awarded Best Breakthrough Athlete, and LeBron James surpassed Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for the NBA scoring record, earning him the Best Record-Breaking Performance.
Yeah, monumental moments right here shared on that ESPY stage. I can watch that Damar Hamlin scene over and over and over again, and how fitting that the team who saved him were the ones who got that reward.
Absolutely. I feel like people smile every time they see him now. Love seeing that.
Goosebumps every time I hear it. All right.
Thanks for waking up with us today. I'm Stephen Romo.
I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great Thursday.
Right now on Morning News Now, unified front. President Biden and Zelensky praising NATO's unity in a face-to-face meeting after the Ukrainian leader blasted the alliance for delaying his efforts on membership. The changes some countries, including the U.S., are now demanding from Ukraine before it can join the alliance. Extreme weather overnight. Multiple reported tornadoes touched down outside of Chicago, including near one of the world's busiest airports. We've got the latest on that. Plus, an unrelenting heat wave is now expanding coast to coast. We have full team coverage of the dangerous temperatures impacting millions this morning. On the line, the fate of the man convicted in the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in U.S. history is now in the hands of a jury. We're digging into the arguments over whether or not Robert Bowers should face the death penalty and what comes next. And no deal. Major breaking news overnight. Hollywood actors are setting the stage for a possible strike after contract negotiations failed. We are breaking down the sticking points.
That will have a huge impact. Shows you would expect to see in the fall, we may not see till 2024. We'll dig into it a little bit.
Oh my goodness, and the same time as the writers' strike.
With the writers on strike, we haven't seen both them on strike since 1960.
Ooh, Hollywood just shut down.
Exactly,
wow.
Right. Good morning, good to have you with us. We're not shut down. I'm Joe Fryer.
Yeah, we will be here no matter what. I'm Savannah Sellers. Thank you very much for joining us. We begin our show with President Biden's final stop on his European tour following the culmination of that NATO meeting in Lithuania.
This morning, the president is in Finland for the U.S. Nordic Summit. He is expected to formally hail Finland's recent NATO membership and welcome Sweden ahead of its entry. Yesterday, the president wrapped up the NATO summit by holding talks with Ukraine's President Zelensky. That meeting came after Zelensky expressed frustration at NATO's refusal to offer a timetable for Ukraine's membership. Instead, NATO allies pledged their long-term support to Kyiv. Speaking after the summit, President Biden said the military alliance was stronger than ever.
When Putin and his craven lust for land and power unleashed his brutal war on Ukraine, he was betting NATO would break apart. He was betting NATO would break. He thought our unity would shatter at the first testing. He thought democratic leaders would be weak, but he thought wrong.
We got a team standing by to discuss all this. In a few moments, we'll speak with former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Bill Taylor. But first, let's check in with Monica Alba, who's in Helsinki, and Kelly Kobiea, who is in Kyiv. Monica, let's start with you. This U.S. Nordic Summit is happening this morning. What can we expect from that? And then what came out of President Biden's meeting with the Finnish president a little earlier?
Well, it has certainly been a warm welcome for President Biden here in Finland, Joe, and he will be celebrating and marking the fact that Finland was able to join NATO with record speed, the fastest member that has ever been able to join this critical alliance. And so the two leaders today in their meeting and face-to-face certainly touted that progress, continued to talk about how NATO is stronger than ever in the face of this Russian aggression. And we are here in Helsinki
Helsinki, and Finland, of course, shares a very long border with Russia, and before the invasion of Ukraine had some pretty friendly relationship with the country. So it was incredibly significant that they applied for that NATO membership and then were able to join. So certainly you will see a lot of talk about that here today. And of course, we have to note the incredible political contrast when you think about what was happening here in Helsinki 5 years ago to the week when former President Trump was meeting with President Putin, and where, of course, he famously said that he believed President Putin when it came to his denials about Russian election interference. So expect President Biden to also make crystal clear that the circumstances and stakes couldn't be more different here today in Helsinki than it was. And I think you can expect him to continue to clearly send that message here, Joe.
So, Kelly, all these leaders are talking about Ukraine. Meanwhile, you're in Ukraine where the fighting continues. We understand there was another drone attack on Kyiv overnight. What can you tell us about that?
That's right. For the third night in a row, air raid sirens went off last night in the early morning hours this time, about 1:30 in the morning. And you could actually hear and see the Ukrainian air defenses intercepting these drones and missiles. The Ukrainian military said that they shot down 20 drones and 2 missiles overnight, and the falling debris injured 4 and damaged a couple of homes. But yeah, the third night in a row for a drone attack here in the capital. Meantime, we're getting some new information about what the conditions may be like on the ground in Russian-occupied territory for the Russian troops. Russian MP overnight released an audio message purported to be from a prominent Russian general, in which this general talks about problems with equipment, with resources, with the morale of his troops, describing them as exhausted and not having enough reserves to come in and replace them. Now, we haven't been able to independently authenticate this audio message, but if true, it shows a real problem with morale and equipment and, again, personnel in the field on the front lines in the south of this country for the Russians, and potentially a split among top military within Russia, leadership in the field and back in Moscow. Joe.
So, Monica, we know President Zelensky was incredibly disappointed Ukraine wasn't offered a timeline for a NATO invite. How much of an issue was that during their talks yesterday with President Biden?
Yeah, President Zelensky certainly came into the NATO summit quite disappointed and frustrated. But over the course of about 24 hours, he did shift that tone and instead really did express a lot of gratitude to NATO leaders here who had come together, certainly to continue to support Ukraine, and who had pledged so much of that weaponry and continued assistance. But yes, President Zelensky did want to see something in a shorter term, though in the end, the takeaway was that he was satisfied with some of the longer term security agreements that came from it. And here's a little more from what President Biden had to say yesterday in Lithuania about how their lengthy meeting went.
The one thing Zelensky understands now is that whether or not he's in NATO now is not relevant as long as he has the commitments that, remember my talking about saying we treat it like guaranteed security, along with a number of other NATO countries as it relates to how we deal with, for example, Israel, long term. So he's not concerned about that now.
And President Zelensky was also very grateful to Americans, and specifically to President Biden, for those controversial cluster munitions that the U.S. is now also sending to Ukraine. Joe?
And Kelly, we just heard President Biden's take on what happened at NATO. Quickly, I want to ask you, how is Zelensky reflecting on this NATO summit?
Yeah, so the quote that really stands out was that he said that it was not ideal, but it was good. And I think that sums it up. The Ukraine was concerned about long-term support from NATO allies. Some of those concerns were assuaged by that G7 security guarantee. So I think, in terms of what he can bring back to his people, his soldiers on the ground who continue to fight, are these assurances from the G7 that they're in it for the long haul, that they will have the resources they need, the military military equipment, economic resources, and resources to rebuild going forward. Joe.
All right, Monica and Kelly, thank you both. Appreciate it.
Let's now bring in Bill Taylor, former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine and a friend of the show. Ambassador Taylor, good morning. Thank you very much for being with us. So as we mentioned, President Biden's taking part in this U.S. Nordic Leaders Summit later this morning. He will hold a joint press conference with the president of Finland following their bilateral meeting. This isn't something we talk about so much, so just explain to us, put in context the importance of the relationship between the U.S. and Finland.
So, Savannah, this is a very interesting trip for a president, for our president. That is often, in fact, is most of the time when presidents have gone to Finland, to Helsinki, it's been for some other reason. It's to have a summit with somebody else, maybe a Soviet or a Russian, or it's en route from back and forth. But no, this President Biden is in Helsinki for Finland. And this is a very big deal for the Finns. The Finns have a lot of experience, relevant experience for NATO and for Ukraine. As we remember, 80 years ago, the Soviets attacked Finland, and the Finns defended themselves very well. So all to say that there's a great relationship between both Finland and Ukraine and Finland and the United States.
Absolutely. Also now let's talk about this conversation, what we've heard from President Biden after meeting with President Zelensky. He gave this speech just hours after that meeting. What were some of your takeaways from his remarks?
Strong support for Ukraine. The one thing that President Zelensky can go home with is the recognition and the satisfaction, really, that the NATO summit focused on his country, focused on his victory. Yes, he didn't get a concrete invitation to join NATO right now. That was never on the cards. But he clearly got the message that Ukraine's going to be in NATO. He clearly got the message that there's a short-term support for all of the work that all of the fighting that his troops are doing, but it's also a long-term commitment. So President Zelensky got a strong indication that the United States and NATO and the West is there with him until victory.
So, Ambassador, it's been also, though, this long time coming, really, for Ukraine joining. It's been more than 15 years since NATO first promised Ukraine membership here. Several countries, as you can see on your screen right now, announce these new commitments, of course, but this is still, as you point out, not yet this full membership. How much of an impact does the outcome of the war in Ukraine ultimately have on the shape of NATO as we essentially wait for that event to find some type of culmination in order for Ukraine to be able to join?
Absolutely right, Savannah. Ukraine will not join the alliance formally until, as the Ukrainians say, until the victory, until the war is over. That will be the time then for Ukraine to join. Until then, they will be using the NATO weapons. They'll be taking advantage of the NATO intelligence. So they will be effectively a part of NATO, but formally will not join until, as they say, until the victory. So that's an important thing for the Ukrainians to understand and to fight for. That's a motivation for them to go for that victory.
Ambassador Taylor, as always, thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you, Savannah.
Now let's get to another big story. Extreme weather across the country this morning. They are cleaning up in Chicago after some severe weather moved through overnight. Multiple reported tornadoes touched down in the area, including one at Chicago O'Hare Airport. The storms left behind a lot of damage. Large trees snapped in half, cars with smashed windows, and homes with damaged roofs.
And then there's the ongoing heat wave that has been scorching southern states and is now expanding into other parts of the country. More than 80 million people are waking up to heat alerts this morning, from California all the way to Florida and north into Kansas and Missouri. In cities like Phoenix, resources to help people keep cool are being stretched thin. Heat relief centers are seeing a surge in visits, as you'd expect, and city officials are making sure those who are homeless have help getting the supplies they need and finding shelter.
And in Vermont, they are facing the daunting task. Look at these pictures of cleaning up after the devastating flooding we saw there earlier this week. Governor Phil Scott, FEMA officials, and members of Congress visited the region to assess the damage left behind. We are covering this all across the whole country this morning. We're going to get started with NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman for your forecast. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And we are so busy still in the weather department. We're looking at that heat continuing. It's going to continue for days and days. No relief in sight. We're also looking at the chance for severe storms in the middle of the country and then, unfortunately, in the northeast New England, in the same spots that were hit hard earlier this this week. Let's first start with the heat because we're looking at 84 million people impacted. Look how far wide these alerts stretch from the Pacific Northwest into the Southwest, the South Central states, also the Southeast. So many spots soaring into the triple digits once again. In the Southeast, you're not in the triple digits. You're going to feel like it once we factor in that humidity. So that dangerous, unrelenting heat does continue, and lots of pink on the map that's indicating that really hot air in place. And look at these numbers. 113 in Phoenix at 7 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. 115 in Palm Springs, Tucson, 106, 109 in Las Vegas. Those triple digits continue and continue. And then as we go throughout the South Central states, we're looking at Amarillo, 99 degrees. That's 8 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. That's today. Then we look towards tomorrow. This is Friday. We're looking at Las Vegas, 111, 103 in Fresno, 118 in Palm Desert, Phoenix, 115. You get the idea. We're going to keep these really hot temperatures in place. We have that heat dome that's just tacked in place. It's not budging, and it's not going to budge as we go throughout the next week or so. Albuquerque 104 tomorrow, 12 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. And then look as we look towards the weekend. We're looking at Phoenix 116 by Monday. Same story in Albuquerque, back into the triple digits by Monday. El Paso 104 on Sunday and 106 on Monday. It's not just the Southwest. It's not just the South Central states that are baking. We're looking at the Southeast as well, and it goes all the way up the East Coast too. So New York City today, 91 degrees. That's above average. You factor in the humidity. It's going to feel like 95. It's going to feel like 100 in Norfolk, feeling like 97 in Myrtle Beach and 104 in Tampa. So that's going to continue to be a big story. Then we are also looking at this wavy cold front that's draped across the country, and we are looking at the chance for severe storms. So we're looking at severe storms in the Central Plains. We could see some really gusty winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. Could see some large hail, baseball size hail, also tornado too. But notice severe storms kind of stamped there in the Ohio Valley, also portions of the Northeast. Heavy rain is expected in parts of New England, also in parts of Northeast, interior parts of the Northeast. So we're talking Vermont, eastern New York, where we had those flooding conditions earlier, finally recover. Unfortunately, we're going to see 1, 2, 3, even up to 5 inches of rain in some spots. And we're going to see some thunderstorms developing. That's going to drop the rain. So we do have flood alerts stretched across portions of the Great Lakes into the Northeast, New England. And this is a story not only today, but also tomorrow into the weekend. And look at all these bright colors. That is telling us that we're expecting a lot of rain in these spots, locally 5 inches. And that's going to be a concern because the grounds are so saturated. The rivers are high, the streams are high, the creeks are high. So any additional rain is going to be runoff. And where you see that pink there, that's a moderate risk for some flash flooding. So it's not just a flooding, it's flash flooding. And these people are just recovering. It's warm there. And we're going to see that happen all over again.
It's a broken record.
I know. Same areas, too, where it's just been so dangerous. Thank you, Michelle.
Sure.
Let's talk more about the dangerous heat. We're going to turn now to NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin, who is in Phoenix this morning. So, Aaron, Phoenix has seen 13 straight days at or above 110 degrees. I know it's early there right now, but what are conditions like? What have they been like since you got on the ground there?
Yeah, Joe, it's around 4:15 in the morning here in Phoenix, and it's already 95 degrees. This is sweltering, and it's not just the high temps, but the sustained nature of this heat wave. It's just really hitting vulnerable communities especially hard. The homeless are hit hard. People living in mobile home communities as well. I was at one such community just a couple of days ago. A resident gave me a tour of her trailer. It was like an oven inside that trailer. She said that she was spending her summer huddled in the one tiny bedroom in the trailer that had AC. She told me that AC cost her $200 a month. She said it was breaking her budget, and that is at a discount rate. That is the reality facing thousands of people here in Phoenix and beyond as these warm temperatures continue.
Aaron, we mentioned just a moment ago, city officials are making sure those without a home have the resources they need. How exactly are they doing that?
Yeah, well, you know, these hot temperatures are no stranger to places like Phoenix. Residents are aware that there are a number of resources available to them, such as cooling centers, although we're hearing that many of those centers are already packed. We're also hearing from folks that transportation to those centers can be an issue. All of that, you know, creating what experts here are calling a crisis situation, which is why local authorities in Arizona are pushing for federal help. They want FEMA to declare extreme heat, like what we're seeing right now, a disaster, so they can unlock federal funds to help these communities get through this heat wave.
And it's hard to believe this, Aaron, but temperatures could actually get even hotter there in coming days. Real quick, what is it people should know about the extreme heat risks?
Yeah, well, experts say just know that it's dangerous. During the high heat hours during the day, make sure you stay inside. Hydration, super important. Drink that water. Also, be aware of those local resources that are in your community, such as cooling centers, to stay safe.
All
Joe.
right, Aaron McLaughlin in Phoenix. Aaron, thank you so much.
Well, a manhunt is on this morning for the driver of a car that killed one person and injured several others after being stopped by the Secret Service near the White House. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has the story.
Yeah, good day. We are right at 17th and Constitution here, the center of where all the tourists come to Washington. Right across the street is the National Mall, and that, of course, is the Washington Monument. This happened in the shadow of the monument, in that crosswalk right below the monument. The uniform division of the Secret Service was initiating a traffic stop because of a registration problem with the vehicle. But that vehicle suddenly took off, and it came this way, southbound on Constitution. In the process, it killed, or I should say it ran over 3 people in the crosswalk, but one of those individuals was killed. A 75-year-old man who was taken to a local hospital. 2 others were treated on the scene. Police described that vehicle as a blue 2006 Honda, again, last seen headed south on Constitution towards Virginia. This is a very, very busy part of the center of Washington. 32 million tourists every year come to the National Mall. 440,000 vehicles a day come through this area in the summer. And we are just about a block and a half away from the White House, which, of course, is the main tourist attraction in Washington. No indication that this was in any way related to an attempt on the executive branch or the president, who is out of the country right now. Instead, it seems as if this was a criminal act, somebody running over tourists, apparent tourists there in the crosswalk right here in downtown D.C. Back to you.
Oh, wow, scary. All right, Tom Costello, thank you so much.
Turning now to Pittsburgh, where jurors are deliberating whether the shooter in the 2018 attack on the Tree of Life Synagogue should receive the death penalty. Robert Bowers was already found guilty on 63 charges, including 11 hate crimes, resulting in death.
This phase of his trial will determine if Bowers is eligible for the death penalty. During yesterday's closing arguments, prosecutors claimed Bowers has yet to show remorse for his actions and therefore should be deemed eligible. But the defense argued a history of mental health issues should stop jurors from handing down a capital punishment. NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos joins us now for more on this trial. Hey, Danny, good morning. What is the key argument here in this second phase of the trial? What are jurors considering while they're deliberating whether or not Bowers should receive the death penalty?
This is all about aggravating and mitigating circumstances. The prosecution has to prove aggravating circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt, and the defense only has to prove mitigating circumstances, and that's anything positive about the defendant that should spare his life. They only need to prove that by a preponderance of the evidence. So the jurors are in there deliberating, most likely about whether or not probably the mental illness evidence rises to the level of mitigating circumstances, and whether or not the defense has proven that, not beyond a reasonable doubt, but just by a preponderance of the evidence. That's 51% or 50.00001%. It's just more likely than not. So the rules are slanted in favor of life. But in a case like this, when the aggravating circumstances are so horrific, the prosecution has a good shot of meeting their burden.
So, Danny, we've heard the defense argue Bowers carried out his attack because he suffers from schizophrenia. Prosecutors claim his mental status is irrelevant, saying he had formed his intent to kill months before the shooting. In this case, is mental illness enough to decide if someone should get the death penalty? What is the standard here?
Yes, but because we're at the penalty phase, mental illness doesn't play the role that most folks are used to seeing in a trial. Normally, they see mental illness as a defense. By reason of insanity, the person did not understand what they were doing was wrong, and therefore they're not guilty, or some variation of that. It varies a lot from state to state. But that's not what's happening here. That kind of defense is already over with. This case, the guilt phase of the case is over. The introduction of mental illness evidence in this case is really just an attempt at mitigating circumstances by the defense. So this is not exonerating. This is not something that will that excuse the crime. It's really just about deciding at the federal level whether we're going to have a death penalty or life, because life imprisonment will be the default. And the jury's recommendation here, while the jury isn't required to find death, there's no mandatory death penalty ever. But if the jury recommends death, the judge must impose death. That's what the rules say. The judge has no discretion here. It is the jury that makes the final decision.
So, Danny, we've been seeing this graphic on our screen that says phase 1, phase 2. What happens next, and does that outcome change based on what the jury decides here? Is there another phase to come?
No, at this point, the jury will recommend one way or another. It's called a recommendation because ultimately in the federal system, it is the judge that will essentially rubber stamp their determination. But the jury now is deliberating over simply whether aggravating circumstances outweigh mitigating circumstances, and ultimately they'll make a recommendation. If it is for death, then the judge is really just a rubber stamp. The judge just affirms what they recommend and will impose death. And so the next phase, arguably after this, will simply be appeals, during which the defendant will be incarcerated no matter what. And that appeals process in the federal death penalty cases can take a very, very long time.
All right, Danny Cevallos, thank you so much.
Coming up, we are in the heat of the summer travel season, but more and more vacation rental homes are actually sitting empty. We're going to ask a travel expert what is behind that shift.
But first, an NBC News exclusive. A top Air Force general shares his insights about whether the U.S. is ready for a possible war with China. Stay with us.
Our world. Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
We are back with an NBC News exclusive. Our Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby visited a military base in the U.S. territory of Guam for a rare look at preparations for a possible conflict with China. She also talked with the general who recently warned that a war with China is just 2 years away.
Amid growing tensions with China, we're with American forces in the Pacific, where General Mike Minahan is preparing his airmen for a mission he's warned could come soon.
Do you think the U.S. could be at war with China in the next few years?
It's not me to say whether we could be at war with China in the next few years.
Earlier this year, Minahan, the head of Air Mobility Command, wrote a controversial memo to his commanders warning the U.S. could be at war with China in 2 years, and they need to be prepared.
Do you still believe that?
I don't believe conflict is inevitable. I don't believe it's unavoidable. But I also believe that ready now is what matters most.
There have already been flashpoints. This Chinese fighter jet recently buzzing an American surveillance plane, and this Chinese warship crossing dangerously close to an American ship in the South China Sea. Minahan now preparing with Exercise Mobility Guardian, 70 aircraft and more than 3,000 airmen from 7 countries, the largest readiness exercise in the command's history, including this British cargo plane dropping off U.S. equipment, then simulating a medical evacuation. Also practicing resupplying bases in remote areas.
Cargo door, acknowledged.
This mission to drop supplies to airmen establishing a base on a tiny island north of Guam.
We're directly over the drop zone right now. About a dozen aircraft are beginning to drop their supplies and aid to the troops below.
In his memo, Minahan told airmen to get ready by firing from a clip and to aim for the head.
I'm not trying to be provocative. I'm trying to provide my formation with the tools and the action and the priority necessary to win.
Do you still agree with everything you wrote in that January memo?
I agree absolutely with the urgency and the action.
Are you ready now?
We are ready now.
Courtney Kuby, NBC News.
Let's stay on international headlines now. Clashes between Kenyan police and people protesting the cost of living have now turned deadly. Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. At least 6 people were shot and killed by officers during the protest in Kenya, and several others had to be taken to hospital. Now in Nairobi, more than 50 children were treated after tear gas was thrown into their school by police. Human rights watchdogs have criticized the Kenyan police for their deadly response to such protests. The opposition leaders say they will continue rioting until the law imposing more taxes is repealed. Now we go to China, who has just unveiled new details of its ambitious plan for a crewed moon landing by 2030. A China manned space agency engineer revealed they plan to send 2 rockets, one carrying the spacecraft that will land on the surface and the other one transporting the astronauts. After docking, the Chinese astronauts will enter the lunar lander to descend onto the moon's surface, where they will collect samples and carry out scientific exploration. And we end up in Brazil, where archaeologists have found 3 giant sloth pendants that suggest people arrived in the Americas earlier than we thought. Researchers say the sloth bones show a deliberate craftsmanship that can only be done by human hands. These are thought to be between 25 and 27,000 years old. That is several thousand years before some earlier theories suggested about the first inhabitants of the Americas, guys.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Very cool. Coming up, a new warning this morning about climate change that is giving some people a sinking feeling. Literally, we will take a look at the unexpected impact researchers say it's having underneath our big cities. That's next.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We are back now with new research published this week showing some impacts of climate change that you might not have heard about yet. The findings show that something called underground climate change could actually cause big cities to sink or at least impact their underground infrastructure. Dr. Alessandro Rotaloria joins us now. He is an assistant professor of civil and environmental engineering at Northwestern University. Dr. Loria is also the leader on this study, so of course that means he knows all the details here. Thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you for having me.
I understand that your findings came out of Chicago, but they could, it seems, apply to big cities anywhere. First, just tell us exactly what it found and what it could possibly mean for any of us living in these big cities.
So correct. The study shows that the ground underneath Chicago is moving, but this is also likely to characterize other cities worldwide, such as London, New York, all major cities, all urban areas worldwide. The reason for these ground deformations that, as you said, can impact the function, durability, and aesthetic requirements of civil structures and infrastructures is that we have in front of us a phenomenon called underground climate change that leads to rising temperature in the subsurface. These rising temperatures result from the fact that underground structures such as building basements, parking garages, subway tunnels, and train tunnels, and so on and so forth, continuously reject heat in the ground, and soils, rocks, concrete, and general materials deform when subjected to temperature variations. And so this is the origin of this potential issue.
So I also think it's really interesting. Part of how you conducted this was putting sensors in these places, right? Underground in Chicago. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, correct. So together with my group, we deployed a wireless temperature sensing network in the loop, mostly in underground structures, such as, again, basements, parking garages, and so on and so forth, to really measure the intensity of the heat sources that are driving this phenomenon.
And then, so ultimately, if we live in these cities, what should this mean? What does this mean? I think about so many different things that we use in New York that are underground, whether it's basements, parking garages, the subway. Could these things be impacted? Either their function become obsolete, or is it dangerous?
So it's not dangerous, but it's something that, again, can affect really the durability and aesthetic requirements of buildings. And it's a phenomenon that, especially I hope from now on, should be considered in urban planning strategies and mitigated because it can have effects, and these effects are unwanted.
So is there hope here? I mean, for somebody listening to this who thinks, oh, I mean, like you just said, it's really great to hear you say it's not necessarily dangerous. But what does this mean if we do live in one of these cities? Is this something scary we should be thinking about?
So it's something we should be thinking about. It's not scary. So it's really, the good news is that we have in front of us what I call a silent hazard. But the good news is that we have the knowledge and tools to mitigate it. For example, by retrofitting buildings and applying thermal insulation to minimize the amounts of waste heat that are rejecting the ground, or also by deploying ground source impact systems and geothermal technologies to absorb at least part of that heat. So the good news is that there are very concrete and relatively straightforward solutions.
And do you think that that's something that we will see cities implementing? Is somebody making these recommendations to big cities?
I think so. I hope so. Yes.
And also,
we have at least the reasons for doing that. Yes.
Right. Absolutely. What about smaller cities? Could they be impacted?
So all urban areas will be impacted by this phenomenon to some extent. Of course, smaller cities, like underground climate change in these smaller cities, will be less significant, and on a case-by-case is potentially negligible. So I think the main potential concern characterizes large cities worldwide, especially in the older world. So in Europe, such as Rome, Paris, Milan, London, and so on and so forth.
Dr. Alessandro Rotaloria, thank you so much for joining us. Really important work and great to be talking about it.
Thank you.
Well, coming up, we've got more on that good news in the fight against inflation. With prices now rising at the slowest pace in more than 2 years, we'll take a closer look at what's costing you less now and what you still have to spend more for. That's up next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with a closer look at the good news we got yesterday about the economy. The latest data shows inflation is starting to cool, with prices rising 3% year over year.
NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung takes a closer look at what's costing you less now, but also where prices are still stubbornly high.
From bacon and eggs to gasoline to airfares to used cars, some things are getting cheaper. After the post-pandemic surge in prices, further signs of improvement as the government reported that prices in June rose by 3% over the last year.
We see that the pre-opening equity markets have rocketed higher.
It's a significant improvement from exactly 1 year ago when inflation peaked at 9.1%. A part of the change, used car prices down more than 5% over the last year.
Is this the best market for buyers that you've seen in the last 3 years?
This is the best market for buyers. They're getting the most money for their dollar on the used car market, definitely.
Outside Atlanta, Kevin Doring manages the Bellamy Strickland dealership. They're lowering prices to move cars off the lot. They've got more of them now. This is the lot 18 months ago, and this is the lot now.
We've doubled our inventory in the last probably 4 or 5 months.
And it's not just used cars. Gasoline prices are down 26%, airline fares are down 19%, and major appliance prices, they're down nearly 11%.
There's a lot of positives really helping to push inflation down, but I don't think it's a signal at all of a recession right now.
Markets close higher on the news as the rate of inflation is getting closer to the Federal Reserve's target of 2%. But challenges remain, in particular for housing. The cost of shelter up nearly 8% over the last year. And just this week, a new report showed housing prices in May hit a new all-time high. This as mortgage rates hover around 7%. Interest rates remaining high on auto loans and credit cards too, thanks in part to the Federal Reserve, largely expected to again raise interest rates later this month. Brian Chung, NBC News, New York.
More financial headlines now. The Federal Trade Commission is not giving up on its bid to stop Microsoft from closing its Activision Blizzard deal.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us now with that and some other news this morning. Hey, Pippa, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. The Federal Trade Commission will appeal a judge's ruling giving Microsoft the green light for its $69 billion takeover of video game maker Activision Blizzard. The FTC has claimed the tie-up would hurt consumers and the video game industry. Microsoft has pledged to keep Activision's Call of Duty available on Sony's PlayStation console for 10 years and make it available for Nintendo Switch and some cloud gaming platforms. The deal faces a July 18th deadline to close and still must get regulatory approval in the UK. Meta is preparing to release a commercial version of its AI model, allowing businesses and startups to build custom software on top of the technology. The Financial Times reports the move will let Meta compete with OpenAI and Google, which are surging ahead in the race to develop generative AI. Meta has been working on AI research and development for more than a decade, but has been lagging the field after ChatGPT was released in November, spurring other big tech companies to launch similar products. And Krispy Kreme has a deal for its birthday. Tomorrow, the chain is giving customers the chance to grab a dozen original glazed donuts for just 86 cents with the purchase of any other dozen at regular price. Krispy Kreme was founded 86 years ago in 1937. Customers can get up to 4 dozen donuts with the deal when you buy in store. Online, customers are limited to just 1 dozen at the special price. If you want to access the offer online, you can use the code 86years at checkout. I did look it up. A dozen glazed donuts is usually $17, so this is a pretty good deal.
Yeah, that's a lot of donuts, though, so please share with other people. Don't keep them all for yourself.
86 cents. That's pretty awesome.
Thank you, Pippa. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much. All right, well, just a month and a half left in the summer travel season. Many people already have their vacation plans set.
I would hope so, but a growing number of rental homes in formerly popular hotspots are sitting unusually empty. Mark Elwood is a travel expert and friend of the show. He joins us now with more. So what is behind this? It doesn't seem like fewer people are traveling. Is it that they're going to different places?
Yeah.
What's the deal?
See, I love it. I mean, you've teed me up beautifully. It's the classic thing of supply and demand. Money was very cheap, so people bought more homes, and we saw a big influx of rentals onto Airbnb. 1.3 million on average available in America in 2022. Biggest number, up 20% on the previous year. But Americans are going overseas. The numbers of Americans traveling overseas in Q1 this year, much higher than in 2019, which was a banner year. So you're seeing supply and demand really out of whack.
And I'm trying to think, remember early days of the pandemic, like the ultimate vacation was like going like an hour away to someone else's home. You're like, oh, yay.
Absolutely. So where are these deals to be found? Certain locations, as well as where can you actually book them?
I mean, look, you're going to see better prices if you do a vacation home at the moment, because exactly other people are going overseas. And I would look at last-minute bookings. The way we travel has really changed. You'll see that travel agents, travel specialists will consistently say that people are traveling much more on a whim. They're not booking 6 months ahead. So I'd look, if you really want to go to the shore and you think, gosh, I bet there's not going to be any availability, I bet there'll be some last-minute deals.
So if you are a traveler, it's good to have better choices, perhaps cheaper choices. But I have to imagine this is not good for the vacation rental market.
Yeah, I was going to say, some people watching are thinking, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? I have a rental home. I think, look, it is going to stabilize the market. We saw a big influx of new owners. For all the reasons we've talked about, the pandemic made renting someone's house incredibly desirable. We wanted that experience. I think we will see people pulling back and saying, gosh, I'm not making money out of this. I might do a long-term tenant. And I think the market will stabilize. So bargains for a little while, and then I think it will normalize. Airbnb is becoming a little bit more of a functional company. It made a profit in 2022. I think we're seeing it come to rest where it was supposed to be.
Yeah, it got a little crazy there when you were trying to be the renter. Is it Airbnb, VRBO, places like that people should be looking? Where should you check for these deals?
Absolutely. Look, I would always look on those platforms because remember, you do not want to go online to a random site and wire people money. The reason you use VRBO and Airbnb is because they will guarantee all of the financial transactions. So look for the deals there.
All right. Mark Elwood, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Great to see you as always.
Coming up, we have got the latest on the breaking news overnight out of Hollywood.
Yeah, the deadline has passed to avoid a major actor strike, and now that union is one step closer to walking off the job. We'll dig into what happens next and what it means for some of your favorite movies and TV shows. Stay with us.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, people excited about viewing two beautiful natural phenomena are going to have to wait a little longer. The Northern Lights, which were expected to be visible, look how beautiful that is, in more than a dozen states, were mostly not seen, unfortunately. And Manhattanhenge didn't happen yesterday evening. That's what this picture is. Because it was cloudy. That is the phenomenon when the sun aligns itself perfectly with the Manhattan grid's east and west streets, making for a great photo. Well, the good news is that if you are in Manhattan at sunset today, you've got one more chance to see that. And our own Michelle Grossman said you should be able to see something in the 8 p.m. hour when it's only partly cloudy. Joe, I'm going to admit I lived in New York for like a decade now. I never really got this. I feel like a lot of times it looks that beautiful, but this is like special. So I don't know, maybe I'll go try to check it out.
It's extra special. It's really interesting. The new Broadway musical, New York, New York, actually features that in a key moment, which is really cool.
Oh, that is
Feels
cool.
like such a New York
moment. It's right before our bedtime, the 8 p.m. hour, so we could check it out.
We can try. All right. Let's meet up and do that. Thanks, Savannah. All right, film and TV actors could be on the picket line by the end of the day today. The contract for SAG-AFTRA, the actors union, expired at midnight, and the group was unable to reach an agreement with Hollywood's top studios. Overnight, the union's negotiating committee voted unanimously to strike. Later today, the union's national board will decide whether to order that strike. It is a decision that could effectively shut down Hollywood. This morning, no deal. Both sides announcing actors and Hollywood studios did not meet their midnight deadline for an agreement.
This is the equivalent of pressing a button on a nuclear bomb in Hollywood.
160,000 actors could soon walk off the set, bringing Hollywood to an abrupt halt. The Actors Union saying the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers, quote, remains unwilling to offer a fair deal, while the association representing the studio says it is deeply disappointed, adding, this is the union's choice, not ours. Over the past few months, dozens of A-list actors have hit the picket lines to show their support for striking WGA writers and spoken out on the red carpet.
I believe in unions. I believe in labor. I believe in representation.
Well, the writers' strike has already halted production of most scripted shows. Without actors, many more films and TV shows would go dark.
You're going to start to see significant layoffs throughout Hollywood because of this.
Hollywood insiders say while money is at the root of the labor dispute, it's not the only sticking point. The Actors Union is also looking for more residuals for streaming content and protections against the use of AI-generated content in film and TV shows. This morning, the studios say they offered historic pay and residual increases in a groundbreaking AI proposal that protects actors' digital likenesses. But the Actors Union is calling the studio's proposals insulting and disrespectful. Overnight, the Oppenheimer stars weighing in at their London premiere.
We got to get what we're worth, and there's money being made, and it needs to be allocated in a way that takes care of people who are on the margins.
Guild President Fran Drescher told Today last month they're prepared to hold out for a fair deal.
It's a very different industry, and with streaming and digital, it's really, really important that it become restructured to complement what it is now.
We should mention that NBC Universal's parent company, Comcast, is part of the AMPTP. That's the Producers Alliance. Also, some members of the news division are members of the SAG-AFTRA union. By the way, the union is going to hold a press conference 3 p.m. Eastern today to announce if that strike has been ordered.
Lots to hear then this afternoon.
Exactly. All right, nominations. We're going to talk about TV now. For the 75th Annual Primetime Emmy Awards were announced. Huge day for HBO with 2 of their shows taking the top 2 spots.
However, with these 2 strikes going on in Hollywood, organizers aren't quite sure how the show will go on. Chris Witherspoon is an NBC entertainment contributor and founder of Pop Viewers, and he is joining us on set with all of the details we love when you're here. Chris, it's great to see you.
Crazy morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, there's a lot to cover.
A little bit of entertainment news.
Yeah. Okay, I guess let's start with the good news part of this, Emmys. Tell us about who took most nominations.
It's a really big night, or yesterday, a big morning for streamers. Succession got 27 nominations. It's their final season, 4th and final season. The Last of Us, 24 nominations. The White Lotus, my favorite show, 23 nominations. And then Ted Lasso also for their farewell season, 21 nominations. And Succession also made history. It's the first time that a series has 3 actors nominated for the lead actor category. So Brian Cox, Jeremy Strong, Kieran Culkin, and that show just took my breath away this season.
Oh, yeah.
Phenomenal.
It was so good.
It really was. Oh, some of those episodes, so much drama.
Oh, my God, so many twists and turns. I mean, no spoiler, I can't give it away.
Yeah, exactly.
I almost did.
Well, hopefully you've seen it by now.
Hopefully.
Yeah, things were ruined for me long ago, so if you haven't seen it, you already know what happened.
So were there any surprises, maybe even some snubs in the list
I think
this
a big
year?
surprise is this show on Freevee called Jury Duty. A lot of folks haven't watched this show. It's so hilarious, but that was nominated for Outstanding Comedy. Kind of reminds me of when the Schitt's Creek TV series kind of came from nowhere and began getting Emmy nominations. Also, some big snubs. Yellowstone, most watched show on TV, you guys, still has not been nominated for any major acting category categories or any major award for like drama. It's so crazy. Also, Helen Mirren and Harrison Ford were snubbed. These icons in Hollywood snubbed for their show in 1923. It's a prequel series to Yellowstone. Then also Poker Face and Steve Martin and Selena Gomez from the series Only Murders in the Building were also snubbed.
That's a little surprising. I mean, the Emmy voters just have something against Yellowstone. We did the story a year ago about how they got totally
snubbed. And the crazy part, that is where the viewers are. People are watching this show, and it's actually very highbrow drama. So very shocking.
There's also, that's an interesting one, because there's drama in the real world.
Oh, come on. Sip my water on that one.
Ooh, oh my gosh. All right, Ray Liotta, let's talk about this. Emotional here.
So this show, Blackbird, phenomenal. So limited series on Apple TV. If you haven't watched it, please watch it.
Good.
He got a
you told me to watch that.
A posthumous outstanding best supporting actor nomination. He died last May, as you guys can all recall, an icon in TV. So this should be huge for him.
Yeah, and so well deserved. I mean, we just said it here. You have to see Blackbird if you haven't already.
Oh my God!
On the edge of my seat,
on the edge of your seat, like in a way that's like it's not like so scary the whole time, like something's gonna jump out at you, but it's just like so well done.
Brilliant acting. The prisoners are just like so brilliant. Yeah.
All right, so we have to talk about the strike that's going on now because you can't really
what strike?
promote. Yeah, I know. You can't promote your films during the strike.
You could be asking which strike.
That is true.
We saw the Tonys had to deal with this. They got a special permission, but there was no writing in the show. Emmys are, mid-September. What could the show look like?
Yeah, so we might not have the show. I mean, I think that the show can't go on because to really show up, you have to be permitted to promote your work. And right now, as an actor, you cannot promote your work. And that's part of what these Emmys are about, is campaigning for a month and a half to get in front of Emmy voters, doing these special screenings, doing press for the Today Show, coming here and doing press, and you can't do that if the strike happens.
And if you don't have the writers, if they're still on strike, then you can't write the show that's going to be put on.
Very awkward.
And so that creates a lot of issues for that.
And you said the last time that was the case was what?
So the last time we've had both the writers and the actors on strike together, it was 1960. So the New York Times made a point. That's when Marilyn Monroe was in.
Oh my God! And Ronald Reagan was the president of SAG in 1960.
Yeah,
which is also very interesting.
Oh my goodness!
So it's been more than 60 years. So it will bring Hollywood to a standstill. Shows that we would expect to see this fall, almost certainly we're not going to see.
And billions of
next
dollars
year.
lost in the economy in Los Angeles and also Atlanta, which is a huge hub. Yeah, already billions have been lost.
Huge
so many people just without jobs, without paychecks. It's pretty wild. All right.
Should be crazy.
Chris Witherspoon, thank you very much. Lots to cover this morning. You did great.
It's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news, of course, continues right now. Stay with us. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us this Thursday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, support and solidarity. President Biden is in the newest NATO state of Finland this morning. He's attempting to further bolster the theme of unity that has been echoed throughout the alliance's summit this week. It comes after a productive meeting with Ukraine's President Zelensky yesterday, as the war-torn nation seeks a firmer timeline for when it can join NATO. More on their discussion and what it could mean for the future of the war. A triple threat of extreme weather, a possible twister seen touching down near Chicago's O'Hare Airport, devastating floods forcing Northeasterners to pick up the pieces with even more rain on the way today. Plus, that unrelenting heat dome is now expanding, affecting millions of Americans this morning, and the calls for federal help are growing louder this morning. We've got team coverage on what you can expect as you head out the door. Also this morning, cautious optimism. We're going to bring you a closer look at how artificial intelligence is reshaping the world of modern medicine. Well, the advances are promising. The new tech won't be replacing your doctor anytime soon. And we are flipping the script this morning with a true triple threat. They are a writer, actor, and musician, bringing gender fluidity into the spotlight. Looking forward to bringing you that conversation live. If you're a fan of the show Younger.
Oh, yes.
One of the stars of that show
I love that show.
All right, we're going to begin this hour with the latest out of President Biden's European visit.
Yeah, this morning the president is meeting with leaders of the Nordic countries in Finland. Earlier, the president sat down with his Finnish counterpart to formally welcome NATO's newest member. The trip comes on the heels of yesterday's meeting you're seeing here on your screen with Ukraine's President Zelensky in Lithuania. The talks focused, of course, on long-term support to Ukraine in its war with Russia, but was overshadowed by tensions over Kyiv's path toward NATO membership. We will hear from defense priorities military expert Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis in just a few moments. But before that, let's get to NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander, who joins us from Helsinki. Hi, Peter. Good morning.
Good day to you from here in Finland. President Biden is punctuating his European trip with today's stop in Helsinki, a victory lap of sorts, formally welcoming the 31st country into the NATO alliance after this week paving the way for Sweden's membership as well. Both countries, with their strong militaries, had avoid taking sides so as not to provoke Russia right next door. This morning, President Biden standing in solidarity with NATO's newest member, Finland, after celebrating a harsh rebuke to Russian President Vladimir Putin while celebrating the expanded strength of NATO.
Putin still wrongly believes that he can outlast Ukraine. And even after all this time, Putin still doubts our staying power. He's still making a bad bet.
The U.S. is by far Ukraine's biggest backer, but President Biden is walking a fine line as he does not believe Ukraine should be admitted to join NATO until after the war. The president in the former Soviet state of Lithuania warning of a long fight for freedom. It follows a new round of attacks on Kyiv, where Ukraine's air defenses fended off what Ukrainian officials said were Iranian-made drones. Earlier, the president met with Ukraine's President Zelensky, who arrived at the summit expressing anger at NATO's refusal to set a concrete timeline for Ukraine's membership, but left seemingly satisfied by the leader's long-term security commitments.
I think at the end of summit, we had great unity from our leaders.
President Biden's facing criticism for the U.S.'s commitment to deliver Ukraine cluster bombs that are banned by more than 100 countries, including many NATO nations, because those weapons pose a threat to civilians. Zelensky defended the move.
And I didn't hear from all the, parts of the world when Russia began to use it.
This stop comes almost 5 years to the day after former President Trump huddled with Putin here in Helsinki, saying he believed Putin's denials about Russia's election interference over the assessments of America's intelligence agencies. Not far from here, Russia is watching President Biden's trip closely, overnight responding to the NATO summit, accusing the leaders of, quote, Cold War schemes. President Biden heads home to Washington later today after holding a news conference here in Helsinki. Back to you.
All right, Peter, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis. Now, good to have you with us. So I want to start with some of the tensions we saw brewing between Ukraine and Western allies at yesterday's NATO meeting. We heard separately from Britain's defense secretary and the White House National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, that Ukraine ought to show more gratitude for the support it's getting. That appeared to be in response to the anger we saw expressed by President Zelensky over the lack of a timetable to join NATO. What do you make of those comments? Were you surprised they were made publicly?
Yeah, I got to say I was a little bit surprised that they were made publicly because behind the scenes in about the 5 to 6 days prior to this conference, many people at the highest levels in NATO were working with Zelensky and his administration to say, look, we're going to give you a lot of things. We're going to give you more weapons and ammunition, but there's not going to be a firm deadline given to you for an application to NATO. So don't come in and make a big issue because we're trying to show unity and we want togetherness. And it looks like that Zelensky tried to play that at the last minute to try to change the term by trying to play on some of his star power that he's been having by making these claims that he wants a firm deadline and a firm date. And NATO is just not going to give in on that. And rightly so, because, look, there's no way that a country that is at war with a nuclear power is going to be given entry into a NATO with Article 5 guarantees. And he should have known that. I don't think it was a good play for Zelensky, and I think he was a bit humbled by it, it looks like.
We know Russia, of course, sees NATO's eastward expansion as an existential threat. I mean, do you think Ukraine should be admitted to NATO after the war is over? Is there any risk to global stability even doing it that?
Well, the United States has to be very clear-eyed on this. We need to do everything in our power to keep our current alliance system safe and our country safe. The fact is that American interests are not synonymous with Kiev's interests. And, of course, they want in, and it makes perfect sense that they want it in NATO. But our security would be put at more risk because of the Article 5 guarantees to a country that is very much antagonistic with its neighbor. So I don't think that whether this war is over now or later, or that the NATO entrance is going to be granted to Ukraine, because number one, they're not even going to qualify by our own standards of having all their internal disputes resolved. They've been at civil war since 2014, and their border disputes resolved. So unless there's a complete peace between the two, then maybe you can talk about it. But that is so far in the future that it's just not rational in the near term.
As we've been talking about all morning, President Biden is in Finland for the Nordic summit. What kind of role do you see that country playing as the newest NATO member, and also Sweden as an incoming member?
Yeah, militarily, they're not that big of a power. They have some capability, but in terms of the overall NATO military power, it doesn't really add a lot to it. But it does add a lot of political stability, and it expands the unity, within Europe towards NATO. So in that regard, it does strengthen the alliance diplomatically and politically, but it doesn't do a lot militarily. And Biden's trying to do things to continue to advance American interests, especially in the Arctic and with some AI and some other issues that are of mutual benefit up there.
All right, Lieutenant Colonel Davis, as always, thanks for your expertise. We appreciate it. Now to the extreme weather across the country. First, that dangerous record-breaking heat that is now expanding across the West and the South. July on track to be the hottest month in U.S. history. People are sweating it out as those triple-digit temperatures drag on for another week.
This morning, 81 million people are under heat alerts, and that heat dome is expanding with the extreme heat stretching all the way up to the Northeast now. In Vermont, though, folks, they are anxiously watching those receding floodwaters. Although water levels are going down, a new round of rain could create more flooding, further complicating, of course, what could be a long road to recovery for communities. We have a team covering all this extreme weather for you this morning. We're going to begin with NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman here in studio with us with the forecast. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there. And yeah, we're looking at a lot of big stories across the country. One being that heat dome still in place, bringing that dangerous record-breaking heat. Will continue to do so because that heat dome is not budging. We're looking from the west to the south central states into the southeast, even up the east coast. We're really warm today. Then we have the flooding concerns, the severe risk. We have a wavy cold front that's from the northeast all the way to portions of the plains, the Rockies. We're looking at that heat and humidity combining with that cold front. That's going to trigger some storms, and some could be severe with really gusty winds, large hail, the chance for tornadoes. And then look what happens as we go throughout tomorrow. Nothing really changes. We're still stuck. We have that traffic jam in the atmosphere. So still really dangerous heat throughout the west into the south central states. Severe storms once again in the plains, and that flooding risk continues in portions of New England, the Northeast, and also rain to the southeast. So sort of a repeat performance. Same story on Saturday. Heat wave back to the west, to the south central states. Storms likely from the Midwest to the Tennessee Valley and to the southeast, up through the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, New England. Once again, we're going to be soggy. We're so soggy in portions of New England where we had that flooding earlier this week. And then looking towards Sunday, the same story. Nothing changes over the next 4 days. Record highs still in the west and the south central states, and still rain stuck from New England, the Mid-Atlantic, into portions of the Carolinas, and also the Gulf Coast states into the southeast. So first, starting with the severe weather risk, because we're looking at the chance for really gusty winds. 22 million people at risk for winds over 65 miles per hour. Could see some damaging hail. Could be baseball-sized hail. That's going to cause damage on its own. The winds could bring down some power lines, also some trees. The likeliest spot would be where you see this yellow. That includes Burlington to Binghamton, Pittsburgh, down to Cincinnati, and just west of D.C. So D.C., you could see some strong thunderstorms later on today. Now, taking a look at radar, we do have some storms down to the south, but we're looking at this cluster here where we have some very heavy rain into the Great Lakes. This is just getting going. As we go throughout time here, we're going to see that wavy front kind of move a little bit, and we're going to see the trigger for some thunderstorms, and that could drop a lot of rain in a short amount of times. So we could see some flooding once again in those places that were hit hard earlier this week. That means any rain that falls, we could see 1, 2, 3, even up to 5 inches of rain in some spots, has nowhere to go. The streams, the creeks, the rivers are so high, the ground is so saturated, so any rain that falls will be some runoff. So here we do have some flood watches. That includes portions of eastern Northeast, the Great Lakes, into portions of New England. And we're also looking at the chance for flash flooding. We don't typically see moderate risk. We had a high risk on Monday in portions of Vermont. We're going to see moderate risk today, where you see that hot pink color. So parts of New York, parts of Vermont, and also New Hampshire, we're looking at rainfall rates of 2 inches or greater, and that's going to continue as we go throughout tomorrow. Remember, we're stuck in this pattern where we're going to see rainfall rates of up to 1 inch on those very saturated grounds. Rainfall amounts where you see these brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows, that's where we're looking at the chance for the heaviest rain. So again, 1, 2, 3 inches of rain, that's enough, but some thunderstorms could produce locally up to 5 inches of rain. And notice it's a lot of the Northeast into portions of the Mid-Atlantic. That includes Philadelphia as well. We could see some airports interrupted, some roadways interrupted. Heat alerts, 84 million people at risk, stretching from the northwest to the southwest, the south central states into the southeast. Temperatures soaring once again into the triple digits, breaking records, dangerous, unrelenting heat. 115 in Palm Springs, 106 in Tucson, and 109 in Midland. Today, tomorrow, and also throughout. Really next week, and we can say beyond that, I'm sure.
You say we're stuck in this pattern. We're really stuck.
We have been stuck for so long. It just won't budge.
It really won't. Michelle, thank you.
We're going to continue our coverage of the extreme weather now with more on those dangerously high temperatures. Phoenix is just one of the cities baking in the heat. The city's temperature, it's already past 90 degrees this morning. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is there.
No way! Overnight tornadoes touching down in Chicago. Dramatic funnels forming over the city.
Look at this. Look. Right here. Right there. See it spinning up? That's it. Yeah. That's it. Look at that spinning up there. Right in front of you.
Clouds gathering over Lake Michigan, and passengers left stranded at Chicago O'Hare. It's part of the extreme weather coast to coast. For more than 100 million Americans, it's already a scorching summer, with oppressive heat gripping much of the south and southwest.
It's 100 and too many.
A heat dome is responsible for consecutive days of record triple-digit temps, testing the limits of first responders. In Phoenix, firefighters are bracing for a sweltering 115-degree day, marking 2 weeks at or above 110.
We have deaths inside of homes within the city of Phoenix, and to us, that's just unacceptable.
The inside of Maria Larumbe Cruz's trailer feels like an oven. You spend all day here. Lucky. This room, cooled by an air conditioning unit, is her only refuge. But she says it's a struggle to pay her monthly bill. California, Texas, and Florida are also hitting record-setting highs. Residents doing what they can to stay safe and cool.
We are taking breaks as much as possible in the air conditioning.
El Paso is expected to continue its hot streak with a record 28 days at 100 degrees or hotter, while Miami hit a record high at 97 degrees, with a heat index over 100 for 31 days and counting. With extreme heat not considered a FEMA disaster, states are left to fend for themselves, something politicians on both sides of the aisle want to change.
It's a national problem.
The push for help coming as the whole country weathers a summer of baking heat and intense storms.
Our thanks to Aaron McLaughlin for that report.
Well, now let's get to NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren in Vermont, where they are cleaning up from this historic flooding earlier this week. It looks like by the hood it might be raining again there. Hi, Kristen. Good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Yeah, the hood just went up. We're just getting a little bit of drizzle at this point, but it could get much more severe as we go through the day. We're here in Hardwick at the Inn by the River, and this, for me, may be one of the most enduring images of this storm. Take a look at this hotel. Half of it just washed away by the river. And this isn't just a hotel. This was somebody's dream. The owners bought this. They fixed it up. This was going to be their retirement, and now it is a total loss.
Residents in Vermont bracing for more heavy rain today as the state's governor urges everyone to stay vigilant.
This may not be over. With rain in the forecast and nowhere for it to go, we could see waters rise again.
FEMA helping organize disaster efforts, with the National Guard ready to mobilize if there's more flooding.
We're just staging in locations to be ready and prepared to respond.
As widespread devastation from the catastrophic flooding sets in for so many living here.
What is it like to come home to find this? It's devastating, absolutely devastating. I have no words. We just need help.
That desperation echoed in towns across the state, with lifetimes of memories now irreparably damaged in just days.
We're going to lose the stuff that means the most to us. But we have our cats and we have each other.
Murky floodwaters still filling many streets. Others lined with piles of debris and mud as residents start assessing the damage.
What do you do? I mean, you scrape it up. Where do you put it?
It's a long road ahead for business owners in downtown Montpelier.
It's a big mess.
But local officials are now cautiously optimistic as the Wrightsville Dam and other state rivers have started to recede.
All rivers are expected to be below flood stage within the next 24 hours.
And communities begin to rebuild.
We will definitely come back from this.
And so And so as you look at the damage here, you can also see how far the river has fallen from all the way, up here on the banks down. And so that really is the hope as we go through the next couple of days here, that they have fallen enough, that the rivers and tributaries have enough room for that new water to go to. Joe?
Kristen, hey, Kristen, it's Savannah. What a dramatic image with that inn behind you. Just heartbreaking to see. Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much.
A murder suspect is in custody this morning after police in Tennessee say he fatally shot a well-respected hand surgeon at an orthopedic clinic where he worked. Police are calling the shooting a targeted attack. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from Collierville, Tennessee with the latest. Blaine, good morning.
Well, Joe, good morning to you. That suspect is set to go before a judge later this morning. Right now, he's being held right here on a $1.2 million bond. Now, police are still investigating this entire incident, but they say so far it appears the shooter had one focus, his doctor.
At a doctor's clinic just outside of Memphis, the emergency calls came within moments.
We're in the northwest corner building, room C2, Charlie 2. Jimmy doctor down 2 rounds, looks like to the chest.
When police arrived, they found Dr. Benjamin Mock shot several times, killed in his own exam room. The shooter, police say, was his patient, 29-year-old Larry Pickens, arrested within minutes just outside the building.
He was armed. He was not carrying the gun to use it, but he had it on his person.
Police say Pickens had been in the office for several hours and that he was there to be treated. According to an affidavit obtained by NBC affiliate station WMC, a nurse recognized Pickens from previous visits to the clinic. She says she was inside the room where Pickens was being treated and saw him remove a pistol from his waistband and fire 3 rounds at Dr. Mock.
Was he targeting this doctor specifically?
What we know is that there was a one-on-one confrontation. He didn't attempt to shoot anyone else that we're aware of at this point. Once he shot the doctor, then he left the building.
Mock was recently featured in Memphis Magazine as one of the city's top doctors. A prominent orthopedic surgeon, he specialized in hand and wrist surgery. Just last week, he spoke with our affiliate about firework safety.
If any kid's hand's saved, in my standpoint, it's worth it.
Mock also served at a local children's hospital. In an email to employees, the hospital's interim president writes, "Ben was a friend to so many of us, a beloved colleague, and a dedicated physician to so many patients." Evelyn Mitchell-Irby was one of those patients. She received 2 hand surgeries from Dr. Mock.
He was an amazing person, and this world will definitely be different without him. He will definitely be missed.
Now, in addition to serving the community, Dr. Mock is being remembered as a loving husband and a father. In fact, everyone we spoke to stressed just how dedicated he was to his family. Now, as for that suspect, he's facing charges of first-degree murder and aggravated assault. Joe.
All right, Blaine, thank you so much.
Well, disgraced actor Kevin Spacey is back in a London courtroom today as the sexual assault trial against him continues. The former Hollywood superstar is facing 12 charges, including sexual and indecent assault and causing a person to engage in penetrative sexual activity without consent. The 4 victims in the case say the alleged incidents happened between 2001 and 2013. Now, Spacey has pleaded not guilty and denies all charges. If convicted, Spacey will likely face jail time. NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us from outside the court in London with more on today's trial. Hey, Ali, good morning. So I understand that the prosecution just wrapped up its case yesterday. Tell us the details the jury heard from that side.
Hi, good morning, Savannah. That's right. The prosecution finished its closing arguments yesterday, and they heard from the accusers. And they painted a very sordid picture of Kevin Spacey, this Hollywood star, calling him a vile sexual predator. One of the accusers that can't be named for legal reasons, an aspiring actor, said that he had contacted Kevin Spacey. Kevin Spacey had got in touch with him. He met up with Kevin Spacey, went to his his flat, smoked marijuana with him, and then he alleges that Kevin Spacey had drugged him, that he passed out, only to wake up a few hours later to find Kevin Spacey performing oral sex on him. He said the whole experience was deeply traumatizing and has changed his life. We heard from somebody else who said that they were in a car with Kevin Spacey when Kevin Spacey suddenly violently grabbed his genitals, saying that the car almost swerved off the road and crashed. So these are some very serious allegations that have been made against Kevin Spacey, but he's in court today defending himself. He's saying that all of these accusations that are being made against him are either not true or the sexual relations he had with people were consensual. So it's really going to boil down to who the jury believes, the people that are accusing him or Kevin Spacey.
So, Ali, I know now the defense, as you're saying, starts presenting its case today. First, do we know how long that's going to take or what we're going to hear and any chance of actually hearing from Spacey?
Well, yeah, that's right. The defense started today. The prosecution took about 2 weeks, so it would be fair to assume that the defense will probably take the same amount of time. And yes, Kevin Spacey showed up today. This is the first time he's giving evidence. He's in the dock, which is a glass box in the middle of the courtroom, and he seemed very relaxed, Savannah. He came in, he joked with the court guard, he sat down, he seemed calm. He started giving evidence. He spoke about his time here in London and how he's such an Anglophile and how he was so committed to the theatre, the Old Vic that he was working at. So he's obviously trying to gain some sort of rapport with the jury, and this will go on for the next couple of weeks.
And Ali, what sort of prison term would Spacey face if he's found guilty?
Well, on the lesser charges, he could get away with a very heavy fine. But that very serious charge of causing somebody to engage in sexual penetration without consent, that could hold a 19-year prison sentence. So that's the most serious one. And I guess, you know, that's what the prosecution is more focused on. And this is what Kevin Spacey is saying, that this was just all consensual.
All right, Ali Arouzi, thank you so much.
Coming up later this hour on Morning News Now, our chat with a talented writer, actor, and musician who's flipping the script by bringing gender fluidity to your streaming screen. Stick around for my conversation with Nico Tortorella.
But first, it's not just the U.S. that's dealing with an unrelenting heat wave. Europe also experiencing sky-high temperatures that could soon break records. We'll take you there.
now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As we've been talking about all morning, millions of Americans are suffering through extreme heat here in America. But we're not the only ones dealing with high temperatures. Europe is once again seeing a heat wave of its own this summer. NBC's Claudio Lavanga has more on that from Rome.
Well, Italian meteorologists have got this bad habit of giving scary names to heat waves. Well, this time it's called Cerberus, like the three-headed monster featured in Dante's Inferno. Now, I don't know how hot Dante imagined his Inferno to be, but this is quite close. I'm sure it is. It's only 10 o'clock in the morning here in Rome, and it's already over 90 degrees Fahrenheit. It's bound to be to get worse, of course, and the humidity doesn't help. It feels even warmer. Later in the week, the forecast is that the temperature will reach something like 114 degrees. Now, Rome is one of the 10 cities across Italy that is on high heat alert. That means that the vulnerable people like the elderly are advised to stay home in the hottest hours of the day, just stay away from the sun. And they should take that warning seriously, because at least according to a report published on Nature magazine, there were 18,000 people who died in Italy alone last year because of the heat. That is the highest death toll in the whole of Europe. This year we already have the first confirmed victim. He's a 44-year-old worker who was painting zebra crossings on the street when he collapsed because of the heat, and then he later died. Of course, Italy is not the only country in Europe that is suffering from the heat wave. Spain and Greece are reporting similar temperatures, with Greece even banning access to nature reserves and forests to prevent wildfires, and opening up public buildings, air-conditioned public buildings, so that people can find some shelter from the heat. In the meantime, here in Rome, people are cooling down by going to get some water from the water fountains dotted all across the city. But not every city in Europe, of course, has the advantage of water fountains that are free and accessible to people.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
From Europe to here in the U.S., all this extreme heat is not just creating dangerous conditions for people.
It's also having a big impact on the crops farmers plant and ultimately the food you put on your table. Alexis Rossellis joins us now. He's an associate professor of agroecology at the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. Alexis, thank you so much for joining us this morning. So tell us, what challenges are farmers facing? How is the heat impacting crops this year? And then, you know, obviously down the line, what does that mean for consumers?
Morning. Well, you know, heat is one of those things that is a factor that plants and humans have to deal with. We heard from you that heat, well, so do plants. And one of the strategies that plants have to deal with heat is to use more water. And so this is one of the big challenges, is farmers often who deal with extreme heat don't necessarily have access to water and have different ways of dealing with that heat. The plants and the crops suffer. So a lot of farmers are seeing decreased yields because of the increasing heat and the decreasing access to water.
You know, Professor, farming is a difficult business. Growing seasons are unpredictable. So how do farmers adapt when there's a heat wave like this one that we're seeing in the South and the Southwest?
Well, you know, some farmers are, like the farmers here in Texas, are kind of used to extreme heat, but it's really hard to prepare a really prolonged period and unusual extreme heat, right? So the extra 10 degrees temperature is something that's very difficult to prepare for. Sometimes you just got to keep your fingers crossed and pray for rain.
On the other end of the spectrum, rather than just extreme heat, we also see things like heavy rain that can also impact farmers' crops. In fact, in India, we know that they're going through this tomato crisis specifically because of that type of weather there. How does that ultimately impact the availability of tomatoes and the prices that we're going to pay here in the U.S.?
Well, we have a global market. Tomato farmers in India have the same challenges that tomato farmers in the United States do. There's just a certain threshold that some plants have. And when you exceed that threshold, they suffer. And of course, when you have a decreasing supply all around the country and the world, the prices go up. And so, I'm not surprised to hear that India is having those challenges. We have in the United States, and the prices all around the world will go up because of the way we trade our food.
All right, Alexis Rossellas, thank you very much for joining us.
Coming up, nope, it's not you yet. There's still no winner to that estimated $875 million Powerball fortune. We've got your odds of taking home one of America's largest jackpots ever after the break.
But first, it's definitely shaking up the world of modern medicine. But is artificial intelligence as intelligent as we think it is? We will take you behind the tech after this.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with our ongoing series, AI Revolution. Today we're taking a look at how artificial intelligence is shaking up the healthcare world.
One study even finds that AI may have better bedside manners than some doctors. I definitely believe that. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward is here with more on this. And Jake, I love talking about some of the medical applications. It seems like one of these things that can maybe give us more hope than fear when it comes to AI. Good to see you. Hi.
Yeah, good to see you as well. You know, it is a great use of AI. I mean, the potential for medical breakthroughs using AI is staggering, and we are already seeing it in action across all sorts of specialties, from skin cancer detection to stroke treatment to heart failure. But as with every area AI is used in, there is, of course, plenty of misinformation out there, even as the technology improves by leaps and bounds. As artificial intelligence begins to reshape everything from schoolwork to art, it's poised to transform your visit to the doctor, too.
I can attach the smartphone here
wow.
and then capture a picture. You can see how...
In Stanford's dermatology clinic, doctors are testing new AI technology that can help spot skin cancer. In a future iteration of this, it would, in theory, give you back a result pretty quickly?
Exactly, within seconds.
The technology is already in use in the UK, where its maker, Skin Analytics, says it has detected 99% of the cancers it's seen in the last year. In the U.S., it's now awaiting FDA approval. Dr. Roberto Novoa, who is testing the system at Stanford, points out the need for something like this is enormous.
Across the country, there are extremely long wait periods for dermatologists, ranging from 3 months to 6 months, 7 months.
And so, in theory, there is tremendous need for either more dermatologists or, in this case, maybe a technology that helps fill in for the lack of them.
We see thousands of cases in a year, and it's always in the back of my mind, what am I missing?
But Dr. Novoa says it's not clear yet whether we can trust this system in all cases.
I want to see it on a variety of different skin types. We have good evidence showing that these algorithms can underperform in skin of color.
They might miss cancer in a non-white patient.
Exactly.
A work in progress in some clinics, but the rush to work AI into medical care is on. At the Mayo Clinic in Jacksonville, Florida, an AI algorithm analyzes CAT scan images and points doctors to the trouble spots in the brains of stroke victims.
This CAT scan and automated AI technology will show you exactly that map of brain area at risk down to the pixel level.
Dr. David Freeman says it saved time and brain cells for 28-year-old Raymond Rowe, who came in unable to move one side of his body.
What the AI was able to do with the CAT scan information is very rapidly save at least 15 minutes of time, and to equate that, for every minute in stroke, it's 1.9 million neurons lost per minute.
Raymond is now fully recovered thanks to that quick treatment.
I have a lot more appreciation towards them and a lot more trust in technology now, because if you would have told me, if I never had a stroke, you would have told me, we're going to let AI work on you, my answer is like, no.
At Cincinnati Children's Hospital, AI predicts signs of mental crisis in young people. And researchers at the Mayo Clinic use AI to detect early signs of heart failure, using an electrocardiogram on an Apple Watch. But while AI could make all sorts of medical breakthroughs possible, there's a lot of misinformation you got to watch out for. ChatGPT often makes things up, even though it sounds like an expert. Even the researchers at the cutting edge of AI technology say it is still a tool, not a replacement for human medical expertise.
I don't see this technology replacing doctors. Really, the great power in this is we're helping augment their abilities naturally to help the patient.
And with AI chatbots growing increasingly popular, we should say here that companies like Microsoft, Google, and OpenAI all do acknowledge that their chatbots can make things up, but they are working to fix the so-called hallucinations.
Oh, thank goodness.
right.
Like I said in the intro, it's good to hear a good news, for the most part, AI story in terms of really
application
positive applications.
of a statistical pattern recognition system.
And you're the one who knows also all the bad things. So when you tell us good things,
I'm into this one. I like this one. I like this one.
All right,
Thank you,
Jake
guys.
Ward, thank you so much. Great to have you on set. Well, if you are starting your morning today by checking your Powerball lottery ticket, I'm sorry if we're the first faces you're seeing, and I'm now the bearer of bad news that you did not win the jackpot.
It's not because we looked at your ticket at home. We just know no one won. No one matched all 6 numbers in last night's $746 million drawing. That means the next drawing, it's Saturday night. It's now skyrocketed to an estimated $875 million. Wow. And not to be outdone, you got Friday's Mega Millions jackpot. That one's worth a mere $560 million.
Don't even buy a ticket for that one.
Yeah,
then.
NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now from a bodega here in New York. Emily, so what is the mood like at the convenience store? Are folks excited to play again Friday and Saturday?
Yeah, absolutely. They have options here. This place is buzzing with excitement, so much excitement that people literally started buying tickets here at 4 a.m. this morning. And I'm going to be among those testing my luck. $2 to get a Powerball ticket. My friend Ken here is going to help me out. 1 Powerball ticket, please. And we're going to do quick picks. So essentially, I'm not really doing any work on my part. But keep in mind, this is the third. Thank you, Ken. This is the third largest Powerball jackpot prize in history. We saw the largest one last year at around $2 billion. billion. Before that, in 2016, around $1.5 billion. And as you mentioned, the next drawing is on Saturday. But before that, we've got the Mega Millions for a cool $560 million. Guys, I will be playing both this weekend, so if I don't show up to work on Monday, you'll know why.
Yeah, I love when everybody's like, then I'm going to quit. And then we all know who won. Emily, just remind us of the odds here, though.
Yeah, the odds are not ever in your favor. 1 in 292 million. In other words, you are more likely to compete in the Olympics, to get attacked by a grizzly bear, to get struck by lightning, to become president of the United States. Now, that's for the $875 million prize. There are actually 9 different ways you can win with this ticket because of a number of different number variations. For instance, last night we saw someone win in Florida and someone win in Indiana $1 million each because they matched 5 Powerball numbers. So there are other options. If you don't get everything, don't just count yourself out. Check for all of the other options because you could win some money.
I should note real quickly, I'm not going to be here on Monday. I'm putting that out there now. It's not because I won.
So don't start calling Joe
right.
to donate to your charity.
I'm actually off on Monday.
We'll
so
show up at your doorstep.
Just don't jump
I didn't know that either, so good to know.
Good
Thanks
to
for
know.
the heads up.
Emily, we love this question. What are some of the fun, creative examples of all the things you can do if you're the lucky winner?
That's the most fun question because you really can get creative. So let's start over here. We've got lollipops here, 50 cents a piece. So that means you can get 1.5 billion lollipops if that's to your liking. I was looking at tickets last night. Beyonce was in Philadelphia. Some of the premier seats were going for $8,500 each. You could invite just 100,000 of your friends to Queen Bee's concerts. And then since we're in New York City, the most expensive apartment listing in the country is here near Central Park. You could buy that more than 3 times over. Central Park Tower, the penthouse there, aptly named on Billionaires Row. So talk about high living, guys.
Yeah, but isn't that the one that's like very,
Isn't that where you
very
live,
high
Jen?
up?
You live
right,
on Central
right.
Park?
I do live on Central Park, but not on Billionaires Row.
There's
some risk to
All right, Emily, that was fun. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, coming up, inflation might finally be cooling off, but that's unfortunately not enough for many Americans.
Yeah, we're seeing more and more people turning to those buy now, pay later apps to help pay for essentials like groceries. We've got the pros and cons of that next on Morning News Now.
come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We're back now with a surprising new trend among Americans at the grocery store.
Yeah, according to Adobe Analytics, the number of people using those buy now, pay later types of programs to buy their groceries went up 40% in the first 2 months of this year. And experts say that number could get even higher during back to school season, which, spoiler alert, is just next month already. Let's bring in Jennifer Streaks for more on this. She's a senior personal finance reporter and spokesperson for the personal finance vertical at Business Insider. Jennifer, good to have you with us. So let's talk big picture here. We know inflation has been coming down steadily in the past year. We got good numbers just yesterday on this, but I mean, this does seem to indicate that people are still sort of feeling the pain here if relying on these kind of buy now, pay later things.
Definitely. I mean, inflation is coming down, but we're not seeing it immediately in the grocery store yet or at the gas pump. And so people are getting creative now in terms of how they're going to make ends meet on just their daily needs and essentials.
So we know these installments, they're convenient, they're certainly popular, but there are some serious downsides to using them. Can you talk about what some of those are?
Definitely. I think it's really easy to get into debt with these services because right now they're not communicating with each other. You could have one with Klarna or one with Affirm or one with Afterpay, and you owe on all of those, on each and every one. And so it's easy to get into debt because the sign up is pretty easy as well. There isn't a huge credit requirement. You don't build credit history with that because they only tend to report if you are late. And the main thing is the debt, the potential to get into high debt with these services.
Absolutely. So what advice do you have for people who might be relying on these apps, or maybe they've gotten pretty used to thinking like, hey, this is an easy way to be able to pay what I feel comfortable with right now? What's your advice?
I think that they should really think about revamping their budget, really trying to understand why this money is just not, especially for groceries. Why is it that you don't have money for groceries? Because that's a pretty essential item before you get into Afterpay as a service or as a natural thing, because I think that people are seeing this as just enhanced layaway. And most of the time, you only have to pay it in 4 payments. So it's easy in your mind. Oh, it's only 4 payments. There's no interest. It's not like a credit card. But if you start racking this up and make this just a part of your financial plan, the next thing you're going to see is that you're in debt.
Yeah, it's a really good point, especially because I think you're right. No interest, people think, hey, no big deal, no problem, but it could ultimately add up to an issue later. Jennifer Streaks, thanks very much.
Thank you.
More financial headlines now. Bob Iger will be sticking with Disney as its CEO for at least a little while longer.
On his round 2 in that role, CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us now with that and other news. Hey, Pippa.
Hey, Savannah. Well, Disney's board is extending CEO Bob Iger's contract by 2 years through 2026. Iger returned last November, less than a year after he retired. After his hand-picked successor, Bob Chapek, was pushed out. He vowed to stay for 2 years to restore the business. Iger faces multiple challenges, including a decline in TV audiences, weak performances at the box office, and a streaming business that continues to lose money. Meantime, Google is adding new features to its Bard AI chatbot, including the ability to speak its answers and respond to prompts that include images. Spoken responses are available in more than 40 languages. Google is also introducing a few other features, such as the ability to pin and rename conversations, share responses with your friends, and change the tone and style of responses you get back from Bard. And Chipotle's newest automation effort could potentially squeeze more green out of its avocados. The burrito chain is working with a company called Vibu on a prototype that can cut, core, and peel avocados before they're mashed by hand into guacamole. Chipotle says the automated process could potentially reduce guac prep time in half. That could let employees devote more time to other public-facing areas. Joe and Savannah, back to you.
Where can I get one of these things? Is that like...
Right? For your kitchen?
Exactly.
Right next to your air fryer?
Exactly.
And now I'm totally having Chipotle for lunch. So thanks very much for that, Pippa.
Pippa, thank you so much.
All right, coming up, we will end the hour with the latest addition to our Flipping the Script family, Nico Tortorella.
That's right, a true triple threat: acting, writing, musician. We're going to talk about bringing gender fluidity to your screen. Our chat coming up next.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good to have you back with us. Well, the ESPYs took place yesterday, and there was one particularly emotional moment. The Buffalo Bills' Damar Hamlin took the stage to honor the medical professionals that helped save his life back in January. Of course, you probably remember Hamlin suffered a cardiac arrest after making a tackle, but since then, he has made an absolutely remarkable recovery thanks to his treatment. The football player presented Bills training staff with the Pat Tillman Award for Service. Also last night at the Dolby Theater, Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes won Best Athlete for Men's Sports. And then skier Michaela Schifrin, she was named Best Athlete Women's Sports. She's a friend of the show. We've had her here before a couple times, actually. I've gotten to talk to her. She is just the best. So happy for her. And love to see that. She had kind of a difficult time in her career, which she's very open about, and then has just totally come back in such an incredible way, especially also after losing her father. It's just so great to see.
It's so great to see. She's such a warrior. All right, thanks, Savannah.
Yeah.
Finally this hour, our series Flipping the Script, featuring people on screen, on stage, and behind the scenes, shining a spotlight on diversity. This morning, we are talking with Nico Tortorella, a musician, author, and actor who identifies as gender fluid. You may have seen Tortorella in 2 seasons of AMC's The Walking Dead, World Beyond, or Apple TV's City on Fire. Nico joins us now to talk about life, career, and an exciting new project. You are busy, my goodness.
Yeah, I keep busy.
With Flipping the Script, we want to talk talk about diversity in Hollywood. When folks hear gender fluid, they may go, I don't get that. What does that mean? What's the best way you describe it for folks?
I wish there was one specific answer to that question. I will just say my relationship to gender isn't fixed. It's not just one thing. It's definitely become a conversation that has become super politicized in the world, right? And my relationship to gender is mine, and that's what it is.
It was even complicated for you with your family. You often talk about
Still
it,
is.
and I love it. Is. I love reading about the evolution with your mother, and talk a little bit about that. What you experienced when you were younger, and how you can change hearts and minds by having these conversations.
Yeah. We all have stories and places that we come from, and as the world continues to change around us, hopefully we are continuing to evolve as well, right? If we're not growing, we're not truly living. And I think that there are always resources available to you outside of your home. If anyone is like going through it, I would just seek community in any which way. It doesn't always get better either. There's this, saying it
There is
gets
a saying
better,
it gets
right?
better. Yeah.
We have the power to become better people, but the circumstance doesn't always get better.
You wrote a book called Space Between a few years ago, addressing
did.
some of this. What does space between even mean? And what was it you hope the main message of the book?
Yeah. My approach to these conversations has always seemed a little bit more poetic, maybe. I really use gender as a metaphor for something so much larger, these binaries that exist in the world. The world has never been more divided. This country has never been more divided. My goal is to explore the space between two ends of spectrums. These binaries that exist are everywhere, right? And I'm curious to explore the space that potentially brings us all a little bit closer rather than farther apart.
You have a movie that is going to be premiering, screening at Outfest later this month, The Mattachine Family.
Yeah.
Tell me about this one.
Yeah, it's a really special story about creating life in a time when life is the most fragile. Thomas, who I play in The Mattachine Family, is a dad. He was a foster parent. Him and his partner had a foster child for a few years. They wind up losing their foster child at the top of the movie, and the rest of the film is him just trying to figure out how to become a parent again. And I actually shot that movie while I was experiencing our own infertility journey, which was super intense and beautiful to be able to just have that life imitating art. And yeah, it's a really special movie.
We have about 30 seconds left
Cool.
here to talk about your own journe.
Yeah.
You now have your first child. Talk about that experience.
Yeah, it's really the best thing that I've ever experienced. Our relationship to gender has even changed just after becoming a parent. We experienced infertility for a couple years. We were forced to examine our own biologies and our bodies, and then we had a baby at home, which was just like the most magical experience. And now we're raising this little person that has a soul and a body and a spirit, and it's continuously moving our relationship to our own gender forward, and it's changed everything about who I am and the world around me.
Congratulations.
Thank
Nico
you.
Tortorella, a great time for you in your life. Thank you for taking some time to chat with us. We appreciate it.
Totally.
It's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Right now on Morning News Now, unified front. President Biden and Zelensky praising NATO's unity in a face-to-face meeting after the Ukrainian leader blasted the alliance for delaying his efforts on membership. The changes some countries, including the U.S., are now demanding from Ukraine before it can join the alliance. Extreme weather overnight. Multiple reported tornadoes touched down outside of Chicago, including near one of the world's busiest airports. We've got the latest on that. Plus, an unrelenting heat wave is now expanding coast to coast. We have full team coverage of the dangerous temperatures impacting millions this morning. On the line, the fate of the man convicted in the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in U.S. history is now in the hands of a jury. We're digging into the arguments over whether or not Robert Bowers should face the death penalty and what comes next. And no deal. Major breaking news overnight. Hollywood actors are setting the stage for a possible strike after contract negotiations failed. We are breaking down the sticking points.
That will have a huge impact. Shows you would expect to see in the fall, we may not see till 2024. We'll dig into it a
Oh my
little
goodness,
bit
and the
later
same
this
time
hour.
as the writers' strike.
With the writers on strike, we haven't seen both them on strike since 1960.
Ooh, Hollywood just shut down.
Exactly,
Wow.
right. Good morning, good to have you with us. We're not shut down. I'm Joe Fryer.
Yeah, we will be here no matter what. I'm Savannah Sellers. Thank you very much for joining us. We begin our show with President Biden's final stop on his European tour following the culmination of that NATO meeting in Lithuania.
This morning, the president is in Finland for the U.S. Nordic Summit. He is expected to formally hail Finland's recent NATO membership and welcome Sweden ahead of its entry. Yesterday, the president wrapped up the NATO summit by holding talks with Ukraine's President Zelensky. That meeting came after Zelensky expressed frustration at NATO's refusal to offer a timetable for Ukraine's membership. Instead, NATO allies pledged their long-term support to Kyiv. Speaking after the summit, President Biden said the military alliance was stronger than ever.
When Putin and his craven lust for land and power unleashed his brutal war on Ukraine, he was betting NATO would break apart. He was betting NATO would break. He thought our unity would shatter at the first testing. He thought democratic leaders would be weak, but he thought wrong.
We got a team standing by to discuss all this. In a few moments, we'll speak with former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Bill Taylor. But first, let's check in with Monica Alba, who's in Helsinki, and Kelly Kobiea, who is in Kyiv. Monica, let's start with you. This U.S. Nordic Summit is happening this morning. What can we expect from that? And then what came out of President Biden's meeting with the Finnish president a little earlier?
Well, it has certainly been a warm welcome for President Biden here in Finland, Joe, and he will be celebrating and marking the fact that Finland was able to join NATO with record speed, the fastest member that has ever been able to join this critical alliance. And so the two leaders today in their meeting and face-to-face certainly touted that progress, continued to talk about how NATO is stronger than ever in the face of this Russian aggression. And we are here in Helsinki. And Finland, of course, shares a very long border with Russia, and before the invasion of Ukraine had some pretty friendly relationship with the country. So it was incredibly significant that they applied for that NATO membership and then were able to join. So certainly you will see a lot of talk about that here today. And of course, we have to note the incredible political contrast when you think about what was happening here in Helsinki 5 years ago to the week when former President Trump was meeting with President Putin, and where, of course, he famously said that he believed President Putin when it came to his denials about Russian election interference. So expect President Biden to also make crystal clear that the circumstances and stakes couldn't be more different here today in Helsinki than it was. And I think you can expect him to continue to clearly send that message here, Joe.
So, Kelly, all these leaders are talking about Ukraine. Meanwhile, you're in Ukraine where the fighting continues. We understand there was another drone attack on Kyiv overnight. What can you tell us about that?
That's right. For the third night in a row, air raid sirens went off last night in the early morning hours this time, about 1:30 in the morning. And you could actually hear and see the Ukrainian air defenses intercepting these drones and missiles. The Ukrainian military said that they shot down 20 drones and 2 missiles overnight, and the falling debris injured 4 and damaged a couple of homes. But yeah, the third night in a row for a drone attack here in the capital. Meantime, we're getting some new information about what the conditions may be like on the ground in Russian-occupied territory for the Russian troops. Russian MP overnight released an audio message purported to be from a prominent Russian general, in which this general talks about problems with equipment, with resources, with the morale of his troops, describing them as exhausted exhausted and not having enough reserves to come in and replace them. Now, we haven't been able to independently authenticate this audio message, but if true, it shows a real problem with morale and equipment and, again, personnel in the field on the front lines in the south of this country for the Russians, and potentially a split among top military within Russia, leadership in the field and back in Moscow. Joe.
So, Monica, we know President Zelensky was incredibly disappointed Ukraine wasn't offered a timeline for a NATO invite. How much of an issue was that during their talks yesterday with President Biden?
Yeah, President Zelensky certainly came into the NATO summit quite disappointed and frustrated. But over the course of about 24 hours, he did shift that tone and instead really did express a lot of gratitude to NATO leaders here who had come together, certainly to continue to support Ukraine and who had pledged so much of that weaponry and continued assistance. But yes, President Zelensky did want to see something in a shorter term, though in the end, the takeaway was that he was satisfied with some of the longer term security agreements that came from it. And here's a little more from what President Biden had to say yesterday in Lithuania about how their lengthy meeting went.
The one thing Zelensky understands now is that whether or not he's in NATO now is not relevant as long as he has the commitments that, remember my talking about saying we treat it like guarantee of security, along with a number of other NATO countries as it relates to how we deal with, for example, Israel, long term. So he's not concerned about that now.
And President Zelensky was also very grateful to Americans and specifically to President Biden for those controversial cluster munitions that the U.S. is now also sending to Ukraine. Joe?
And Kelly, we just heard President Biden's take on what happened at NATO. Quickly, I want to ask you, how is Zelensky reflecting on this NATO summit?
Yeah, so the quote that really stands out was that he said that it was not ideal, but it was good. And I think that sums it up. The Ukraine was concerned about long-term support from NATO allies. Some of those concerns were assuaged by that G7 security guarantee. So I think, in terms of what he can bring back to his people, his soldiers on the ground who continue to fight, are these assurances from the G7 that they're in it for the long haul, that they will have the resources they need, military equipment, economic resources, and resources to rebuild going forward. Joe.
All right, Monica and Kelly, thank you both. Appreciate it.
Let's now bring in Bill Taylor, former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine and a friend of the show. Ambassador Taylor, good morning. Thank you very much for being with us. So as we mentioned, President Biden's taking part in this U.S. Nordic Leaders Summit later this morning. He will hold a joint press conference with the president of Finland following their bilateral meeting. This isn't something we talk about so much, so just explain to us, put in context the importance of the relationship between the U.S. and Finland.
So, Savannah, this is a very interesting trip for a president, for our president. That is often, in fact, is most of the time when presidents have gone to Finland, to Helsinki, it's been for some other reason. It's to have a summit with somebody else, maybe a Soviet or a Russian, or it's en route from back and forth. But no, this President Biden is in Helsinki for Finland. And this is a very big deal for the Finns. The Finns have a lot of experience, relevant experience for NATO and for Ukraine. As we remember, 80 years ago, the Soviets attacked Finland, and the Finns defended themselves very well. So all to say that there's a great relationship between both Finland and Ukraine and Finland and the United States.
Absolutely. Also now let's talk about this conversation, what we've heard from President Biden after meeting with President Zelensky. He gave this speech just hours after that meeting. What were some of your takeaways from his remarks?
Strong support for Ukraine. The one thing that President Zelensky can go home with is the recognition and the satisfaction, really, that the NATO summit focused on his country, focused on his victory. Yes, he didn't get a concrete invitation to join NATO right now. That was never on the cards. But he clearly got the message that Ukraine's going to be in NATO. He clearly got the message that there's a short-term support for all of the work all of the fighting that his troops are doing, but it's also a long-term commitment. So President Zelensky got a strong indication that the United States and NATO and the West is there with him until victory.
So, Ambassador, it's been also, though, this long time coming, really, for Ukraine joining. It's been more than 15 years since NATO first promised Ukraine membership here. Several countries, as you can see on your screen right now, announce these new commitments, of course, but this is still, as you point out, not yet this full membership. How much of an impact does the outcome of the war in Ukraine ultimately have on the shape of NATO as we essentially wait for that event to find some type of culmination in order for Ukraine to be able to join?
Absolutely right, Savannah. Ukraine will not join the alliance formally until, as the Ukrainians say, until the victory, until the war is over. That will be the time then for Ukraine to join. Until then, they will be using the NATO weapons. They'll be taking advantage of the NATO intelligence. So they will be effectively a part of NATO, but formally will not join until, as they say, until the victory. So that's an important thing for the Ukrainians to understand and to fight for. That's a motivation for them to go for that victory.
Ambassador Taylor, as always, thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you, Savannah.
Now let's get to another big story. Extreme weather across the country this morning. They are cleaning up in Chicago after some severe weather moved through overnight. Multiple reported tornadoes touched down in the area, including one at Chicago O'Hare Airport. The storms left behind a lot of damage. Large trees snapped in half, cars with smashed windows, and homes with damaged roofs.
And then there's the ongoing heat wave that has been scorching southern states and is now expanding into other parts of the country. More than 80 million people are waking up to heat alerts this morning, from California all the way to Florida and north into Kansas and Missouri. In cities like Phoenix, resources to help people keep cool are being stretched thin. Heat relief centers are seeing a surge in visits, as you'd expect, and city officials are making sure those who are homeless have help getting the supplies they need and finding shelter.
And in Vermont, they are facing the daunting task. Look at these pictures of cleaning up after the devastating flooding we saw there earlier this week. Governor Phil Scott, FEMA officials, and members of Congress visited the region to assess the damage left behind. We are covering this all across the whole country this morning. We're going to get started with NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman for your forecast. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And we are so busy still in the weather department. We're looking at that heat continuing. It's going to continue for days and days. No relief in sight. We're also looking at the chance for severe storms in the middle of the country and then, unfortunately, in the northeast New England, in the same spots that were hit hard earlier this week. Let's first start with the heat because we're looking at 84 million people impacted. Look how far wide these alerts stretch from the Pacific Northwest into the Southwest, the South Central states, also the Southeast. So many spots soaring into the triple digits once again. In the Southeast, if you're not in the triple digits, you're going to feel like it once we factor in that humidity. So that dangerous, unrelenting heat does continue, and lots of pink on the map that's indicating that really hot air in place. And look at these numbers. 113 in Phoenix at 7 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. 115 in Palm Springs, Tucson, 106, 109 in Las Vegas. Those triple digits continue and continue. And then as we go throughout the South Central states, we're looking at Amarillo, 99 degrees. That's 8 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. That's today. Then we look towards tomorrow. This is Friday. We're looking at Las Vegas, 111, 103 in Fresno, 118 in Palm Desert, Phoenix, 115. You get the idea. We're going to keep these really hot temperatures in place. We have that heat dome that's just tacked in place. It's not budging, and it's not going to budge as we go throughout the next week or so. Albuquerque, 104 tomorrow, 12 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. And then look as we look towards the weekend. We're looking at Phoenix, 116 by Monday. Same story in Albuquerque, back into the triple digits by Monday. El Paso, 104 on Sunday and 106 on Monday. It's not just the Southwest. It's not just the South Central states that are baking. We're looking at the Southeast as well, and it goes all the way up the East Coast, too. So New York City today, 91 degrees. That's above average. You factor in the humidity. It's going to feel like 95. It's going to feel like 100 in Norfolk, feeling like 97 in Myrtle Beach and 104 in Tampa. So that's going to continue to be a big story. Then we are also looking at this wavy cold front that's draped across the country, and we are looking at the chance for severe storms. So we're looking at severe storms in the Central Plains. We could see some really gusty winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. Could see some large hail, baseball-size hail, also a tornado too. But notice severe storms kind of stamped there in the Ohio Valley, also portions of the Northeast. Heavy rain is expected in parts of New England, also in parts of Northeast, interior parts of the Northeast. So we're talking Vermont, eastern New York, where we had those flooding conditions earlier, finally recover. Unfortunately, we're going to see 1, 2, 3, even up to 5 inches of rain in some spots. And we're going to see some thunderstorms developing. That's going to drop the rain. So we do have flood alerts stretched across portions of the Great Lakes into the Northeast, New England. And this is a story not only today, but also tomorrow into the weekend. And look at all these bright colors. That is telling us that we're expecting a lot of rain in these spots, locally 5 inches. And that's going to be a concern because the grounds are so saturated. The rivers are high, the streams are high, the creeks are high. So any additional rain is going to be runoff. And where you see that pink there, that's a moderate risk for some flash flooding. So it's not just a flooding, it's flash flooding. And these people are just recovering. It's warm there. And we're going to see that happen all over again.
It's a broken record.
I know. Same areas, too, where it's just been so dangerous. Thank you, Michelle.
Sure.
Let's talk more about the dangerous heat. We're going to turn now to NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin, who is in Phoenix this morning. So, Aaron, Phoenix has seen 13 straight days at or above 110 degrees. I know it's early there right now, but what are conditions like? What have they been like since you got on the ground there?
Yeah, Joe, it's around 4:15 in the morning here in Phoenix, and it's already 95 degrees. This is sweltering, and it's not just the high temps, but the sustained nature of this heat wave. It's just really hitting vulnerable communities especially hard. The homeless are hit hard. People living in mobile home communities as well. I was at one such community just a couple of days ago. A resident gave me a tour of her trailer. It was like an oven inside that trailer. She said that she was spending her summer huddled in the one tiny bedroom in the trailer that had AC. She told me that AC cost her $200 a month. She said it was breaking her budget, and that is at a discount rate. That is the reality facing thousands of people here in Phoenix and beyond as these warm temperatures continue.
Aaron, we mentioned just a moment ago, city officials are making sure those without a home have the resources they need. How exactly are they doing that?
Yeah, well, you know, these hot temperatures are no stranger to places like Phoenix. Residents are aware that there are a number of resources available to them, such as cooling centers, although we're hearing that many of those centers are already packed. We're also hearing from folks that transportation to those centers can be an issue. All of that, you know, creating what experts here are calling a crisis situation, which is why local authorities in Arizona are pushing for federal help. They want FEMA to declare extreme heat, like what we're seeing right now, a disaster, so they can unlock federal funds to help these communities get through this heat wave.
And it's hard to believe this, Aaron, but temperatures could actually get even hotter there in coming days. Real quick, what is it people should know about the extreme heat risks?
Yeah, well, experts say just know that it's dangerous. During the high heat hours during the day, make sure you stay inside. Hydration, super important. Drink that water. Also, be aware of those local resources that are in your community, such as cooling centers, to stay safe.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin in Phoenix. Aaron, thank you so much.
Well, a manhunt is on this morning for the driver of a car that killed one person and injured several others after being stopped by the Secret Service near the White House. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has the story.
Yeah, good day. We are right at 17th and Constitution here, the center of where all the tourists come to Washington. Right across the street is the National Mall, and that, of course, is the Washington Monument. This happened in the shadow of the monument, in that crosswalk right below the monument. The Uniform Division of the Secret Service was initiating a traffic stop because of a registration problem with the vehicle. But that vehicle suddenly took off, and it came this way, southbound on Constitution. In the process, it killed, or I should say it ran over 3 people in the crosswalk, but one of those individuals was killed. A 75-year-old man who was taken to a local hospital. 2 others were treated on the scene. Police described that vehicle as a blue 2006 Honda, again, last seen headed south on Constitution towards Virginia. This is a very, very busy part of the center of Washington. 32 million tourists every year come to the National Mall. 440,000 vehicles a day come through this area in the summer. And we are just about a block and a half away from the White House, which, of course, is the main tourist attraction in Washington. No indication that this was in any way related to an attempt on the executive branch or the president, who is out of the country right now. Instead, it seems as if this was a criminal act, somebody running over tourists, apparent tourists there in the crosswalk right here in downtown D.C. Back to you.
Oh, wow, scary. All right, Tom Costello, thank you so much.
Turning now to Pittsburgh, where jurors are deliberating whether the shooter in the 2018 attack on the Tree of Life Synagogue should receive the death penalty. Robert Bowers was already found guilty on 63 charges, including 11 hate crimes, resulting in death.
This phase of his trial will determine if Bowers is eligible for the death penalty. During yesterday's closing arguments, prosecutors claimed Bowers has yet to show remorse for his actions and therefore should be deemed eligible. But the defense argued a history of mental health issues should stop jurors from handing down a capital punishment. NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos joins us now for more on this trial. Hey, Danny, good morning. What is the key argument here in this second phase of the trial? What are jurors considering while they're deliberating whether or not Bowers should receive the death penalty?
This is all about aggravating and mitigating circumstances. The prosecution has to prove aggravating circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt, and the defense only has to prove mitigating circumstances, and that's anything positive about the defendant that should spare his life. They only need to prove that by a preponderance of the evidence. So the jurors are in there deliberating, most likely about whether or not probably the mental illness evidence rises to the level of mitigating circumstances, and whether or not the defense has proven that, not beyond a reasonable doubt, but just by a preponderance of the evidence. That's 51% or 50.00001%. It's just more likely than not. So the rules are slanted in favor of life. But in a case like this, when the aggravating circumstances are so horrific, the prosecution has a good shot of meeting their burden.
So, Danny, we've heard the defense argue Bowers carried out his attack because he suffers from schizophrenia. Prosecutors claim his mental status is irrelevant, saying he had formed his intent to kill months before the shooting. In this case, is mental illness enough to decide if someone should get the death penalty? What is the standard here?
Yes, but because we're at the penalty phase, mental illness doesn't play the role that most folks are used to seeing in a trial. Normally, they see mental illness as a defense. By reason of insanity, the person did not understand what they were doing was wrong, and therefore they're not guilty, or some variation of that. It varies a lot from state to state. But that's not what's happening here. That kind of defense is already over with. This case, the guilt phase of the case is over. The introduction of mental illness evidence in this case is really just an attempt at mitigating circumstances by the defense. So this is not exonerating. This is not something that will excuse the crime. It's really just about deciding at the federal level whether we're going to have a death penalty or life, because life imprisonment will be the default. And the jury's recommendation here, while the jury isn't required to find death, there's no mandatory death penalty ever, but if the jury recommends death, the judge must impose death. That's what the rules say. The judge has no discretion here. It is the jury that makes the final decision.
So, Danny, we've been seeing this graphic on our screen that says phase 1, phase 2. What happens next, and does that outcome change based on what the jury decides here? Is there another phase to come?
No, at this point, the jury will recommend one way or another. It's called a recommendation because ultimately in the federal system, it is the judge that will essentially rubber stamp their determination. But the jury now is deliberating over simply whether aggravating circumstances outweigh mitigating circumstances, and ultimately they'll make a recommendation. If it is for death, then the judge is really just a rubber stamp. The judge just affirms what they recommend and will impose death. And so the next phase, arguably after this, will simply be appeals, during which the defendant will be incarcerated no matter what. And that appeals process in the federal death penalty cases can take a very, very long time.
All right, Danny Ceballos, thank you so much.
Coming up, we are in the heat of the summer travel season, but more and more vacation rental homes are actually sitting empty. We're going to ask a travel expert what is behind that shift.
But first, an NBC News exclusive. A top Air Force general shares his insights about whether the U.S. is ready for a possible war with China. Stay with us.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know, and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
We are back with an NBC News exclusive. Our Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kube visited a military base in the U.S. territory of Guam for a rare look at preparations for a possible conflict with China. She also talked with the general who recently warned that a war with China is just 2 years away.
Amid growing tensions with China, we're with American forces in the Pacific, where General Mike Minahan is preparing his airmen for a mission he's warned could come soon.
Do you think the U.S. could be at war with China in the next few years?
It's not me to say whether we could be at war with China in the next few years.
Earlier this year, Minahan, the head of Air Mobility Command, wrote a controversial memo to his commanders warning the U.S. could be at war with China in 2 years, and they need to be prepared.
Do you still believe that?
I don't believe conflict is inevitable. I don't believe it's unavoidable. But I also believe that ready now is what matters most.
There have already been flashpoints. This Chinese fighter jet recently buzzing an American surveillance plane, and this Chinese warship crossing dangerously close to an American ship in the South China Sea. Minahan now preparing with Exercise Mobility Guardian, 70 aircraft and more than 3,000 airmen from 7 countries, the largest readiness exercise in the command's history, including this British cargo plane dropping off U.S. equipment, then simulating a medical evacuation. Also practicing resupplying bases in remote areas.
Cargo door, acknowledged.
This mission to drop supplies to airmen establishing a base on a tiny island north of Guam.
We're directly over the drop zone right now. About a dozen aircraft are beginning to drop their supplies and aid to the troops below.
In his memo, Minahan told airmen to get ready by firing from a clip and to aim for the head.
I'm not trying to be provocative. I'm trying to provide my formation with the tools and the action and the priority necessary to win.
Do you still agree with everything you wrote in that January memo?
I agree absolutely with the urgency and the action.
Are you ready now?
We are ready now.
Courtney Kube, NBC News,
Let's stay on international headlines now. Clashes between Kenyan police and people protesting the cost of living have now turned deadly. Claudio Lubanga joins us from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. At least 6 people were shot and killed by officers during the protest in Kenya, and several others had to be taken to hospital. Now, in Nairobi, more than 50 children were treated after tear gas was thrown into their school by police. Human rights watchdogs have criticized the Kenyan police for their deadly response to such protests. The opposition leaders say they will continue rioting until the law imposing more taxes is repealed. Now we go to China, who has just unveiled new details of its ambitious plan for a crewed moon landing by 2030. A China manned space agency engineer revealed they plan to send 2 rockets, one carrying the spacecraft that will land on the surface and the other one transporting the astronauts. After docking, the Chinese astronauts will enter the lunar lander to descend onto the moon's surface, where they will collect samples and carry out scientific exploration. And we end up in Brazil, where archaeologists have found 3 giant sloth pendants that suggest people arrived in the Americas earlier than we thought. Researchers say the sloth bones show a deliberate craftsmanship that can only be done by human hands. These are thought to be between 25 and 27,000 years old. That is several thousand years before some earlier theories suggested about the first inhabitants of the Americas, guys.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Very cool. Coming up, a new warning this morning about climate change that is giving some people a sinking feeling. Literally, we will take a look at the unexpected impact researchers say it's having underneath our big cities. That's next.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with new research published this week showing some impacts of climate change that you might not have heard about yet. The findings show that something called underground climate change could actually cause big cities to sink or at least impact their underground infrastructure. Dr. Alessandro Rotaloria joins us now. He is an assistant professor of civil and environmental engineering at Northwestern University. Dr. Loria is also the leader on this study, so of course that means he knows all the details here. Thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you for having me.
I understand that your findings came out of Chicago, but they could, it seems, apply to big cities anywhere. First, just tell us exactly what it found and what it could possibly mean for any of us living in these big cities.
So correct. The study shows that the ground underneath Chicago is moving, but this is also likely to characterize other cities worldwide, such as London, New York, all major cities, all urban areas worldwide. The reason for these ground deformations that, as you said, can impact the function, durability, and aesthetic requirements of civil structures and infrastructures is that we have in front of us a phenomenon called underground climate change that leads to rising temperature in the subsurface. These rising temperatures result from the fact that underground structures such as building basements, parking garages, subway tunnels, and train tunnels, and so on and so forth, continuously reject heat in the ground, and soils, rocks, concrete, and general materials deform when subjected to temperature variations. And so this is the origin of this potential issue.
So I also think it's really interesting. Part of how you conducted this was putting sensors in these places, right? Underground in Chicago. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, correct. So together with my group, we deployed a wireless temperature sensing network in the loop, mostly in underground structures, such as, again, basements, parking garages, and so on and so forth, to really measure the intensity of the heat sources that are driving this phenomenon.
And then, so ultimately, if we live in these cities, what should this mean? What does this mean? I think about so many different things that we use in New York that are underground, whether it's basements, parking garages, the subway. Could these things be impacted? Either their function become obsolete, or is it dangerous?
So it's not dangerous, but it's something that, again, can affect really the durability and aesthetic requirements of buildings. And it's a phenomenon that, especially I hope from now on, should be considered in urban planning strategies and mitigated because it can have effects, and these effects are unwanted.
So is there hope here? I mean, for somebody listening to this who thinks, oh, I mean, like you just said, it's really great to hear you say it's not necessarily dangerous. But what does this mean if we do live in one of these cities? Is this something scary we should be thinking about? So
it's something we should be thinking about. It's not scary. So it's really, the good news is that we have in front of us what I call a silent hazard. But the good news is that we have the knowledge and tools to mitigate it. For example, by retrofitting buildings and applying thermal insulation to minimize the amounts of waste heat that are rejecting the ground, or also by deploying ground source impact systems and geothermal technologies to absorb at least part of that heat. So the good news is that there are very concrete and relatively straightforward solutions.
And do you think that that's something that we will see cities implementing? Is somebody making these recommendations to big cities?
I think so. I hope so. Yes.
And also,
we have at least the reasons for doing that. Yes.
Right. Absolutely. What about smaller cities? Could they be impacted?
So all urban areas will be impacted by this phenomenon to some extent. Of course, smaller cities, like underground climate change in these smaller cities, will be less significant, and on a case-by-case is potentially negligible. So I think the main potential concern characterizes large cities worldwide, especially in the older world. So in Europe, such as Rome, Paris, Milan, London, and so on and so forth.
Dr. Alessandro Roda-Loria, thank you so much for joining us. Really important work and great to be talking about it.
Thank you.
Well, coming up, we've got more on that good news in the fight against inflation, with prices now rising at the slowest pace in more than 2 years. We'll take a closer look at what's costing you less now and what you still have to spend more for. That's up next.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with a closer look at the good news we got yesterday about the economy. The latest data shows inflation is starting to cool, with prices rising 3% year over year.
NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung takes a closer look at what's costing you less now, but also where prices are still stubbornly high.
From bacon and eggs to gasoline to airfares to used cars, some things are getting cheaper. After the post-pandemic surge in prices, further signs of improvement as the government reported that prices in June rose by 3% over the last year.
We see that the pre-opening equity markets have rocketed higher.
It's a significant improvement from exactly 1 year ago when inflation peaked at 9.1%. A part of the change, used car prices down more than 5% over the last year.
Is this the best market for buyers that you've seen in the last 3 years?
This is the best market for buyers. They're getting the most money for their dollar on the used car market, definitely.
Outside Atlanta, Kevin Doring manages the Bellamy Strickland dealership. They're lowering prices to move cars off the lot. They've got more of them now. This is the lot 18 months ago, and this is the lot now.
We've doubled our inventory in the last probably 4 or 5 months.
And it's not just used cars. Gasoline prices are down 26%, airline fares are down 19%, and major appliance prices, they're down nearly 11%.
There's a lot of positives really helping to push inflation down, but I don't think it's a signal at all of a recession right now.
Markets close higher on the news as the rate of inflation is getting closer to the Federal Reserve's target of 2%. But challenges remain, in particular for housing. The cost of shelter up nearly 8% over the last year. And just this week, a new report showed housing prices in May hit a new all-time high. This as mortgage rates hover around 7%. Interest rates remaining high on auto loans and credit cards too, thanks in part to the Federal Reserve, largely expected to again raise interest rates later this month. Brian Chung, NBC News, New York.
More financial headlines now. The Federal Trade Commission is not giving up on its bid to stop Microsoft from closing its Activision Blizzard deal.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us now with that and some other news this morning. Hey, Pippa, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. The Federal Trade Commission will appeal a judge's ruling giving Microsoft the green light for its $69 billion takeover of video game maker Activision Blizzard. The FTC has claimed the tie-up would hurt consumers and the video game industry. Microsoft has pledged to keep Activision's Call of Duty available on Sony's PlayStation console for 10 years and make it available for Nintendo Switch and some cloud gaming platforms. The deal faces a July 18th deadline to close and still must get regulatory approval in the UK. Meta is preparing to release a commercial version of its AI model, allowing businesses and startups to build custom software on top of the technology. The Financial Times reports the move will let Meta compete with OpenAI and Google, which are surging ahead in the race to develop generative AI. Meta has been working on AI research and development for more than a decade, but has been lagging the field after ChatGPT was released in November, spurring other big tech companies to launch similar products. And Krispy Kreme has a deal for its birthday. Tomorrow, the chain is giving customers the chance to grab a dozen original glazed donuts for just 86 cents with the purchase of any other dozen at regular price. Krispy Kreme was founded 86 years ago in 1937. Customers can get up to 4 dozen donuts with the deal when you buy in store. Online, customers are limited to just 1 dozen at the special price. If you want to access the offer online, you can use the code 86years at checkout. I did look it up. A dozen glazed donuts is usually $17, so this is a pretty good deal.
Yeah, it's a lot of donuts, though, so please share with other people. Don't keep them all for yourself.
86 cents. That's pretty awesome.
Thank you, Pip. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much. All right, well, just a month and a half left in the summer travel season. Many people already have their vacation plans set.
I would hope so, but a growing number of rental homes in formerly popular hotspots are sitting unusually empty. Mark Elwood is a travel expert and friend of the show. He joins us now with more. So what is behind this? It doesn't seem like fewer people are traveling. Is it that they're going to different places?
Yeah.
What's the deal?
See, I love it. I mean, you've teed me up beautifully. It's the classic thing of supply and demand. Money was very cheap, so people bought more homes, and we saw a big influx of rentals onto Airbnb. 1.3 million on average available in America in 2022. Biggest number, up 20% on the previous year. But Americans are going overseas. The numbers of Americans traveling overseas in Q1 this year, much higher than in 2019, which was a banner year. So you're seeing supply and demand really out of whack.
And I'm trying to think, remember early days of the pandemic, like the ultimate vacation was like going like an hour away to someone else's home. You're like, oh, yeah.
Absolutely. So where are these deals to be found? Certain locations, as well as where can you actually book them?
I mean, look, you're going to see better prices if you do a vacation home at the moment, because exactly other people are going overseas. And I would look at last-minute bookings. The way we travel has really changed. You'll see that travel agents, travel specialists will consistently say that people are traveling much more on a whim. They're not booking 6 months ahead. So I'd look, if you really want to go to the shore and you think, gosh, I bet there's not going to be any availability, I bet there'll be some last-minute deals.
So if you are a traveler, it's good to have better choices, perhaps cheaper choices. But I have to imagine this is not good for the vacation rental market.
Yeah, I was going to say, some people watching are thinking, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? I have a rental home. I think, look, it is going to stabilize the market. We saw a big influx of new owners. For all the reasons we've talked about, the pandemic made renting someone's house incredibly desirable. We wanted that experience. I think we will see people pulling back and saying, gosh, I'm not making money out of this. I might do a long-term tenant. And I think the market will stabilize. So bargains for a little while, and then I think it will normalize. Airbnb is becoming a little bit more of a functional company. It made a profit in 2022. I think we're seeing it come to rest where it was supposed to be.
Yeah, it got a little crazy there when you were trying to be the renter. Is it Airbnb, VRBO, places like that people should be looking? Where should you check for these deals?
Absolutely. Look, I would always look on those platforms, because remember, you do not want to go online to a random site and wire people money. The reason you use VRBO and Airbnb is because they will guarantee all of the financial transactions. So look for the deals there.
All right. Mark Elwood, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Great to see you as always.
Coming up, we have got the latest on the breaking news overnight out of Hollywood.
Yeah, the deadline has passed to avoid a major actor strike, and now that union is one step closer to walking off the job. We'll dig into what happens next and what it means for some of your favorite movies and TV shows. Stay with us.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Welcome back. Well, people excited about viewing two beautiful natural phenomena are going to have to wait a little longer. The northern lights, which were expected to be visible, look how beautiful that is, in more than a dozen states, were mostly not seen, unfortunately. And Manhattanhenge didn't happen yesterday evening. That's what this picture is. Because it was cloudy. That is the phenomenon when the sun aligns itself perfectly with the Manhattan grid's east and west streets, making for a great photo. Well, the good news is that if you are in Manhattan at sunset today, you've got one more chance to see that. And our own Michelle Grossman said you should be able to see something in the 8 p.m. hour when it's only partly cloudy. Joe, I'm going to admit I lived in New York for like a decade now. I never really got this. I feel like a lot of times it looks that beautiful, but this is like special. So I don't know. Maybe I'll go try to check it out.
It's extra special. It's really interesting. The new Broadway musical, New York, New York, actually features that in a key moment, which is really cool.
Oh, that is
Feels
cool.
like such a New York
Yeah.
moment.
It's right before our bedtime, the 8 p.m. hour, so we could check it
I
out.
can try. All right. Let's meet up and do that. Thanks, Savannah. All right. Film and TV actors could be on the picket line by the end of the day today. The contract for SAG-AFTRA, the actors union, expired at midnight, and the group was unable to reach an agreement with Hollywood's top studios. Overnight, the union's negotiating committee voted unanimously to strike. Later today, the union's national board will decide whether to order that strike. It is a decision that could effectively shut down Hollywood. This morning, no deal. Both sides announcing actors and Hollywood studios did not meet their midnight deadline for an agreement.
This is the equivalent of pressing a button on a nuclear bomb in Hollywood.
160,000 actors could soon walk off the set, bringing Hollywood to an abrupt halt. The Actors Union saying the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers, quote, remains unwilling to offer a fair deal. Well, the association representing the studio says it is deeply disappointed, adding, this is the union's choice, not ours. Over the past few months, dozens of A-list actors have hit the picket lines to show their support for striking WGA writers and spoken out on the red carpet.
I believe in unions. I believe in labor. I believe in representation. representation.
Well, the writers' strike has already halted production of most scripted shows. Without actors, many more films and TV shows would go dark.
You're going to start to see significant layoffs throughout Hollywood because of this.
Hollywood insiders say while money is at the root of the labor dispute, it's not the only sticking point. The Actors Union is also looking for more residuals for streaming content and protections against the use of AI-generated content in film and TV shows. This morning, the studios say they offered historic pay and residual increases and a groundbreaking AI proposal that protects actors' digital likenesses. But the Actors Union is calling the studio's proposals insulting and disrespectful. Overnight, the Oppenheimer stars weighing in at their London premiere.
We got to get what we're worth, and there's money being made, and it needs to be allocated in a way that takes care of people who are on the margins.
Guild President Fran Drescher told Today last month they're prepared to hold out for a fair deal.
It's a very different industry, and with streaming and digital, it's really, really important that it become restructured to complement what it is now.
We should mention that NBC Universal's parent company, Comcast, is part of the AMPTP. That's the Producers Alliance. Also, some members of the news division are members of the SAG-AFTRA union. By the way, the union is going to hold a press conference 3 p.m. Eastern today to announce if that strike has been ordered.
Lots to hear then this afternoon.
Exactly. All right, nominations. We're going to talk about TV now. For the 75th Annual Primetime Emmy Awards were announced. Huge day for HBO with 2 of their shows taking the top 2 spots.
However, with these 2 strikes going on in Hollywood, organizers aren't quite sure how the show will go on. Chris Witherspoon is an NBC entertainment contributor and founder of Pop Viewers, and he is joining us on set with all of the details we love when you're here. Chris, it's great to see you.
Crazy morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, there's a lot to cover.
A little
bit of entertainment news.
Yeah. Okay, I guess let's start with the good news part of this, Emmys. Tell us about who took most nominations.
It was a really big night, or yesterday, a big morning for streamers. Succession got 27 nominations. It's their final season, 4th and final season. The Last of Us, 24 nominations. The White Lotus, my favorite show, 23 nominations. And then Ted Lasso also for their farewell season, 21 nominations. And Succession also made history. It's the first time that a series has 3 actors nominated for the lead actor category. So Brian Cox, Jeremy Strong, Kieran Culkin, and that show just took my breath away this season.
Oh, yeah.
Phenomenal.
It was so good.
It really was. Oh, some of those episodes, so much drama.
Oh, my God, so many twists and turns. I mean, no spoiler, I can't give it away.
Yeah, exactly.
I almost did.
Well, hopefully you've seen it by now.
Hopefully,
yeah. Things were ruined for me long ago, so if you haven't seen it, you already know what happens.
So were there any surprises, maybe even some snubs in the list
I think
this
a big
year?
surprise is this show on Freevee called Jury Duty. A lot of folks haven't watched the show. It's so hilarious, but that was nominated for Outstanding Comedy. Kind of reminds me of when the Schitt's Creek TV series kind of came from nowhere and began getting Emmy nominations. Also, some big snubs. Yellowstone, most watched show on TV, you guys, still has not been nominated for any major acting categories or any major award for drama. It's so crazy. Also, Helen Mirren and Harrison Ford were snubbed. These icons in Hollywood snubbed for their show in 1923. It's a prequel series to Yellowstone. Then also Poker Face and Steve Martin and Selena Gomez from the series Only Murders in the Building were also snubbed.
That's a little surprising. I mean, the Emmy voters just have something against Yellowstone. We did the story a year ago about how they got totally
And the
snubbed.
crazy part, that is where the viewers are. People are watching this show, and it's actually very highbrow drama. So very shocking.
There's also, that's an interesting one because there's drama in the real world.
Oh, come on.
Sip
my water on that one.
Ooh, oh my gosh. All right, Ray Liotta, let's talk about this. Emotional here.
So this show, Blackbird, phenomenal. So limited series on Apple TV. If you haven't watched it, please watch it.
Good.
He got a
you
posthumous,
told me to watch that.
a posthumous outstanding best supporting actor nomination. He died last May, as you guys can all recall, an icon in TV. So this should be huge for him.
Yeah, and so well deserved. I mean, we
yeah.
just said it here. You have to see Blackbird if you haven't already.
Oh my God!
On the edge of my seat the
on the edge of your seat, like in a way that's like it's not like so scary the whole time, like something's gonna jump out at you, but it's just like so well done.
Brilliant acting. The prisoners are just like so brilliant. Yeah.
All right, so we have to talk about the strike that's going on now because you can't. Really
what strike?
Promote. Yeah, I know you can't promote your films during the strike.
You're asking which strike?
That is true.
We saw the Tonys had to deal with this. They got a special permission, but there was no writing in the show. Emmys are mid-September. What could the show look like?
Yeah, so we might not have the show. I mean, I think that the show can't go on because to really show up, you have to be permitted to promote your work. And right now, as an actor, you cannot promote your work. And that's part of what these Emmys are about, is campaigning for a month and a half to get in front of Emmy voters, doing these special screenings, doing press for the Today Show, coming here and doing press, and you can't do that if the strike happens.
And if you don't have the writers, if they're still on strike, then you
It'll
can't write the show that's going to be put on.
Very awkward.
And so that creates a lot of issues for that.
And you said the last time that was the case was what?
So the last time we've had both the writers and the actors on strike together, it was 1960. So the New York Times made a point. That's when Marilyn Monroe was in.
Oh my God! And Ronald Reagan was the president of SAG in 1960.
Yeah,
which is also very interesting.
Oh my goodness!
So it's been more than 60 years. So it will bring Hollywood to a standstill. Shows that we would expect to see this fall, almost certainly we're not going to see.
And billions of
next
dollars
year.
lost in the economy in Los Angeles and also Atlanta, which is a huge hub. Yeah, already billions have been lost.
Huge
So many people just without jobs, without paychecks. It's pretty wild. All
Should
right.
be crazy.
Chris Witherspoon, thank you very much. Lots to cover this
y'all.
morning. You did great.
It's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news, of course, continues right now. Stay with us. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us this Thursday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, support and solidarity. President Biden is in the newest NATO state of Finland this morning. He's attempting to further bolster the theme of unity that has been echoed throughout the alliance's summit this week. It comes after a productive meeting with Ukraine's President Zelensky yesterday, as the war-torn nation seeks a firmer timeline for when it can join NATO. More on their discussion and what it could mean for the future of the war. A triple threat of extreme weather, a possible twister seen touching down near Chicago's O'Hare Airport, devastating floods forcing Northeasterners to pick up the pieces with even more rain on the way today. Plus, that unrelenting heat dome is now expanding, affecting millions of Americans this morning, and the calls for federal help are growing louder this morning. We've got team coverage on what you can expect as you head out the door. Also this morning, cautious optimism. We're going to bring you a closer look at how artificial intelligence is reshaping the world of modern medicine. Well, the advances are promising. The new tech won't be replacing your doctor anytime soon. And we are flipping the script this morning with a true triple threat. They are a writer, actor, and musician, bringing gender fluidity into the spotlight. Looking forward to bringing you that conversation live. If you're a fan of the show Younger,
Oh, yes.
the stars of that show
I
right there.
love that show.
All right, we're going to begin this hour with the latest out of President Biden's European visit.
Yeah, this morning the president is meeting with leaders of the Nordic countries in Finland. Earlier, the president sat down with his Finnish counterpart to formally welcome NATO's newest member. The trip comes on the heels of yesterday's meeting you're seeing here on your screen with Ukraine's President Zelensky in Lithuania. The talks focused, of course, on long-term support to Ukraine in its war with Russia, but was overshadowed by tensions over Kyiv's path toward NATO membership. We will hear from Defense Priorities military expert Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis in just a few moments. But before that, let's get to NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander, who joins us from Helsinki. Hi, Peter. Good morning.
Good day to you from here in Finland. President Biden is punctuating his European trip with today's stop in Helsinki, a victory lap of sorts, formally welcoming the 31st country into the NATO alliance after this week paving the way for Sweden's membership as well. Both countries, with their strong militaries, had avoid taking sides so as not to provoke Russia right next door. This morning, President Biden standing in solidarity with NATO's newest member, Finland, after celebrating a harsh rebuke to Russian President Vladimir Putin while celebrating the expanded strength of NATO.
Putin still wrongly believes that he can outlast Ukraine. And even after all this time, Putin still doubts our staying power. He's still making a bad bet.
The U.S. is by far Ukraine's biggest backer, but President Biden is walking a fine line as he does not believe Ukraine should be admitted to join NATO until after the war. The president in the former Soviet state of Lithuania warning of a long fight for freedom. It follows a new round of attacks on Kyiv, where Ukraine's air defenses fended off what Ukrainian officials said were Iranian-made drones. Earlier, the president met with Ukraine's President Zelensky, who arrived at the summit expressing anger at NATO's refusal to set a concrete timeline for Ukraine's membership, but left seemingly satisfied by the leader's long-term security commitments.
I think at the end of summit, we had great unity from our leaders.
President Biden's facing criticism for the U.S.'s commitment to deliver Ukraine cluster bombs that are banned by more than 100 countries, including many NATO nations, because those weapons pose a threat to civilians. Zelensky defended the move.
And I didn't hear from all the, parts of the world when Russia began to use it.
This stop comes almost 5 years to the day after former President Trump huddled with Putin here in Helsinki, saying he believed Putin's denials about Russia's election interference over the assessments of America's intelligence agencies. Not far from here, Russia is watching President Biden's trip closely, overnight responding to the NATO summit, accusing the leaders of, quote, Cold War schemes. President Biden heads home to Washington later today after holding a news conference here in Helsinki. Back to you.
All right, Peter, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis now. Good to have you with us. I want to start with some of the tensions we saw brewing between Ukraine and Western allies at yesterday's NATO meeting. We heard separately from Britain's defense secretary and the White House National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, that Ukraine ought to show more gratitude for the support it's getting. That appeared to be in response to the anger we saw expressed by President Zelensky over the lack of a timetable to join NATO. What do you make of those comments? Were you surprised they were made publicly?
Yeah, I got to say I was a little bit surprised that they were made publicly because behind the scenes in about the 5 to 6 days prior to this conference, many people at the highest levels in NATO were working with Zelensky and his administration to say, look, we're going to give you a lot of things. We're going to give you more weapons and ammunition, but there's not going to be a firm deadline given to you for an application to NATO. So don't come in and make a big issue because we're trying to show unity and we want togetherness. And it looks like that Zelensky tried to play that at the last minute to try to change the term by trying to play on some of his star power that he's been having by making these claims that he wants a firm deadline and a firm date. And NATO is just not going to give in on that. And rightly so, because, look, there's no way that a country that is at war with a nuclear power is going to be given entry into NATO with Article 5 guarantees. And he should have known that. I don't think it was a good play for Zelensky. And I think he was a bit humbled by it, it looks like.
We know Russia, of course, sees NATO's eastward expansion as an existential threat. I mean, do you think Ukraine should be admitted to NATO after the war is over? Is there any risk to global stability even doing it that?
Well, the United States has to be very clear-eyed on this. We need to do everything in our power to keep our current alliance system safe and our country safe. The fact is that American interests are not synonymous with Kiev's interests. And, of course, they want in, and it makes perfect sense that they want it in NATO. But our security would be put at more risk because of the Article 5 guarantees to a country that is very much antagonistic with its neighbor. So I don't think that whether this war is over now or later, or that the NATO entrance is going to be granted to Ukraine, because number one, they're not even going to qualify by our own standards of having all their internal disputes resolved. They've been at civil war since 2014, and their border disputes resolved. So unless there's a complete peace between the two, then maybe you can talk about it. But that is so far in the future that it's just not rational in the near term.
As we've been talking about all morning, President Biden is in Finland for the Nordic summit. What kind of role do you see that country playing as the newest NATO member, and also Sweden as an incoming member?
Yeah, militarily, they're not that big of a power. They have some capability, but in terms of the overall NATO military power, it doesn't really add a lot to it. But it does add a lot of political stability, and it expands the unity, within Europe towards NATO. So in that regard, it does strengthen the alliance diplomatically and politically, but it doesn't do a lot militarily. And Biden's trying to do things to continue to advance American interests, especially in the Arctic and with some AI and some other issues that are of mutual benefit up there.
All right, Lieutenant Colonel Davis, as always, thanks for your expertise. We appreciate it. Now to the extreme weather across the country. First, that dangerous record-breaking heat that is now expanding across the West and the South. July on track to be the hottest month in U.S. history. People are sweating it out as those triple-digit temperatures drag on for another week.
This morning, 81 million people are under heat alerts, and that heat dome is expanding with the extreme heat stretching all the way up to the Northeast now. In Vermont, though, folks, there are anxiously watching those receding floodwaters. Although water levels are going down, a new round of rain could create more flooding, further complicating, of course, what could be a long road to recovery for communities. We have a team covering all this extreme weather for you this morning. We're going to begin with NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman here in studio with us with the forecast. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there. And yeah, we're looking at a lot of big stories across the country. One being that heat dome still in place, bringing that dangerous record-breaking heat. Will continue to do so because that heat dome is not budging. We're looking from the west to the south central states into the southeast, even up the east coast. We're really warm today. Then we have the flooding concerns, the severe risk. We have a wavy cold front that's from the northeast all the way to portions of the plains, the Rockies. We're looking at that heat and humidity combining with that cold front. That's going to trigger some storms, and some could be severe with really gusty winds, large hail, the chance for tornadoes. And then look what happens as we go throughout tomorrow. Nothing really changes. We're still stuck. We have that traffic jam in the atmosphere. So still really dangerous heat throughout the west into the south central states. Severe storms once again in the plains, and that flooding risk continues in portions of New England, the northeast, and also rain to the southeast. So sort of a repeat performance. Same story on Saturday. Heat wave back to the west, to the south central states. Storms likely from the Midwest to the Tennessee Valley into the southeast, up through the mid-Atlantic, the northeast, New England. Once again, we're going to be soggy. We're so soggy in portions of New England where we had that flooding earlier this week. And then looking towards Sunday, the same story. Nothing changes over the next 4 days. Record highs still in the west and the south central states, and still rain stuck from New England, the mid-Atlantic, into portions of the Carolinas and also the Gulf Coast states into the southeast. So first, starting with the severe weather risk, because we're looking at the chance for really gusty winds. 22 million people at risk for winds over 65 miles per hour. Could see some damaging hail. Could be baseball-sized hail. That's going to cause damage on its own. The winds could bring down some power lines, also some trees. The likeliest spot would be where you see this yellow. That includes Burlington to Binghamton, Pittsburgh, down to Cincinnati, and just west of D.C. So D.C., you could see some strong thunderstorms later on today. Now, taking a look at radar, we do have some storms down to the south, but we're looking at this cluster here where we have some very heavy rain into the Great Lakes. This is just getting going. As we go throughout time here, we're going to see that wavy front kind of move a little bit, and we're going to see the trigger for some thunderstorms, and that could drop a lot of rain in a short amount of times. So we could see some flooding once again in those places that were hit hard earlier this week. That means any rain that falls, we could see 1, 2, 3, even up to 5 inches of rain in some spots, has nowhere to go. The streams, the creeks, the rivers are so high, the ground is so saturated, so any rain that falls will be some runoff. So here we do have some flood watches. That includes portions of eastern northeast, the Great Lakes, into portions of New England. And we're also looking at the chance for flash flooding. We don't typically see moderate risk. We had a high risk on Monday in portions of Vermont. We're going to see moderate risk today, where you see that hot pink color. So parts of New York, parts of Vermont, and also New Hampshire, we're looking at rainfall rates of 2 inches or greater. And that's going to continue as we go throughout tomorrow. Remember, we're stuck in this pattern where we're going to see rainfall rates of up to 1 inch on those very saturated grounds. Rainfall amounts where you see these brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows, that's where we're looking at the chance for the heaviest rain. So again, 1, 2, 3 inches of rain, that's enough. But some thunderstorms could produce locally up to 5 inches of rain. And notice it's a lot of the northeast into portions of the mid-Atlantic. That includes Philadelphia as well. We could see some airports interrupted, some roadways interrupted. Heat alerts, 84 million people at risk, stretching from the northwest to the southwest, the south central states into the southeast. Temperatures soaring once again into the triple digits, breaking records, dangerous, unrelenting heat. 115 in Palm Springs, 106 in Tucson, and 109 in Midland. Today, tomorrow, and also throughout, really next week, and we can say beyond that, I'm sure.
You say we're stuck in this pattern. We're really stuck.
We have been stuck for so long. It just won't budge.
It really won't. Michelle, thank you.
We're going to continue our coverage of the extreme weather now with more on those dangerously high temperatures. Phoenix is just one of the cities baking in the heat. The city's temperature, it's already past 90 degrees this morning. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is there.
No way! Overnight tornadoes touching down in Chicago. Dramatic funnels forming over the city.
Look at this. Look. Right here. Right there. See it? See it spinning up? Yep. That's it. Yeah. That's it. Look at that spinning up there. Right in front of you.
Clouds gathering over Lake Michigan, and passengers left stranded at Chicago O'Hare. It's part of the extreme weather coast to coast. For more than 100 million Americans, it's already a scorching summer, with oppressive heat gripping much of the south and southwest.
It's 100 and too many.
A heat dome is responsible for consecutive days of record triple-digit temps, testing the limits of first responders. In Phoenix, firefighters are bracing for a sweltering 115-degree day, marking 2 weeks at or above 110.
We have deaths inside of homes
within the city of Phoenix. And to us, that's just unacceptable.
The inside of Maria Larumbe Cruz's trailer feels like an oven.
You spend all day here.
This room, cooled by an air conditioning unit, is her only refuge. But she says it's a struggle to pay her monthly bill. California, Texas, and Florida are also hitting record-setting highs. Residents doing what they can to stay safe and cool.
We are taking breaks as much as possible in the air conditioning.
El Paso is expected to continue its hot streak with a record 28 days at 100 degrees or hotter, while Miami hit a record high at 97 degrees, with a heat index over 100 for 31 days and counting. With extreme heat not considered a FEMA disaster, states are left to fend for themselves, something politicians on both sides of the aisle want to change.
It's a national problem.
The push for help coming as the whole country weathers a summer of baking heat and intense storms.
Our thanks to Aaron McLaughlin for that report.
Well, now let's get to NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren in Vermont, where they are cleaning up from this historic flooding earlier this week. It looks like by the hood it might be raining again there. Hi, Kristen. Good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Yeah, the hood just went up. We're just getting a little bit of drizzle at this point, but it could get much more severe as we go through the day. We're here in Hardwick at the Inn by the River, and this, for me, may be one of the most enduring images of this storm. Take a look at this hotel. Half of it just washed away by the river. And this isn't just a hotel. This was somebody's dream. The owners bought this. They fixed it up. This was going to be their retirement, and now it is a total loss.
Residents in Vermont bracing for more heavy rain today as the state's governor urges everyone to stay vigilant.
This may not be over. With rain in the forecast and nowhere for it to go, we could see waters rise again.
FEMA helping organize disaster efforts, with the National Guard ready to mobilize if there's more flooding.
There's staging and locations to be ready and prepared to respond.
As widespread devastation from the catastrophic flooding sets in for so many living here.
What is it like to come home to find this? It's devastating, absolutely devastating. I have no words. We just need help.
That desperation echoed in towns across the state, with lifetimes of memories now irreparably damaged in just days.
We're going to lose the stuff that means the most to us. But we have our cats and we have each other.
Murky floodwaters still filling many streets. Others lined with piles of debris and mud as residents start assessing the damage.
What do you do? I mean, you scrape it up. Where do you put it?
It's a long road ahead for business owners in downtown Montpelier.
It's a big mess.
But local officials are now cautiously optimistic as the Wrightsville Dam and other state rivers have started to recede.
All rivers are expected to be below flood stage within the next 24 hours.
And communities begin to rebuild.
We will definitely come back from this.
And so as you look at the damage here, you can also see how far the river has fallen from all the way, up here on the banks down. And so that really is the hope as we go through the next couple of days here, that they have fallen enough, that the rivers and tributaries have enough room for that new water to go to. Joe?
Kristen, hey, Kristen, it's Savannah. What a dramatic image with that inn behind you. Just heartbreaking to see. Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much.
A murder suspect is in custody this morning after police in Tennessee say he fatally shot a well-respected hand surgeon at an orthopedic clinic where he worked. Police are calling the shooting a targeted attack. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from Collierville, Tennessee with the latest. Blaine, good morning.
Well, Joe, good morning to you. That suspect is set to go before a judge later this morning. Right now, he's being held right here on a $1.2 million bond. Now, police are still investigating this entire incident, but they say so far it appears the shooter had one focus, his doctor.
At a doctor's clinic just outside of Memphis, the emergency calls came within moments.
We're in northwest corner building, room C2, Charlie 2. Jimmy doctor down 2 rounds, looks like to the chest.
When police arrived, they found Dr. Benjamin Mock shot several times, killed in his own exam room. The shooter, police say, was his patient, 29-year-old Larry Pickens, arrested within minutes just outside the building.
He was armed. He was not carrying
gun to use it, but he had it on his person.
Police say Pickens had been in the office for several hours and that he was there to be treated. According to an affidavit obtained by NBC affiliate station WMC, a nurse recognized Pickens from previous visits to the clinic. She says she was inside the room where Pickens was being treated and saw him remove a pistol from his waistband and fire 3 rounds at Dr. Mock.
Was he targeting this doctor specifically?
What we know is that there was a one-on-one confrontation. He didn't attempt to shoot anyone else that we're aware of at this point. Once he shot the doctor, then he left the building.
Mock was recently featured in Memphis Magazine as one of the city's top doctors. A prominent orthopedic surgeon, he specialized in hand and wrist surgery. Just last week, he spoke with our affiliate about firework safety.
If any kid's hand's saved, in my standpoint, it's worth it.
Mock also served at a local children's hospital. In an email to employees, the hospital's interim president writes, "Ben was a friend to so many of us, a beloved colleague, and a dedicated physician to so many patients." Evelyn Mitchell-Irby was one of those patients. She received 2 hand surgeries from Dr. Mock.
He was an amazing person, and this world will definitely be different without him. He will definitely be missed.
Now, in addition to serving the community, Dr. Mock is being remembered as a loving husband and a father. In fact, everyone we spoke to stressed just how dedicated he was to his family. Now, as for that suspect, he's facing charges of first-degree murder and aggravated assault. Joe.
All right, Blaine, thank you so much.
Well, disgraced actor Kevin Spacey is back in a London courtroom today as the sexual assault trial against him continues. The former Hollywood superstar is facing 12 charges, including sexual and indecent assault and causing a person to engage in penetrative sexual activity without consent. The 4 victims in the case say the alleged incidents happened between 2001 and 2013. Now, Spacey has pleaded not guilty and denies all charges. If convicted, Spacey will likely face jail time. NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us from outside the court in London with more on today's trial. Hey, Ali, good morning. So I understand that the prosecution just wrapped up its case yesterday. Tell us the details the jury heard from that side.
Hi, good morning, Savannah. That's right. The prosecution finished its closing arguments yesterday, and they heard from the accusers. And they painted a very sordid picture of Kevin Spacey, this Hollywood star, calling him a vile sexual predator. One of the accusers that can't be named for legal reasons, an aspiring actor, said that he had contacted Kevin Spacey. Kevin Spacey had got in touch with him. He met up with Kevin Spacey, went to his flat, smoked marijuana with him, and then he alleges that Kevin Spacey had drugged him, that he passed out, only to wake up a few hours later to find Kevin Spacey performing oral sex on him. He said the whole experience was deeply traumatizing and has changed his life. We heard from somebody else who said that they were in a car with Kevin Spacey when Kevin Spacey suddenly violently grabbed his genitals, saying that the car almost swerved off the road and crashed. So these are some very serious allegations that have been made against Kevin Spacey, but he's in court today defending himself. He's saying that all of these accusations that are being made against him are either not true or the sexual relations he had with people were consensual. So it's really going to boil down to who the jury believes, the people that are accusing him or Kevin Spacey.
So, Ali, I know now the defense, as you're saying, starts presenting its case today. First, do we know how long that's going to take or what we're going to hear and any chance of actually hearing from Spacey?
Well, yeah, that's right. The defense started today. The prosecution took about 2 weeks, so it would be fair to assume that the defense will probably take the same amount of time. And yes, Kevin Spacey showed up today. This is the first time he's giving evidence. He's in the dock, which is a glass box in the middle of the courtroom, and he seemed very relaxed, Savannah. He came in, he joked with the court guard, he sat down, he seemed calm. He started giving evidence. He spoke about his time here in London and how he's such an Anglophile and how he was so committed to the theatre, the Old Vic that he was working at. So he's obviously trying to gain some sort of rapport with the jury, and this will go on for the next couple of weeks.
And Ali, what sort of prison term would Spacey face if he's found guilty?
Well, on the lesser charges, he could get away with a very heavy fine. But that very serious charge of causing somebody to engage in sexual penetration without consent, that could hold a 19-year prison sentence. So that's the most serious one. And I guess, that's what the prosecution is more focused on. And this is what Kevin Spacey's saying, that this was just all consensual.
All right, Ali Arouzi, thank you so much.
Coming up later this hour on Morning News Now, our chat with a talented writer, actor, and musician who's flipping the script by bringing gender fluidity to your streaming screen. Stick around for my conversation with Nico Tortorella.
But first, it's not just the U.S. that's dealing with an unrelenting heat wave. Europe also experiencing sky-high temperatures that could soon break records. We'll take you there.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's good to see that, man.
So much work to be done here still.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Summertime.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Welcome back. As we've been talking about all morning, millions of Americans are suffering through extreme heat here in America. But we're not the only ones dealing with high temperatures. Europe is once again seeing a heat wave of its own this summer. NBC's Claudio Labonga has more on that from Rome.
Well, Italian meteorologists have got this bad habit of giving scary names to heat waves. Well, this time it's called Cerberus, like the three-headed monster featured in Dante's Inferno. Now, I don't know how hot Dante imagined his Inferno to be, but this is quite close. I'm sure it is. It's only 10 o'clock in the morning here in Rome, and it's already over 90 degrees Fahrenheit. It's bound to be to get worse, of course, and the humidity doesn't help. It feels even warmer. Later in the week, the forecast is that the temperature will reach something like 114 degrees. Now, Rome is one of the 10 cities across Italy that is on high heat alert. That means that the vulnerable people like the elderly are advised to stay home in the hottest hours of the day, just stay away from the sun. And they should take that warning seriously, because at least according to a report published on Nature magazine, there were 18,000 people who died in Italy alone last year because of the heat. That is the highest death toll in the whole of Europe. This year we already have the first confirmed victim. He's a 44-year-old worker who was painting zebra crossings on the street when he collapsed because of the heat, and then he later died. Of course, Italy is not the only country in Europe that is suffering from the heat wave. Spain and Greece are reporting similar temperatures, with Greece even banning access to nature reserves and forests to prevent wildfires, and opening up public buildings, air-conditioned public buildings, so that people can find some shelter from the heat. In the meantime, here in Rome, people are cooling down by going to get some water from the water fountains dotted all across the city. But not every city in Europe, of course, has the advantage of water fountains that are free and accessible to people.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
From Europe to here in the U.S., all this extreme heat is not just creating dangerous conditions for people.
It's also having a big impact on the crops farmers plant and ultimately the food you put on your table. Alexis Rosales joins us now. He's an associate professor of agroecology at the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. Alexis, thank you so much for joining us this morning. So tell us, what challenges are farmers facing? How is the heat impacting crops this year? And then, you know, obviously down the line, what does that mean for consumers?
Morning. Well, you know, heat is one of those things that is a factor that plants and humans have to deal with. We heard from you that heat, well, so do plants. And one of the strategies that plants have to deal with heat is to use more water. And so this is one of the big challenges, is farmers often who deal with extreme heat don't necessarily have access to water and have different ways of dealing with that heat. The plants and the crops suffer. So a lot of farmers are seeing decreased yields because of the increasing heat and the decreasing access to water.
You know, Professor, farming is a difficult business. Growing seasons are unpredictable. So how do farmers adapt when there's a heat wave like this one that we're seeing in the South and the Southwest?
Well, you know, some farmers are, like the farmers here in Texas, are kind of used to extreme heat, but it's really hard to prepare a really prolonged period and unusual extreme heat, right? So the extra 10 degrees temperature is something that's very difficult to prepare for. Sometimes you just got to keep your fingers crossed and pray for rain.
On the other end of the spectrum, rather than just extreme heat, we also see things like heavy rain that can also impact farmers' crops. In fact, in India, we know that they're going through this tomato crisis specifically because of that type of weather there. How does that ultimately impact the availability of tomatoes and the prices that we're going to pay here in the U.S.?
Well, you know, we have a global market. You know, tomato farmers in India have the same challenges that tomato farmers in the United States do. There's just a certain threshold that some plants have. And when you exceed that threshold, they suffer. And of course, when you have a decreasing supply all around the country and the world, the prices go up. And so, you know, I'm not surprised to hear that India is having those challenges. We have in the United States, and the prices all around the world will go up because of the way we trade our food.
All right, Alexis Rosales, thank you very much for joining us.
Coming up, no, it's not you yet. There's still no winner to that estimated $875 million Powerball fortune. We've got your odds of taking home one of America's largest jackpots ever after the break.
But first, it's definitely shaking up the world of modern medicine. But is artificial intelligence as intelligent as we think it is? We will take you behind the tech after this.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
We're back now with our ongoing series, AI Revolution. Today we're taking a look at how artificial intelligence is shaking up the healthcare world.
One study even finds that AI may have better bedside manners than some doctors. I definitely believe that. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward is here with more on this. And Jake, I love talking about some of the medical applications. It seems like one of these things that can maybe give us more hope than fear when it comes to AI. Good to see you. Hi.
Yeah, good to see you as well. You know, it is a great use of AI. I mean, the potential for medical breakthroughs using AI is staggering, and we are already seeing it in action across all sorts of specialties, from skin cancer detection to stroke treatment to heart failure. But as with every area AI is used in, there is, of course, plenty of misinformation out there, even as the technology improves by leaps and bounds.
As artificial intelligence begins to reshape everything from schoolwork to art, it's poised to transform your visit to the doctor, too.
I can attach the smartphone here.
Oh, wow.
And then capture a picture. You can see how...
In Stanford's dermatology clinic, doctors are testing new AI technology that can help spot skin cancer.
In a future iteration of this, it would, in theory, give you back a result pretty quickly?
Exactly, within seconds.
The technology is already in use in the UK, where its maker, Skin Analytics, says it has detected 99% of the cancers it's seen in the last year. In the U.S., it's now awaiting FDA approval. Dr. Roberto Novoa, who is testing the system at Stanford, points out the need for something like this is enormous.
Across the country, there are extremely long wait periods for dermatologists, ranging from 3 months to 6 months, 7 months.
And so, in theory, there is tremendous need for either more dermatologists or, in this case, maybe a technology that helps fill in for the lack of them.
We see thousands of cases in a year, and it's always in the back of my mind, what am I missing?
But Dr. Novoa says it's not clear yet whether we can trust this system in all cases.
I want to see it on a variety of different skin types. We have good evidence showing that these algorithms can underperform in skin of color.
They might miss cancer in a non-white patient.
Exactly.
A work in progress in some clinics, but the rush to work AI into medical care is on. At the Mayo Clinic in Jacksonville, Florida, an AI algorithm analyzes CAT scan images and points doctors to the trouble spots in the brains of stroke victims.
This CAT scan and automated AI technology will show you exactly that map of brain area at risk down to the pixel level.
Dr. David Freeman says it saved time and brain cells for 28-year-old Raymond Rowe, who came in unable to move one side of his body.
What the AI was able to do with the CAT scan information is very rapidly save at least 15 minutes of time, and to equate that, for every minute in stroke, it's 1.9 million neurons lost per minute.
Raymond is now fully recovered thanks to that quick treatment.
I have a lot more appreciation towards them and a lot more trust in technology now, because if you would have told me, if I never had a stroke, you would have told me, you're going to let AI work on you? My answer is like, no.
We've got breaking news to bring you out of the U.S. Nordic Summit in Finland.
That's right. President Biden has just been meeting with his Finnish counterpart. They are now taking part in a news conference alongside each other. Let's listen in.
Afternoon. Excellent that we have this kind of a big hall in the castle. Plenty of you here. First of all, Joe, Mr. President, I want to thank you for visiting Finland. We have had possibilities of meeting each other quite often during the...
I like it here even better.
Yep. And by the way, first time we met also in Helsinki, I was the Speaker of Parliament when you visited.
I remember.
So we have had a lot of discussions during the last couple of years. I want to once again thank you for the strong support you have given all the time.
It's my honor.
The new era in Finnish security policy has begun, and you will be one of those who wrote it to history. I also want to thank you for the Vilnius meeting. It was very touching to feel the unity between allies, and I think it was greatly created by you. We had possibilities of discussing bilaterally today. I took up the negotiations of our defense cooperation agreement. We are going to continue our security discussion by that, and that is of vital importance to Finland. In the same time, also Sweden and Denmark are having similar discussions, and at the end it seems that all the 5 Nordic countries will have a bilateral agreement with USA. Technology is one of the key words for the future. There are elements like artificial intelligence, quantum technology, sky technology. All that is leading our way to the future, and we have to make sure that it's leading our way in a very secure way, and that demands responsibility of those who know how, and that is why it is very important to coordinate and cooperate with our knowledge and resources forward in this sector. We also had a discussion on our neighbor, and I think that we both share similar views. The war in Ukraine was also discussed. We both see that we will continue support to Ukraine, which is defending not only herself, but also all the values we represent in the Western world. We also had a meeting with the Nordic family. It is a tradition which started during President Obama's time, and it has been a very valuable tool for us to get even better understand each other's. Security and technology were also discussed there, and a lot of time and thoughts were presented on environmental issues. So, once again, it has been great to have you here.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. It's been great to be here. Look, it's an honor to be with you and our other Nordic friends. We just finished, I would suggest, a very productive U.S. Nordic Leaders Summit on the heels of the historic NATO summit in Vilnius, and where Finland took its place at the table as our newest ally. We've always been friends, but our newest official ally member of NATO. And I also want to thank Minister Christensen of Sweden, who will soon be joining NATO, and Prime Minister Støre of Norway. We've had a great relationship. And Fredriksen of Denmark, and the Minister of Coburn, daughter of Ireland. You can tell that's a Freudian slip. I'm thinking of home. The daughter of Iceland. And I want to say I think we've had a very productive summit. We discussed, Mr. President, where we stand at an inflection point in history, where the decisions we make now are going to determine the course of the history for the next 4, 5, 6 decades. And this week we affirmed how Finland and the United States together with allies and partners are working in lockstep to set us on a stronger, safer, and more secure path, not just for Europe, not just for NATO, but for the world. In Vilnius, NATO met with 31 nations for the first time. We showed the world that our alliance is more united than ever, and soon it'll be 32 allies, thanks to an agreement with Turkey to move Sweden's accession protocols forward. And as capable partners and committed democracies, both Finland and Sweden are going to add significantly to the strength, security, and unanimity of NATO. And with stronger NATO, it makes the entire world stronger. Mr. President, as your ally, we want the people of Finland to know the United States is committed to Finland, committed to NATO, and those commitments are rock solid. That we'll defend every inch of NATO territory, and that includes Finland, obviously. Second, over the past week, we reaffirmed our unwavering support for the brave people of Ukraine as they defend their country against Russia's brutal and inhumane attacks. Our allies and partners around the world understand that this fight is not only a fight for the future of Ukraine, it's about sovereignty, security, and freedom itself. I want you to think about what would happen if we didn't do anything. What is likely to happen in the rest of Europe if we did nothing? So this week, NATO has officially elevated our relationship with Ukraine. Allies also agreed to lift the membership action plan. It's usually required before you could be admitted from Ukraine. And it's created a path for membership for Ukraine as it continues to make progress on the necessary democratic and security reforms required of every NATO member. We also made clear to President Zelensky that we're not waiting for NATO membership to be finalized to commit to the long-term security of Ukraine. The leaders of the G7 together issued a new joint declaration of support for Ukraine, a declaration I was glad to see the Nordic nations immediately welcome and support it. It's going to launch a process open to any nation to negotiate bilateral security agreements with Ukraine until they're officially members of NATO. It will not only ensure that Ukraine can defend itself today, but it will deter future aggression as well with a capable force across land, air, and sea from their friends. And finally, at every stop and every summit on this trip, we focus on using the power of partnership to take on the challenges that matter most to the people's lives in our countries. In the United Kingdom, we brought together public, private, and philanthropic partners to discuss ways to unlock literally trillions of private dollars in finance to fight climate change. In Lithuania, NATO allies met, and the EU and our Indo-Pacific partners to continue advancing our work on terrorism, cyber threats, resilience, and so much more. And here in Finland, at our U.S. Nordic Leaders Summit, we reaffirmed our commitment to stand together, to power a clean energy transition, to preserve regional security, to promote democratic values, and to pioneer the technologies of the future, from quantum computing to advanced communication systems. So we did it together. Mr. President, at this critical moment in history, this inflection point, the world is watching to see, will we do the hard work that matters to forge a better future? Will we stand together? Will we stand with one another? Will we stay committed to our course? This week, Finland, the United States, and our allies and partners said a resounding, loud yes. Yes, we'll step up. Yes, we'll stand together. And yes, we'll keep working toward a stronger, safer, and more secure world. So, Mr. President, thank you again for having me here. As partners, friends, and allies, I look forward to our work together in the years ahead, and it's been a real pleasure getting to know you even better. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have time for questions.
Shall we start with Yle and Ida Tikka? You.
Finnish Public Broadcasting Service. My question is for Mr. President Biden. The political volatility of U.S. remains a big worry for European partners. Meanwhile, back in Washington, a bipartisan group of senators has repeatedly failed to pass through Senate a bill that would prevent the U.S. presidents in the future from withdrawing from NATO without Senate's approval. What actions?
Sorry, without what? I'm sorry? I didn't hear the last part of your question.
In Washington, a bipartisan group of senators has repeatedly failed to pass through Senate a law that would prevent future U.S. presidents from withdrawing from NATO without Senate's approval. What actions will you take to assure Finland that the U.S. will remain a reliable NATO partner for decades to come?
I absolutely guarantee it. There is no question. There's overwhelming support from the American people. There's overwhelming support from the members of the Congress, both House and Senate, in both parties, notwithstanding the fact there's some extreme elements of one party. We will stand together. The American people known since the end of World War II and the formation of NATO that our security rests in the unanimity among European and transatlantic partner, us. And so this is, no one can guarantee the future, but this is the best bet anyone could make.
And my second question on that note to Mr. President Niinistö, hearing this answer that no one can guarantee a future, are you worried that the political instability in the U.S. will cause issues in the alliance in the future?
Let me be clear. I didn't say we couldn't guarantee the future. You can't tell me whether you're going to be able to go home tonight. No one can be sure what they're going to do. I'm saying as sure as anything can possibly be said about American foreign policy, we will stay connected to NATO. Connected to NATO, beginning, middle, and end. We're a transatlantic partnership. That's what I've said.
It seems that the President has answered your problems, but I have to tell you that during this process, I met approximately President many times, but I would say about 50 people from Congress and Senate. And I think the message was quite clear, quite united. And I have no reason to doubt about USA policies in the future.
Let me say one more thing. We learned a hard lesson. Peace and security in Europe is essential to U.S. security and peace. The idea that there could be conflict in Europe among our friends and us not engaged has never happened in modern history. That's why we're staying together.
Next question, President Biden.
Oh, I've called on somebody. I'm sorry. Wall Street Journal. Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. President. You've said that Ukraine shouldn't enter NATO until after the war is over. Are you concerned at all that those comments could motivate Putin to keep the war going or discourage him from entering peace negotiations? And is there a serious risk that this war could drag on for years? And do you see any path toward the war ending with Putin still in power?
First of all, no one can join NATO while a war is going on, where a NATO nation is being attacked, because that guarantees that we're in a war, and we're in a third world war. So that it's not about whether or not they should or shouldn't join. It's about when they can join, and they will join NATO. The issue of whether or not this is going to keep Putin from continuing to fight, the answer is Putin's already lost the war. Putin has a real problem. How does he move from here? What does he do? And so the idea that there's going to be what vehicle is used, he could end the war tomorrow. He could just say, I'm out. But what agreement is ultimately reached depends upon Putin and what he decides to do. But there is no possibility of him winning the war in Ukraine. He's already lost that war. Imagine anyway, he's already lost that war.
Just on the question of a concern about it going on for years, is there a possibility that there's a stalemate in this becoming?
I'm sorry?
The question of whether the war could go on for years, is there a possibility there's a stalemate and it can continue for quite some time?
Well, I don't think the war can go on for years for two reasons. Number one, I don't think that that Russia could maintain the war forever, number one, in terms of their resources and capacity. Number two, I think that there is going to be a circumstance where eventually President Putin is going to decide it's not in the interest of Russia, economically, politically, or otherwise, to continue this war. But I can't predict exactly how that happens. My hope is, and my expectation is, you'll see that Ukraine makes significant progress on their offensive, and that it generates a negotiated settlement somewhere along the line.
And I have a question for the Finnish president, but I would be remiss if I didn't raise my colleague Evan Gershkovich, who's been in prison for more than 100 days. I just wondered if you had an update on the process for trying to get him out of prison, and if you're serious about a prisoner exchange.
Oh, I'm serious about prisoner exchange. I'm serious about doing all we can to free Americans from being illegally held in Russia or anywhere else for that matter. And that process is underway.
Do you envision the possibility of the U.S. having a permanent military base in Finland?
Like I told, we are discussing on DCA, the Defense Cooperation Agreement, and it has a lot of elements. They are still open, but we are open on negotiations, and I know that our counterpart is also very open. So let us see.
Next question goes to President Niinistö, please.
Yes, it's Helsingin Sanomat and Elina Väntönen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And my question is for Mr. President Biden.
Okay.
Or should I just say President Biden? You have repeatedly talked about Finlandization becoming NATOization of Finland. Now, based on
what nation?
You have repeatedly talked about Finlandization becoming NATOization of Finland. Based on your long experience, how does that change Finland's place in the world?
Well, first of all, the context in which I said that was the gentleman who occupies a seat on the other side of your border in Moscow said he wanted the Finlandization of NATO. I said it was more likely to get the NATOization of Finland. That's the context in which that was said. And what was the second part of your question?
I asked, how has Finland's position in the world changed during
this
Look,
NATO membership process?
Finland's already a strong, vibrant nation. I think what Finland's joining NATO does, and Sweden as well, when the Nordic countries are all members of NATO, just makes the world safer. It significantly increases the prospect that there is less likely to be war. We're deadly earnest about the notion. We'll defend every single inch of NATO territory. And now we're on the way of getting to 32 NATO nations. That's a significant commitment. And so the likelihood of any nation voluntarily deciding they're going to attack one of the nations or Finland is highly unlikely. And so, but if it were to, they understand they're not just attacking Finland, they're attacking 31 other countries.
Next question, President Biden, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess it's Arlette, CNN.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. We've seen more disarray with Russian generals, most recently with the firing of a general who criticized the defense ministry, this following that rebellion by Prigozhin. Does this raise any new concerns about Putin potentially doing more drastic things regarding Ukraine, like nuclear weapons, or potentially against the U.S., like election interference?
Well, first of all, they already interfered in American elections, so that would not be anything new. They did that last time they tried to. But with regard to, I don't think there's any real prospect, you never know, but of Putin using nuclear weapons. Not only has the West, but China and the rest of the world has said, don't go there. Don't go there. Number two. Number three, I think that determining what happens to Prigozhin, what happens to Vilnius, what happens when we discuss this in Vilnius is God only knows what he's likely to do. Well, I'm not even sure, we're not even sure where he is and what relationship he has. If I were he, I'd be careful what I ate. I'd be keeping my eye on my menu. But all kidding aside, who knows? I don't know. I don't think any of us know for certain what the future of Prigozhin is in Russia. And so I don't know how to answer that question beyond that.
And if I could also ask you something about happening back home. You're seeing the GOP grappling with tying abortion rights to defense issues, including a block on military promotions by Senator Tuberville. What does this say about U.S. military readiness? And would you be willing to talk with Tuberville to try to work out some solution?
I'd be willing to talk to him if I thought there was any possibility of him changing this ridiculous position he has. He's jeopardizing U.S. security by what he's doing. I expect the Republican Party to stand up, and do something about it. They've in their power to do that. The idea that we don't have a chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the idea that we have all these promotions that are in abeyance right now, that we don't know what's going to happen, the idea that we're injecting into fundamental foreign policy decisions what in fact as a domestic social debate on social issues is bizarre. I don't ever recall that happening, ever. And it's just totally irresponsible in my view. And I just think that, I'm confident that the mainstream of the Republican Party no longer does not support what he's doing. But they got to stand up and be counted. That's how it ends.
And for President Niinisto, you've been working on fortifying the fence along the border between Finland and Russia. Is there anything that you're seeing recently that concerns you? And also, as a leader who shares a border with Russia, what more do you want to see done to deter Putin?
During the beginning of our application process, surely we had to make sure first trying to figure out every possible negative action we might meet and surely how we respond on that. And we were very careful on that work. So at the moment, situation is quite calm. Hope it remains as such. But I just want to tell you that Finnish people do feel more secure at the moment. We have 80% of population supporting NATO membership and more than 80% who say that we will also protect our allies. That's the Finnish position.
Thank you. This concludes the press conference.
Thank you very much.
You've been watching a presidential news conference between American President Joe Biden and his Finnish counterpart. This, of course, comes with Finland now the newest member of NATO, and soon Sweden will be the newest member of NATO. President Biden saying it has been a productive Nordic summit and a historic NATO summit this week, adding that the NATO alliance is more united than ever.
Yeah, of course, this comes just after that NATO summit where there was much conversation about the possibility of Ukraine joining that alliance, which is not happening at this time. This was a separate meeting following that, the U.S. Nordic Summit, as it's called, with the Finnish president referring to this as the Nordic family meeting with President Biden. Let's bring in former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, Bill Taylor, and NBC News military analyst Colonel Jack Jacobs. They are both with us. Thank you both for being here and help us have a conversation out of this. So I'm going to start with you, Colonel Jack Jacobs. And I actually want to ask you something that was brought up here that is an interesting question, that was a question from a Wall Street Journal reporter to President Biden, which had to do with this question of Ukraine joining and what this potentially means as we look down the road for NATO here. He had asked, do you see Putin seeing the fact that Ukraine can't join NATO until this war ends as a potential that something could stay ongoing there? The president's answer was just Putin has already lost. But what do you make of that question and that thought?
Well, Putin doesn't need any motivation to keep the war going, and he will continue to do that. There's something of a military stalemate at the moment, even though there are local counterattacks down near Bakhmut and in the Donbass region. Both sides are going to have to commit substantial resources to change the military situation, and that's going to take some time. It'll take time to get more weapons to Ukraine, for them to be trained to use some of them for their employment and so on. Putin's got no motivation whatsoever to stop right away, no matter what the president says. The fact is he's going to keep going. The likelihood is that the war will drag on for some time unless they're on the ground. There is some substantial change to the military situation, which we don't see coming anytime soon. It's interesting to go back and think about something that the president said in the press conference, which was something of a mirror of something that Henry Kissinger said a long time ago when the war started, and that is that he expected the end of it is going to be some sort of negotiated settlement.
Let's bring in NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander, who's actually in the room where the news conference took place. Peter, you've been traveling with the president all week long. What are the big headlines to come out of this news conference here and just everything we've witnessed this week?
What the president has said is that we cannot expand.
Well, I think, Joe, obviously this is a punctuation mark on what the White House is celebrating as a successful trip overseas with the expansion of NATO, celebrating its 31st member here in Finland, the likely addition in the not-too-distant future of Sweden after the path was cleared by Turkey that dropped its opposition. So that's what the president feels good about as he departs here. But there are a couple of headlines that struck me here. Among others, the president was pressed on whether he could guarantee that the U.S., perhaps under a future Republican administration, if perhaps former President Trump is to become president again, would maintain its position in NATO. The president saying that he absolutely guarantees it. Of course, it's not something that the president can guarantee, but he did try to sort of assuage those fears of American allies, including those here in Finland, where they share an 830-mile border with Ukraine. I was struck that as we stand in this room, Joe, it's almost 5 years to the day after former President Trump stood here alongside Russian President Vladimir Putin, where President Trump at the time said he believed Vladimir Putin's denials about Russian election interference over the assessments of the American intelligence agencies. President Biden today, in one of his answers, saying, among other things, that the Russians are already interfering in U.S. elections. So there was certainly a contrast there. The president said he didn't think this war could go on for years, indicating that Russia couldn't keep it up for that long. But it is a real concern, as President Biden recently acknowledged, that one of the reasons the U.S. is sending these cluster munitions that are prohibited, that are banned by more than 120 countries to Ukraine right now, is because not only are the Ukrainians running low on ammunition, but the U.S. does not have enough ammunition to provide them right now. So real questions about the supply chain as well. A couple other things that we've been focusing on as we've been listening to the president are what the president said as it relates to the future, not just for the U.S. and its relationship with Russia, but also what his concerns are about what we've been seeing back at home, specifically about the efforts by the conservative Republican senator from Alabama, Tommy Tuberville, who has basically said that he would not support the passing or the confirmation of any military generals. The Joint Chiefs of Staff is not without a permanent head right now because, as he said, Tuberville is jeopardizing U.S. security at this time. He called it irresponsible. So that was some tough language from President Biden as well on that topic. But as the president prepares to head home, he is certainly, Joe, as we noted, celebrating the successes, the fortifying of NATO here, even as Ukraine leaves here without the membership that it was hoping for, or even the timeline it was hoping for its membership. The president saying that that can't happen until after the war, because if, Joe and Savannah, were to happen now, that would effectively put the U.S. at war with Russia.
Let's also now, Peter, thank you very much for that recap, and stay with us if you don't mind. Let's bring in, though, Ambassador Bill Taylor, who I believe we do still have and want to get a question to here. If you could just put in context for us, Ambassador, of course, I know you are the ambassador to Ukraine, but obviously have a knowledge of relations with this whole region. I mean, just a reminder here, the reason that so much news is coming out of this is because 2 new countries are joining the NATO alliance. Remind us of the relationship prior with Finland. I know at least up until recently, relations have been fairly cordial between Finland and Moscow. So walk us through kind of the impact this has, them actually deciding to join this alliance.
Well, Savannah, you're exactly right. The focus here the last couple of days has been on Ukraine, and it's that relationship. It's the Russian invasion of Ukraine that struck the Finns and the Swedes as in a way that they hadn't been struck before. That is, they didn't believe until the invasion happened on the 24th of February, 2022, that Russia would invade. And when these 2 neutral nations saw what could happen to a nation that was defenseless in terms of nuclear weapons, defense had much smaller weapons. When they saw that, they knew, the Finns and the Swedes knew, that they needed some support. They needed to join the NATO alliance if they were going to be secure. And so that led then to this summit. But again, it's the focus on Ukraine and the need for Ukraine to win this war that is going to allow them to join NATO after the Swedes and the Finns.
Ambassador Taylor, that news conference there shows that there's clearly concern around the world that not right now, but maybe someday in the future, America might not be as interested in NATO. How realistic is that fear?
It's a fear, Joe. There's no doubt that people are worried about it. I get the same question. I was in Ukraine. I was in Kyiv in May. I'll be there again in 2 weeks. I know that that's the question I'm going to get over and over. And my answer, frankly, is the same as President Biden just gave. That is, there's strong bipartisan support up until now. There looks like there will be continued strong bipartisan among the American people. The polls show 2/3 of 65% of the Americans support the weapons to Ukraine and support the defeat of Russia. So there's strong bipartisan support. That will continue. I am convinced.
And Peter Alexander, if we still have you with us, let's bring you back in here and just kind of remind us, we're talking about this potential as NATO continues to expand. I'm not sure if Peter can actually still hear me. It doesn't look like he can. So Ambassador Taylor, let me come back to you and just kind of remind us what we've heard so far this week from the positioning of Ukraine potentially joining. We know, we all know the headlines here that it's not until after the war, but walk us through, what that potential 3rd edition here, sometime potentially in the near future, what that looks like as NATO continues to expand.
Well, Savannah, you're right. There are two time frames here. The first is immediate, and the immediate weapons to Ukraine. Strong support from NATO, strong announcements of new weapons coming to Ukraine from the Brits and the French and the Nordics, the strong security guarantees from the G7, the bilateral within the G7 with Ukraine. So that immediate support is there. And then, as you point out, there's a long-term commitment. And the G7 made that clear as well, that they're supporting Ukraine for as long as it takes for victory. Now, if there is victory this year, which is possible, I know the colonel thinks it's not, but it is possible this year that the Ukrainians could push the Russians out. And if that happens, then what NATO has decided is it will be very quick for Ukraine to be able to join the alliance.
Peter, heading into all of the summits this week, there are all these questions over the controversy of America and the cluster bombs. How big of an issue did that end up being, either openly or behind closed doors, throughout all the meetings that took place this week?
Well, the White House, as you speak to officials here privately, say that they didn't really get any pushback privately on that specific issue from their allies. Recognize that all of Western Europe, most of the NATO leaders do oppose the use of cluster munitions. Even a couple of years ago, when it was there was discussion about the potential that Russia would use those cluster munitions, which are viewed as a problem because they can not all detonate at once, which means that some detonate later on the battlefield where they could be picked up by children or civilians, so they can pose a threat to civilians. The White House in the past had said that it could be viewed, when used by the Russians, as a war crime. So how is it not a war crime if the U.S. is to use them as well? The president has insisted that this is a necessary but difficult choice at the White House that the president has had to make because the Ukrainians are running low on ammunition right now. Notably, Volodymyr Zelensky, as he spoke about this yesterday, said that the Ukrainians need those cluster munitions, those cluster bombs, because it helps save us, to use his language. He said, among other things, that he didn't hear the complaints from other countries when Russia began using them in Ukraine. But it is certainly an interesting topic, and it does sort of reveal some of the divisions that still do exist under the surface here among these NATO allies as it relates to that issue, and frankly, the issue of whether Ukraine should be allowed into NATO right now. Those countries that are closer in the Eastern Bloc, including Lithuania, a former Soviet state, they are more inclined to say, let Ukraine in now. They worry about their own future, what Russia might do next. But some of the other countries, including Poland, Germany, and the United States, have said it can't happen yet.
Peter, I also want to ask you about something that the president was asked about by the Wall Street Journal reporter asking about his colleague, Evan Gershkovich. We heard a little bit here just from my notes I have. Essentially, the president responding to a question that was, are you serious about the potential of a prisoner exchange? And Biden said, yes, we are serious about this prisoner exchange, and also mentioned the process is underway. What do we know about that?
Well, he didn't reveal any more details about where that back and forth stands with the Russians about their effort to get back the Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich. It's now been more than 100 days that he has been held there. Obviously, if past is precedent, there could at some point be some form of a prisoner exchange. You remember that's how Brittany Griner, the WNBA superstar, was able to come home a matter of months ago. But the president did try to reaffirm his commitment to getting Gershkovich and other U.S. hostages, prisoners, back home, but do recognize this is a real challenge, the one the administration is focused on, but one that is also dissatisfying to so many, including the Gershkovich family, that wants their son, their loved one home.
All right. Peter Alexander, our chief White House correspondent, reporting from Finland, along with former Ambassador Bill Taylor and Colonel Jack Jacobs. We thank you all for your perspective as we break down this news conference between the American president and his Finnish counterpart, coming to an end, a huge international week when it comes to diplomacy, when it comes to discussions about what's happening in Ukraine.
Yeah, as one of our guests said, sort of a punctuation mark here at the end, seeing those two together, of course, with one of the newest members of the NATO alliance being that Finnish president.
We'll have much more on the day throughout the day here on NBC News Now.
Thank you so much. Stick with us.
Out of the extreme weather across the country, first that dangerous record-breaking heat that is now expanding across the West and the South. July on track to be the hottest month in U.S. history. People are sweating it out as those triple-digit temperatures drag on for another week.
This morning, 81 million people are under heat alerts, and that heat dome is expanding with the extreme heat stretching all the way up to the Northeast now. In Vermont, though, folks there are anxiously watching those receding floodwaters. Although water levels are going down, a new round of rain could create more flooding, further complicating, of course, what could be a long road to recovery for communities. We have a team covering all this extreme weather for you this morning. We're going to begin with NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman here in studio with us with the forecast. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there. And yeah, we're looking at a lot of big stories across the country. One being that heat dome still in place, bringing that dangerous record-breaking heat. Will continue to do so because that heat dome is not budging. We're looking from the west to the south central states into the southeast, even up the east coast. We're really warm today. Then we have the flooding concerns, the severe risk. We have a wavy cold front that's from the northeast all the way to portions of the plains, the Rockies. We're looking at that heat and humidity combining with that cold front. That's going to trigger some storms, and some could be severe with really gusty winds, large hail, the chance for tornadoes. And then look what happens as we go throughout tomorrow. Nothing really changes. We're still stuck. We have that traffic jam in the atmosphere. So still really dangerous heat throughout the west into the south central states. Severe storms once again in the plains, and that flooding risk continues in portions of New England, the northeast, and also rain to the southeast. So sort of a repeat performance. Same story on Saturday. Heat wave back to the west, to the south central states. Storms likely from the Midwest to the Tennessee Valley and to the southeast, up through the mid-Atlantic, the northeast, New England. Once again, we're going to be soggy. We're so soggy in portions of New England where we had that flooding earlier this week. And then looking towards Sunday, the same story. Nothing changes over the next 4 days. Record highs still in the west and the south central states, and still rain stuck from New England, the mid-Atlantic, into portions of the Carolinas and also the Gulf Coast states into the southeast. So first, starting with the severe weather risk, because we're looking at the chance for really gusty winds. 22 million people at risk for winds over 65 miles per hour. Could see some damaging hail. Could be baseball-sized hail. That's going to cause damage on its own. The winds could bring down some power lines, also some trees. The likeliest spot would be where you see this yellow. That includes Burlington to Binghamton, Pittsburgh, down to Cincinnati, and just west of D.C. So D.C., you could see some strong thunderstorms later on today. Now, taking a look at radar, we do have some storms down to the south, but we're looking at this cluster here where we have some very heavy rain into the Great Lakes. This is just getting going. As we go throughout time here, we're going to see that wavy front kind of move a little bit, and we're going to see the trigger for some thunderstorms, and that could drop a lot of rain in a short amount of times. So we could see some flooding once again in those places that were hit hard earlier this week. That means any rain that falls, we could see 1, 2, 3, even up to 5 inches of rain in some spots, has nowhere to go. The streams, the creeks, the rivers are so high, the ground is so saturated, so any rain that falls will be some runoff. So here we do have some flood watches. That includes portions of eastern northeast, the Great Lakes, into portions of New England. And we're also looking at the chance for flash flooding. We don't typically see moderate risk. We had a high risk on Monday in portions of Vermont. We're going to see moderate risk today, where you see that hot pink color. So parts of New York, parts of Vermont, and also New Hampshire, we're looking at rainfall rates of 2 inches or greater, and that's going to continue as we go throughout tomorrow. Remember, we're stuck in this pattern where we're going to see rainfall rates of up to 1 inch on those very saturated grounds. Rainfall amounts where you see these brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows, that's where we're looking at the chance for the heaviest rain. So again, 1, 2, 3 inches of rain, that's enough, but some thunderstorms could produce locally up to 5 inches of rain. And notice it's a lot of the northeast into portions of the mid-Atlantic. That includes Philadelphia as well. We could see some airports interrupted, some roadways interrupted. Heat alerts, 84 million people at risk, stretching from the northwest to the southwest, the south central states into the southeast. Temperatures soaring once again into the triple digits, breaking records, dangerous, unrelenting heat. 115 in Palm Springs, 106 in Tucson, and 109 in Midland. Today, tomorrow, and also throughout, really next week, and we can say beyond that, I'm sure.
You say we're stuck in this pattern. We're really stuck.
We have been stuck for so long. It just won't budge.
It really won't. Michelle, thank you.
We're going to continue our coverage of the extreme weather now with more on those dangerously high temperatures. Phoenix is just one of the cities baking in the heat. The city's temperature, it's already past 90 degrees this morning. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is there.
No way! Overnight tornadoes touching down in Chicago. Dramatic funnels forming over the city.
Look at this. Look. Right here. Right there. See it spinning up? Yep. That's it. Yeah. That's it. Look at that spinning up there. Right in front of you.
Clouds gathering over Lake Michigan, and passengers left stranded at Chicago O'Hare. It's part of the extreme weather coast to coast. For more than 100 million Americans, it's already a scorching summer, with oppressive heat gripping much of the south and southwest.
It's 100 and too many.
A heat dome is responsible for consecutive days of record triple-digit temps, testing the limits of first responders. In Phoenix, firefighters are bracing for a sweltering 115-degree day, marking 2 weeks at or above 110.
We have deaths inside of homes
within the city of Phoenix. And to us, that's just unacceptable.
The inside of Maria Larumbe Cruz's trailer feels like an oven.
You spend all day here. Yucky.
This room, cooled by an air conditioning unit, is her only refuge. But she says it's a struggle to pay her monthly bill. California, Texas, and Florida are also hitting record-setting highs. Residents doing what they can to stay safe and cool.
We are taking breaks as much as possible in the air conditioning.
El Paso is expected to continue its hot streak with a record 28 days at 100 degrees or hotter, while Miami hit a record high at 97 degrees, with a heat index over 100 for 31 days and counting. With extreme heat not considered a FEMA disaster, states are left to fend for themselves, something politicians on both sides of the aisle want to change.
It's a national problem.
The push for help coming as the whole country weathers a summer of baking heat and intense storms.
Our thanks to Aaron McLaughlin for that report.
Well, now let's get to NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren in Vermont, where they are cleaning up from this historic flooding earlier this week. It looks like by the hood it might be raining again there. Hi, Kristen. Good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Yeah, the hood just went up. We're just getting a little bit of drizzle at this point, but it could get much more severe as we go through the day. We're here in Hardwick at the Inn by the River, and this, for me, may be one of the most enduring images of this storm. Take a look at this hotel. Half of it just washed away by the river. And this isn't just a hotel. This was somebody's dream. The owners bought this. They fixed it up. This was going to be their retirement, and now it is a total loss.
Residents in Vermont bracing for more heavy rain today as the state's governor urges everyone to stay vigilant.
This may not be over. With rain in the forecast and nowhere for it to go, we could see waters rise again.
FEMA helping organize disaster efforts, with the National Guard ready to mobilize if there's more flooding.
There's staging and locations to be ready and prepared to respond.
As widespread devastation from the catastrophic flooding sets in for so many living here.
What is it like to come home to find this? It's devastating, absolutely devastating. I have no words. We just need help.
That desperation echoed in towns across the state, with lifetimes of memories now irreparably damaged in just days.
We're going to lose the stuff that means the most to us. But we have our cats and we have each other.
Murky floodwaters still filling many streets. Others lined with piles of debris and mud as residents start assessing the damage.
What do you do? I mean, you scrape it up. Where do you put it?
It's a long road ahead for business owners in downtown Montpelier.
It's a big mess.
But local officials are now cautiously optimistic as the Wrightsville Dam and other state rivers have started to recede.
All rivers are expected to be below flood stage within the next 24 hours.
And communities begin to rebuild.
We will definitely come back from this.
And so as you look at the damage here, you can also see how far the river has fallen from all the way, up here on the banks down. And so that really is the hope as we go through the next couple of days here, that they have fallen enough, that the rivers and tributaries have enough room for that new water to go to. Joe?
Kristen, hey, Kristen, it's Savannah. What a dramatic image with that inn behind you. Just heartbreaking to see. Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much.
A murder suspect is in custody this morning after police in Tennessee say he fatally shot a well-respected hand surgeon at an orthopedic clinic where he worked. Police are calling the shooting a targeted attack. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from Collierville, Tennessee with the latest. Blaine, good morning.
Well, Joe, good morning to you. That suspect is set to go before a judge later this morning. Right now, he's being held right here on a $1.2 million bond. Now, police are still investigating this entire incident, but they say so far it appears the shooter had one focus, his doctor.
At a doctor's clinic just outside of Memphis, the emergency calls came within moments.
We're in the northwest corner building, room C2, Charlie 2. Jimmy doctor down 2 rounds, looks like to the chest.
When police arrived, they found Dr. Benjamin Mock shot several times, killed in his own exam room. The shooter, police say, was his patient, 29-year-old Larry Pickens, arrested within minutes just outside the building.
He was armed. He was not carrying the
gun to use it, but he had it on his person.
Police say Pickens had been in the office for several hours and that he was there to be treated. According to an affidavit obtained by NBC affiliate station WMC, a nurse recognized Pickens from previous visits to the clinic. She says she was inside the room where Pickens was being treated and saw him remove a pistol from his waistband and fire 3 rounds at Dr. Mock.
Was he targeting this doctor specifically?
What we know is that there was a one-on-one confrontation. He didn't attempt to shoot anyone else that we're aware of at this point. Once he shot the doctor, then he left the building.
Mock was recently featured in Memphis Magazine as one of the city's top doctors. A prominent orthopedic surgeon, he specialized in hand and wrist surgery. Just last week, he spoke with our affiliate about firework safety.
If any kid's hand's saved, in my standpoint, it's worth it.
Mock also served at a local children's hospital. In an email to employees, the hospital's interim president writes, Ben was a friend to so many of us, a beloved colleague, and a dedicated physician to so many patients. Evelyn Mitchell-Irby was one of those patients. She received 2 hand surgeries from Dr. Mock.
He was an amazing person, and this world will definitely be different without him. He will definitely be missed.
Now, in addition to serving the community, Dr. Mock is being remembered as a loving husband and a father. In fact, everyone we spoke to stressed just how dedicated he was to his family. Now, as for that suspect, he's facing charges of first-degree murder and aggravated assault. Joe.
All right, Blaine, thank you so much.
Well, disgraced actor Kevin Spacey is back in a London courtroom today as the sexual assault trial against him continues. The former Hollywood superstar is facing 12 charges, including sexual and indecent assault and causing a person to engage in penetrative sexual activity without consent. The 4 victims in the case say the alleged incidents happened between 2001 and 2013. Now, Spacey has pleaded not guilty and denies all charges. If convicted, Spacey will likely face jail time. NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us from outside the court in London with more on today's trial. Hey, Ali, good morning. So I understand that the prosecution just wrapped up its case yesterday. Tell us the details the jury heard from that side.
Hi, good morning, Savannah. That's right. The prosecution finished its closing arguments yesterday, and they heard from the accusers. And they painted a very sordid picture of Kevin Spacey, this Hollywood star, calling him a vile sexual predator. One of the accusers that can't be named for legal reasons, an aspiring actor, said that he had contacted Kevin Spacey. Kevin Spacey had got in touch with him. He met up with Kevin Spacey, went to his flat, smoked marijuana with him, and then he alleges that Kevin Spacey had drugged him, that he passed out, only to wake up a few hours later to find Kevin Spacey performing oral sex on him. He said the whole experience was deeply traumatizing and has changed his life. We heard from somebody else who said that they were in a car with Kevin Spacey when Kevin Spacey suddenly violently grabbed his genitals, saying that the car almost swerved off the road and crashed. So these are some very serious allegations that have been made against Kevin Spacey, but he's in court today defending himself. He's saying that all of these accusations that are being made against him are either not true or the sexual relations he had with people were consensual. So it's really going to boil down to who the jury believes, the people that are accusing him or Kevin Spacey. So, Ali, I know the defense, as you're saying, starts presenting its case today. First, do we know how long that's going to take or what we're going to hear and any chance of actually hearing from Spacey? Well, yeah, that's right. The defense started today. The prosecution took about 2 weeks, so it would be fair to assume that the defense will probably take the same amount of time. And yes, Kevin Spacey showed up today. This is the first time he's giving evidence. He's in the dock, which is a glass box in the middle of the courtroom, and he seemed very relaxed, Savannah. He came in, he joked with the court guard, he sat down, he seemed calm. He started giving evidence. He spoke about his time here in London and how he's such an Anglophile and how he was so committed to the theatre, the Old Vic that he was working at. So he's obviously trying to gain some sort of rapport with the jury, and this will go on for the next couple of weeks. And Ali, what sort of prison term would Spacey face if he's found guilty? Well, on the lesser charges, he could get away with a very heavy fine. But that very serious charge of causing somebody to engage in sexual penetration without consent, that could hold a 19-year prison sentence. So that's the most serious one. And I guess, that's what the prosecution is more focused on. And this is what Kevin Spacey's saying, that this was just all consensual.
All right, Ali Arouzi, thank you so much.
Coming up later this hour on Morning News Now, our chat with a talented writer, actor, and musician who's flipping the script by bringing gender fluidity to your streaming screen. Stick around for my conversation with Nico Tortorella.
But first, it's not just the U.S. that's dealing with an unrelenting heat wave. Europe also experiencing sky-high temperatures that could soon break records. We'll take you there.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man who never teaches.
All right, it just me too.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage?
Liberated. We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
We're back now with our ongoing series, AI Revolution. Today we're taking a look at how artificial intelligence is shaking up the healthcare world.
One study even finds that AI may have better bedside manners than some doctors. I definitely believe that. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward is here with more on this. And Jake, I love talking about some of the medical applications. It seems like one of these things that can maybe give us more hope than fear when it comes to AI. Good to see you. Hi.
Yeah, good to see you as well. You know, it is a great use of AI. I mean, the potential for medical breakthroughs using AI is staggering, and we are already seeing it in action across all sorts of specialties, from skin cancer detection to stroke treatment to heart failure. But as with every area AI is used in, there is, of course, plenty of misinformation out there, even as the technology improves by leaps and bounds.
As artificial intelligence begins to reshape everything from schoolwork to art, it's poised to transform your visit to the doctor, too.
I can attach the smartphone here and then capture a picture. You can see how...
In Stanford's dermatology clinic, doctors are testing new AI technology that can help spot skin cancer.
in a future iteration of this, it would, in theory, give you back a result pretty quickly?
Exactly, within seconds.
The technology is already in use in the UK, where its maker, Skin Analytics, says it has detected 99% of the cancers it's seen in the last year. In the U.S., it's now awaiting FDA approval. Dr. Roberto Novoa, who is testing the system at Stanford, points out the need for something like this is enormous.
Across the country, there are extremely long wait periods for dermatologists, ranging from 3 months to 6 months, 7 months.
And so, in theory, there is tremendous need for either more dermatologists or, in this case, maybe a technology that helps fill in for the lack of them.
We see thousands of cases in a year, and it's always in the back of my mind, what am I missing?
But Dr. Novoa says it's not clear yet whether we can trust this system in all cases.
I want to see it on a variety of different skin types. We have good evidence showing that these algorithms can underperform in skin of color.
They might miss cancer in a non-white patient.
Exactly.
A work in progress in some clinics, but the rush to work AI into medical care is on. At the Mayo Clinic in Jacksonville, Florida, an AI algorithm analyzes CAT scan images and points doctors to the trouble spots in the brains of stroke victims.
This CAT scan and automated AI technology will show you exactly that map of brain area at risk down to the pixel level.
Dr. David Freeman says it saved time and brain cells for 28-year-old Raymond Rowe, who came in unable to move one side of his body.
What the AI was able to do with the CAT scan information is very rapidly save at least 15 minutes of time, and to equate that, for every minute in stroke, it's 1.9 million neurons lost per minute.
Raymond is now fully recovered thanks to that quick treatment.
I have a lot more appreciation towards them and a lot more trust in technology now, because if you would have told me, if I never had a stroke, you would have told me, we're going to let AI work on you, my answer is like, no.
At Cincinnati Children's Hospital, AI predicts signs of mental crisis in young people. And researchers at the Mayo Clinic use AI to detect early signs of heart failure, using an electrocardiogram on an Apple Watch.
But while AI could make all sorts of medical breakthroughs possible, there's a lot of misinformation you got to watch out for.
ChatGPT often makes things up, even though it sounds like an expert. Even the researchers at the cutting edge of AI technology say it is still a tool, not a replacement for human medical expertise.
I don't see this technology replacing doctors. Really, the great power in this is we're helping augment their abilities naturally to help the patient.
And with AI chatbots growing increasingly popular, we should say here that companies like Microsoft, Google, and OpenAI all do acknowledge that their chatbots can make things up, but they are working to fix the so-called hallucinations.
Oh, thank goodness.
Right.
Like I said in the intro, it's good to hear a good news, for the most part, AI story in
Really
terms of
interesting
really
application
positive applications.
of a statistical pattern recognition system.
And you're the one who knows also all the bad things. So when you tell us good things.
I'm into this one. I like this one. I like this one.
All right,
Thank you,
Jake
guys.
Ward, thank you so much. Great to have you on set. Well, if you are starting your morning today by checking your Powerball lottery ticket, I'm sorry if we're the first faces you're seeing, and I'm now the bearer of bad news that you did not win the jackpot.
It's not because we looked at your ticket at home. We just know no one won. No one matched all 6 numbers in last night's $746 million drawing. That means the next drawing, it's Saturday night. It's now skyrocketed to an estimated $875 million.
Wow.
And not to be outdone, you got Friday's Mega Millions jackpot. That one's worth a mere $560 million.
Don't even buy a ticket for that one.
Yeah, NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now from a bodega here in New York. Emily, so what is the mood like at the convenience store? Are folks excited to play again Friday and Saturday?
Yeah, absolutely. They have options here. This place is buzzing with excitement, so much excitement that people literally started buying tickets here at 4 a.m. this morning. And I'm going to be among those testing my luck. $2 to get a Powerball ticket. My friend Ken here is going to help me out. 1 Powerball ticket, please. And we're going to do quick picks. So essentially, I'm not really doing any work on my part. But keep in mind, this is the third. Thank you, Ken. This is the third largest Powerball jackpot prize in history. We saw the largest one last year at around $2 billion. Before that, in 2016, around $1.5 billion. And as you mentioned, the next drawing is on Saturday. But before that, we've got the Mega Millions for a cool $560 million. Guys, I will be playing both this weekend. So if I don't show up to work on Monday, you'll know why.
Yeah, I love when everybody's like, then I'm going to quit. And then we all know who won. Emily, just remind us of the odds here, though.
Yeah, the odds are not ever in your favor. 1 in 292 million. In other words, you are more likely to compete in the Olympics, to get attacked by a grizzly bear, to get struck by lightning, to become president of the United States. Now, that's for the $875 million prize. There are actually 9 different ways you can win with this ticket because of a number of different number variations. For instance, last night we saw someone win in Florida and someone win in Indiana $1 million each because they matched 5 Powerball numbers. So there are other options. If you don't get everything, don't just count yourself out. Check for all of the other options because you could win some money.
I should note real quickly, I'm not going to be here on Monday. I'm putting that out there now. It's not because I won.
So don't start calling Joe to donate to your charity.
I'm actually off on Monday.
We'll
so
show up at your doorstep.
Just don't jump
I didn't know that either, so good to know.
Good
Thanks
to
for
know.
the heads up.
Emily, we love this question. What are some of the fun, creative examples of all the things you can do if you're the lucky winner?
That's the most fun question because you really can get creative. So let's start over here. We've got lollipops here, 50 cents a piece. So that means you can get 1.5 billion lollipops if that's to your liking. I was looking at tickets last night. Beyonce was in Philadelphia. Some of the premier seats were going for $8,500 each. You could invite just 100,000 of your friends to Queen Bee's concerts. And then since we're in New York City, the most expensive apartment listing in the country is here near Central Park. You could buy that more than 3 times over. Central Park Tower, the penthouse there, aptly named on Billionaires Row. So talk about high living, guys.
Yeah, but isn't that the one that's like very,
Isn't that where you
very
live,
high
Jen?
up?
You live on
Right.
Central Park.
I do live on Central Park, but not on Billionaires Row.
There's some risk to it.
All right, Emily, that was fun. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, coming up, inflation might finally be cooling off, but that's unfortunately not enough for many Americans.
Yeah, we're seeing more and more people turning to those buy now, pay later apps to help pay for essentials like groceries. We've got the pros and cons of that next on Morning News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. Brighter than the sun, we gonna shine, gonna shine. 'Cause this is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime. This is how we do the summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. It's still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. It's still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Now with a surprising new trend among Americans at the grocery store.
Yeah, according to Adobe Analytics, the number of people using those buy now, pay later types of programs to buy their groceries went up 40% in the first 2 months of this year. And experts say that number could get even higher during back to school season, which, spoiler alert, is just next month already. Let's bring in Jennifer Streaks for more on this. She's a senior personal finance reporter and spokesperson for the personal finance vertical at Business Insider. Jennifer, good to have you with us. So let's talk big picture here. We know inflation has been coming down steadily in the past year. We got good numbers just yesterday on this, but I mean, this does seem to indicate that people are still sort of feeling the pain here if relying on these kind of buy now, pay later things.
Definitely. I mean, inflation is coming down, but we're not seeing it immediately in the grocery store yet or at the gas pump. And so people are getting creative now in terms of how they're going to make ends meet on just their daily needs and essentials.
So we know these installments, they're convenient, they're certainly popular, but there are some serious downsides to using them. Can you talk about what some of those are?
Definitely. I think it's really easy to get into debt with these services because right now they're not communicating with each other. You could have one with Klarna or one with Affirm or one with Afterpay, and you owe on all of those, on each and every one. And so it's easy to get into debt because the sign up is pretty easy as well. There isn't a huge credit requirement. You don't build credit history with that because they only tend to report if you are late. And the main thing is the debt, the potential to get into high debt with these services.
Absolutely. So what advice do you have for people who might be relying on these apps, or maybe they've gotten pretty used to thinking like, hey, this is an easy way to be able to pay what I feel comfortable with right now? What's your advice?
I think that they should really think about revamping their budget, really trying to understand why this money is just not, especially for groceries. Why is it that you don't have money for groceries? Because that's a pretty essential item before you get into Afterpay as a service or as a natural thing. Because I think that people are seeing this as just enhanced layaway. And most of the time, you only have to pay it in 4 payments. So it's easy in your mind. Oh, it's only 4 payments. There's no interest. It's not like a credit card. But if you start racking this up and make this just a part of your financial plan, the next thing you're going to see is that you're in debt.
Yeah, it's a really good point, especially because I think you're right. No interest, people think, hey, no big deal, no problem, but it could ultimately add up to an issue later. Jennifer Streaks, thanks very much.
Thank you.
More financial headlines now. Bob Iger will be sticking with Disney as its CEO for at least a little while longer.
On his round 2 in that role, CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us now with that and other news. Hey, Pippa.
Hey, Savannah. Well, Disney's board is extending CEO Bob Iger's contract by 2 years through 2026. Iger returned last November, less than a year after he retired. After his hand-picked successor, Bob Chapek, was pushed out. He vowed to stay for 2 years to restore the business. Iger faces multiple challenges, including a decline in TV audiences, weak performances at the box office, and a streaming business that continues to lose money. Meantime, Google is adding new features to its Bard AI chatbot, including the ability to speak its answers and respond to prompts that include images. Spoken responses are available in more than 40 languages. Google is also introducing a few other features, such as the ability to pin and rename conversations, share responses with your friends, and change the tone and style of responses you get back from Bard. And Chipotle's newest automation effort could potentially squeeze more green out of its avocados. The burrito chain is working with a company called Vibu on a prototype that can cut, core, and peel avocados before they're mashed by hand into guacamole. Chipotle says the automated process could potentially reduce guac prep time in half. That could let employees devote more time to other public-facing areas. Joe and Savannah, back to you.
Where can I get one of these things? Is that like...
right? For your kitchen?
Exactly.
Right next to your air fryer?
Exactly.
And now I'm totally having Chipotle for lunch. So thanks very much for that, Pippa.
Pippa, thank you so much.
All right, coming up, we will end the hour with the latest addition to our Flipping the Script family, Nico Tortorella.
That's right, a true triple threat, acting, writing, musician. We're going to talk about bringing gender fluidity to your screen. Our chat coming up next.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. And it's good to see that.
So much work to be done here still.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know. You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Good to have you back with us. Well, the ESPYs took place yesterday, and there was one particularly emotional moment. The Buffalo Bills' Damar Hamlin took the stage to honor the medical professionals that helped save his life back in January. Of course, you probably remember Hamlin suffered a cardiac arrest after making a tackle, but since then, he has made an absolutely remarkable recovery thanks to his treatment. The football player presented Bills training staff with the Pat Tillman Award for Service. Also last night at the Dolby Theater, Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes won Best Athlete for Men's Sports. And then skier Michaela Schifrin, she was named Best Athlete Women's Sports. She's a friend of the show. We've had her here before a couple times, actually. I've gotten to talk to her. She is just the best. So happy for her. And love to see that. She had kind of a difficult time in her career, which she's very open about, and then has just totally come back in such an incredible way, especially also after losing her father. It's just so great to see.
It's so great to see. She's such a warrior. All right, thanks, Savannah.
Yeah.
Finally this hour, our series, Flipping the Script, featuring people on screen, on stage, and behind the scenes, shining a spotlight on diversity. This morning, we are talking with Nico Tortorella, a musician, author, and actor who identifies as gender fluid. You may have seen Tortorella in 2 seasons of AMC's The Walking Dead, World Beyond, or Apple TV's City on Fire. Nico joins us now to talk about life, career, and an exciting new project. You are busy, my goodness.
Yeah, I keep busy.
With Flipping the Script, we want to talk about diversity in Hollywood. When folks hear gender fluid, they may go, I don't get that. What does that mean? What's the best way you describe it for folks?
I wish there was one specific answer to that question. I will just say my relationship to gender isn't fixed. It's not just one thing. It's definitely become a conversation that has become super politicized in the world, right? And my relationship to gender is mine, and that's what it is.
It was even complicated for you with your family. You often talk about
Still
it, and I
is.
love it. Is I love reading about the evolution with your mother, and talk a little bit about that. What you experienced when you were younger, and how you can change hearts and minds by having these conversations.
Yeah. we all have stories and places that we come from. And as the world continues to change around us, hopefully we are continuing to evolve as well, right? If we're not growing, we're not truly living. And I think that there are always resources available to you outside of your home. If anyone is like going through it, I would just seek community in any which way. It doesn't always get better either. There's this, saying it
There is
gets
a saying
better,
it gets
right?
better. Yeah.
We have the power to become better people, but the circumstance doesn't always get better.
You wrote a book called Space Between a few years ago addressing
did.
some of this. What does space between even mean? And what was it you hope the main message of the book?
Yeah. My approach to these conversations has always seemed a little bit more poetic, maybe. I really use gender as a metaphor for something so much larger, these binaries that exist in the world. The world has never been more divided. This country's never been more divided. My goal is to explore the space between two ends of spectrums. These binaries that exist are everywhere, right? And I'm curious to explore the space that potentially brings us all a little bit closer rather than farther apart.
You have a movie that is going to be premiering, screening at Outfest later this month, The Mattachine Family.
Yeah.
Tell me about this one.
Yeah, it's a really special story about creating life in a time when life is the most fragile. Thomas, who I play in The Mattachine Family, is a dad. He was a foster parent. Him and his partner had a foster child for a few years. They wind up losing their foster child at the top of the movie, and the rest of the film is him just trying to figure out how to become a parent again. And I actually shot that movie while I was experiencing our own infertility journey, which was super intense and beautiful to be able to just have that life imitating art. And yeah, it's a really special movie.
We have about 30 seconds left here.
Cool.
You talk about your own journey.
Yeah.
You now have your first child. Talk about that experience.
Yeah, it's really the best thing that I've ever experienced. Our relationship to gender has even changed just after becoming a parent. We experienced infertility for a couple years. We were forced to examine our own biologies and our bodies, and then we had a baby at home, which was just like the most magical experience. And now we're raising this little person that has a soul and a body and a spirit, and it's continuously moving our relationship to our own gender forward, and it's changed everything about who I am and the world around me.
Congratulations.
Thank
Nico
you.
Tortorella, a great time for you in your life. Thank you for taking some time to chat with us. We appreciate it.
Totally.
It's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us.
Happy Thursday. So glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Ellison Barber in for Morgan Radford. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, July 13th, deadly heat dome. Temperatures still soaring across parts of the South and West Coast. From Florida to California, millions of Americans are at risk. How communities there are dealing with this extreme heat.
Historic approval. The FDA signing off on the first over-the-counter birth control pill. Why experts say it could transform access to contraceptives and when it could hit store shelves.
AI revolution. The new technology is reshaping many industries, including healthcare. We'll break down the promises and potential risks of using artificial intelligence in medicine.
And toxic workplace. A new survey out today highlights how your job can affect your mental health. What's behind the troubling trend and what employees need to know.
That's going to be a good discussion. Absolutely. All right. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're glad you're with us. We start with the deadly and prolonged heat wave leading to scorching temperatures for tens of millions of people across the country. Miami entering its 32nd straight day under sweltering heat index above 100 degrees.
In Phoenix, it's been at least 110 degrees for nearly 2 weeks straight. And the forecast for Las Vegas, it's around 117 degrees, which would tie the city's all-time record. This as pressure builds for FEMA to declare the heat a national disaster, which would then reimburse states for providing more life-saving services. NBC News senior correspondent Jay Gray is in Dallas with an update. Jay, what does it feel like there in Texas right now? And tell us a little bit about these temperatures we're seeing across the rest of the southern U.S.
Yeah, Ellis and Vicky, good afternoon. Brutal, to be real honest. It's been hot here. It's the second straight day with an excessive heat warning. We were lucky this morning, started with a bit of a cloud bank, and so that provided a bit of relief early, but we're still expected to reach 102, 103. And so for a lot of kids in the area, and a few adults have jumped in as well, look behind me, and you can see it right now. You've got families that have just come down and decided to play in the dancing waters here in the fountain at Clyde Warren Park. It's an area that is well used throughout the summer and desperately needed for so many people. This heat wave, as we talked about earlier, really stretching from here in Texas through northern California with extreme conditions. And it's that feel-like temperature that you talked about. While it's going to be 102 or 103 here today, we expect the heat index to be around 112, 113, just brutal for anyone, especially those that have to work outdoors. And so what we've seen for a lot of families as we've hit the hot days of summer is that they're just, frankly, staying in, ladies. They're making sure that they stay safe and stay inside.
Staying cool, so important. Jay, what about the power grid? We know that Texas had a lot of issues with that during the last big heat wave. How is it holding up there?
Yeah, Vicky, to this point, it's been good. I should tell you that yesterday, ERCOT, which runs 90% of the power here in the state of Texas, had its busiest day ever. They used more energy than they've ever used and expect to break that record today. And the current forecast shows that we're going to be above 100 for the next 10 days, except perhaps Sunday. We could see a bit of water falling from the sky. I think they call it rain. Like, we're not used to that much in the summer here in Texas, but we could see a little bit of rain Saturday evening into Sunday morning, which could keep us at a very cool 98 for Sunday. So that may be the only break in what's going to be a long and very hot string here.
All right, stay cool, my friend. NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray. Thanks, Jay.
The birth control pill, called O-pill, will soon be available in stores without a prescription. Today, the FDA approved the oral contraceptive for over-the-counter sale in the United States for the first time ever. Advocates say this is a monumental step in the battle over reproductive rights. Board-certified OBGYN and Chief Medical Officer at Very Health, Dr. Jessica Shepard, joins us now. Dr. Shepard, break it down for us. I mean, who will be able to buy this birth control? Where will it be available? And for people wondering, how soon can they start asking for it?
Now, all the questions, I think that this is very exciting that today, we have, again, our first available over-the-counter birth control. Now, looking how we have done this, over the last 50 years, we have used this combination of a pill, which is progesterone only. So I really wanted to emphasize that when we look at the safety and the efficacy of what we're having over the counter now, seeing in the O-pill. Now, this will be slated to be available early 2024. Now, when it comes to cost, those are things that we don't quite know right as of today, but we're starting to see some of those costs rolling out. Now, I know that people are wanting to know who's going to be able to access this progestin-only birth control. And this is why it's a landmark, is because it's going to be available to women who want to make the choice to use birth control and maybe have an access issue, or maybe just don't have the availability to get to the doctor. But this is a way for them to have autonomy and making decisions for their reproductive health.
And you touched on this a little bit, mentioning this has been around and been in use for 50 years, but let's go a little deeper on that. For people who might be worried, okay, well, if I get this over the counter, is it going to be as good as what I got before via a doctor from a medical standpoint? What do you think in terms of safety? What would be your message that you really want people to take with them?
Yeah, I know, we have had this for 50 years. So this is something that we have prescribed. And now looking at the combination of it being only progestin when we have varieties that have both estrogen and progesterone, again, is knowing the differences and the nuances of taking a progestin-only pill, which will require, again, some maybe medical attention in the fact of knowing what you're taking and why you're taking it and how to take it and for it to be the most effective. Now, when we look at all birth controls, really, there's always going to be a risk of failure, but that risk of failure usually comes with misinformation or not taking it the way that it's being intended to take. So again, we have seen that this type of birth control can be very reliable, be very effective, and is also safe.
All right, and we will check back in with you when we get more information on how much this will potentially cost. An exciting development and big news here. All right, Chief Medical Officer at Very Well Health, Dr. Jessica Shepard, thank you so much for joining us.
Ellison, some of Hollywood's biggest names may soon have a new role. Picketers. The Screen Actors Guild is set to join the writer's strike, marking the first time in 60 years that major studios will experience a double strike. The union's national board is expected to meet this morning to decide whether or not to strike. A press conference is expected at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now from our LA bureau. So, Dana, walk us through the things that are at issue right here. What do the actors and the writers actually want when it comes to benefits, pay, residuals?
Hi, Vicki. Great to be with you. So President Fran Drescher actually put out a statement, and she said that she felt that what the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers offered them was, quote, insulting and disrespectful. They want higher pay for their work on streaming services, and they want protection against artificial intelligence so that actors' voices and images aren't used without their permission. And they also want limitations and rules for self-taped auditions, because this is something that came about during the pandemic. It's costly and time-consuming for actors to do on their own, and they want to put that burden back on the studios to take care of that. Vicki?
Dana, what is a double strike going to mean for viewers, folks, frankly, the people that, watch these shows and movies? What is going to happen in terms of the content that we're going to see?
Well, we're likely going to see less of it because, remember, we've got the writer's strike that already put a halt on a lot of productions. We saw late-night TV shows go into reruns, so that will continue. But for those scripts that were completed and set for production, that may now also be on hold because without actors, you cannot move forward. There's also concerns about what else could be impacted. You've got San Diego Comic-Con, which is coming up next weekend, and the major studios already pulled out of that, Hall H, which is one of the most popular not exhibits, but one of the things that everyone likes to attend because that's where the studios make those surprising and big announcements. So that's going to be impacted. Also, you've got the 75th annual Primetime Emmy Awards. We just heard the nominations yesterday, but that show is slated for September 18th. You need writers for that show, and you also need actors to show up. So that could possibly be postponed to next year, which could upend the entire award season.
Dana, one of the biggest points of contention here is streaming and the way that we consume content and the way that content is created. So what's the disparity when we talk about residual pay from broadcast versus streaming?
Well, the issue here stems from streaming, which it's for actors, they usually get a flat rate fee for appearing on shows. It doesn't matter if you're appearing on Squid Games that, is raking in so much views versus a show that's really not. And they really want to have some sort of calculator to decide how many views a show is getting so that actors can get paid accordingly. Because usually with network shows, once they go into syndication, there's a different pay scale, and they really want this to kind of mirror that. Vicki?
Makes sense. All right, NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin. Dana, thank you.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute, there is more positive inflation data. Wholesale prices rose just 0.1% in June. That's a lot less than expected, and that is according to the Labor Department's Producer Price Index.
CNBC Global Markets reporter Seema Modi joins us now. Seema, good to see you. So this all comes just a day after another index showed consumer prices also saw a smaller than expected increase. So what does the slowdown in these price increases tell us about where the U.S. economy stands right now?
Yeah, that's the big question, Vicki. It's basically the latest sign that inflation is easing in the U.S., and positive news is bolstering hope that the Federal Reserve is near the end of its interest rate hiking cycle. Wholesale prices are often seen as an early sign of what will happen with consumer inflation, so it's good news that they're slowing down, and something that the market is responding to. In other news, ex-Twitter employees filing a lawsuit yesterday saying the company failed to pay at least $500 million in severance after they were laid off. The class action suit claims Twitter did not follow its own severance policy and paid employees less than promised. It's also, guys, National French Fry Day, and fast food chains are not missing the chance to celebrate. McDonald's McDonald's, you can snag an order of large fries for just $1. Meanwhile, Hardee's and Carl's Jr. offering the chance to win free fries for a year if you buy on the app. But not everyone is down with this. Some restaurants think Friday should fall on Friday, which would be tomorrow. So Checkers and Rally's deal their free fries will take into effect tomorrow.
Excuse me, I'm going to go make a little fry run.
No, I got this next one.
That's great.
Okay. See, I feel like Friday, I mean, I'm kind of on team. It should be Friday.
It kind of makes sense.
Actually,
I know.
yeah.
Maybe that's why we're getting a double celebration.
Yeah, it's good for us. We'll take 2 for 1. All right, CNBC Global Markets reporter Seema Modi, thank you so much.
Coming up, artificial intelligence and healthcare. We're going to show you how technology could change your next visit to the doctor. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Artificial intelligence is starting to shake up how we spot and treat medical problems. From skin cancer detection to stroke treatment, AI is creating the potential for medical breakthroughs.
Yeah, but even though AI might be an amazing tool for doctors, it won't be replacing them anytime soon. Here's NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward with more on AI's possibilities and risks.
As artificial intelligence begins to reshape everything from schoolwork to art, it's poised to transform your visit to the doctor, too.
I can attach the smartphone here and then capture a picture. You can see how...
In Stanford's dermatology clinic, doctors are testing new AI technology that can help spot skin cancer.
In a future iteration of this, it would, in theory, give you back a result pretty quickly?
Exactly, within seconds.
The technology is already in use in the UK, where its maker, Skin Analytics, says it has detected 99% of the cancers it's seen in the last year. In the U.S., it's now awaiting FDA approval. Dr. Roberto Novoa, who is testing the system at Stanford, points out the need for something like this is enormous.
Across the country, there are extremely long wait periods for dermatologists, ranging from 3 months to 6 months, 7 months.
And so, in theory, there is tremendous need for either more dermatologists or, in this case, maybe a technology that helps fill in for the lack of them.
We see thousands of cases in a year, and it's always in the back of my mind, what am I missing?
But Dr. Novoa says it's not clear yet whether we can trust this system in all cases.
I want to see it on a variety of different skin types. We have good evidence showing that these algorithms can underperform in skin of color.
They might miss cancer in a non-white patient.
Exactly.
A work in progress in some clinics, but the rush to work AI into medical care is on. At the Mayo Clinic in Jacksonville, Florida, an AI algorithm analyzes CAT scan images and points doctors to the trouble spots in the brains of stroke victims.
This CAT scan and automated AI technology will show you exactly that map of brain area at risk down to the pixel level.
Dr. David Freeman says it saved time and brain cells for 28-year-old Raymond Rowe, who came in unable to move one side of his body.
What the AI was able to do with the CAT scan information is very rapidly save at least 15 minutes of time, and to equate that, for every minute in stroke, it's 1.9 million neurons lost per minute.
Raymond is now fully recovered thanks to that quick treatment.
I have a lot more appreciation towards them and a lot more trust in technology now, because if you would have told me, if I never had a stroke, you would have told me, we're going to let AI work on you, my answer is like, no.
At Cincinnati Children's Hospital, AI predicts signs of mental crisis in young people. And researchers at the Mayo Clinic use AI to detect early signs of heart failure, using an electrocardiogram on an Apple Watch.
But while AI could make all sorts of medical breakthroughs possible, there's a lot of misinformation you got to watch out for. ChatGPT often makes things up, even though it sounds like an expert.
Even the researchers at the cutting edge of AI technology say it is still a tool, not a replacement for human medical expertise.
I don't see this technology replacing doctors. Really, the great power in this is we're helping augment their abilities naturally to help the patient.
Jake Ward joins us now. So, Jake, let's talk about some of the other downsides of AI that doctors and healthcare professionals are worried about.
Well, what we have heard from doctors that we've spoken to here is that there's this sort of general worry that, we will get de-skilled, right? That as AI becomes something you can more and more rely on to do something like diagnose skin cancer, will we still have the expertise that we need to spot it in a clinical setting? On the other hand, right, we're like, it takes like 3 to 6 months to get an appointment with a dermatologist right now, by which time skin cancer can get way out of control.
Yeah.
So that's a real problem. Another downside, though, is also that this does not work for everybody fairly. Non-white skin does not get detected. The skin cancer does not get detected as easily in that. But, the other thing I should mention here, right, is that there's all kinds of sort of misinformation out there about how, like, a TikTok filter can help diagose you.
It cannot.
This, that, and the other. Let's be clear, it cannot.
Okay.
And we're going to need the expertise of doctors for quite some time. Hopefully, AI like this can make them more effective.
And can help deal with the shortages of healthcare professionals that we're seeing.
That's right, exactly.
All right, NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward, thank you so much.
Thank you. And later this hour, what happened when Kevin Spacey took the stand in his sexual assault trial in London today? You are watching NBC News Daily.
leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, most single-parent homes are headed by single mothers, and the financial stress can leave some on the edge of poverty. Now some moms are joining forces to live together, cohabitating in a home that is known as a mommune.
Yeah, NBC News special anchor Maria Shriver introduces us to families that are making it work and providing each other both mental and financial support.
The number of single mothers in this country is on a steady rise. And while the U.S. has the highest rate of children living in single-parent households, Americans are also much less likely to live in extended families than anywhere else in the world. A reality that has some parents and their children looking for other options.
We knew that we would be happier no matter what happened if we all combined.
It just was such a good opportunity that there was no reason not to.
It was 4 years ago that Kim Neff came to her kids, Samantha and Jackson, with an idea, the same one that Crystal Terry presented to her son, Shane.
I remember the day my mom told me. I was instantly excited.
The two moms met when their boys were in the same first-grade class, and years later went through separations and divorces around the same time. In 2019, they decided they would be better off living together.
You thought, okay, so this will be better for us financially.
Right.
We can share the rent, share the utilities, share the groceries.
Right.
You can
Yes.
help with childcare. I'm at the office, you're at home. Did you think of it also as emotional support? Well,
Absolutely.
Yeah. But I didn't realize that would be such a big benefit of it until we moved in together. There's another adult here that understands what I'm facing, what I'm going through. Like the component that you have in a marriage, but without the romantic piece of it, has been huge.
We live on a mommune by the lake. The term mommune has become a popular way to describe two or more moms living together with their children. A newer hashtag, but not a new concept.
After I divorced out of a 17-year marriage, okay, I was suddenly raising my son on my own. And it didn't feel right. Like, you know, where's my tribe?
22 years ago, Carmel Boss decided to interview other single mothers with the hope of finding another family to share her home.
I found somebody with my own, priorities and philosophy, and but then these other 17 all wanted to do the same thing, And I had this list, and I thought, one's got a 3-year-old, one's got a 4-year-old. They live in the same neighborhood. I'm just going to call them back and introduce them to each other.
Once you found your own match, you started matching other people you'd interviewed with one another.
Soon after, Carmel founded Co-Abode, an organization that matches single mothers who want to share a home or support each other in other ways. And she says traffic to the website is skyrocketing.
So this is, in a way, an old-fashioned village concept, really, from the back of time. But it seems to be taking on more urgency or more popularity right now. Why do you think that is?
I think the two pain points that it resolves, the economic struggles that people are having, and then just the emotional, the disconnection that occurred in the last 3 years in particular.
According to the U.S. Census Bureau, 80% of single-parent families in the U.S. are headed by single mothers, and 23% of them live below the poverty line. Without this living arrangement, Kim and Crystal say their lives would look very different.
I wouldn't be building for any kind of future if I was trying to pull this off on my own. It'd be a paycheck-to-paycheck circumstance.
How do you implement boundaries, or do you? Do you say, like, okay, this is my family, and this is my family, and this is my space, and my space?
We talk about that all the time, that this is our space.
Yeah.
It's not your space, it's our space.
Yeah.
And it works for us. I love it.
A shared space and a true village.
We're a family of 5, and that is so cool. So cool.
It's an interesting idea.
You know, they say it takes a village to raise a family, and we talk about whether that's a village you build or a village that you inherit. But this is one that people are building, and it makes sense financially and maybe also emotionally for that
and
support.
it can be so hard to be someone who grew up in another part of the country to move for work and then to find out that you don't have the same layers of help that our parents maybe had. To find that somewhere else is great.
Right. Well, our thanks to NBC News special anchor Maria Shriver for that report. Up next, how an act of kindness and a viral TikTok video turned one author into a bestseller. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see you.
So much work to be done here still.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. I'm Ellison Barber.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. Officials say an unidentified driver who fled the Secret Service at a traffic stop in Washington, D.C. and later hit pedestrians. That person is still at large. Multiple people were struck as the driver ran a red light to get away. A 75-year-old Philadelphia man who was hit died from his injuries. Two other victims, including a teenage girl, suffered minor injuries. The incident happened near the National Mall on Wednesday.
A source familiar with the investigation says the disgraced doctor and serial sexual abuser Larry Nassar was stabbed by another inmate in a federal prison in Florida after Nassar made a comment during a Wimbledon women's match on TV. The attack happened in Nassar's cell, away from witnesses and security cameras. The Bureau of Prisons declined to comment on the details of the incident since an investigation is still pending.
In Idaho, officials are temporarily stopping demolition of the house where 4 university students were murdered. The decision comes after the attorney for one of the victims' families called the school insensitive. The demo has been halted until October.
We start this half hour in Pittsburgh, where a federal grand jury has found the man who killed 11 people at the Tree of Life Synagogue eligible for the death penalty.
50-year-old Robert Bowers was convicted last month in the 2018 mass shooting. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis has been following this trial, and she joins us now. Rahema, thank you so much for being here with us. So this penalty phase for this stage of the trial, it has 2 stages. Walk us through what happened today.
Yeah, 2 phases to this. And the first phase was decided today after about 2 hours or so of deliberating, this jury, 7 women, 5 men, decided that Robert Bowers is eligible to be considered for the death penalty in terms of the sentencing phase. What they did was they agreed with the prosecution, and one of the questions on that verdict form was, is Robert Bowers, did he intentionally kill the victims named in this suit? They said, yes, he did. The defense was arguing that he was mentally impaired and not intentionally criminal. They brought witnesses on to say that he had brain damage, that he was schizophrenic, that he was psychotic, and that this is a crazy thing to do. And so he was somewhat insane to have done it, and he could not have intentionally meant to do it. The jurors did not buy that at all. They sided with the prosecution, saying this man knew what he was doing. He intended to do it. He went to a house of worship of Jewish parishioners, and he was armed with an AR-15, 700 rounds of ammunition, and he deliberately targeted them, and he killed them. And that's what they decided today. That was the first phase. The next phase will begin next week, where they will consider, will they recommend to the judge that this man be given the death penalty or life in prison?
What do we expect to happen in that next phase? And do we think the defense, since clearly the argument didn't work for them this time, will they use that same argument moving into this next phase as to why they think his life should be spared?
I think you're right on that. During the trial, they presented no witnesses in defense of whether or not Robert Bowers was guilty of this crime. And in fact, the defense attorney acknowledged he did it. It would be hard to attempt to say he didn't because police were right there. They caught him. The only reason that he probably was not killed, he ran out of ammunition. And that's what stopped this killing spree that he was on. So, yes, it is expected that the defense will present witnesses to say something about his background, his boyhood, about what it was like for him growing up, and present more of what they did in this phase of eligibility. And that is that his brain is impaired, that you should not make someone or execute someone who they're going to consider mentally impaired. But the jury has rejected that argument. And the prosecution is going to continue to say this man needs to be held responsible for these heinous crimes that he committed, and that means commit him to death.
Rahima Ellis, thank you so much for that. We appreciate it.
Well, today, actor Kevin Spacey took the stand in his sexual assault trial in London. The Oscar-winning actor is facing 12 charges, including sexual assault. Prosecutors allege Spacey sexually assaulted 4 men in England between 2001 and 2013. Spacey has denied any wrongdoing. He pled not guilty to all charges. NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now from outside the courthouse in London. So, Ali, first walk us through some of the highlights of Spacey's testimony today. What did he say?
That's right. Kevin Spacey showed up today for his defense. It was his opportunity to give his side of the story, and he walked into the courtroom very confident. He went into the jury room, this glass box in the middle of the jury room. He joked around with the guard. He seemed very confident. And then when he took the stand and his lawyer was asking him questions, he was going on about his own professional career as an actor, the time he had spent here in London, talking about his time at the Old Vic and how much he'd enjoyed it here and what an Anglophile he was. And this was Kevin Spacey's opportunity to try and build a rapport with the jury, to essentially convince them that he's innocent of what he's been accused of. And that was basically the line of questioning from his barristers, which then moved on to him addressing some of the allegations made by the victims in the later stages of the questioning.
Talk about that, Ali, the strategy the defense is using at this point to refute these claims being made by these 4 men.
That's right. Look, these are some very serious claims that are being made against him. These claimants are calling him a vile sexual predator. They're saying that they felt like they were being encircled by a shark when they'd accused him of various assaults. But Kevin Spacey is saying that during his time in London, he was very promiscuous. He had many, many one-night stands, and they were all consensual. About some of the other charges, he's saying that they're just being made up. There's just no truth to some of the stuff that he's being said. He said that he was an outrageous flirt, but there was nothing more to it than that. One of the accusers had said that he was in a car with Kevin Spacey, and Kevin Spacey violently grabbed his genitals, and the car almost swerved off the road. And Kevin Spacey's defense was that he wasn't on a suicide mission. He would have never done any of these things. But ultimately, it's going to come down to who the jury believe, the accusers or this two-time Academy Award winner. And so this is going to probably play out for a few more days, weeks, until some decision is made in this courtroom.
All right, NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi. Ali, thank you.
Sneaker giant Nike is facing allegations of using forced labor in China, specifically forced labor of Uyghurs, a Muslim ethnic minority in that country. The new report from a Canadian watchdog says the $165 billion company's Canadian branch, as well as a gold mining company in Canada, benefited from that labor. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro tells us how the corporations are responding.
Mounting allegations over forced labor camps in China. Two major global companies now under fire by Canada's ethics watchdog over claims that they have benefited from labor done by Uyghurs, an ethnic Muslim minority that for years human rights groups say have been forced to work in factories across China. A report released by the watchdog saying they received complaints by a coalition of 28 Canadian organizations alleging Nike Canada has or have had supply chain relationships with at least 6 Chinese companies identified as using or benefiting from Uyghur forced labor. Another report saying mining company Dynasty Gold's operations in the province of Xinjiang, with a population of nearly 11 million Uyghurs, did the same.
Those people are not there just working those companies by their own free will.
NBC's Keir Simmons has been covering the Uyghur community for years now.
With pictures of missing loved ones, every one of these Uyghurs has a story of families torn apart.
Back in 2019, he visited what China calls re-education camps, designed to rid them of what China claims are extremist thoughts.
The director, in a rare on-camera description, tells us they prevent terrorist thoughts from developing. We focus on changing their minds, he says.
But many Uyghurs say they are concentration camps. And the U.S. State Department says more than 1 million Uyghurs have been detained since 2017. And the Department of Labor estimates that of those, nearly 100,000 may be working in forced labor conditions.
They are forced to work just like a robot. They are not allowed to speak with their own native language. They are not allowed to practice any religious duties.
Both Nike and Dynasty Gold did not return NBC's request for comment on the allegations regarding forced labor. But in a response to the complaint, Nike said that they do not source products from Xinjiang or use textiles and spun yarn from the region, and adding they don't have any relationship with 3 of the companies mentioned in the report, and that Nike Inc. has confirmed that their contract suppliers are not using textiles from that region, and that their code of conduct prohibits forced labor. Dynasty Gold's response to the complaint is that it does not have operational control over the mine in Xinjiang and that these allegations arose after it left the region. Valerie Castro, NBC News.
Well, a Texas writer is quickly becoming a #1 best-selling author on Amazon, all thanks to the generous act of one stranger who noticed him alone at a book signing.
Yeah, the stranger posted his encounter on TikTok, and it quickly went viral. Today's show co-anchor Hoda Kotb shows us how that video captured the attention of readers from around the globe.
It was a small act of kindness.
Same thing, just sign it? Yeah, if you could just sign it.
That helped turn a first-time novelist into an overnight bestseller.
You know, when Red came up and talked to me, I was just so eager to talk to anybody at that point.
TikToker Red first discovered author Sean Warner earlier this month at a grocery store in Fort Worth, Texas. It was near the self-checkout line when he saw the writer all alone at a table with a stack of books and a weary look on his face.
I do a little bit of TikTok and whatnot, so I think I'm going to go ahead and get a second one. I'm going to gift it on there and see if we can get you a little bit of love on there. Oh, okay. I won't say no.
Red's video quickly gaining more than 18 million views and more than 3 million likes on the app.
I wasn't expecting this video to blow up like this. People coming together, this is so beautiful.
And with the power of the Book Talk hashtag attracting a diverse reading community.
Came in the mail. Super excited to read it.
I'm so excited to read it. Thank you, Sean.
Warner's debut novel, Lee Howard and the Ghosts of Simmons Pierce Manor, amassed 5-star reviews, climbing the ranks on Amazon's bestseller list.
It was just an amazing thing, and it's all on you for your kindness and generosity. Thank you.
And winning over new fans from all around the world.
Sean, your book made it to Germany.
Warner, an Army veteran and former paratrooper in the 82nd Airborne Division, went on to work as a software engineer before losing his job from company-wide layoffs years ago. That setback did not stop the father of 2 from moving forward. Instead, he decided to pursue his childhood dream of being a writer.
The love just keeps pouring out. And as always, thanks to Red, your big heart and your generosity got this whole ball rolling.
Now it's a new beginning for the novelist, all thanks to one stranger's good deed. Hoda Kotb, NBC News.
That sort of stuff is when TikTok, the internet, everything is amazing.
Yeah, the power of the internet and book talk specifically to get these unknown authors out there. Congratulations.
All right, straight ahead. Dealing with a toxic workplace, it can be incredibly soul-draining. We will speak to an expert about how to cope and take advantage of mental health days. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Across the country, about 1 of every 5 employees say their workplace is either very or somewhat toxic. This, according to a survey released this morning from the American Psychological Association.
That study also found that more than 20% of workers say their job has taken a toll on their mental health over the past year. That is up from just 14% last year. Dr. Dennis Stoley joins us now. He's a senior director for the American Psychological Association, the group behind this new survey. Doctor, thank you so much for being with us. Let's just start big picture here. What is driving this trend based on your research and analysis? Are more people just starting to talk about how they feel in their workplace and the cultures that they're surrounded with in terms of toxicity, or are things actually getting worse for people in their offices?
Well, it's interesting. What our data tells us is the frequency with which this is occurring, so how often it's happening. And we asked a lot of the same questions in a survey that we conducted at this time last year. And what we see is that the report of toxic workplaces is significantly higher this year than it was last year at this time. Now, in my opinion, at least part of what's factoring into that is the return to in-person work. And so you think about where we were last year, a lot of people were still doing hybrid or maybe transitioning back to the workplace. Now a lot more people are having in-person experiences, and unfortunately, sometimes those in-person experiences can be disrespectful and harmful.
Doctor, your research found that almost half of all workers say they are worried about speaking with their bosses about mental health because they're worried it could have a negative impact on them. So how can you have these difficult conversations if you do feel you work in a toxic environment and maybe you do need a mental health day?
Right. Well, this is definitely a point of concern because on the one hand, we know from our data that it's very important to the vast majority of workers to have their mental health supported. But on the other hand, as you pointed out, there's still a stigma around actually talking about mental health in the workplace. And so if there is someone who is in what they consider to be a toxic work environment and it goes on for a prolonged period of time, that's unlikely to just get better on its own. It's the kind of situation where people may need to take action. And that can include talking to a manager, talking to HR, and oftentimes that can help improve the situation. If it doesn't, sometimes it even means that the best option might be to think about different employment.
In terms of employers here, what are they doing to try and help workers with mental health to get rid of toxicity in a work environment? And frankly, are they doing enough? I mean, should companies be doing more to address this?
Well, it's interesting because not all employers are the same. And so there are many employers who are doing really a fantastic job, and they're implementing programs such as meeting free days to take away some of the stress. They're looking at workloads, making sure that people are not overworked, making sure that schedules are predictable, and so on. But at the other end of the continuum, you also have some employers who just don't seem to be taking this issue seriously, and for the most part are ignoring it. And I fear that that's where we're seeing the reports coming out of toxic workplaces.
Well, that was an encouraging stat you just showed from the survey. 77% of people do feel like their employers are taking these issues seriously or offering some kind of mental health support. If you do need a mental health day and you do need to recharge mentally, what's the best way to go about that?
I'm a big fan of the concept of the mental health day. And so when I work with employers, I encourage the employer themselves to set up a formal program to allow mental health days and to inform employees of how the program works. But our data shows that not that many employers are actually doing that yet. So that leaves a lot of people to their own devices. And that can mean taking a sick day.
And just using that time off to meditate, go for a walk, get some exercise, eat something healthy. Dr. Dennis Stoley, thank you so much for coming on and sharing all this great advice and giving us a sense of the state of affairs when it comes to mental health at the workplace.
It's such an important conversation, and everybody thinks about it, deals with it at some point, so we appreciate that. Stay with us. You are watching NBC News Daily.
for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
All right, Emmy nominations, they are here, and the big winner is HBO.
No surprise.
Specifically, Succession. The network, which includes content from its Max streaming platform, received 127 nominations.
That's mind-blowing, right?
Yes.
That's so many. The history was also made as actor Pedro Pascal became the most nominated Latino in a single year ever. He has 3 nominations. We have with us entertainment journalist and CEO of Pop Viewers, Chris Witherspoon. Now with your Emmy predictions, let's get it started.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm so happy you're here. Like, the strike is looming, and that's not fun to talk about.
Hopefully the show will go on.
Right?
Hopefully,
Yeah, in
fingers crossed.
September. So let's start off with best comedy, best drama. Who do you have?
So best comedy, I have the show The Bear.
Yeah.
It's a show that's phenomenal. It's on Hulu. It's the most watched series right now on FX. Going up against a lot of great shows, but I think The Bear is the one that voters are going to rally behind. That is my pick. But my dark horse is Ted Lasso.
Okay.
The final season for Ted Lasso. So many folks have watched that, and it's been a darling for the Emmys, but I really think The Bear will be the one. For best drama, the show Succession. It is the final farewell season for Succession. It is the leader right now, 27 nominations.
Wow.
But The White Lotus is right behind it, 23 nominations. And I kind of feel like in Jennifer Coolidge, we all trust.
Yes.
I am here for The White Lotus too. But I think that the one that will win will be Succession.
Okay. Those are both HBO Max, right?
I know, they're killing it.
Yeah.
They're really killing it.
They're doing a really good job. Okay, let's talk about best actor, best actress. Pedro Pascal, I have not seen The Last of Us, but I love him. He's fantastic. He's so good.
Yes, yes.
Who else got those?
So best actor drama, I think the person that might pull this one is Brian Cox. Again, his character is just so phenomenal. He's up against Pedro Pascal, but also making history as the first series Succession to have 3 actors from the same show nominated in the same category, which is kind of cool. Best actress drama, Sarah Snook, Shiv. It was all Shiv this season for Succession. So I think that she might be taking home the best drama category. But best actor comedy, Jeremy Allen White. Remember his name. He is the star of the show The Bear. And I think that this will be Jeremy's kind of Star is Born moment in Hollywood. People love this show. It's a comedy, but also a lot of drama. But it's gotten so much buzz that I think he'll be getting that one. Then best actress, Quinta Brunson. For comedy, was nominated last year, didn't win. I think this might be her year.
We're happy for her.
Also,
She created that show.
Yeah.
I mean, she's big time.
And she's been speaking out a lot about the writer's strike, and they shut down production. So I feel like this might be a great moment for her to have her starring moment.
Yeah. Let's switch gears out of the Emmys and talk about some new movies coming out. I'm super excited about Wonka with Timothy Chalamet. Pretty much will watch anything that he's in, and he makes such a great Wonka.
Call Me By Your Name to Willy Wonka. He does no wrong. This trailer looks amazing. It's heartfelt. It looks very magical as well, and it's kind of the prequel, the origin story of Willy Wonka.
Love it.
Also a great one, Napoleon.
Yeah,
this is a film coming from Apple TV, but it'll also be in theaters, starring Oscar winner Joaquin Phoenix. He plays Napoleon Bonaparte.
Wow.
Also Vanessa Kirby from Ted Lasso plays his wife in this one. Then a superhero film that I think folks are going to really love. It's called Blue Beetle. It's kind of like Superman, but instead of a Spider-Man. Instead of a spider, it's a blue beetle. Yeah, it's a great story.
And it stars, I mean, we laughed, but somebody laughed at Spider-Man. Yes.
I mean, he has like all the little
What does he have? What do beetles have?
I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. But the trailer is fierce. It stars Solo Maridueña. He's Miguel from Cobra Kai. He's playing in this, yeah. So my son is dying to see Blue Beetle. No idea why.
All right, we'll ask your son for his hot take.
I will.
Bring him back next week.
He's ready to go. He's ready, you guys.
Okay, so this weekend, I think it's gonna like maybe rain in New York. If we're stuck at home, what should we be watching?
Okay, so in theaters, Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning. You guys, I saw it. It is phenomenal. My favorite Mission Impossible film yet.
Really?
Tom Cruise doing his own stunts. You can't go wrong. And the storyline here is crazy. Edge of my seat the entire time. And it's part 1 of a 2-part series.
Is this the 7th Mission Impossible?
Yes, but know that there will be another one after this. Kind of a big cliffhanger when you watch this one. Also, What We Do in the Shadows, season 5. It's a vampire series. These vampires in Staten Island. Kind of cool. That one you can stream as well. And Survival of the Thickest. It's a great show on Netflix starring Michelle Buteau, the comedian. She plays a girl who is thick, and she is basically trying to live her best life after a breakup, losing her job, but it's hilarious. Also, Tasha Smith, who I love, stars in this one as well.
So that's a show. It's not a reality series.
No, it's a scripted show. It is a scripted series for Netflix. It's kind of like her first time in a starring role as well. She's so talented,
She's
guys.
so funny.
I promise you, watch that one, you will crack up.
Survival of the thickest.
That I'm adding to my list.
Okay.
Sold. All right, entertainment journalist and CEO of Pop Viewers, Chris Witherspoon. Thank you so much. We always have a good time with you.
Right.
We sure do. And you are watching NBC News Daily.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Hi, everyone. So glad you could be with us on this Thursday. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Ellison Barber in for Morgan Radford. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, July 13th, expanding access. U.S. regulators just approved the first over-the-counter birth control pill. That means women will soon be able to get the pill without a prescription. Why doctors are calling the drug a game changer.
Set to strike. Thousands of Hollywood actors gearing up to walk off the job after they failed to reach a new deal with major studios. How the move could essentially cripple the American film and TV industry.
Jury decision. The man who shot and killed 11 people at a Pittsburgh synagogue is now eligible for the death penalty. The 2018 massacre was the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in U.S. history, where the federal trial now goes.
Emmy predictions. This year's award nominations are in. Which shows and actors got the most nods? Plus, what's streaming this weekend in our entertainment wrap.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We start with a historic decision from the FDA. One birth control pill will soon be available for purchase in stores without a prescription.
It's a very big deal. Today, the agency approved the oral contraceptive called Opill for over-the-counter use in the United States. It is a first for women's health care in this country. Advocates say this is far overdue and marks a significant milestone for reproductive rights in America. Board-certified OBGYN and Chief Medical Officer at Very Health, Dr. Jessica Shepard, joins us now with more. Dr. Shepard, this is a birth control pill that has been available by prescription for some 50 years, right? In your medical opinion, What kind of impact do you think today's decision will have across the U.S.? And in terms of concerns with safety, should people be worried?
Well, first of all, I just love the name O-Pill. I think that this is something that is transformative when we think of reproductive healthcare and access. Now, like you said, we have been using this form of birth control, which is progesterone only, for the last 50 years. So we know the safety and efficacy. We know, again, any complications that can occur, which are very low when you're considering this compared to a combined birth control, which has estrogen as well. So the ability for us to have something over the counter is really going to help women who maybe have, not the access that they need, or maybe it's getting time off work for a doctor's visit, or just being able to continue their annual birth control and having a way to do it that it's easily accessible for them and safe.
Dr. Shepard, walk us through what people should consider before buying this pill over the counter. Just because you don't need a doctor's prescription doesn't mean you might not want to talk to one. And what are the side effects?
I think when you think of why should I take this, or what would make me the perfect candidate, is the same way that you would think of when you're having a conversation with your healthcare provider is, one, why am I taking it? What is the outcome I'm looking for? Which in most cases is going to be prevention of birth control. And then the other question I think that you should ask yourself is, what would I want to ask my doctor? And if any of those questions seem really complicated or something that I feel I really need an explicit answer that requires medical expertise, then that would be a reason that maybe you should say that maybe I do need to go to my doctor to find out what is the best option for me. But if you think about unintended pregnancies, 6 million pregnancies a year, 45% of them are unintended. So somewhere we're missing the gap of people being able to say, I'm trying to prevent pregnancy, and what is my ability to get the best care that's needed in order to get that outcome? This is the way to do that. And I think that we're really going to see some of those barriers being broken down and people being able to make decisions for themselves.
Quickly, do we know when this will be available and how much it will cost? Will it be covered by insurance?
Now, over the counter, I would suspect that most will not be covered by insurance, but it allows people who don't have insurance, again, to have the ability to get birth control. And I think that's one of the things that we've seen is that people don't have access, whether it's insurance. Now that they have the ability to get it over the counter, makes it easier for them.
And perhaps by early 2024. All right, Chief Medical Officer of Verywell Health, Dr. Jessica Shepard, thank you so much.
Vicki, the Screen Actors Guild is set to join the writers on the picket line for the first Hollywood double strike in about 60 years. SAG union leaders are meeting now to hold a final vote on whether or not to strike. They're expected to speak at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now from our Los Angeles bureau. So, Dana, how did we get to this point, and what is SAG leadership saying about those negotiations?
Yeah, so every 3 years, this contract negotiation comes up. They have been negotiating with the Alliance for Motion and Television Producers Group. SAG-AFTRA, which represents about 160,000 actors, has been negotiating. They even extended that contract for almost 2 weeks and called in a last-minute negotiator to try to reach an 11th-hour deal. That did not happen. We're hearing from the president of SAG-AFTRA, Fran Drescher. She writes that this is kind of insulting and disrespectful for our massive contributions to this industry. You've also got the Alliance responding that this has put or has deepened the financial hardship for thousands who depend on the industry for their livelihoods. So, these actors really want more pay for work on streaming services. They want protection against artificial intelligence, and they want limitations and rules for self-taped auditions. And obviously, since they've gone through more than 4 weeks of negotiating and not reached a deal, it's unclear if they will anytime soon. Ellison?
And the writer's strike has already shut down major productions like the new season of Stranger Things and a whole lot of writers' rooms. What would a double strike mean for Hollywood?
It is just going to prolong the shutdown for a lot of those TV shows and movies. And it's pretty concerning for viewers because they want to see those shows return. The late night shows have been on pause. They're running reruns. So it's a big it's a big question on what will happen. You've got Comic-Con that's happening next weekend in San Diego. Hall H was canceled this year because studios can't bring actors in to promote the next big thing that's happening. And you've also got the 75th annual Primetime Emmys that's scheduled for September 18th, but that could possibly be postponed to next year, which could upend the entire award season. Ellison?
NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin, thank you.
Well, Ellison, it is one of the biggest nights in sports. The annual ESPY Awards were handed out last night in LA. Top athletes from around the world were there at the ceremony. But the highlight, it was an emotional tribute from Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin. The NFL player honored the first responders who saved his life after he collapsed on the field. That was back in January. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has more.
Hey there, the ESPYs were filled with a lot of special moments on a night celebrating the best athletes in the world. And this year, it included some very big news from one of basketball's biggest names.
At a star-studded night, the biggest names in sports and entertainment thrilling the crowd with surprise announcements, touching moments, and standing ovations. All eyes, as always, were on LeBron James after hinting about possibly retiring.
Just for me personally, going forward with the game of basketball, got a lot to think about.
But last night, he had an announcement.
The day I can't give the game everything on the floor is the day I'll be done. Lucky for you guys, that day is not today.
James was one of a few athletes receiving honors, including the top male and female athlete awards, going to the Kansas City Chiefs' Patrick Mahomes and skier Michaela Schifrin, who just won her record-breaking 87th World Cup race in March.
It's been a long journey, and it's not over yet.
But the most emotional part of the night,
Damar Hamlin,
belonged to Damar Hamlin, receiving a standing ovation as the Buffalo Bills safety emotionally honored the group of men and women who rushed to save his life after he collapsed on the field back in January, when a rare phenomenon caused his heart to stop during a routine tackle.
Please welcome this year's recipient of the Pat Tillman Award for Service, the training staff of the Buffalo Bills.
Hamlin joined on stage by the first responders and Bills staff, praising his remarkable recovery.
Damar, first and foremost, thank you for staying alive, brother.
Hamlin supported by the biggest names in sports as the Bills staff once again had his back.
The Bills announced in late April that Hamlin has been fully cleared by doctors to resume playing football. And along with his training, he's also been holding events to teach CPR and distribute AEDs. Those are those external defibrillators that saved his life. A very special young man. Now back to you.
Ann, thank you.
It is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Flights are getting cheaper just in time for the peak summer travel season. Airfares actually dropped more than 8% in June from the month before. That's according to new U.S. inflation data.
That is good
I know.
news. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu joins us now. So, Dom, this is the biggest decline in flight prices that we have seen in nearly a year. But what is actually behind this drop?
So, Vicki, Ellison, airlines are basically benefiting from cheaper fuel prices and a huger demand for travel. Now, we haven't seen prices drop this much since the pandemic. This is welcome news for consumers, especially those who are looking to book a last-minute summer vacation or a fall or winter trip. So, timing could be a little bit different, but the prices are generally coming down. Meanwhile, federal agents arrested the founder and CEO of the bankrupt cryptocurrency exchange Celsius earlier today on fraud charges. The news of his arrest comes as federal regulators announced Celsius would also pay a $4.7 billion fine as part of a settlement over the fraud allegations. CNBC's investigative reporting was cited in both the criminal and civil complaints filed in that case. And America's oldest craft brewery is turning off the taps, sadly. This is the 127-year-old San Francisco-based Anchor Brewing, the guys who make Anchor Steam. They say it's going out of business because it's declining sales and also economic pressures that make it difficult to stay open. Brewing operations have already stopped, but brewmasters say it will package and distribute remaining beer throughout the end of the month. Vicki Ellison, this strikes a little bit of a tone with me because, as you ladies know, I'm a Bay Area native, and so Anchor Steam has always been a big part of that craft brew story, especially because it was the first in America.
You and me both, Dom. This is such a bummer of news. It is tough. I know microbrewing has suffered some hits, but to see them go out of business after so many years, that is a true bummer.
Well, just don't tell me, ladies, that the Buena Vista will stop selling Irish coffees in Fisherman's Wharf, and I think I'll be okay.
Fingers crossed on that too, Dom.
Well, yeah, we all have our fingers crossed. All right, CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu, thank you so much.
More rain on the way for the Northeast, where they have been dealing with historic flooding this week. What to expect from the storms, and we'll have an update for you on the dangerous heat wave out west. That's next. You are watching NBC News Daily.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with the severe weather that is raging from coast to coast, from flash flooding to dangerous heat waves and tornadoes. Extreme weather is affecting tens of millions of Americans.
Earlier this week, Vermont experienced 2 years' worth of rain in just 2 days. Now FEMA is stepping in to help. Meanwhile, out west and down south, nearly 90 million people are under severe heat alerts. We have team coverage watching the severe weather on all fronts. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach is in Woodstock, Vermont, following that massive flooding across the Northeast. And NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray is in Dallas, Texas, where there is a whole lot of heat. Jay, let's start with you. What are the heat indexes looking like today in Texas and other cities around the South?
Hey, ladies. Yeah, it's going to be another scorcher here. It is the second day of an excessive heat warning in Dallas and across much of Texas right now. We expect things to climb up to around 102 or so, with the heat index at 112, 113. And believe it or not, that's not the highest end of the scale. You've got situations in Arizona and really through Northern California. There are millions right now dealing with the extreme heat. Here, they expect to see it continue for quite some time. We're going to have a string of days that will be over 100 degrees. And it's really putting a crush on those who normally spend a lot of their summer outside. Behind me, we've got the dancing water here at Clyde Warren Park, and we continue to see kids showing up and getting into those fountains here, a few adults as well, and even a few puppies sticking their paws in the water just to try and find some way to cool off. It's a situation that's going to continue, like I said, and the extended forecast shows that perhaps on Sunday, maybe Sunday, we'll get a bit of a break. It could go down to 98. So that's the cool wave coming through, a high of 98 possible on Sunday. Otherwise, as you can see from the map, it's just going to continue to be a blistering and very dangerous summer right now.
Jay, quickly before you go, how's the power grid holding up?
So far, so good. There's been some problems with the grid in the past. As you know, yesterday they set a record for the amount of power that was used in the state of Texas. They expect to break that record today. But again, ERCOT, which supplies about 90% of the power to the state, says they feel very confident in where they are and that they will be able to provide that power. And it helps when you can come jump in the fountain or get inside somewhere where it's cool. And so that's going to be vital. And the fountain's looking awfully good, ladies. Yeah, I mean, you're only seeing the top level here. I've got the flippers on and the swim trunks. I may be jumping in there afterwards.
Smart guy.
Yes, good job. NBC News correspondent Jay Gray, we support you. We appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Now let's go over to NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach in Woodstock, Vermont. So, Gary, we know FEMA has actually stepped in there to help Vermont in the wake of historic flooding this week. How are the cleanup efforts going?
Well, they are well underway here at the Woodstock Farmers Market. I want to show you what's happening inside. There's a lot of squeegeeing going on, a lot of Windexing going on. And then outside, they're washing down all of the equipment. This place was a near total loss with more than 3 feet of water in it. In Woodstock, Vermont, this is the place you go for fruit, for vegetables, for fresh seafood. And it's thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars worth of an economic loss here to these folks. And that's not only a loss for the store itself, but the customers and also the vendors, the farmers that really rely on this farmers market to exist to sell their goods. You can see a lot of this equipment over here to my left as well. They don't even know if any of this equipment works anymore. They're still going through piece by piece to try to figure out what exactly is salvageable. We talked to one of the partners here at the Woodstock Farmers Market. Here's what she had to say about the situation.
There's more flash flood alerts for tonight, so that's a little alarming. We're pretty worried. We're pretty worried. We're still assessing, you know, we still don't know if all of our equipment works and how long it'll take to replace some of it.
Now, as Mr. Rogers said, look for the helpers. That's exactly what we're seeing here in the community of Woodstock. It's a community of about 3,000 people, and there's hundreds of people out and about at every location that is flooded, helping others out. Guys.
Look for the helpers. NBC News correspondent Gary Grumbach in Vermont for us. Gary, thank you so much.
Thanks, Gary. Actor Kevin Spacey taking the stand today. What we heard from him in court in his sexual assault trial in London. That is next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
As tensions escalate between the U.S. and China, the U.S. military is gearing up for a potential conflict. One American military leader in the Pacific recently warned of a war within 2 years. Here's NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby with an exclusive look at how they're preparing.
Amid growing tensions with China, we're with American forces in the Pacific, where General Mike Minihan is preparing his airmen for a mission he's warned could come soon.
Do you think the U.S. could be at war with China in the next few years?
It's not me to say whether we could be at war with China in the next few years.
Earlier this year, Minihan, the head of Air Mobility Command, wrote a controversial memo to his commanders warning the U.S. could be at war with China in 2 years, and they need to be prepared.
Do you still believe that?
I don't believe conflict is inevitable. I don't believe it's unavoidable. But I also believe that ready now is what matters most.
There have already been flashpoints. This Chinese fighter jet recently buzzing an American surveillance plane, and this Chinese warship crossing dangerously close to an American ship in the South China Sea. Minihan now preparing with Exercise Mobility Guardian, 70 aircraft and more than 3,000 airmen from 7 countries, the largest readiness exercise in the command's history, including this British cargo plane dropping off U.S. equipment, then simulating a medical evacuation. Also practicing resupplying bases in remote areas.
Cargo door, acknowledged.
This mission to drop supplies to airmen establishing a base on a tiny island north of Guam.
We're directly over the drop zone right now. About a dozen aircraft are beginning to drop their supplies and aid to the troops below.
In his memo, Minihan told airmen to get ready by firing from a clip and to aim for the head.
I'm not trying to be provocative. I'm trying to provide my formation with the tools and the action and the priority necessary to win.
Do you still agree with everything you wrote in that January memo?
I agree absolutely with the urgency and the action.
Are you ready now?
We are ready now.
All right, our thanks to Courtney Kuby for that report. President Biden met with Nordic leaders today in Finland. That is the newest member of NATO, fresh off of the alliance's pivotal summit in nearby Lithuania. Mr. Biden sought to reassure the world that the United States will remain committed to the defense partnership.
Here, there is no question. There's overwhelming support from the American people. As sure as anything can possibly be said about American foreign policy, we will stay connected to NATO.
NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba is live in Helsinki for us this afternoon. Monica, good to have you. So President Biden now heading back to Washington, D.C. Tell us more about his messaging during this trip overseas.
Yeah, this entire week, Vicki, was really about presenting this united front within NATO and these critical countries like Finland, where we are, that border Russia. And it was all about emphasizing the fact that Finland and Sweden will now be able to join the alliance while pledging unwavering support for Ukraine. That was a major question heading into the NATO summit in Vilnius, where we just came from after 2 days there, where President Zelensky was urging the leaders to try to fast track the time frame for the potential acceptance of Ukraine into NATO. But we know that that process now is not going to take place until the war ends. And it was President Biden who continued to tell him, alongside these Nordic leaders, that they will be with Ukraine every step of the way until then, Vicki.
Monica, put it all into context for us. What are the major takeaways from the president's trip to Europe today?
Yeah, and it started some days ago with the president heading to the UK to meet with King Charles to talk about the key issue of climate change. Then he was in Lithuania to meet with those NATO leaders to talk specifically about global security as it relates to Russian aggression. And then finally here to Finland, marking quite a contrast when you think about what happened 5 years ago this week when former President Trump was in Helsinki to meet with President Putin, where he sided with his denials about Russian election interference. President Biden today wanting to send a clear signal to President Putin, saying he has already lost the war, and knowing and acknowledging that Russia has been interfering in several American elections in recent years. Vicki.
NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. Monica, thank you so much.
Up next, why officials in California are now on the lookout for a rogue sea otter who has been stalking surfers for months now. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. The news continues after this.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worked coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Welcome back. I'm Ellison Barber.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. An unidentified suspect still at large after fleeing Secret Service members and killing a pedestrian in D.C. Wednesday. Secret Service officials say the driver of the blue 2006 Honda Accord hit a 75-year-old man who later died from his injuries. Two other victims also suffered minor injuries.
A 19-foot sinkhole in Florida that killed a person back in 2013 has reopened for a third time. Authorities say none of the surrounding homes appear to be in danger, and the hole is now fenced off.
Get your lucky numbers in order. The Powerball jackpot has grown to $875 million. This comes after there were no winners in yesterday's drawing. The next Powerball drawing is this Saturday.
We start this half hour in Pittsburgh, where a federal jury has decided the man who killed 11 people at the Tree of Life synagogue is eligible for the death penalty.
50-year-old Robert Bowers was convicted last month in the 2018 mass shooting. We have NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis, who's been following this trial for us. So, Rahema, what happened today? What did the jury decide today?
The jury decided that Robert Bowers was intentionally responsible for what happened. This is them rejecting what the defense said. The defense was saying that he was mentally impaired, he was schizophrenic, that he had brain damage, and that he could not have come together with the intention to do this. The jury rejected that. 7 women, 5 men followed the argument of the prosecution, federal prosecutors, who say he intentionally and was calculating in amassing weapons and in targeting worshipers at a synagogue in October of 2018. So this is the first phase of what they had to decide in terms of the sentencing. The prosecution wanted this on the table. They wanted him to be considered for the death penalty, and now the jurors decided that, yes, he can be.
Was the opinion or desires of the victim's family considered in this? Have they reacted at all to this decision?
Well, one of the things that we do know is that the prosecution was attempting to say, look at the damage that was caused by what this man did by going into the synagogue, a place where people were worshiping their faith, their Jewish faith, and targeting them. That put a hole in the heart of so many people in the community. Today, our crew out in Pittsburgh spoke with the head of the Federation and the CEO of the Jewish Federation of Greater Pittsburgh, who talked about this and about what some people were saying who were inside the courtroom. Take a listen.
I got a sense that they are, I don't want to say happy, elated, those are the wrong words, but they are eager to be able to share their feelings during this next phase.
And what he said was that they definitely want him to be held responsible because what he did was an act of anti-Semitism, and he should not get away with it. He is not going to get away with it. He was found guilty of 63 counts last month, and it took the jurors only 5 hours or less in order to find him guilty of those 63 counts. It took them less than 2 hours to find him eligible to be considered for the death penalty. That phase will begin on Monday, when both the prosecution and the defense will begin to launch another argument about whether or not he should be sentenced to death or life in prison.
And it bears repeating, this is the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in U.S. history. Rahima, thank you so much for covering it and following this penalty phase for us. Thank you. Well, today, actor Kevin Spacey took the stand in his sexual assault trial in London. The Oscar-winning actor is facing 12 charges. Prosecutors claim Spacey sexually assaulted 4 men in England between 2001 and 2013. Spacey has denied any wrongdoing. He pled not guilty to all charges. We have NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi joining us live now from outside the courthouse there in London. So, Ali, Spacey spent much of the day testifying in his own defense. He became emotional at one point. What did he say?
That's right. This was Stacey's opportunity to take the defense box, and his lawyer was questioning him. And at one point, they talked about the civil trial that he had in the U.S., where he was exonerated. And when he spoke about that trial, he became emotional. He appeared to wipe tears from his eyes. He said that his entire world had exploded during that incident and that he lost everything in a matter of days. And this all goes towards Spacey trying to say that he is an innocent man, that none of the charges that are being levied against him are true. He's saying that, some of the stuff that's being alleged against him just simply isn't true. And the other allegations were all consensual sex that he had with people here. He said he'd lived a very promiscuous life while he was here in the UK, and he'd had plenty of one-night stands, but that they were all consensual, and this has taken a huge emotional toll on him. And this is Kevin Spacey trying to win the jury over, to build a rapport with them and to convince them that he is an innocent man.
Ali, what are these 4 different men saying that Kevin Spacey did? And if he is convicted on these 12 different charges, what kind of sentence could he face?
Well, he's facing various charges of sexual assault, which is probably one of the lesser charges. The most serious charge he's facing is causing somebody to engage in penetrative sex without consent. Now, that could hold a prison sentence of 19 years, and that's the most serious one. And those allegations are coming from an aspiring actor who said that he had made contact with Kevin Spacey to try and form him as a mentor. He went back to Kevin Spacey's house. He was drugged only to wake up to find Kevin Spacey performing a sexual act on him.
NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi. Ali, thank you.
All right, Vicki, you might have seen this video on social media. It is a sea otter climbing on this surfboard near California. It might appear to be a playful video at first, but it's actually the opposite. We spoke to that surfer who says the otter looked at him, then lunged at him. Now officials are trying to track that cute but ferocious otter down.
Oh my gosh!
Surfers trying to catch some waves off the coast of Santa Cruz, California, now competing with an unlikely adversary. A sea otter who's become infamous for biting boards and stealing surf. She's known as Otter 841, a 5-year-old female who's been stalking surfers in this area for months.
It was a
cute encounter at first, which turned aggressive real quick.
June Young was surfing in the area when the seemingly harmless otter lunged at him.
It made eye contact with me. It looked straight at me and my board. And before I was able to get far, it started attacking my surfboard. It was biting it off, just chewing it, tearing it apart.
Parts of his board torn to shreds. But was Otter 841 born to be wild?
Sea otters in their domain, in the ocean, they are top predators in their environment.
While experts from Monterey Bay Aquarium say this confrontational behavior is abnormal for the species, this otter's mother also has a checkered past.
Her mom was rescued and rehabilitated and re-released by the aquarium. And then her mom had to be taken out of the wild because this sea otter's mom was fed by people. And that's a real problem.
But Otter 841 was born in captivity and raised with strict protocols, so she would not be too familiar with humans.
Our team that interact up close with them wear big welding masks and black ponchos. We call it the Darth Vader outfit. And that's intended so they don't think human shape is friendly.
So marine experts don't know what's causing her to act out, but warn swimmers to steer clear from these tiny but mighty creatures.
I've heard a sea otter's bite is as strong as a black bear's bite. Is that true?
Here's what I'll tell you. Our team, when we're handling otters up close, they wear Kevlar gloves. So it is a strong bite. I wouldn't want to be near that mouth.
So what's next for this infamous surfboard stealer? California Fish and Wildlife Services say they are working to safely capture and rehome the otter and then send her to Monterey Bay Aquarium for a health check. But as of now, this notorious otter is still out in the ocean in search of her next close encounter.
Oh, my. Well, I hope they can get her without incident and transfer her to Monterey.
Yes,
She'll like it there.
We're hoping. She'll like it. It'll be a lovely place for her. Yes, safer for everyone. All right.
All right, well, it really is becoming a Barbie world. The new Barbie movie is taking the retail world by storm, with stores adding tons of pink merch for fans to buy in preparation for the movie's big release that's happening next week.
Yeah, Mattel says more than 100 retailers, including Kohl's, Bloomingdale's, and Nordstrom's, are licensed to sell everything from T-shirts to toys. CNBC retail reporter Courtney Regan joins us now. Courtney, the hype surrounding this movie's release has even brought on a new trend of wearing pink. It's called Barbie core. What is going on here, and what brands are capitalizing on this?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I don't know if you've been able to scroll social media or shop anywhere online or in store and evade anything pink or Barbie themed, because as you mentioned, Mattel says they have more than 100 licensed partners working to create products surrounding this movie's release, which of course is out next week, but the goods are already for sale and in some cases are already sold out. If you look at Aldo's website, they have a number of high heels and purses, and these are aimed at adults, and those are sold out. Ruggable has rugs. There's all sorts of clothing for adults, accessories, you name it, it's out there. I mean, we got some data from Jungle Scout, which sort of scrapes Amazon searches, and they say that searches for Barbie martini glasses are up 868%. I mean, it's just wild, the things that you can buy, and people are searching for it and then also following through and checking out, because the revenue is also really clicking up. I think the Barbie detangler hairbrush is something like up 6,700% in revenue this month over the previous month on Amazon, according to Jungle Scout.
Courtney, there's a real nostalgia for Barbie-themed clothes and accessories, but also the dolls. And Mattel released some new dolls for the movie. What are they seeing in terms of sales of the dolls themselves?
Yeah, so the data that we have from Jungle Scout at least does show us that the sales for some of these dolls, at least on Amazon, are up about 100% in the last month. Now, of course, the movie hasn't come out yet, and Mattel is a publicly traded company, so they're not going to give us any true hard financial figures just yet. But in general, Barbie sales have sort of been reinvigorated since a 2016 revamp of the doll, where the doll maker sort of added more sizes, more colors, more skin tones, more physical abilities, making Barbie more realistic. And so that did help reinvigorate sales, but they're still well off their peak, which was at about $2 billion annually, and that was back in the 90s. They're about $1.5 billion annually now.
I'm looking forward to the movie. How about you, Courtney?
I am. I cannot wait to see it, actually. And I think they are definitely playing on my nostalgia from playing with Barbies as a kid. And I think I'm kind of among the target audience. It's not really aimed for kids. It's PG-13. It's women like me.
We love it, and we love you in pink. Thank you, Courtney Reagan.
A look at the Emmy nominations that were just released and who's the favorite to win some of the biggest categories when we come back. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
All right, Emmy nominations, they are here, and the big winner is HBO.
No surprise.
Specifically, Succession. The network, which includes content from its Max streaming platform, received 127 nominations.
That's mind-blowing, right?
Yes.
That's so many.
So many.
The history was also made as actor Pedro Pascal became the most nominated Latino in a single year ever. He has 3 nominations. We have with us entertainment journalist and CEO of Pop Viewers, Chris Witherspoon. Now with your Emmy predictions, let's get it started.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm so happy you're here. Like, the strike is looming, and that's not fun to talk about.
Hopefully the show will go on.
Right?
Hopefully,
Yeah, in
fingers crossed.
September. So let's start off with best comedy, best drama. Who do you have?
So best comedy, I have the show The Bear.
Yeah.
It's a show that's phenomenal. It's on Hulu. It's the most watched series right now on FX. Going up against a lot of great shows, but I think The Bear is the one that voters are going to rally behind. That is my pick. But my dark horse is Ted Lasso.
Okay.
The final season for Ted Lasso. So many folks have watched that, and it's been a darling for the Emmys, but I really think The Bear will be the one. For best drama, the show Succession. It is the final farewell season for Succession. It is the leader right now, 27 nominations.
Wow.
But The White Lotus is right behind it, 23 nominations. And I kind of feel like in Jennifer Coolidge, we all trust.
Yes.
I am here for The White Lotus too. But I think that the one that will win will be Succession.
Okay. Those are both HBO Max, right?
I know, they're killing it.
Yeah.
They're really killing it.
They're doing a really good job. Okay, let's talk about best actor, best actress. Pedro Pascal, I have not seen The Last of Us, but I love him. He's fantastic. He's so good.
Yes, yes.
Who else got those?
So best actor drama, I think the person that might pull this one is Brian Cox. Again, his character is just so phenomenal. He's up against Pedro Pascal, but also making history as the first series Succession to have have 3 actors from the same show nominated in the same category, which is kind of cool. Best Actress Drama, Sarah Snook, Shiv. It was all Shiv this season for Succession. So I think that she might be taking home the Best Drama category. The Best Actor Comedy, Jeremy Allen White. Remember his name. He is the star of the show The Bear. And I think that this will be Jeremy's kind of Star is Born moment in Hollywood. People love this show. It's a comedy, but also a lot of drama. But it's gotten so much buzz that I think he'll be getting that one. Then Best Actress Quinta Brunson.
Yes.
For comedy, was nominated last year, didn't win. I think this might be her year.
We're happy for her. She created that show.
Yeah.
I mean, she's big time.
And she's been speaking out a lot about the writer's strike, and they shut down production. So I feel like this might be a great moment for her to have her starring moment.
Well, let's switch gears out of the Emmys and talk about some new movies coming out. I'm super excited about Wonka with Timothy Chalamet. Pretty much will watch anything that he's in, and he makes such a great Wonka.
Call Me by Your Name to Willy Wonka.
Right?
He does no wrong. This trailer looks amazing. It's heartfelt. It looks very magical as well, and it's kind of the prequel, the origin story of Willy Wonka.
Love it.
Also great with Napoleon.
Yeah,
this is a film coming from Apple TV, but it'll also be in theaters, starring Oscar winner Joaquin Phoenix. He plays Napoleon Bonaparte.
Wow.
Also, Vanessa Kirby from Ted Lasso plays his wife in this one. Then a superhero film that I think folks are going to really love. It's called a Blue Beetle. It's kind of like Superman, but instead of a spider, Spider-Man. Instead of a spider, it's a blue beetle. Yeah,
okay.
Pretty great story.
That
And
is
it stars,
interesting.
I mean, we laughed,
What are
but
the
somebody
powers?
laughed at Spider-Man.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, he has
I know
like
the
all
webs.
the little like.
What does he
things.
have? What do beetles
He's blue.
have?
I don't know. I didn't see it yet. But the trailer is fierce. It stars Solo Maridueña. He's Miguel from Cobra Kai. That's what he's playing in this. Yeah, so my son is dying to see Blue Beetle. No idea why.
All right, well,
No idea
ask
what
your
it does.
son for his hot take.
I will.
Yeah, bring him back next week.
He's ready to go. He's ready, you guys.
Okay, so this weekend, I think it's gonna like maybe rain in New York. If we're stuck at home, what should we be watching?
Okay, so in theaters, Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning. You guys, I saw it. It is phenomenal. My favorite Mission Impossible film yet.
Really?
Tom Cruise doing his own stunts. You can't go wrong. And the
Yeah.
storyline here is crazy. Edge of my seat the entire time. And it's part 1 of a 2-part series.
Is this the 7th Mission Impossible?
Yes, but know that there will be another one after this. Kind of a big cliffhanger when you watch this one. Also, What We Do in the Shadows, season 5. It's a vampire series. These vampires in Staten Island. Kind of cool. That one you can stream as well. And Survival of the Thickest. It's a great show on Netflix starring Michelle Buteau, the comedian. She plays a girl who is thick, and she is basically trying to live her best life after a breakup, losing her job, but it's hilarious. Also, Tasha Smith, who I love, stars in this one as well.
So that's a show. It's not a reality series.
No, it's a scripted show. It is a scripted series for Netflix. It's kind of like her first time in a starring role as well. She's so talented.
She's
guys.
so funny.
I promise you, watch that one, you will crack up.
Survival of the Thickest.
That I'm adding to my list.
Okay.
Sold. All right, entertainment journalist and CEO of Pop Viewers, Chris Witherspoon. Thank you so much. We always have a good time with you.
Right.
We sure do. And you are watching NBC News Daily.
the summertime.
After a life-threatening plane crash, Jeff Closter credited the medical staff at Sanford Medical Center for saving his life. But in this case, the patient actually did end up helping the nurse as well by letting her know that she found her true calling. MSNBC anchor Jose Diaz-Balart has their heartfelt story.
Jeff Closter's life was forever changed after being injured in a small plane crash back in August 2021. Now, almost 2 years later, Jeff drove 420 miles to thank Sanford Medical Center ICU nurse Alicia Peterson for saving his life in an unforgettable reunion.
Thank you for keeping me alive.
You look so good.
I did okay.
You were probably the first patient ever that I was like, yes, this is why I want to be a nurse.
Here's a twist. Alicia felt she needed to thank him.
As a nurse, I was contemplating whether or not the job was for me.
This is a letter Alicia wrote to him after he was discharged. Those smudges there, tear stains.
I think a lot of it had to do with being scared, but also wondering if I would even be able to make a difference in someone else's life.
But Jeff, throughout his weeks in the hospital, had made it clear to her that she was making a huge impact on his life.
You'd said that I deserve nothing but the best, and that whoever I end up taking care of in the future, they are very lucky to have me as a nurse. And I walked out of that room and I was in tears because nobody had ever said that to me.
Jeff knew she had a bright future ahead, encouraging Alicia she was in the right place.
And Jeff helped you.
Jeff definitely helped me, yes. Thank you for solidifying that I was supposed to be here.
And Jeff, she helped you in many, many ways too.
Absolutely. I think that's kind of the lesson, even though I'm a lot bigger than Alicia is, that there's the opportunity for people to care and do the next thing, do the right thing, and go and take care of each other.
Our thanks to MSNBC anchor Jose Diaz-Balart for that. Ellison?
Family reunions are pretty common during the summer, but this one is different than most. Jody Kurzman from our NBC affiliate KFYR has the story of the Conrad family who organized a reunion for a group of foreign exchange students they hosted decades before.
Oh, love it, you guys.
This photo shoot was years in the making. The photos captured here
Love it.
tell quite a story.
Perfect, you guys.
They tell the story of a big world
That's a framer.
made a little smaller.
Will you smile for me?
Thanks to one generous family.
It was fun.
The Conrad family hosted 8 foreign exchange students during the 80s and 90s.
Each of the kids was different. Each of them had their own interests, their own abilities. And she came in 83 to 84.
Pat Conrad has a list.
Marina is from Brazil.
To keep all her students straight.
Vivica.
7 of them returned for this reunion.
Here we go.
Until now, many had never met.
We are what they have in common.
Love it.
They became fast friends, smiling, laughing, and talking as if they'd known each other for years.
They're just having fun talking to each other, comparing, what's it like in your country? What's it like here?
It felt like we are family, even though we met for the first time.
During their stay, the exchange students toured Bismarck High School and the house the Conrads lived in when they were students. They also went to Medora, drove through Theodore Roosevelt National Park, and got to see fireworks on the 4th of July.
That I will cherish each moment.
Dean and Pat started dreaming about this reunion in 2017. The pandemic and other travel issues delayed it until this summer.
I wasn't really expecting that to ever happen. I haven't seen them for maybe 30 years.
These smiles, proof it was worth waiting for.
These kids come into your house as an exchange student for a year, but they come into your heart forever.
Now these photos
Love it.
will ensure the memories of this reunion also live forever.
That was from our NBC affiliate, KFYR. Jody Kurzman reporting. We appreciate that. Thanks for being with us. I'm Ellison Barber.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do it wherever you stream. More news right after this.
lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Thursday, July 13th, 2023, turning deadly. Oppressive temperatures across the U.S. claiming at least one life as millions face yet another day of relentless heat. What's driving this vicious cycle?
Breaking news, fully approved. The FDA signs off on the first over-the-counter birth control pill. How soon you can grab it right off the shelf.
Lights, camera, in action. Hollywood appears to be on the verge of a shutdown after the Actors Union could not reach a labor deal with studios. What a potential strike means for the industry and for your favorite shows and movies.
And hardly working. The brand new study out about toxic work environments, how you can cope if you're one of the workers struggling to get through.
Welcome, everyone. It is 11 a.m. in Spokane, 1 p.m. in New Orleans, 2 p.m. in New York.
Yeah, we're going to begin this hour with the extremely dangerous heat. It's making life unbearable for people across many parts of the country.
At this hour, more than 80 million people are under heat warnings in Florida and from Louisiana all the way to California. Miami has now notched 32 consecutive days with a heat index over 100. In Maryland, one person is confirmed dead from heat exposure. You would think when the sun goes down, there would be some relief. Not the case in Arizona. Phoenix has not dipped below 90 degrees for the last 3 nights.
Yeah, and that can be really dangerous. Experts say exposure to extreme heat at night can make you more susceptible to heat illness during the day. The National Weather Service says more people die from extreme heat than any other type of weather event.
Meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking the temperatures for us as well as what's behind this relentless heat. But let's begin with NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra. She's in Phoenix. Marissa, how hot is it? How are people dealing with the heat?
Yeah, I mean, guys, it is brutal to the degree that you have to be really careful with what you have on your body, because if you are outside under the direct sun for too long, those things could either hurt you because it heats up too much, like jewelry, or things could melt off of your body. So you really have to be careful being outside too long, no matter what you have on you, because it is inescapably hot. And so we had a chance to go to a local Salvation Army actually within the last hour. And what I saw, what I learned speaking to people there, even with the air conditioning on, people are having trouble keeping cool. So there were a lot of people who were taking advantage of cooling shelters in the area. And the Salvation Army, they said they're extending their hours. Several of the local area shelters here extending their hours. This Salvation Army says they're not usually open on weekends. They are this weekend. They said that they've actually been doing this for several weeks now. I said, what makes this summer different from previous summers? They said the fact that it is not only hotter, but it is also starting to get hotter earlier. And guys, one thing that everyone is very aware of, it's only expected to get even hotter this weekend.
Hard to believe when you're seeing those triple-digit numbers all across the country. Let's bring in meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, this heat is being driven by what's being called a heat dome. Can you just explain to us what exactly that is?
Yeah, heat dome's a term we use in the summer when you get strong high pressure. High pressure means sinking air, and it really allows the heat to build right at the surface. So over this summer, we had it in the Southwest. The heat dome moved over Texas. You heard all those stories for a while, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and now it's returning to the Southwest. So it's still extremely hot in Texas. We're at 97 in Del Rio already. Phoenix, by the way, is already at 105. Our nation's capital, a pretty warm day too, 93 degrees. So as we head through this weekend, the heat dome is not only going to move and slide to the southwest, it's actually going to get the strongest that it's been all summer long. And that is when you get all-time temperature records, especially if it happens late July, early August, when we're typically at the hottest temperatures of the year anyways. So the two things to watch: Las Vegas, all-time record is 117. We did that twice. And Phoenix, The 110-day streak, the longest ever, is 18. So let's first talk about Las Vegas. Las Vegas, the forecast from the National Weather Service on Sunday is 117 degrees. So we have an excellent chance of tying or possibly even breaking the hottest temperature ever recorded in Las Vegas. And as far as Phoenix goes, so far we've had 13 days in a row of 110 plus. So we go Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We get to 18 on Monday. We should break it on Tuesday. We have a chance of breaking 2 all-time temperature records in the next couple days.
Ooh, there are some records you just don't want to break.
No, that's unbelievable.
Yeah, Bill Cairns, thank you. Well, the National Weather Service says multiple tornadoes hit northeastern Illinois on Wednesday. Some homes and businesses were seriously damaged, but thankfully no reports of any injuries. And take a look at this video. This is one of the twisters actually touching down near Chicago's O'Hare Airport. Hundreds of flights had to be canceled as a result.
We have breaking medical news now. For the first time ever, the FDA has approved a birth control pill that does not require a prescription.
Yeah, it's called O-Pill, and it's been around since the 1973 in the United States, but now it has the green light to be sold over the counter. That decision could drastically expand reproductive health access for tens of millions of women across the country.
Our Dr. Natalie Azar will explain what we need to know about O-Pill, but let's begin with NBC News health reporter Aria Bendix, who's with us here on set. So why did the FDA make this decision to make O-Pill over the counter?
Yeah, so the U.S. is actually way behind the curve in terms of this decision. More than 100 countries already have over-the-counter birth control available, but an FDA advisory committee met about 2 months ago. They determined that there was a strong benefit to making this pill more accessible. We obviously know that expanded access to birth control can reduce unintended pregnancies, and that can have really positive outcomes for maternal health. So I think many medical experts would say this is a no-brainer.
And it's big news for so many people. Dr. Azar, I do want to bring you in because what are the benefits and side effects of O-Pill? I know many people still have a lot of questions.
Yeah, well, as Aria said, it really is, a significant milestone, I would say. The American Medical Association and the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology has advocated for an over-the-counter hormonal contraceptive for years now, stating that this progestin-only pill is safe and effective, and that we have decades of data to back that up. There are roughly 6 million pregnancies every year in this country, about half of which are unintended. The medication is considered safe. There can be some side effects, namely, I would say some irregular bleeding, some abdominal cramping or bloating, but overall considered to be very safe. There are some conditions, however, that would be, a contraindication. For example, a current or past history of breast cancer, current unexplained vaginal bleeding, history of cirrhosis, certain medications that individuals might be taking. And I think that was really what the FDA was tasked, was to decide whether or not women could safely, make a decision for themselves as to whether or not they are candidates for this medication and if they could take it appropriately. And they decided that, in fact, we can.
Yeah, so Natalie, looking at the big picture at a time when women's reproductive rights, frankly, are center stage at the moment, how significant in the medical world is this decision?
Very, very significant, Kate. The only other available over-the-counter contraception are barrier methods, and they are not nearly as effective as hormonal contraception. And again, as Aria was saying, there are negative maternal outcomes to unintended pregnancy, but there's also negative outcomes for the offspring, for the children of women who, weren't planning a pregnancy. So for our, I would say that contraception in terms of health is part of women's health, just like, providing abortions is considered part of women's reproductive health.
Yeah.
So this is a huge milestone, and it's a great step in the right direction for us in this country.
So Aria, with that all said, where and when can people actually get this?
Yeah, so we might have to wait until next year. Unfortunately, the company HRA Pharma says probably 2024 is the target date for it arriving on shelves. We don't know necessarily anything about the cost yet, but we do know that you will be able to walk into a pharmacy, pick it up. You don't need a doctor to prescribe you something, and you don't need a pharmacist to hand it over. You just can walk in and leave with it.
Off the shelf, not like behind a counter or something.
Exactly. Yep. No barrier at all.
All right. Really helpful information. Aria Bendix, Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you both.
Also breaking this hour, any moment now, Hollywood actors could head to the picket lines.
Yeah, negotiations between their labor union and major studios have basically broken down. More than 160,000 actors could join the 11,000 writers already on strike. They've been at odds with the organization that represents major TV and film producers. Comcast, the parent company of NBC Universal, is one of the companies represented by that group.
NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now from Los Angeles. So, Dana, at this hour, what are the sticking points here? What are the two sides apart on?
Yeah, and Kate, we hope to learn more in about an hour because SAG-AFTRA, which represents about 160,000 actors, is scheduled to hold a press conference so we can hopefully find out more about what happened overnight that caused talks to stall and maybe find out if they officially will strike, and if so, when that will start. They've asked for several things, and actually their president, Fran Drescher, actually put out a statement, and she called the proposals by the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers both insulting and disrespectful of our massive contributions to this industry. Now, the AMPTP responded saying that they offered historic pay and residual increases, and they say that SAG-AFTRA has put us on a course that will deepen the financial hardship for thousands who depend on the industry for their livelihood. So a lot of information, there hasn't been a lot of information that has come out of the negotiations that's, been kept pretty tight-lipped. But we know that actors want more pay for streaming services. They want to mimic the network where you get paid for syndication. They want to get data on viewership for their favorite streaming shows so that they can get paid on what they hope is a fairer scale.
So, Dana, with all that said, what does this actually mean for our favorite movies and TV shows set to be released soon?
Well, it just means that we're going to be waiting a lot longer for them. A lot of those productions were halted when the writers went on strike back in May. So some of our favorite shows like Stranger Things, Emily in Paris, Abbott Elementary, we're going to wait a little bit longer because we're going to have to wait to see the actors come back, the writers come back, and then they're going to have to get back on course to try to produce those films and TV shows in order to put them out to the public. So it's going to be a waiting game.
All right. Dana Griffin with the latest. Thank you so much.
ChatGPT is under federal investigation, and Prime Energy drinks, which we just talked about, are now being recalled in Canada.
Christina Portsenevelos joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Christina.
Well, let's start with the Federal Trade Commission now investigating, like you said, the maker of ChatGPT, marking pretty much a big shift in how regulators police emerging artificial intelligence technology. Regulators are looking into whether the tool violates consumer protection laws. One of the biggest questions right now is what steps ChatGPT maker, that would be OpenAI, has taken to prevent it from generating false, misleading, or damaging statements about real people. Just days after Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer called for the FDA to investigate caffeine levels in Prime Energy drinks, Canadian officials are set to recall the drink altogether. Health Canada said the 200 milligrams of caffeine in Prime Energy, I know you guys just spoke about it, is above acceptable levels. Prime was founded by YouTube stars Logan Paul and KSI. 1 can of Prime Energy has the equivalent of 6 cans of Coke. Speaking of junk food, tomorrow you can pick up a dozen donuts for less than $1. Yes, Krispy Kreme is charging just, get this, 86 cents for an entire box in honor of its 86th birthday. You know, you can also get a whole box free for your birthday as well.
Oh,
just
really?
in general.
Duly
it's
noted.
One of the tricks.
And I guess I know what we're going to have at our team meeting tomorrow morning.
Christina, thank you.
Thanks.
We'll send some over.
Well, coming up, doctors and AI, how artificial intelligence is already being used to change the way patients are treated.
Plus, breaking news, the punishment the shooter at the Pittsburgh synagogue could now face. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
We're following breaking news from Pittsburgh. The gunman in a deadly synagogue shooting is eligible for the death penalty. A jury reached the decision after just a few hours of deliberations. 11 people were shot and killed at the Tree of Life Synagogue back in 2018. The gunman was found guilty in his federal trial last month. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis is following this story for us. So, Rahima, notably, it did not take long for the jury to actually reach this decision. So what happens next here, and how are the victims' families and the community reacting?
Yeah, it took them 2 hours, maybe a little more, a little less than that, to come up with this decision that Robert Bowers, 50 years old, should be eligible and is eligible to be considered for the death penalty. As you pointed out, this happened back in October of 2018, where he killed 11 worshipers at a synagogue in Pittsburgh. Listen to what Jeffrey Finkelstein, who is the head of the Jewish Federation of Greater Pittsburgh, had to say about this decision that the jury reached today.
This was an act of anti-Semitism, not an issue of mental illness. This was hatred towards Jews.
In fact, it's considered the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in U.S. history. Now, on Monday, what happens is both sides will go back into court and they will argue, the prosecution continuing to argue that this was intentional, as you heard Jeffrey Finkelstein say, and he was deliberate in what he did in terms of Bowers committing this crime. The defense will say that their client is mentally impaired, not intentionally criminal, and then the jury will have to make another decision. Sinclair?
Yeah, still just a difficult tragedy to process. Rahima Ellis, thank you.
President Biden is on his way back to the White House after wrapping up his trip to Europe. The president attended a Nordic leaders summit in Finland today. The meeting follows the two-day NATO summit in Lithuania. Finland joined NATO in April in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. NBC News chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander is in Helsinki for us. Not a bad assignment, Peter. Looking good there. President Biden held a joint press conference, right, with Finland's president before leaving. I saw some of it. He seemed a little fired up over some of the questions. What did we hear?
Yeah, that's right, including one of the questions that came from the Finnish reporters here who have real concerns about what could happen in the United States if President Biden doesn't win again, if there's a Republican president, given some of the Republican candidates for president right now have said that they may be inclined to draw back the U.S. commitment to NATO or to Ukraine, and specifically former President Trump in the past had said that he was interested in removing the U.S. from NATO. Here's part of the president's response to that line of questioning.
I absolutely guarantee it. There is no question. There's overwhelming support from the American people. There's overwhelming support from the members of the Congress. I'm saying, as sure as anything can possibly be said about American foreign policy, we will stay connected to NATO. Connected to NATO, beginning, middle, and end. We're a transatlantic partnership.
And even as the war continues in Russia, or in Ukraine by Russia, Russia notably only a matter of about 120 miles from here, and even as the Ukrainian counteroffensive has largely stalled, President Biden today said of Vladimir Putin that he has already lost this war. He said that the war can't go on for years because Putin basically can't stick with it, doesn't have the political or economic capital to have it continue for that long, suggesting that it's going to have to wind down soon. As the president heads home, though, he feels like he has the wind at his back after adding Finland to this NATO alliance and also paving the way for Sweden to join the alliance, too. Kate, Sinclair, back to you guys.
Peter Alexander for us. Peter, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Well, coming up, actor Kevin Spacey takes the stand denying sexual assault charges he faces in the UK. How the trial is playing out. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live, including all the places on your screen there. The news continues right after this.
morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Welcome back. Well, here we go again. If you're feeling lucky and you haven't already, you might want to go and grab a lottery ticket because no one won last night's Powerball drawing. That means the new jackpot is soaring up to $875 million. And that's not all. There's another $560 million up for grabs in the Mega Millions drawing. Here to break down the numbers is NBC's Emily Aketa. So, Emily, $875 million.
That's a lot of money.
I'm listening to that. How are people reacting?
Yeah, that'll make you turn your head. Even people who have never played the lottery before, I think convenience stores across the country are buzzing with excitement. And we saw it play out at a New York City bodega earlier this morning. The cashier told me they had people returning to purchase lottery tickets at 4 a.m. today. And I was among those hoping to test my luck. See right here, one of these, this is going to be one of the winning tickets here. And as you mentioned, the next drawing is on Saturday. But before that, there's the Mega Millions with a cool $560 million on the line. I will be playing both.
Okay.
If I don't show up to work on Monday.
We know why.
You know why.
We know why. Okay, so you're playing both, but the reality is, and people should keep this in mind, odds aren't necessarily in your favor. Can you break them down this time?
Definitely not in our favor. 1 in 292 million. So in other words, you are more likely to compete in the Olympics, get attacked by a grizzly bear. You're more likely to get struck by lightning. You are more likely to become the president of the United States. But even so, let's dream. What could we do with $875 million? I was looking at Beyonce tickets last night, okay, in Philadelphia.
I just got them.
Premier tickets, premier seats were a lot of money, $8,500. With $875 million, you could bring 100,000 of your friends to Queen Bee's concert.
If you have 100,000 friends.
Yeah, or you just constantly go, go, go. The other thing I'll bring up, here in New York City, since we are here, we are home to the largest or the most expensive home in the country. It is on Billionaires Row with a penthouse apartment going for $250 million. Well, you could buy that over 3 times. So talk about high living.
All right, so if you win those, you know what to do with the money.
Do you know what you would do?
I would see Beyonce every single day.
For the rest of your life.
For the rest of my life. Emily Aketa, thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right, you've heard all the buzz for the new Barbie movie this summer, right? The new film inspired by the iconic toy is 1 week away, but the toy maker behind Barbie, Mattel, is already cashing in. In fact, Amazon searches for Barbie merch have increased nearly 600% in the last month. CNBC senior retail correspondent Courtney Regan joins us now. Courtney, sales of Mattel's Barbie dolls have struggled up until recently, I'm told. So how confident is Mattel that that's all about to change?
Yeah, that's a really good point, Kate. I think there's just so much more on the line here for Mattel than sales of the actual dolls. Sales of Barbie dolls for Mattel make up about a third of the revenue, give or take. And they did sort of bottom out at about $900 million in 2015. And they have sort of resurged to about $1.5 billion. But that is well off the peak. What this is really about is taking the intellectual property, the Barbie brand, and sort of reinvigorating it. Honestly, kind of going after people that used to play with the Barbies, maybe more millennial moms that aren't so sure that Barbie is the right toy for their children, trying to get them re-excited and say, hey, look, we've changed from the old days of Barbie. We have new sizes and new skin tones and new physical abilities. And look, remember all the things that you loved about Barbie? Here she is in a movie.
I got to tell you, I got to confess, Courtney, that my mom saved all my Barbie stuff, and I have a lot of it in my basement now. Used it for my kids. It is a toy for kids, but is the movie trying to kind of change this approach, as you just mentioned, and really target adults with Barbie products, too?
Yes, exactly. My mom also has all of my Barbies. I wouldn't let her get rid of any of them or any of the accessories. And so that is sort of the aim, right? It's rated PG-13. This is not necessarily a movie for the youngest children that may or may not be playing with Barbie dolls, but really going after the kidult, playing on the nostalgia. And we've certainly seen other movies go after toy franchises, sort of like the Marvel movies, Super Mario Brothers most recently. But when I really think about it, I haven't seen one that really hits on on a little bit more of that girl, feminine play like we see in Barbie. It's really a tough comparison, and especially all of that merchandise. So much of it is aimed towards women and girls.
Yes, and I like your pink jacket, Courtney Reagan.
Thanks, Kate.
Thank you. Coming up, gridiron gratitude. Damar Hamlin's emotional thank you to the people who saved his life on the football field. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
A former Minneapolis police officer has been sentenced for his role in a deadly crash. Brian Cummings was chasing a stolen car when he crashed into a Jeep and killed an innocent driver. Police say he was traveling about 90 miles an hour and ran a red light before the crash. Cummings pleaded guilty and was sentenced to about 9 months in county jail.
The Secret Service has ended its investigation into that baggie of cocaine discovered in the White House last week. Officials told NBC News that no forensic or video evidence could be found to identify the person responsible. The Secret Service will meet with the House Oversight Committee tomorrow for a briefing on the investigation.
Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene has officially been ousted from the House Freedom Caucus, considered the most conservative Republican group in the House. Her status had been ambiguous for the last couple of weeks. Taylor Greene is the first lawmaker to be ousted from that group since it was formed in 2015. The decision stems from Greene's fight with fellow GOP lawmaker Lauren Boebert, as well as her vocal support for House Speaker Kevin McCarthy.
We're going to turn now to Tennessee, where the man accused of murdering a well-respected surgeon faced a judge for the first time this morning. Police say 29-year-old Larry Pickens opened fire on Benjamin Mock inside an exam room. Investigators are calling this a, quote, targeted attack. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is following this story for us. So, Blaine, can you just walk us through first what happened in court today? Are we learning anything new about this suspected gunman?
Well, Zinclair, the court appearance was very short. In fact, it lasted only a few minutes, and it was actually postponed until July 20th. That's because the judge says she wants to give the alleged shooter time to hire an attorney. He did not have legal representation today. She said that he should show back up on the 20th with an attorney, and if he doesn't have one at that time, then one will be appointed for him. So in the meantime, he's still in jail. He's being held on a $1.2 million bond, and he's facing, of course, some very serious charges, Zinclair. We're talking about first-degree murder, aggravated assault. Now, we're learning more about what happened inside of that exam room. Really, when you talk about the nature of this crime, certainly any sort of shooting like this is egregious, but this one particularly so because it happened in a doctor's exam room. I spoke with the police chief there, and he told me that the shooter, the alleged shooter, was a patient of Dr. Mock, that he was on the schedule. He was inside the exam room. Now, according to an affidavit that was obtained by our affiliate there in Memphis, one of the nurses was actually in the room and said she recognized him from several previous appointments, and she said that she saw him pull a gun out of his waistband and fire 3 shots at the doctor. Now, we're also today getting a new statement from the doctor's family saying that they appreciate the outpouring of love and support, but again, a very tragic story for so many people there in the Memphis area, Zinclair.
Absolutely, keeping his family in our thoughts and prayers. Blaine Alexander, thank you.
Kevin Spacey took the stand in a London courtroom today, denying the sexual assault charges against him. It is the first time the jury has heard directly from the actor during a 2-week trial. Spacey has pleaded not guilty to 12 charges relating to incidents prosecutors say involved 4 men and occurred between 2001 and 2013. NBC News foreign correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now from outside the courthouse in London. He's been following this. Ali, hi. Take us through how we got to today for people who maybe have lost track, and what did Spacey have to say in the stand?
Well, Kate, as you mentioned, these are allegations that took over a period of 12 years when Kevin Spacey was the artistic director of the Old Vic Theatre here, a very famous theatre. And 4 men have accused him of various sexual assault charges, 12 charges in total. And they range from indecent assault, sexual assault, to some very serious charges of having unconsensual penetrative sex with people. That charge could carry a 19-year sentence. Now, Kevin Spacey got an opportunity to take the witness stand today and defend himself, and there were some very serious charges put against him. The allegations against him were very sordid, according to the alleged victims. They accused him of being a vile sexual predator. One man who is an aspiring actor said that he had reached out to Kevin Spacey as a mentor to get advice from him in his acting career. He said he went back to Kevin Spacey's house, and he alleged that Kevin Spacey drugged him for him then to pass out and only to wake up to find Kevin Spacey performing a sexual act on him. Now, Kevin Spacey says these were simply not true. Some of these allegations just didn't happen. The other ones, he says, were all consensual. He said that he had spent, during the period of time when he was in England, he had been very promiscuous and had many one-night stands, but that all of them were consensual. One of the accusers, he said that he'd had an intimate and loving relationship with him, and he was shocked that this person was now stabbing him in the back. But ultimately, Kate, this is all going to come down to what the jury believe. Are they going to believe the alleged victims, or are they going to believe Kevin Spacey? Now, this will probably go on for another 2 weeks before they reach their verdict, and all eyes will be on the 2-time Oscar winner here in London, and I'm sure in the U.S.
Yeah, for sure. Ali Arouzi, keep watching it for us. Thank you.
In Vermont, it appears recovery efforts from this week's historic flooding could be stifled. That's because even more rain is in the forecast for later today and into the weekend. Flood watches are already in place as the soil remains saturated and water levels remain high. Vermont's governor is now warning people to stay vigilant.
I want to reiterate, this isn't over, and it won't be over after this storm. On Sunday, unfortunately, there's another chance for heavy rain statewide.
Let's bring in NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach. He's in Woodstock, Vermont for us. So, Gary, how are people preparing for this next round of rain while also trying to get their lives back together from the latest?
Hey there's Nicolay. Yeah, we saw this once-in-a-lifetime storm this week, which actually is not even as bad as the once-in-a-lifetime storm that happened a few years ago and really hit this area hard. That was Hurricane Irene. So they were prepared here in this community. They had the sandbags. They moved their electronics to the second floor. They even had calls into ServPro as the rain was coming down. But I want to show you the damage that was still done to this community. This right behind me is a parking lot, but it's what's left of a parking lot. Entire sheets of concrete moved across the area, and that's the power of the river that is just beyond us right here. But one thing that I've talked to so many people about is the power of the community here in Woodstock, too. A town of about 3,000 people. They have really come together. Here's what the partner at a local farmers market had to tell us. What does it mean to you to have this community support?
It's unbelievable. Back in 2011, the same thing happened, and it is just a testament to what a great community we have, that people are just, the first thing they do is drop everything and help one another, and they have been so supportive of us, and it is like there's nothing like it. It's so heartwarming, and it's such a privilege to be a part of this community. We do our best to feed people here, and now they're coming back and feeding us, and it's just amazing.
And now Governor Phil Scott has said this is not over. Between 4 and 8 p.m. today, he expects another round of rain to come through for an area that doesn't need another drop. Guys.
Just unbelievable, the infrastructure damage there. Gary Grumbach with the latest. Thank you so much.
It's a beautiful town, Woodstock, Vermont. Spent a lot of time there.
Yeah. Hoping they recover soon. Well, we're going to turn now to some tech news. Artificial intelligence is shaking up the world of healthcare.
But while AI has the potential to transform how care is delivered, the technology probably will not replace your doctor anytime soon.
NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward is here now to explain. Jake?
You guys, it really is an extraordinary thing to see the ways in which AI is moving into all parts of our life. It turns out that the pattern recognition it is capable of makes diagnosing skin cancer very amazing.
As artificial intelligence begins to reshape everything from schoolwork to art, it's poised to transform your visit to the doctor, too.
I can attach the smartphone here.
Oh, wow.
And then capture a picture. You can see how...
In Stanford's dermatology clinic, doctors are testing new AI technology that can help spot skin cancer.
In a future iteration of this, it would, in theory, give you back a result pretty quickly?
Exactly, within seconds.
The technology is already in use in the UK, where its maker, Skin Analytics, says it has detected 99% of the cancers it's seen in the last year. In the U.S., it's now awaiting FDA approval. Dr. Roberto Novoa, who is testing the system at Stanford, points out the need for something like this is enormous.
Across the country, there are extremely long wait periods for dermatologists, ranging from 3 months to 6 months, 7 months.
And so, in theory, there is tremendous need for either more dermatologists or, in this case, maybe a technology that helps fill in for the lack of them.
We see thousands of cases in a year, and it's always in the back of my mind, what am I missing?
But Dr. Novoa says it's not clear yet whether we can trust this system in all cases.
I want to see it on a variety of different skin types. We have good evidence showing that these algorithms can underperform in skin of color.
They might miss cancer in a non-white patient.
Exactly.
A work in progress in some clinics, but the rush to work AI into medical care is on. At the Mayo Clinic in Jacksonville, Florida, an AI algorithm analyzes CAT scan images and points doctors to the trouble spots in the brains of stroke victims.
This CAT scan and automated AI technology will show you exactly that map of brain area at risk down to the pixel level.
Dr. David Freeman says it saved time and brain cells for 28-year-old Raymond Rowe, who came in unable to move one side of his body.
What the AI was able to do with the CAT scan information is very rapidly save at least 15 minutes of time, and to equate that, for every minute in stroke, it's 1.9 million neurons lost per minute.
Raymond is now fully recovered thanks to that quick treatment.
I have a lot more appreciation towards them and a lot more trust in technology now, because if you would have told me, if I never had a stroke, you would have told me, we're going to let AI work on you, my answer is like, no.
At Cincinnati Children's Hospital, AI predicts signs of mental crisis in young people. And researchers at the Mayo Clinic use AI to detect early signs of heart failure, using an electrocardiogram on an Apple Watch.
But while AI could make all sorts of medical breakthroughs possible, there's a lot of misinformation you got to watch out for.
ChatGPT often makes things up, even though it sounds like an expert. Even the researchers at the cutting edge of AI technology say it is still a tool, not a replacement for human medical expertise.
I don't see this technology replacing doctors. Really, the great power in this is we're helping augment their abilities naturally to help the patient.
It's fascinating. Are there other concerns that doctors have about using this?
Yeah, you know, in the specific case of detecting skin cancer, and this is true across medical science, there's really almost always the case that white patients, there's vastly more data about them and for AI to read. And so non-white patients, they don't detect skin cancer as well. And so, as you heard the doctor say there, he wants more samples to be taken in there before they go for that. But, you know, there's also the broader question of, are we de-skilling doctors over time? Are they losing their ability to find this stuff on their own? At the moment, you still need them because they have to decide which mold they're going to actually take a picture of. You know, so there's this balancing act. On the other hand, right now, it's a wait of between 3 to 6 months to even see a dermatologist. So there's a real there's some pros and cons, but we certainly have a gap that needs filling. Maybe AI can do it.
Fascinating. Thank you, Jake Ward.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it.
Well, coming up, why more people are saying their workplace is toxic and what you can do if you're one of them.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. Take a look at this volcanic eruption in Iceland. Wow, look at that photo. A few people stopped on Monday to watch the lava flow. It is just 19 miles from Iceland's capital. Scientists say no people are at risk, so they can enjoy the view. From afar, I hope.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, though.
More NBC News Daily coming up right after this.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In today's mental health check, a just-released survey is raising concerns about how American workers feel at work. The American Psychological Association found about 1 in 5 people say their workplace is either very or somewhat toxic.
Yeah, the survey also finds that more than 20% of people feel their work has taken a toll on their mental health over the past year. That's up from 14% just last year. Dr. Dennis Stolle joins us now to talk about the findings. He's a senior director for the American Psychological Association. Thank you so much for being with us, Dr. Stolle. So we clearly spend so much time at work, for many or most, around 40 hours at minimum. So while you're working, what are some of the signs that your workplace culture may actually be toxic?
Really, the easiest way to understand a toxic workplace culture is a culture that involves a sense of fear. And so this can be an environment where people are fearful about ridicule or fearful about retaliation, fearful of losing their job for no good reason, or even fearful of actual abuse or harassment. And so it's that sense of fear in the air that can really lead to a toxic work environment.
You've got these new results, Doctor, out today. We don't exactly know what's driving this trend, right? But what do you think? You think that more people are just being open about how they feel at work, or are things getting worse than they were?
Well, you're right. Our data talks about how often this is happening, and you can look at the questions that we asked, the data we collected this time last year, and we saw significantly fewer reports of toxic workplaces. And so why the change? In my opinion, at least one reason is simply the return to the workplace. You look at the environment at this time last year, many people were still working from home or working hybrid, shopping from home, and so on. Now, we're getting much more back to pre-pandemic levels where people are having more face-to-face interactions, and unfortunately, sometimes those face-to-face interactions are hurtful and even abusive.
Yeah, and Dr. Stoley, something that struck me from the study is that nearly half of all workers in this survey said that they worry if they speak up at work about a mental health issue, that it will have a negative impact on their job outcomes. So what do you suggest? How should someone address a toxic work environment?
Right. That's a very serious issue because we also know from the data that people want mental health support in the workplace. But at the same time, as you said, there's still a stigma surrounding actually talking about mental health issues in the workplace. The best way to address that is from the employer perspective, where the employer sets a tone from the top that these are issues that are okay to talk about in the workplace. And that's not something to do just as a charity for employees. It's good for the bottom line, too, because it leads to happier employees, higher retention, and a better ability to attract top talent.
What can people do if they're having trouble at work, if they're struggling with mental health issues? I wonder about mental health days. You know, some companies allow that, some sort of don't, but maybe you should take them anyway. What's your advice?
Right. I'm a big fan of the concept of mental health days. And at APA, we encourage employers to adopt formal programs where they have mental health days and employees understand the rules surrounding how to take a mental health day. But unfortunately, our data shows that there are not that many employers that actually offer a formal mental health day program. Where it is offered, employees are very happy about it. So it doesn't happen often, but when it does happen, people like it.
Yeah, and I mean, clearly COVID changed the way we work and how we show up to work, and hopefully employers are doing more. Are we seeing companies do more briefly here?
Not all companies are the same. Some companies are doing a fantastic job at supporting mental health in the workplace. Too many other companies seem to just still be ignoring the issue. And I fear that that's where we're seeing the reports of toxic workplaces.
Dr. Dennis Stoley, great to have you with all this insight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Well, we've got a lot more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Last night, the biggest names in sports were honored at the annual ESPY Awards, like LeBron James and Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, and the most emotional moment of the night came when Buffalo Bills player Damar Hamlin got to honor the medical team that saved his life. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has those details.
Hey there, the ESPYs were filled with a lot of special moments on a night celebrating the best athletes in the world. And this year, it included some very big news from one of basketball's biggest names.
At a star-studded night, the biggest names in sports and entertainment thrilling the crowd with surprise announcements, touching moments, and standing ovations. All eyes, as always, were on LeBron James after hinting about possibly retiring.
Just for me personally, going forward with the game of basketball, got a lot to think about.
But last night, he had an announcement.
The day I can't give the game everything on the floor is the day I'll be done. Lucky for you guys, that day is not today.
James was one of a few athletes receiving honors, including the top male and female athlete awards, going to the Kansas City Chiefs' Patrick Mahomes and skier Michaela Schifrin, who just won her record-breaking 87th World Cup race in March.
It's been a long journey, and it's not over yet.
But the most emotional part of the night,
Damar Hamlin,
belonged to Damar Hamlin, receiving a standing ovation as the Buffalo Bills safety emotionally honored the group of men and women who rushed to save his life after he collapsed on the field back in January, when a rare phenomenon caused his heart to stop during a routine tackle.
Please welcome this year's recipient of the Pat Tillman Award for Service, the training staff of the Buffalo Bills.
Hamlin joined on stage by the first responders and Bills staff, praising his remarkable recovery.
Damar, first and foremost, thank you for staying alive, brother.
Hamlin supported by the biggest names in sports as the Bills staff once again had his back.
The Bills announced in late April that Hamlin has been fully cleared by doctors to resume playing football. And along with his training, he's also been holding events to teach CPR and distribute AEDs. Those are those external defibrillators that saved his life. A very special young man. Now back to you.
Yeah, doing so much good. Ann, thank you. Yeah. Let's take a look at some of the other trending stories right now, shall we?
Let's start with Taylor Swift. The Eras Tour is actually boosting the U.S. economy, and the Fed is paying attention. She's got a big reputation, and in its most recent report, the Fed noticed a boost in tourism, especially the weekend Swift played in Philadelphia. That weekend, hotel revenue in Philly reached the highest it has been since the pandemic began. Thousands of fans have traveled across the country to see Taylor Swift this summer. Some of our producers, Amanda, the Fed says Swift's U.S. tour could generate $4.6 billion in total. Not bad.
Yeah, that's amazing. It's what everybody's talking about, too, right? Gwyneth Paltrow's ski crash trial, you remember, might be coming out as a documentary. According to Variety, Warner Brothers and Discovery Plus will come out with a two-part series about that trial later this year. Paltrow was sued by, and then she countersued, retired optometrist Terry Sanders after that ski crash in Utah back in 2016.
And everyone was watching that case so closely.
Yeah.
Well, remember these, you'll see them on your screen. These are the controversial cardboard beds from the Olympic Village, and it looks like they're making a comeback for Paris 2024. Here's how it works. Athletes arrive and will be screened and then photographed when they arrive, and then AI will create a mattress that is best for the individual, athlete's height, weight, and sport. The idea behind it is that cardboard beds were initially introduced in 2020 as a sustainable way to recycle the beds when the games end.
It kind of makes sense because you build all these things for the Olympians, and then when everybody leaves,
You
have a
gotta
lot
get
of
rid of them.
waste.
I don't know if it's comfy to sleep on.
Yeah,
but.
that's what I'm wondering. New Yorkers hoping to see Manhattanhenge last night did not get the view they were looking for. That's when everything's supposed to line up and frame the sunset, but this time the sunset was covered by clouds. Onlookers will get another chance tonight, but they'll only be able to see half of the setting sun. I feel like we're looking at pictures of former Manhattanhenges that looked really good, but last night it wasn't that good.
Yeah, but you can still see it, and
try again.
The sun is setting on this program, but thanks for watching NBC News Daily.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Zinklea Samwa.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Thursday, July 13th, 2023, breaking now. Ready to walk? We're moments away from learning whether Hollywood actors will strike, what the breakdown in talks means for the movies and shows you love.
Sweltering and suffering. More than 80 million Americans are boiling under heat alerts. Why it is so bad right now and how much longer the brutal temperatures could last.
Historic decision. The FDA approves the very first over-the-counter birth control pill. How soon it could be available to millions across the U.S.
And it takes a village. How some single moms are joining forces and why they say it makes them better parents. That is an interesting story coming up, but we begin this hour with breaking news from Hollywood. Any moment now, actors could head to the picket lines.
Yeah, negotiations between their labor union and major studios have basically broken down. We're expecting to hear from SAG-AFTRA leaders shortly. More than 160,000 actors could join the 11,000 writers already on strike. They've been at odds with the organization that represents major film and TV producers. Comcast, the parent company of NBC Universal, is one of the companies represented by that group.
NBC News correspondent Gina Kim joins us now from outside SAG headquarters in Los Angeles. Gina, good to see you. What can we expect from this press conference? Do we have any clues about what the sticking points are in these negotiations?
Absolutely. So the number one thing that everybody's expecting from the press conference, which is slated to begin here any minute now, is that a strike vote will be authorized. So all morning long, the national board members of the SAG-AFTRA union have been voting on whether to call a strike and when. Are they going to join the Writers Guild, who are already striking all over Hollywood at all the major studios today, or are they going to start the strike tomorrow? Rumor is that the strike will be authorized to begin tomorrow, and essentially what that means is all of Hollywood shuts down. Hollywood has already been crippled in a sense and reeling from the writers who have walked off the scripted shows, meaning a lot of reality TV just kind of, you're seeing a lot of reruns probably already, but the actors were spared. And now with the actors gone, the largest union here in Hollywood, you can bet that there's a lot of pain coming for the entire industry as a whole. And what is at stake? Well, a lot of things are at stake, right? But usually it boils down to money. And the money matters in this case are wages. They want more wages and more than what the streamers say they are offering. And the streamers, of course, say that they are offering, quote unquote, historic high wages for all of the actors involved. They want more residuals from streamers, and they don't want just more residuals from streamers. They want accurate residuals so that the streamers don't say, oh, people played this movie this many times. They want some accountability, and they want intellectual property rights in the form of language around artificial intelligence.
Gina, you talked about reruns. For those at home, what does this mean for their favorite movies and TV shows? Briefly.
Well, you know, we have a lot of summer blockbusters that are already set to be released. Those will be released. The only ways that they're going to be impacted are you're not going to see the red carpet events surrounding them because the actors aren't going to walk the red carpet premiere events. But the likes of Oppenheimer, Barbie, you know, the new MI movie, those are already in the running, and so they will hit movie theaters. But as for shows that are set to debut in September, if they've already been edited, you will see them. If not, expect a lot of reruns, a lot of unscripted reality shows coming to you over the next 6 months.
Yeah, lots to watch there. Gina Kim, thank you.
Now to the extremely dangerous heat. It is making life unbearable from east to west, practically everywhere in between in the southern part of the country.
Yeah, more than 80 million people are under heat alerts from Florida to California, and Miami has now notched a whopping 32 consecutive days with a heat index of over 100. In Maryland, one person is confirmed dead from heat exposure. There would be some relief when the sun goes down, but that's not the case in Arizona. Typically, at least, when the sun goes down, there's relief. But Phoenix hasn't dipped below 90 degrees for the last 3 nights.
Wow. Experts say exposure to extreme heat at night can make you more susceptible to heat illness during the day. The National Weather Service says more people die from extreme heat than any other type of weather events. Sort of surprising.
Yeah, NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is here with us, and correspondent Marissa Parra is in a steaming Phoenix. So, Marissa, let's start with you. How hot does it feel, and how are people dealing with this heat right now?
It is unbearably hot, and you can probably see a little bit of a playground behind me, and what you won't see are people or children playing on it. I mean, people are really not outside unless they absolutely have to be. We're definitely seeing cars driving around. People are inside of those cars, but we are not seeing people walk around. So what we're seeing and what we're noticing is those cooling shelters are really being put to good use right now. The local Salvation Army that we just visited not that long ago was telling us that they have seen max capacity several days, especially in this last week here. They said that, you know, obviously Phoenix gets hot in the summer. They're used to having to open up their shelter for people who need to get inside for some respite. But they said that what makes this summer different is that they had to do this earlier and that it is hotter than it has been before, at least in recent recollection. So, you know, they were talking about how they're delivering water bottles to people that they see, especially people without homes. You can only imagine how difficult it is for them. And they're delivering goods and services, heat relief packages to people who need it. And guys, the worst part of this is it's not even close to being over. It's expected to get even hotter this weekend.
Yeah, Marissa, I'm hoping you're going into air conditioning after you talk to us.
Yeah.
Appreciate you being out there in that 101 degrees. Let's bring in meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, this heat, I understand, is being driven by what you guys call a heat dome. Can you explain?
Yeah, if you're in the wintertime, big, huge high pressure brings you really cold conditions. In the summer, it's just the opposite. We call it a heat dome, and the air is just sinking and pushing down on you, and the temperatures can soar. And that's when we get our really record-breaking temperatures, and we go through what we call normal heat waves in the summer. Seems like this one's been lasting about 3 or 4 weeks. So we have portions of 11 different states with excessive heat warnings, including Las Vegas, Phoenix, Oklahoma City, Dallas, and Angelo. Sacramento's in it also. And the hottest temperatures this upcoming period, when this heat dome expands at its biggest and its strongest, is going to be in the desert Southwest. Next week, it may move to the middle of the country, but the desert Southwest is the area that the heat dome is going to be centered over. And when this time of year, you're at the peak heating of the season, late July, middle of July, and if you have a heat wave at this time, that's when you can get some all-time records. So we're going to go close in Vegas, the all-time hottest temperature ever recorded, 117. In Phoenix, we're going to have a chance of breaking your 110-degree streak. Right now, we're at 13 days. So let's look at Vegas first. The forecast on Sunday from the National Weather Service, 117. So that would tie the all-time record. 2 very hot days on both sides of that. And then in Arizona, Phoenix, it looks like we're going to shatter that 18-day record. We're at 13. On Monday, we should tie it. Tuesday, break it, and then go even past that later next week. No end in sight, unfortunately, to this really record-breaking summer.
It's unbelievable, really. Marissa Parra, Bill Cairns, thank you to both of you.
Yeah. Well, we're also following breaking medical news. For the first time ever, the FDA has approved a birth control pill that does not require a prescription.
It's called O-Pill, and it's been around in the U.S. since 1973, but now it has the green light to be sold over the counter. That decision could drastically expand reproductive health access for tens of millions of women across the country.
Board-certified OBGYN and Very Well Health Chief Medical Officer Dr. Jessica Shepard will explain what we need to know about O-Pill, but let's begin with NBC News health reporter Aria Bendix. So first off, why did the FDA, Aria, make this pill over the counter?
So many medical experts will tell you this was a long overdue decision, 10 years in the making, to bring this O-Pill over the counter without a prescription. And over-the-counter birth control is already available in more than 100 countries. So the FDA with this decision is really just acknowledging women should have more control over their reproductive health decisions and should have expanded access to a medication that can have really strong benefits in terms of reducing unintended pregnancies and improving maternal health outcomes.
And that's notable, first for the U.S., but not for other countries.
Yeah. Dr. Shepard, can you walk us through medically some of the benefits and the side effects of O-Pill?
Now, when we say looking at the O-Pill, this is something that has been on the market through prescription for 50 years. So when we look at safety and efficacy, we know that it is safe, especially when someone takes it the same time every day. Now, those are the same instructions that you get when you go for birth control, contraception counseling at the doctor's office. Now, when we look at complications, I think that those would be unintended pregnancies. And when we look at this specifically, this is 2 to 4 out of 100, what they saw in studies of having unintended pregnancies, and that's usually due to user error. So overall, this is a way for women to have more access to, again, contraceptive care and having reproductive health access when they may not be able to get it or when they may not be able to get to the doctor's office. So very important, very transformative, the fact that we have this now over the counter.
So I bet a lot of people at home are wondering where exactly could they get O-Pill, Aria, and how soon will it be available?
Yeah, so the cold water on this news is that they probably won't be able to get it until early 2024, according to the maker of the pill. But the good news is that it will be relatively easy. You don't have to go to a doctor to get a prescription or get that prescription filled at the pharmacist. You can just walk into your neighborhood pharmacy, pick up the pill, and leave. We don't know at this point how much it will cost, but I think medical experts are hopeful that the price will remain low.
All right, Aria Bendix and Dr. Jessica Shepard, thanks to you both. Appreciate it.
Well, in financial news, the FTC is fighting to block that proposed merger between Microsoft and a video game giant, and the nation's oldest craft brewery is going out of business.
Contessa Brewer joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Contessa, good to see you.
Hey, hi, Kate. Hi, Zinkley. The FTC is not giving up the fight to block the nearly $69 billion Microsoft Activision deal. That agency filed an appeal to a federal judge's ruling that denies the Federal Trade Commission's attempt to prevent the deal. Now, the FTC has argued the transaction is anti-competitive. Amazon is calling its Prime Day sale a success. The company says shoppers bought more than 375 million items worldwide over the two-day event. That's up from 300 million purchases last year. And America's oldest craft brewery is shutting off the taps. The 127-year-old San Francisco-based Anchor Brewing says It's going out of business because of declining sales and economic pressures that make it difficult to stay open. Brewing operations have already stopped, but the company says it will package and distribute remaining beer through the end of the month. I feel like I have a personal stake in this as a brewer.
Myself.
Oh, right.
I caught that, so we'll have
I thought you meant that you liked Anchor Steam, which is what I was going to say. I really like that beer.
Yeah.
But there's so many competitors now, right?
So many. It's a saturated market. Contessa Brewer, thank you.
Sure. Coming up, how the forecast could hamper recovery efforts potentially across Vermont, where people are still cleaning up after those devastating floods.
Plus, the verdict that could determine the fate of the man convicted in the mass shooting inside a Pittsburgh synagogue. You're watching NBC News Daily.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man November 2nd.
All right, anticipated too.
We're tracking breaking news out of Pittsburgh. The gunman in a deadly synagogue shooting there is eligible for the death penalty. A jury reached the decision after less than 2 hours of deliberations. 11 people, you'll remember, were shot and killed at the Tree of Life Synagogue back in 2018. The gunman was found guilty in his federal trial last month. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis is following the trial for us. Rahema, this is part of the job given to this jury, right? Can you explain what happens next?
Certainly. This was a verdict they had to come to in 2 phases. The first phase, they came to a decision today, and that is finding that Robert Bowers, 50 years old, is eligible to be considered for the death penalty. People are responding in various ways. As you can imagine, their community was torn apart by someone walking in heavily armed and then slaughtering 11 of their friends and fellow Jewish members who were just worshiping on a Saturday Sabbath. How are they responding? Well, Jeffrey Finkelstein, who is the president and CEO of the Jewish Federation of Greater Pittsburgh, said this.
This was an act of anti-Semitism, not an issue of mental illness. This was hatred towards Jews.
The Federation of the Jewish Federation of Greater Pittsburgh does not take a position on the death penalty, but they do take a position on people being held responsible for their crimes. And this was considered the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in U.S. history. Starting on Monday, the same jurors who found that Robert Bowers is eligible for the death penalty will begin to hear arguments from both the prosecution and the defense as to whether or not he should be sentenced to death or life in prison. Kate?
And then that jury will make that decision ultimately.
That's correct.
Rahima Ellis, thank you. Appreciate it.
Nearly an entire year after the incident, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office has released body camera video showing a deputy punching a mother twice. That woman was holding her infant as she was being arrested. The county sheriff says the case has been referred to prosecutors, and now the FBI says it's reviewing the incident. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson is following this story for us. So I do want to say before we start that the footage viewers may see is a bit disturbing. We also want to note that the LA County Sheriff's Office did blur and edit the video before releasing it. So Steve, can you just walk us through what we see in this video?
Yeah, I want to make clear this is video from a year ago. The current sheriff releasing video when he was not sheriff of this body cam. What you're about to see is a traffic stop. The aftermath of that, the driver didn't have their lights on. A male driver arrested for that and for suspicion of driving under the influence. In the car, they find 3 mothers with their infant children. There are no car seats. That is against the law. So that is the reason that they make this stop and that they make these arrests. But during the arrest, as you're seeing on screen, they are wrestling the infants out of their mother's hand. And in one instance, one woman is struck with the baby still in her arms. Again, we will warn our viewers, it's hard to watch, but take a look.
Because we're going to take the baby one way or another, okay? And I don't want to be rude about it. So
if you guys have kids, then why don't you guys understand?
That's why we're doing what we're doing.
I literally never been in trouble. I've never had a warrant. I don't have anything. Why can't I just save my baby?
All right, you ready?
No. Please, let me hold on to it. Please.
Listen.
Please. What would you have done if you were stranded?
I would have called the sheriff's station. He said, hey, look, I'm stranded. I need someone a ride to get with me and my kid.
I was not aware that sheriff's station give rides.
It's not that we give rides, but if someone is stranded with a baby, last thing we want is them to get in a car without a...
That is one of the mothers that was taken and removed from the car, her baby removed from her arms. And then in another instance that you're about to see, a woman is actually struck while they're trying to take the baby from her. None of the women have been identified. Neither have the deputies in this case, as this is under investigation and now recommended to the DA's department. Sinclair?
I mean, Steve, it's just really hard to watch. How is the LA County Sheriff's Office responding now?
So again, this video released from a year ago. The sheriff now, Sheriff Luna, wasn't the sheriff back then. He says he learned of this just a couple of days ago. And as soon as he learned what happened, he released this video to the public. Here's what he said about taking responsibility. Listen to this.
I expect or ask our community to support good policing, but then it's incumbent on us to call out bad policing when we see it.
So again, the sheriff has recommended this to the FBI. They are investigating. He's also sent it to the DA's office for a possible criminal investigation. They say they are looking into it as we speak. Back to you.
Yeah, a lot of questions here. I'm sure you'll stay on it. Steve Patterson, thank you.
Yeah.
Coming up, the very latest from inside a London courtroom where Kevin Spacey, the actor, is defending himself against sexual assault allegations. You are watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see you again.
So much work to be done here still.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
President Biden is on his way back to Washington, D.C. after wrapping up his trip to Europe. The president attended a summit of Nordic leaders in Finland today following the two-day NATO summit in Lithuania. You'll remember Finland joined NATO back in April in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. NBC News chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander is in Helsinki for us. So, Peter, President Biden held a joint news conference with Finland's president before leaving. What exactly did he say about today's summit and the U.S.'s commitment to NATO?
Well, the president certainly has leaves here, having punctuated this trip where he is celebrating the successes of NATO, specifically its expansion, the addition of Finland, paving the way for Sweden to join as well, with Turkey dropping its opposition. So the president feels particularly good about that, but admits that there are real concerns, particularly in this region, including among those countries like Finland, just a matter of about 120 miles away from Russia, where there's a real concern that perhaps a future Trump presidency, if former President Trump is to win again in 2024, may be inclined to pull the U.S. out of NATO, as former President Trump had threatened to do in the past. The president today reaffirming in some of his strongest words yet the U.S. commitment to NATO going forward. Take a listen.
I absolutely guarantee it. There is no question. There's overwhelming support from the American people. There's overwhelming support from the members of the Congress. I'm saying, as sure as anything can possibly be said about American foreign policy, we will stay connected to NATO. Connected to NATO, beginning, middle, and end. We're a transatlantic partnership.
And even as the war rages on in Ukraine, despite their counteroffensive against Russian forces appearing to stall right now, President Biden said that the outcome of this war is already clear, that Russian President Vladimir Putin has lost this war. The president insisting that Putin can't keep at this fight for years to come, suggesting it would end before then because he doesn't have the political and economic capital to continue on this pace. And he also made comments about Yevgeny Prigozhin. That is the former Wagner Group commander who mounted that rebellion against Vladimir Putin, saying that he should be careful what he eats, worried about what Vladimir Putin might do to him in the near future. Back to you, Zinkley.
Strong words there, Peter Alexander. Thank you.
The Secret Service has now officially ended its probe into that baggie of cocaine discovered inside the White House. The decision comes nearly 2 weeks after the drug was found in a storage cubby. Let's bring in NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. Kelly, what did the Secret Service investigation find here?
Well, Kate, it's what they didn't find that is so significant. They had testing done at an FBI crime lab on the small baggie and could not detect usable information like fingerprints or DNA in a form that could be used to compare against a list of names they created by checking entrance logs and video of the entrance on West Executive Avenue. This is the ground level entrance. It's a working entrance where visitors and at times staff and military and a variety of people go through. And because they could not find physical evidence that they say could be compared to that list, they cannot go forward with this investigation. That is very frustrating to members of Congress who received a classified briefing from representatives of the Secret Service today. Some of them frustrated. How could they not know? Isn't there some other way? One, even Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, had said, why aren't they drug testing that whole list of 500 people? Of course, that would potentially violate people's civil liberties and right against an intrusive search under the Fourth Amendment. So they've come to the end of the road, as frustrating as that is, and as curious as this is. One of the things that's been going on is the Secret Service has been looking at this situation now over many days, called in help from other labs like the FBI crime lab and a Homeland Security lab at Fort Detrick. They did determine it was cocaine. It did not contain any chemicals that could have been used in a biological weapons way, but they just weren't able, through video or fingerprinting, even using advanced techniques, to find an answer. Kate?
All right, Kelly O'Donnell tracking that one. Thank you, Kelly.
Coming up, stunning details from inside a Tennessee doctor's office in a case that's now resulted in a murder charge. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us every place you see on your screen there, wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Breaking news out of Hollywood. The Screen Actors Guild has officially voted to go on strike. The strike will begin at midnight tonight. The Actors Union will join the Writers Guild on the picket lines. This means production on many TV shows and movies will come to a halt. The actors are demanding higher wages, especially from streaming shows, as well as protections against the use of artificial intelligence.
The driver in a deadly hit and run yesterday near the White House has not, at this point, been caught by police. A 75-year-old man was killed and 2 other people injured in the accident by the National Mall in Washington, D.C. Officers attempted to pull over the Honda Accord because of an expired tag. The driver ran a red light, striking people in the crosswalk.
The University of Idaho is temporarily halting demolition of the home where 4 students were killed last fall. The victims' family members had criticized that plan, citing the property could play a role in the trial. The university's president says there are still plans to demolish the house, but they won't do so before October. That's when Brian Kohberger, the suspect, is scheduled to go on trial.
Well, in Vermont, recovery efforts from this week's historic flooding could be upended by bad weather. Even more rain is in the forecast for later today and into the weekend. Flood watches are already in place with the soil saturated and water levels still high. Vermont's governor is warning people to stay vigilant.
I want to reiterate, this isn't over, and it won't be over after this storm. On Sunday, unfortunately, there's another chance for heavy rain statewide.
NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach is in Woodstock, Vermont for us. So, Gary, how are people preparing for the next round of rain while also trying to get their lives back together?
Well, Zinkley, I want to show you the headline to the local newspaper here. It says Deluge Deja Vu. Of course, that's a reference to Hurricane Irene just a few years ago that hit this area really hard. And this building right here in this picture is this building right here, the Woodstock Farmers Market. This is a place where the 3,000 people here in Woodstock come for their fruits, their vegetables, their fresh seafood. Now it's almost entirely gone on the inside. Hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of loss. And you can see volunteers coming out, scraping the mud off of the parking lot, trying to get things a little bit back to normal here. And this sense of community that we've heard from all over Vermont has been really heartwarming, frankly. Here's what Amelia here at the farmers market had to say. What does it mean to you to have this community support?
It's unbelievable. Back in 2011, the same thing happened, and it's just a testament to what a great community we have, that people are just, the first thing they do is drop everything and help one another, and they have been so supportive of us, and it is like there's nothing like it. It's so heartwarming, and it's such a privilege to be a part of this community. We do our best to feed people here, and now they're coming back and feeding us, and it's just amazing.
Now, as you mentioned, if you can believe it, more rain is on the way. Apparently, between 4 o'clock and 8 o'clock tonight is going to be some serious thunderstorms, according to the governor, according to the National Weather Service, and that may continue into the weekend for an area that does not need another single drop of rain. Zinkley?
Yeah, hoping it's not too bad for people. Gary Grumback, thank you.
The man accused of murdering a well-respected Tennessee surgeon faced a judge for the first time this morning. Police say 29-year-old Larry Pickens opened fire on Benjamin Mock inside an exam room. Investigators are calling this a, quote, targeted attack. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is following this story for us. Blaine, good to see you. Can you walk us through what happened in court today? Are we learning anything more about this suspected gunman?
Well, Kate, this was a very short court appearance. In fact, it's actually been delayed until July 20th. That's because the alleged gunman did not have counsel. The judge delayed the hearing basically to give him time to find a lawyer and said that if he comes back on the 20th, doesn't have representation, somebody will be appointed at that time. So in the meantime, he's back in jail. He's being held on a $1.2 million bond. And of course, he's facing some very serious charges, Kate. We're talking about first-degree murder, aggravated assault. Now, we're also learning more about what exactly happened inside that exam room. Now, remember, this is something that really, when we talk about any sort of crime, it's egregious, but this one particularly so, because we understand, according to police that we spoke with, the alleged gunman was a patient of Dr. Monk, that he had an appointment there. He was inside the exam room to be treated. And then, according to an affidavit and a witness who spoke, he pulled a gun out of his waistband and fired 3 shots at the doctor. Now, that same witness told officials that she actually recognized the alleged shooter from previous times that he'd visited the clinic. So he'd been there before. So certainly a lot that's going into this investigation. Now, when I spoke with the police chief there in Tennessee yesterday, he told me that they're still trying to determine a motive. They don't know exactly what led him to open fire, what exactly the issue was. But just as we spent time talking to people who knew Dr. Mock, reading tributes to him, we learned a lot about him. He's somebody who was well respected in the community, somebody who volunteered his time a lot of the time, and somebody who was very dedicated to his family, his wife and his children. So certainly a terrible tragedy all around, Kate.
Yeah, and I'm sure the community must be mourning. And are they holding any memorials for him or anything at this point arranged?
There was one yesterday that we understand at one of the clinics where he served. We also know that the clinics were closed through the day yesterday, and so closed in memory of him. And he held 2 positions. He worked at the clinic, at one of the clinics there in the Tennessee area. He also worked at a children's hospital nearby. So certainly a lot of people in the community very touched by his work and grieving today, Kate.
Yeah. Blaine Alexander, thank you.
Actor Kevin Spacey took to the stand in a London courtroom today, denying the sexual assault charges against him. It's the first time the jury has heard directly from Spacey during the 2-week-old trial. Spacey pleaded not guilty to 12 charges relating to incidents prosecutors say involved 4 men and occurred between 2001 and 2013. NBC News foreign correspondent Ali Aruzzi joins us now from outside the courthouse. So, Ali, can you take us through how we got to this moment, to today? What did Spacey have to say at the stand?
Hey, Clay, that's right. Well, this is a case over a 12-year period when Kevin Spacey was the artistic director of the Old Vic here, and 4 men have accused him of various sexual assaults, 12 counts of sexual assault. And yesterday, the prosecution summed up their case against Kevin Spacey, and today it was his defense team to present their case to defend him. And this is the first time Kevin Spacey was in the witness stand, and the alleged victims painted a very sordid picture of the 2-time Academy Award winner, calling him a vile sexual predator. One man who is an aspiring actor said he'd reached out to Kevin Spacey for advice in his acting career. He'd met up with Kevin Spacey. They went back to his apartment, and he alleged that Kevin Spacey drugged him, and then he passed out only to wake up to see Spacey performing a sex act on him. Now, Kevin Spacey is denying all of these charges. He's saying that the sexual activity he had with various men was all consensual, and he's saying the other charges against him are just simply not true. Of over one man that he said he had a very close relationship with, a loving, friendly, fun relationship with, Kevin Spacey said that he was in shock that these allegations were made against him, and he felt this was a stab in the back. But nonetheless, these are very serious charges, and we're expecting the defense to make their case over the next 2 weeks. Tomorrow is going to be a very important day as well, Sinclair, because the prosecution will get an opportunity to cross-examine Kevin Spacey, and that's going to be a pretty hard cross-examination. They're going to be accusing him and grilling him over these allegations, and we're going to see how the 2-time Academy Award winner is going to defend himself in that cross-examination tomorrow against these very serious charges. But at the end of the day, what this is all going to boil down to is whether the jury believe Kevin Spacey or his alleged accusers. And we'll know that probably in the next 2 weeks or so, the beginning of the trial. The judge said he expects this to take 4 or 5 weeks. We're nearing the end of the second week, so some sort of verdict will be reached in the next 2 weeks. And there's a lot of media attention on Kevin Spacey here, as there is in the United States. It's a big case. It's made a lot of headlines. There's been a lot of media here every day. So we'll know what's going to happen pretty soon.
Yeah, all eyes on this one. Really thorough reporting. Ali Ruzi, thank you.
New details in the case of a missing 14-year-old girl who was discovered in the barracks of San Diego's Camp Pendleton. Police took a Marine in for questioning 2 weeks ago, but no charges have been filed in the case. And now that girl's family is demanding answers. Here's NBC's Dan DeLuce.
Questions mounting about a Marine who was handcuffed and taken into questioning at Camp Pendleton after military officials said a missing 14-year-old was found inside his barrack 2 weeks ago.
Due to her age, she could not have given this consent.
The girl's aunt, Cassandra Perez, now speaking out online and telling NBC San Diego the family is frustrated that the Marine was released and so far has not been arrested or charged.
It's illegal no matter how you put it. The age of consent in California is 18. Like, this is something is not right.
The San Diego County Sheriff's Department telling NBC News the girl, who has learning disabilities, ran away from her home on June 9th. 3 weeks later, she was found on that San Diego base. It's unclear how long she was there, but according to the base policy shared with NBC News, all guests must be signed in, they must be accompanied by their escort at all times, cannot stay in rooms overnight, and no one under 18 is permitted without a family member or legal guardian.
Everybody has a responsibility in the chain of command to make sure that this doesn't happen, and the fact that it happened speaks volumes about the leadership of the organization.
The girl's aunt says she believes there's more to the story, but the family has been left in the dark.
So this is extremely frustrating, especially because NCIS seems to not be sharing any information with us.
In a statement to NBC News, the NCIS said, quote, NCIS does not comment on or confirm details relating to ongoing investigations. And a spokesperson for the Marine Corps telling us this command takes this matter and all allegations very seriously. Meanwhile, the California Attorney General's office has confirmed the San Diego Human Trafficking Task Force has taken the lead on the investigation, but did not provide further details. And this isn't the first time Camp Pendleton has been caught up in a criminal investigation.
New details tonight on 24 Camp Pendleton Marines accused of smuggling and drug-related offenses.
In 2020, 24 Marines less than honorably discharged for human trafficking and drug crimes, following an investigation into 3 Marines from the base who were caught transporting undocumented migrants across the border in exchange for money. Now the base under renewed scrutiny, and one family eager to find answers.
Please hold your fellow service members accountable. Be the hero you signed up to be. I have your back if you do.
Dan DeLuce reporting there. Coming up, a new kind of communal living some are calling mommunes, how single moms are relying on one another to raise their families.
But first, it's time for today's Daily Snapshot. Take a look at this volcanic eruption in Iceland. A few people stopped on Monday to watch the lava flow just 19 miles from Iceland's capital. Scientists say, though, no one is at risk, so people can just enjoy the view, and it's pretty stunning if you ask me.
Yeah, what a view it is. Wow.
More NBC News Daily right after this.
Summertime. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In today's modern parenting, millions of women find themselves alone with children after a divorce, death of a spouse, or for other reasons entirely.
Yeah, it can be a lonely and challenging time for women, which is one reason that more moms are joining forces to create a different family dynamic. Here's today's show special anchor, Maria Shriver.
The number of single mothers in this country is on a steady rise. And while the U.S. has the highest rate of children living in single-parent households, Americans are also much less likely to live in extended families than anywhere else in the world. A reality that has some parents and their children looking for other options.
We knew that we would be happier no matter what happened if we all combined.
It just was such a good opportunity that there was
no reason not to.
It was 4 years ago that Kim Neff came to her kids, Samantha and Jackson, with an idea, the same one that Crystal Terry presented to her son, Shane.
I remember the day my mom told me. I was instantly excited.
The two moms met when their boys were in the same first grade class, and years later went through separations and divorces around the same time. In 2019, they decided they would be better off living together.
You thought, okay, so this will be better for us financially.
Right.
We can share the rent, share the utilities, share the groceries.
Right.
You can
Yes.
help with childcare. I'm at the office, you're at home. Did you think of it also as emotional support? Well,
absolutely. Yeah. But I didn't realize that would be such a big benefit of it until we moved in together. There's another adult here that understands what I'm facing, what I'm going through. Like the component that you have in a marriage, but without the romantic piece of it, has been huge.
We live on a commune by the lake.
The term commune has become a popular way to describe two or more moms living together with their children. A newer hashtag, but not a new concept.
After I divorced out of a 17-year marriage, okay, I was suddenly raising my son on my own. And it didn't feel right. Like, you know, where's my tribe?
22 years ago, Carmel Boss decided to interview other single mothers with the hope of finding another family to share her home.
I found somebody with my own, you know, priorities and philosophy, and but then these other 17 all wanted to do the same thing, you know? And I had this list, and I thought, one's got a 3-year-old, one's got a 4-year-old, they live in the same neighborhood. I'm just gonna call them back and introduce them to each other.
Once you found your own match, you started matching other people you'd interviewed with one another.
Soon after, Carmel founded Co-Abode, an organization that matches single mothers who want to share a home or support each other in other ways. And she says traffic to the website is skyrocketing.
So this is, in a way, an old-fashioned village concept, really, from the back of time. But it seems to be taking on more urgency or more popularity right now. Why do you think that is?
I think the two pain points that it resolves, the economic struggles that people are having, and then just the emotional, the disconnection that occurred in the last 3 years in particular.
According to the U.S. Census Bureau, 80% of single-parent families in the U.S. are headed by single mothers, and 23% of them live below the poverty line. Without this living arrangement, Kim and Crystal say their lives would look very different.
I wouldn't be building for any kind of future if I was trying to pull this off on my own. It'd be a paycheck-to-paycheck circumstance.
How do you implement boundaries, or do you? Do you say, like, okay, this is my family, and this is my family, and this is my space and my space?
We talk about that all the time, that this is our space.
Yeah.
It's not your space, it's our space.
Yeah.
And it works for us. I love it.
A shared space and a true village.
We're a family of 5, and like that is so cool. So cool.
So cool. A true village, and it's so important when raising kids, but also just to be in community.
Yeah, to have support around you. I totally get the idea. There is much more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily. Don't go anywhere.
for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Last night, the biggest names in sports were honored at the annual ESPY Awards, like LeBron James and Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, and the most emotional moment of the night came when Buffalo Bills player Damar Hamlin got to honor the medical team that saved his life. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has those details.
Hey there, the ESPYs were filled with a lot of special moments on a night celebrating the best athletes in the world. And this year, it included some very big news from one of basketball's biggest names.
At a star-studded night, the biggest names in sports and entertainment thrilling the crowd with surprise announcements, touching moments, and standing ovations. All eyes, as always, were on LeBron James after hinting about possibly retiring.
Just for me personally, going forward with the game of basketball, got a lot to think about.
But last night, he had an announcement.
The day I can't give the game everything on the floor is the day I'll be done. Lucky for you guys, that day is not today.
James was one of a few athletes receiving honors, including the top male and female athlete awards, going to the Kansas City Chiefs' Patrick Mahomes and skier Michaela Schifrin, who just won her record-breaking 87th World Cup race in March.
It's been a long journey, and it's not over yet.
But the most emotional part of the night,
Damar Hamlin,
belonged to Damar Hamlin, receiving a standing ovation as the Buffalo Bills safety emotionally honored the group of men and women who rushed to save his life after he collapsed on the field back in January, when a rare phenomenon caused his heart to stop during a routine tackle.
Please welcome this year's recipient of the Pat Tillman Award for Service, the training staff of the Buffalo Bills.
Hamlin joined on stage by the first responders and Bills staff, praising his remarkable recovery.
Damar, first and foremost, thank you for staying alive, brother.
Hamlin supported by the biggest names in sports as the Bills staff once again had his back.
The Bills announced in late April that Hamlin has been fully cleared by doctors to resume playing football. And along with his training, he's also been holding events to teach CPR and distribute AEDs. Those are those external defibrillators that saved his life. A very special young man. Now back to you.
Yeah, doing so much good. And thank you. Yeah. Let's take a look at some of the other trending stories right now, shall we?
Let's start with Taylor Swift. The Eras Tour is actually boosting the U.S. economy, and the Fed is paying attention. She's got a big reputation, and in its most recent report, the Fed noticed a boost in tourism, especially the weekend Swift played in Philadelphia. That weekend, hotel revenue in Philly reached the highest it has been since the pandemic began. Thousands of fans have traveled across the country to see Taylor Swift this summer. Some of our producers, Amanda, the Fed says Swift's U.S. tour could generate $4.6 billion in total. Not bad.
Yeah, that's amazing. It's what everybody's talking about, too,
Yeah.
right? Gwyneth Paltrow's ski crash trial, you remember, might be coming out as a documentary. According to Variety, Warner Brothers and Discovery Plus will come out with a two-part series about that trial later this year. Paltrow was sued by, and then she countersued, retired optometrist Terry Sanders after that ski crash in Utah back in 2016.
And everyone was watching that case so closely.
Yeah.
Well, remember these? You'll see them on your screen. These are the controversial cardboard beds from the Olympic Village, and it looks like they're making a comeback for Paris 2024. Here's how it works. Athletes arrive and will be screened and then photographed when they arrive, and then AI will create a mattress that is best for the individual, athlete's height, weight, and sport. The idea behind it is that cardboard beds were initially introduced in 2020 as a sustainable way to recycle the beds when the games end.
It kind of makes sense because you build all these things for the Olympians, and then when everybody leaves,
You gotta
have a
get
lot
rid
of
of
waste.
them. I don't know if it's comfy to sleep on.
Yeah,
but-
that's what I'm wondering. New Yorkers hoping to see Manhattanhenge last night did not get the view they were looking for. That's when everything's supposed to line up and frame the sunset, but this time the sunset was covered by clouds. Onlookers will get another chance tonight, but they'll only be able to see half of the setting sun. I feel like we're looking at pictures of former Manhattanhenges that looked really good, but last night it wasn't that good.
Yeah, but you can still see it, and
try again.
The sun is setting on this program, but thanks for watching NBC News Daily.
the summertime.
If it's Thursday, President Biden closes out a critical overseas trip, declaring that Vladimir Putin has already lost the war in Ukraine as he tries to reassure NATO allies of America's support amid political volatility here at home. Plus, the cocaine whodunit deepens after the Secret Service briefs lawmakers, claiming that the agency just simply cannot identify any suspects in its investigation into who brought the illicit drug into the West Wing in a secure entrance. The investigation is now closed. And the FDA has approved the first ever over-the-counter birth control pill available without a prescription, marking a potentially enormous expansion for contraceptive care in America. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd reporting from Washington, where President Biden will be returning in just a few hours following a whirlwind week on the world stage. After closing out yesterday's NATO summit with a speech reaffirming NATO's relevancy and importance, today the president sought to reassure the world and our NATO allies about the stability of his own government here at home, the U.S.'s commitment to the alliance in general, and the fate of the war between Russia and Ukraine. At a news conference today in Helsinki, alongside the leader of NATO's newest member, Finland, President Biden responded to questions about political volatility in the United States ahead of the 2024 election. It's a topic of major importance and concern for U.S. allies, particularly in Western Europe, considering the last president, who is now the front runner for the Republican nomination, openly considered pulling out of NATO entirely. Here's President Biden today.
I absolutely guarantee it. There is no question. There's overwhelming support from the American people. There's overwhelming support from the members of the Congress, both House and Senate, and both parties, notwithstanding the fact there's some extreme elements of one party. We will stand together. Let me be clear. I didn't say we didn't guarantee, we couldn't guarantee the future. You can't tell me whether you're going to be able to go home tonight. No one can be sure what they're going to do. I'm saying as sure as anything can possibly be said about American foreign policy, we will stay connected to NATO. Connected to NATO, beginning, middle, and end. We're a transatlantic partnership.
On the future of the war in Ukraine, President Biden also responded to concerns about Putin's potential ability to just simply outlast Ukraine on the battlefield.
Putin's already lost the war. Putin has a real problem. How does he move from here? What does he do? What agreement is ultimately reached depends upon Putin and what he decides to do. But there is no possibility of him winning the war in Ukraine. He's already lost that war.
Those comments come a day after President Biden, in a meeting with President Zelensky, assured him of the U.S.'s unwavering support and NATO's commitment to have Ukraine join the alliance after they win the war. And this also comes following a two-day summit where the U.S. and its NATO allies highlighted additional weapons packages that they are sending to the front lines, including long-range cruise missiles, air defense systems, armored vehicles, and, of course, those controversial cluster bombs that the U.S. reluctantly agreed to send over. Meanwhile, on the Russian side of the war, there's new reporting on the fate of some senior military officials following last month's failed mutiny, rebellion, attempted coup, however you want to describe it. And it's all raising new questions about the control of Russia's military and Putin's own grip on power right now inside the Kremlin. So we're going to unpack a lot of this. Joining me now, NBC White House correspondent Monica Alva. She's covering the president's trip in Helsinki. I got Mike McFaul here, former U.S. ambassador to Russia, of course, our internal Kremlinologist here, and also an NBC News international affairs analyst. But Monica, let me start with you. Look, big picture. The United States is in Helsinki, you're in Helsinki, and Helsinki is now a capital of a country that is a NATO ally. This at one time would have been a red line for Vladimir Putin. So, I mean, just the setting today here is pretty unprecedented.
Absolutely, Chuck, and it really just sends a very strong message here from the United States and its NATO allies, the Nordic leaders that were gathered here in Helsinki, which does share an 830-mile border with Russia. And at one time, Finland was a pretty neutral party between Washington and Moscow, especially, of course, during the Cold War, where this would be considered very unthinkable for them to want to then join the NATO alliance. But, of course, it was that invasion of Ukraine that prompted their application for membership, and Finland was approved in record time. No country has been able to ascend into NATO in around a year or so the way that they have. And of course, soon behind them, we expect Sweden to join the alliance formally, given that Turkey finally got rid of their opposition to that pathway continuing, something that was a big question mark heading into this week overseas, something that the president really wanted to see happen and was delighted that it was able to actually be confirmed while he was in Vilnius, Lithuania, just over the last 48 hours or so. So today, this was a really clear, intentional message that President Biden wanted to send, that he was able to be here in Finland with the president, celebrating this and celebrating just the regional resonance when you look at that map of how important it is that now those two countries here can send the strongest message to Russia and to President Putin really directly, Chuck.
Monica, when you're on these foreign trips, you run into foreign press corps, you talk to other diplomats from other countries that are associated with other administrations. To hear that question about the U.S. political, how the U.S. domestic political issues could impact NATO, what would you say the level of concern is within the Western alliance? How often does it come up on these foreign trips when you're talking, when you're interacting with foreign media? How much front of mind is this?
It's a really frequent topic of conversation, Chuck, and you can look no further than just 5 years ago this week in that exact same room where a Finnish reporter presented this question to President Biden. That is where we saw former President Trump standing shoulder to shoulder with President Putin and siding with him over U.S. intelligence agencies about Putin's own denials over Russian intelligence in terms of the election interference. And what's significant there, of course, is the backdrop to all of this, which is that former President Trump could become future President Trump once again as the GOP frontrunner now. And yes, there's a lot of time left until the election, but everybody here from other press corps certainly is looking to this, looking back 5 years ago and thinking that doesn't mean that that couldn't be the future. So it is something that comes up a lot. And I think that's why you saw President Biden talking about the commitment to NATO from the U.S., regardless, he says, of who's president, will continue, but having to acknowledge that he can't predict the future. And certainly with someone else in office, a lot of this could change really quickly. Chuck.
Monica, you're in the actual land of the midnight sun right now. It's 11 o'clock there, and the sun is still out behind you. That is how far north you are. It's always
gorgeous.
Fun. It absolutely is an amazing backdrop. Terrific reporting. Get home safely, Monica. Thank you. Let me turn to Mike McFaul, of course, former ambassador to Russia and our resident criminologist here. And I want to get to the what the heck is going inside the Russian military. But let's step back here a minute. A lot of historians, first of all, I want to talk about the contrast of the setting. 5 years ago in Helsinki, it's Trump and Putin. Here we are 5 years later. Oh, by the way, Finland's a member of NATO. I mean, this is just a stunning development in so many ways, is it not, Mike?
Chuck, it is. Absolutely. By the way, I was in Helsinki in 2018 working with the NBC team. And not only did Trump side with Putin about our intelligence, he also said we should hand over a bunch of Americans to Putin to be interrogated. I was one of them. So I remember Helsinki very well. This is a very different event. But historically, I'm glad you brought it up, because I think we have to appreciate just how big a deal this is. Throughout the Cold War, we had a noun for it. It was called Finlandization. And it was what the Soviets achieved in their relationship with Finland to keep them out of NATO, to keep them neutral. Sweden, 2 centuries of neutrality. Think about that. 2 centuries of neutrality. And now Finland is in NATO. And in the run-up to the Vilnius summit, the Biden administration got the deal they needed with the Turks to bring Sweden in. This will be remembered as a very historic moment for the NATO alliance and as a big setback for Putin's foreign policy.
Are we about 10 years away? Is there going to be an Eastern European country that isn't going to be in NATO in 10 years if Ukraine wins this war, Mike?
I don't think there'll be a democratic country in Eastern Europe that won't be in NATO. I mean, look at that map that you keep showing. It's quite intense with all that green. Of course, it matters how the war ends and will Ukraine prevail in this war? I think they are. I agree with the president when he says Putin is losing the war. But you don't judge wars in the first or second year. You judge them by the last year. But I do think momentum is on the side of the democratic countries in Eastern Europe, and the autocratic countries are on the losing side.
Let's talk about what's happening inside the Russian military. I know you monitor, you've got your own sources, you monitor what's going on in Telegram. We have our own reports here. It's always very hard to confirm who's in and who's out. But generals are being sacked. It looks like, is Prigozhin being treated better than those that supported him?
Pretty murky picture, but the fact that it's murky and confusing, I think, is bad for Putin. So if you go back, and we talked about it, you go back to the Prigozhin mutiny, some said, I was one of those that said this is a bad look for Putin. Others said, no, this is a sign of strength. He's getting rid of all these guys that don't support him. But look at where we're at now. We have generals resigning, and General Popov, you're right, on Telegram. I did watch it. I listened to it several times, who just was kicked out. He's one of the main commanders in this war. And he said, we stopped, I mean, I'm paraphrasing, of course, but he said, we stopped the Ukrainian armed forces in Ukraine, but then were stabbed in the back by our own generals back in Russia. That is not a message, if you're fighting a war, that you want one of your most popular commanders saying. And secondly, Prigozhin, we don't know what his status is right now, right? Putin called him a traitor, said there will be consequences, then said he'd be in exile in Belarus, and none of that appears to be true yet. So I think there's a lot of instability inside the armed forces that can't be good for Putin's ability to fight his war in Ukraine.
Were you surprised that Putin and Prigozhin met face to face?
Yes, I was surprised by that. Given that emotional speech that Putin gave, and he didn't have to give it, Chuck, right? He could have done this privately. He chose to go on national television. Think about it like an Oval Office address to the entire American people, where he called this guy a traitor, and then he's meeting with them. That is not a signal of strength. There's just no way you can spin that other than he just hopes that people are not paying attention. I suspect, however, that they are paying attention because Prigozhin does have a following within the Russian military. So maybe not all of Russia are, but the soldiers fighting in Ukraine, my guess is they're probably watching this.
What do you think happens to Shoigu and Gerasimov?
I don't know. I think...
I should say, for those not following along, the two leading military commanders right now for the Russian military, who Prigozhin was basically going to try to go to, in sense, who was Prigozhin's target. Sorry for, just want to bring folks up to speed.
Yeah. Defense Minister Shoigu and General Gerasimov, who's the head of the armed forces in Russia. Just a couple of days ago, Gerasimov was on TV, walking around, doing things. That was obviously a signal that he's still in power, that he hasn't been thrown under the bus. I don't think Putin can do that right now, pull either of those people out. That would look like complete capitulation to Prigozhin because of the critical things that he said that you just talked about. But down the road, 6 or 7 months from now, I would not be surprised if both of them were removed.
Mike McFaul, former ambassador to Russia for the United States. Appreciate you coming on, sharing your expertise.
Thanks,
good to talk with you. Let me go down to the Pentagon. I'm joined by Sabrina Singh. She's the Deputy Press Secretary for the Department of Defense. Sabrina Singh, thank you for joining me. Let me ask, I want to pick up on a quick Russia question here, specifically with whether our Secretary of Defense, Secretary Austin, what would you describe, when was the last time he's had a military-to-military contact with either Gerasimov or Shoigu?
Well, thanks, Chuck, for having me on. Again, as the Secretary has said before, we believe that contact with the Russian military, and as you said, mill-to-mill communication is extremely important so that we reduce risks and we operate in very similar areas of responsibility. And so it is important to have those mill-to-mill conversations. I'm not remembering the exact date when the Secretary had his last conversation, but it was certainly not recently. We welcome those conversations. We're open to having a dialogue with the Russian military, but there would be no negotiation in those conversations. Again, this is a fight that Ukraine is in against Russia that invaded their sovereign territory, and as the department, we are doing everything it takes and everything we can to support them in their military fight.
No, and I fully understand. The military communication is sometimes as much about making sure bad things, accidents don't happen and turn into bad things. And so what you just described, we're months along. Our two biggest adversaries, our military-to-military contacts have dried up almost completely in both China and Russia. Is that fair to say?
Well, just this week, actually, one of our leading policy heads here at the department did engage with the Chinese here at the Pentagon. And again, we are welcome and open to ongoing dialogues with Russia and the PRC. That is something we want, again, just like you said, to avoid any confusion, to avoid any conflict. And it really should be used as a way to deconflict so that tensions do not escalate. And so, again, we are open to having those conversations. Our lines are certainly open. And the Secretary welcomes that at his level and at all levels throughout the department.
I want to ask something about the issue of ammunition. We had to send over these cluster bombs, frankly, because everybody's running low on ammunition, including the United States. Can you just walk the viewers through the difficulty it is to ramp up munition production right now? What is the struggle here that put us in a position where we had no choice but to send over these cluster bombs?
Well, early on in the war, when Russia invaded Ukraine, we contacted our defense industrial base and engaged them because we knew this was going to be an artillery fight, and it continues to be just that. We're seeing the Ukrainians and the Russians expend artillery rounds at high rates, and so we knew that we would have to ramp up our production of 155 millimeter rounds. Now, it's not just us that is providing Ukraine with this type of ammunition. Excuse me. We also have our partners and allies all around the world providing that type of munitions to the Ukrainians. And so the cluster munitions that we did provide to Ukraine serve as a bridge so that our defense industrial base can continue to produce these 155 rounds. And again, we did not want Ukraine to be without artillery in this artillery fight. So it's something that, while you heard the president say it was a very tough decision for him to make, and he was consulted by the Secretary of Defense and his national security team, it was ultimately the right decision to make so that the department felt that Ukraine could remain in the fight with the artillery that they need against the Russians.
Does the United States plan to backfill the cluster munitions we sent over with more cluster bombs for our stockpile?
Well, we have thousands of rounds of cluster munitions, but again, our focus right now is getting the Ukrainians what they need on the battlefield to not only conduct their counteroffensive, but continue in the long term. So whether it's more cluster munitions or unitary 155 rounds, we're going to continue to supply Ukraine with what it needs on the battlefield.
No, but are we going to continue to produce and buy and stockpile cluster munitions?
Look, that's a decision that, again, I'm not going to get ahead of. What we have right now in our stocks is we have thousands of rounds of these cluster munitions. We're always focused on refilling but also modernizing our stocks. And right now, the focus remains on getting Ukraine what it needs in its current fight.
I want to, Senator Tommy Tuberville, who's been holding up all these promotions into the Pentagon, including right now we have a Marine Corps without a commandant. He said today that he spoke with Secretary Austin on the phone. What can you tell us about that conversation? Any progress made?
Sure. So the secretary initially had reached out earlier this morning, or I should say early afternoon, to engage with Senator Tuberville's office. We view these holds as a risk to our national security. These holds are incredibly damaging. It's been more than a century since we've had an acting commandant of the Marine Corps, and right now we have an acting commandant doing two jobs, both the commandant's job and the assistant commandant's job. That's a dual-hatted role that really requires two positions, and so the secretary reached out to Senator Tuberville to see, to explain how detrimental these holds can be. It was a brief call, but the two agreed to continue communication into next week. So we hope that this ongoing engagement from the secretary and the senator not only continues, but does encourage Senator Tuberville to release his holds on our nominees.
Is the secretary going to engage with any policy negotiations with Senator Tuberville, or is that something that the White House will do?
Well, we're not making concessions or changing our policy. Our policy is very clear. We're trying to ensure equity across the service and to all of our service members who live in states, that they have the same rights as service members that live in other states. And just a reminder, our service members don't choose where they are stationed. They are given the assignment and they dutifully fulfill that assignment in the state that they are in. So we're not changing our policy. We've ensured equity that can exist across the services. Again, this is not a political fight. This is about our general and flag officers, our nominees, from 4-star generals down to 1-star generals, who deserve to be in the positions that they have been selected in because we believe they're right for the moment. And at this time, at a time when we're facing the acute threat of Russia in Europe and the rising challenge of China. We need our best team on the field, and those are our officers that are currently up for nomination and being held.
So the bottom line is, Secretary, the Pentagon's not going to be negotiating with Senator Tuberville. If anything like that happens, it's Congress or it's the White House?
Again, this is if the Senate, or if Senator Tuberville wants to change any type of policies, we leave that to the Senate to decide how best to go forward with that. Right now, our policy is in place. It is ensuring that our service members have the reproductive health access that they need, and we are encouraging the senator to drop his holds.
Sabrina Singh, the Deputy Press Secretary over at the Pentagon. Really appreciate you spending some time and sharing the perspective with us. Thank you. Coming up. Culture wars in Congress. The passage of a key bill on national defense is in jeopardy as House Republicans push for some changes to the Pentagon policies on abortion we were just talking about, as well as gender-affirming care, diversity initiatives, and more. I'm going to talk to the top Democrat on the House Armed Services Committee next. Plus, DeSantis in damage control. NBC News obtains a confidential campaign memo that aims to reassure skeptical donors as DeSantis struggles to gain momentum. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is it.
Welcome back. Passage of the yearly bill that funds the U.S. military is potentially in jeopardy. The bill, known as the National Defense Authorization Act, passed the House Armed Services Committee by a vote of 58-1. But things have turned a bit contentious as Speaker McCarthy gave the green light for the fringes of the Republican caucus to add a series of controversial culture war amendments to the bill. Those amendments include restricting the Pentagon policy on abortion, gender-affirming care, diversity initiatives, as well as an amendment that would bar renaming military bases named for Confederate soldiers. There are also amendments to cut Ukraine funding, a ban on the transfer of cluster munitions. Speaker McCarthy defended the amendment process this morning.
I don't think that's a problem to let members of Congress who are elected by their constituents to have a voice and a say. It can go either way. What's interesting to me is you think it's a problem that now I have opened up Congress.
Now, if these amendments pass and are included in this bill, it sets up a likely impasse with the Senate, which is working on its own defense spending bill right now. So joining me is the top Democrat on the House Armed Services Committee. It's Washington State Congressman Adam Smith. Congressman Smith, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Look, I am not one to get too dramatic about the defense bill because we've been at these moments before. You've been around this long time. The amendment process creates some, shiny metal objects, clickbait headlines, but ultimately this gets worked out. But let me ask you this. If some of these amendments pass, and politically they might, does that jeopardize your vote and your support for this?
Yes, and there's two important things to your question there. But number one and most important is to understand that the Republicans are bringing their culture war to the Pentagon, and it is harming our national security. It is harming our national security by passing policies that make it less likely that women, people of color, and the LGBTQ community will want to serve in the military, undermining our ability to recruit and support the best people available at a time when we have a recruitment crisis. These amendments that they're offering, if they pass, will present us with a bill that would significantly undermine the ability of the military to recruit and support their service members. So yes, I would wind up voting against that. As far as how it impacts the larger process, it puts Speaker McCarthy in a position where he will have to get 218 Republican votes in all likelihood to pass the bill. And, he might be able to do that, but it certainly risks the process, and it undermines the idea that we're trying to pass a bipartisan bill. That's what Chairman Rogers did out of committee, and I commend him for that. We worked on this to make sure that we worked on the stuff we agreed on, disagreed with. We got a bipartisan bill. This definitely is in jeopardy on the floor right now.
How much do you trust the Senate to sort of get rid of some of the extraneous amendments in here?
That's hard. Anytime you start a sentence off with, how much do I trust the Senate?
You House guys are all the same. It doesn't matter the party. I could have a Dem or an R. It's like, no. The Democrats are the adversaries, or the Republicans are the adversaries. The Senate is my enemy, right?
Yes,
I hear you there.
I kid. I think I actually, in this case, I do trust the Senate to fix that. I guess the larger question of, okay, so if we fix that, if we move this stuff out and we bring the bill back, what does Chip Roy and the other far-right people on the Rules Committee do to block our ability to pass that bill? They've not been known for accepting defeat gracefully. So that's what I would, if you set the precedent, if you pass these things, if you put them in the bill, will Speaker McCarthy bring back a bipartisan, bicameral bill and put it on the floor for a vote? What will happen on that front?
You've got a lot of Republicans you've served with a long time. There are 19 House Republicans that are in Biden districts. One would assume they don't want to go too far in one direction. Do you guys have a whip operation to work on these folks?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Look, this is not good for the Republican Party. Look, they're living in a bygone era. They want to pretend that we live in a world where bigotry and discrimination don't exist. That if you are a person of color or a woman or an LGBTQ person, you have nothing to worry about the armed forces discriminate against you. And that's the purpose of these diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, is to make it clear that history notwithstanding, we will give you a fair shake in the military now. But I remind people, just 13 years ago, we finally allowed gay people to serve openly in the military. And when we did that, every single Republican voted against doing that. And can we really say that our military would be better off if we had no gay people in it? So we need to work to be inclusive. And what the Republicans are doing today, they're trying to block that inclusion for women, for people of color, and for the LGBTQ community. And they're on the wrong side of the country, and they're certainly on the wrong side of what's in the best interests of national security.
I want to shift to another amendment, though, here that's actually more about, that has not to do with the culture wars, and it's the idea of clawing back the cluster munitions. Do you think we should restock our stockpile of cluster munitions that we just gave to Ukraine? I mean, if 100 countries think this should be banned, should we keep asking the defense industrial complex to keep making them?
No, we shouldn't, and that's not what we're doing. I don't know if there's a misunderstanding. We have, and the actual number is classified, so let's just say a lot of cluster munitions that were made as far back as the 70s. We are running out of excess ammunition to give to Ukraine. It's wrong to say that we're running out of it. We're preserving what we need for our national security, but the excess to provide Ukraine to continue that fight is getting low. And so the cluster munitions are the only realistic option. But please understand, the reason to oppose cluster munitions is because of the unexploded ordnance that they leave scattered across the battlefield. The Russians have mined the living hell out of Ukraine. They are going to be pulling that unexploded munitions out of it for a long time to come. These munitions are being used to help Ukraine gain back their own territory. So it's a different situation. But no, we should not be building more cluster munitions, and we're not.
Like I said, you spent a lot of time on these issues. President Biden was asked a question today, sort of, hey, can the West, can NATO count on essentially America and its current political polarization? The last president wasn't a big fan of NATO. He could become president again. There's certainly some House Republicans that aren't big fans of NATO, big fans of this war. What would you say to our Western allies? Is there a durable majority to support the war in Ukraine in the U.S. Congress?
Absolutely, there is a durable majority. And you saw the vote in the supplemental package we passed last year. There is a very small minority in the Republican Party who want to undermine that support. But the overwhelming majority of Republicans in the House and the Senate support our policy in Ukraine, and they support NATO. And by the way, the overwhelming majority of the American people do too. It's pretty close to 2/3 in the most recent polling that support us supporting Ukraine. Now, they don't support going to war with Russia, and we should not do that. But we should support Ukraine's ability to defend their sovereign democratic country, and that's what we are doing.
Do you believe Ukraine has earned the right to be in NATO once this war is over?
Once this war is over, I think we should have that discussion. I think that is a discussion at this point that is more problematic than helpful in the current fight. Certainly, we're not going to bring Ukraine into NATO right now. Remember my point about we're not going to war with Russia. Bring them into NATO, Article 5, we're at war with Russia. So we're not going to do that. Once the war is over, the one thing we have to have is robust security guarantees for Ukraine.
That's right.
Does that require NATO membership? That's more debatable. But they need robust security guarantees to make sure Russia doesn't just do this again.
So if not NATO, they become Israel too, if you will, the way our security agreement with them. Fair?
We have a lot of security relationships with a lot of different countries that are short of an Article 5 commitment. So we have options to choose from. So yes, I think Israel is one potential model. There are others.
Congressman Adam Smith, Democrat from Washington State, the ranking member on House Armed Services, former chairman himself. Appreciate you coming on, sharing your perspective.
Thanks, Chuck. Thanks for the chance.
Up next, some unsolved mysteries. The Secret Service just briefed House Oversight and Homeland Security lawmakers after closing its investigation into who brought a dime bag of cocaine into the White House. They say there are no leads and that there are no suspects. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, anticipated too.
Welcome back. The investigation into that dime bag of cocaine that was found at the White House earlier this month is over. But there's no conclusion on who is responsible. The Secret Service announced this morning that no forensic or video evidence was able to clearly identify anyone potentially responsible for bringing this dime-sized baggie of the drug into the White House. The Secret Service did brief members of the House today. 3 sources familiar with that briefing tell NBC News that they had narrowed down the list of individuals who were in the area in question 48 hours before the cocaine was found to between 500 and 600 people. Our senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell has been all over the story. She joins me now. And Kelly, there was something notable in the reports of this. Did they interview anybody?
Not that we know of. And basically what we've been told is they looked at the surveillance video, they went through the visitor logs, and I suspect they would have done interviews if they had had some sort of forensic evidence that they could try to match to someone. But no one has talked about interviews in the time that I've been working on this over the last 10 days. So the surprising thing is people would expect, of course they can solve it. The FBI Crime Lab was involved. Fort Detrick, which does very sophisticated testing of things that could be anthrax or ricin or a biological agent. In this case, what they're saying is it was a very small plastic baggie. They could not get fingerprints that were usable off of that. They did some advanced testing, expensive process, and DNA. Didn't have enough material to do a comparison. If they had found something, then you would need to figure out, well, how do you compare it? And if you're talking about visitors, people who are coming in on a tour, a staff-led tour, not a public tour.
I was just going to say, we should remind people, this is why I'm a little skeptical of whether they could find it or not, because this is not the most trafficked entrance. And this is a VIP entrance, West Exec, in some form or another. Is it
VIPs go through there,
Yeah.
but there are a lot. I call it a working entrance, meaning not a ceremonial
But you and I
entrance.
don't get to go through there. I mean, I've only been through there if I've been escorted.
Yes.
Because it's not a press entrance.
It is not a press entrance, but those who are, right now there is a lot of construction being done, some remodeling being done, so there are contractors, military personnel, staff will go through there, the president will go through there, going over to the EEOB. But in terms of visitors, it was a holiday weekend, and there are a lot of staff-led tours that happen after work hours and on the weekend. And so some officials are saying the leading theory, it was a visitor, but we don't know.
That's the Occam's razor.
Yes,
like the most
we don't
likely
know.
thing is somebody that wasn't thinking, and if you're not knowing you're going to the White House, oh no, what did I have in my
And there's
pocket?
a drug policy and drug testing requirements for employees of the White House.
They still do drug testing.
Yes, they do.
And it's randomized drug testing.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
And so one of the congresswomen, Marjorie Taylor Greene, was saying, well, test all 500 of the names on the list. Well, of course, you need probable cause to do that.
Right.
You can't just massively test people who might have been visitors. So it's an unsatisfying answer for a lot of people.
What do you sense Congress, we know there's a few members of Congress are going to try to use this as a hobby horse. What do you sense, what could they do here in forcing more focus on this?
I think one of the questions was, if this can get through, is there a vulnerability in some other way? And people I've been talking to say, when it comes to agents that might have been a powdery substance that could be used in a weapon form, that they have mechanisms to test for that they don't test for contraband. They don't test for illegal drugs that don't pose a threat to the president or others inside the White House. It certainly is not a good look, and no one feels good about that. And
I was just going to say, I'm guessing the White House doesn't like that there's no answer here.
oh, it's unsatisfying
because
for
it
everyone.
only feeds the beast, the conspiratorial beasts that we know of, like trying to destroy our information.
And to answer that, family members typically don't use this entrance. Not that they couldn't, but they typically don't, and they're not asked to put their stuff in cubbies.
And this is,
Yes.
Kelly O'Donnell.
Nice to see you.
The strange stories of Washington. Thank you. After the break, trouble on the trail. Ron DeSantis faces sluggish support in the polls, new cash concerns, crowded field of GOP contenders, all struggling to catch up to the frontrunner. Panel is next. You're watching Meet the President.
It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. We've got fresh new evidence today of trouble in Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' campaign as it deals with lagging polls and flagging donors. NBC News has exclusively obtained a confidential memo, a campaign memo, seeking to reassure donors that his campaign is not stalled. It only, quote, looks stalled, they argue. The July 6th document lays out the campaign's path forward and argues that DeSantis has a plan to pry away Trump voters. It comes amid headlines suggesting donor doubts about DeSantis' bid. It's a concern that's been building since even before he officially entered the race. We reported back in March that both donors and allies felt he wasn't ready for a fight with Donald Trump. They were getting antsy. Hurry up and get in, they said. And then DeSantis continues to trail the former president by more than 24 points in the first qualifying poll for the August debate. DeSantis has employed a commonly used strategy to deflect from the headlines by, of course, blaming the media.
Well, I think if you look at the people like the corporate media, who are they going after? Who do they not want to be the nominee? They're going after me. We've got a long way to go. I'm looking forward to being able to participate in the debates, but this is not something that, I ever expected to just snap fingers and all of a sudden, you win 7 months before anyone happens. They've tried to create narratives that somehow the race is over. This is going to be a state-by-state contest.
Well, they're trying to create a narrative because they do not want me to be the nominee. They don't want me to be the nominee because they know I beat Biden handily.
As you saw, 3 of those appearances were on a network whose parent company is called News Corporation, corporate media there. DeSantis is also trying to put some heat on his Republican opponent. In an interview with conservative radio yesterday, DeSantis said Trump was not, quote, entitled to the nomination, criticizing Trump for suggesting he might skip the August primary debate. So let's have at it. We got a great panel to have this discussion. Betsy Woodruff-Swan, national correspondent at Politico and NBC News contributor. Also with me, former Democratic Congresswoman from Maryland, Donna Edwards, former Florida Republican Congressman Carlos Curbelo. Florida, get it? We know with Mr. DeSantis. Both, of course, are NBC News political analysts. Betsy, let me start with Ron DeSantis here. A week doesn't go, it's been since March. A week doesn't go by where there is not the hand-wringing story. There's not the blind quote from donor X, or there's not the story that and a donor gets named who says sources close to him are still shopping around. This has been 2 months of this. I guess they finally felt like they had to send a memo.
That's right. There's clearly lots of agita in the DeSantis camp. The most fun way to read this memo is as a secret message from the DeSantis campaign to the DeSantis super PAC with basically a wish list of things that people on the campaign certainly seem to want the super PAC to be doing. For instance, it talks about themes for every month in terms of DeSantis's messaging. It says DeSantis might benefit from ads highlighting that he's a dad and a veteran. This seems to be a helpful strategy for us. And then buried in this memo, contra what DeSantis is saying publicly, the memo's anonymous author lays out the extreme importance that the DeSantis camp is putting on what's called earned media, meaning coverage in mainstream media rather than purchased campaign ads. And this memo says earned media is king.
How do you blame the corporate media for your troubles and then say you need all this earned media?
And then say you need as much of it as possible. And it specifically says DeSantis' supporters and surrogates need to do as much media as humanly possible. At the same time, though, DeSantis himself has been totally gun-shy when it comes to talking to mainstream media outlets. He's going on just about every Republican or conservative podcast you can find, flooding the zone when it comes to that media. But mainstream, and you follow this a little more closely than I do, Chuck, he's not doing it. He's staying away from it, which is very much in contrast to what he's asking his supporters to do in this document.
I think Gabe Gutierrez has gotten like one pull aside, and he had a fight for that. Like it was a orchestrated, as far as DeSantis thought they were being, hey, look, we'll give you this, Carlos, what's the buzz in South Florida in particular, where there's a lot of people, Ken Griffin, and some other big donors down there who went down there thinking they were going to DeSantis land.
Well, and one of the reasons some of those donors are so disappointed is because they wanted someone who was different than Donald Trump. And everything Ron DeSantis has done maybe for 6 months is either copy Donald Trump or try to out-Trump Trump on issues like immigration and like abortion. When was Ron DeSantis at his best? His first year as governor. He actually focused on the environment. He had a libertarian streak to him. A lot of people took an interest in him. During the pandemic, he charted his own course. He was rewarded for that in the 2022 re-election. He got a lot of support, not just universal support from Republicans, but independents, Democrats. After that, he started trying to outdo Donald Trump. And another Floridian named Marco Rubio can tell you that it's impossible to out-Trump Donald Trump. So that's why this strategy is failing.
Donna, as a Democrat who wants to see Joe Biden reelected, is this development that DeSantis is struggling, do you view that as good news for Biden or bad news because maybe Tim Scott becomes the alternative, and Tim Scott, as the Republican nominee, would be a real threat to Joe Biden?
Well, I do think that Republican donors taking a closer look at Tim Scott is a sign that Ron DeSantis is just losing his steam really quickly. It's unclear to me whether that would make a stronger fight for Joe Biden at all, because in order to get the nomination, ultimately, somebody like Tim Scott is going to have to go farther right than he has been, and I think that that goes against his brand. I think where DeSantis really kind of loses out in all of this is that it's not just taking a second look, it's saying, we just don't think you can cut it on your extreme issues to the right. So
it is interesting to me, Betsy. It does feel as if there are some that want to do the Control-Alt-Delete here and say, let's restart this campaign. Let's have a real announcement. That Twitter thing was a disaster and all this stuff. And then there are some that don't want to show too much weakness. Like, where is that tension coming from? Is that Casey DeSantis? Is that Jeff Rowe? What do we sense here?
It's what DeSantis has going for him, of course, is that he has just a ludicrous amount of money, both his campaign and the super PAC backing him. So he's going to be able to stay in.
Another former Florida governor who ran for president in 2015 had an obscene amount of money, more than this guy right now, by the way.
Yeah. Maybe he can mail out DVD players or something to every single person in New Hampshire the way Jeb supporters did. The fact that they have tons of money gives them a certain level of cushion and comfort, but at the same time, the fact that their expenditures are not correlating to the kind of poll numbers they want to see, no doubt creates a massive amount of friction for DeSantis. What this memo highlights is that they think Trump has basically 25% of the Republican electorate baked in. So they need to wrap up. If they wrap up, the significant bulk of the rest of it, then they're going to be fine, mathematically speaking. What they also point out, of course, is that they view Tim Scott as a real problem, a rising threat, and, however, that they don't think anybody else really matters. That said, that's just not borne out by the polls.
Yeah. Carlos, do you get a sense that they regret not announcing in January?
Yeah, and look, to be fair, I thought the timing of the announcement was perfect, and Florida candidates tend to announce in May after legislative session. It just makes sense. In hindsight,
now when Donald Trump got in November before.
And when Ron DeSantis was on top of the world after his re-election, he was the big bright star for Republicans in November of 2022.
Republican members of Congress that would have come out and endorsed him on day in the first. He's got 6 total endorsements.
Yep. In hindsight, that would have been the right decision. I can't say that I would have recommended it at the time. I'd love to say I would have.
Good for you for admitting that, by the way, Carlos. Thank you. Not all pundits will do that.
He would have captured so much momentum. He would have gotten some of those Florida delegation members to endorse him, many of whom have endorsed Donald Trump now. So
yeah, but he ended up having to go through a legislative session where he had to dig even deeper on the right, which is something that he would not have had to do in January.
Which I don't understand. He didn't need to do that.
He didn't need it.
That is the part of this that is the head scratcher. He had already proved his conservative bona fides, did he not?
Well, he did, but he thought that he was going to try to capture some of that Trump base, and what he should have been doing is making it so that everybody else was eliminated out of the field and there was a one-on-one contest.
That's it. The other problem with this strategy is they still seem to have an Iowa, and Iowa's first, but not a single Iowa winner on the Republican side has gotten the nomination in the 21st century. Not one, okay?
Statistically speaking, you should try to lose Iowa.
Yes. No, you have a better chance. I mean, you could keep going back, right? Losing Iowa on the Republican side has been a ticket to winning.
It's pretty
I think
funny.
Ronald Reagan in
It's
80,
pretty
right?
funny.
George H.W. Bush in 88. I mean,
There's a real question of why bother. There's a real question of what does this mean. Now, DeSantis also says he's not ceding New Hampshire.
What it really means is look what it takes to win Iowa.
Right.
On the Republican side. You have to go further to the right. This is not a Republican primary electorate.
Right.
This is a caucus-going electorate. That means it is the most fervent people among the most fervent people.
Yes.
Anyway.
Something that I think a lot of casual observers of politics don't understand is just how bizarre the caucus process is. The fact that it can take hours to participate in a caucus.
Republican
the fact
side does streamline
it's
it.
challenging.
It is
still
faster on the
demanding.
Republican
It's
side.
demanding, though.
Yeah.
It's way more challenging than voting regularly. And that gives this hugely disproportionate influence to people who are on the ground in Iowa, to people who can find those folks who want to stand around in a high school gym on one evening instead of putting their kids to bed or spending time with their neighbors or whatever. And success in that contest just doesn't correlate at all to success in the Republican primary broadly.
So let's talk about Plan B on the Republican side, Carlos. What's your Plan B? Who'd you like to see?
Well, thankfully, I don't have to have plans these days. But look, I think someone like Tim Scott is the next person.
Or is it Glenn Youngkin? Because you hear some donors out there, and we know, look, Youngkin has a very, he is intentionally waiting until to see, for number one, I think he's waiting to see if DeSantis flails. And number two, does he have something he can run on? If he wins in the Virginia midterms this November, then he could say, hey, look what I'm doing in a blue state.
So if DeSantis continues to fail to fill this other than Trump lane, I think Tim Scott stands to benefit, and it certainly opens a door for perhaps a September announcement for someone fresh, different, who can distinguish themselves from Donald Trump without being locked into this anti-Trump, pro-Trump, paradigm.
Honestly, as much as we all like, hey, you're not doing this right, nobody's figured out how to beat Donald Trump on the Republican side.
Well, and it's
in
still
fairness.
early because Donald Trump got in early, so there's plenty of time for a Glenn Youngkin.
Yeah, it's getting late early, or is it getting early late? I don't know. What would Yogi Berra say? Anyway, Betsy, Donna, and Carlos, thank you all. Still to come, for the first time ever, the FDA has approved a birth control pill that American women will be able to buy from the aisles at their local pharmacy without talking to a pharmacist. The details next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and this is
Welcome back. And a potential game changer for women's health care and contraceptive access, the FDA approved the first over-the-counter birth control pill this morning. When the pill, called O-Pill, hits drugstore shelves, women will be able to access hormonal contraception without needing to visit a doctor for a prescription. The FDA approval comes amid renewed legal fights over women's reproductive rights, specifically the agency's authority to approve the common medication abortion pill mifepristone. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has more on this news of the over-the-counter pill. And Ann, I got to ask first, one pill does not fit all women here. So this is one pill. How soon before, because different pills work better for women depending, when will we start to see a variety of this on the shelves?
That's what advocates hope that we will see eventually. This is just the first contraceptive that we will see on an over-the-counter basis, Chuck. But the key here, really, the issue driving this is all about access. And the belief is that this pill called O-Pill, which is a mini pill, it's just one hormone, progestin, it is approved for women of all reproductive ages. That includes teenagers. And the hope is that this will help reduce the number of unintended pregnancies in this country. There are 6.1 million pregnancies every year in this country. About half of them are unintended. And the belief is now that you will be able to go to the drugstore or the grocery store or order these pills online. That will help reduce that number. That should happen at the beginning of next year. But the big question tonight is how much will these pills cost? And the manufacturer has not put a price on it, only to say that they will be affordable. Chuck?
What took so long? I mean, we got the pill in the 50s, right? Why did this? 60s. What took so long?
Well, we got the pill in the 60s. This formula was actually approved for prescription in 1973, so it's been out there for a long time. But I think it's like anything else, it's just taken us a while. And now that you have all these doctors saying, look, we need to have contraception be more widely available and effective contraception. And that's the difference here between other forms of contraception. This is 93% effective, up to 98% effective. That's if you use it correctly, and that's taking the pill every day, the same time every day. So it's here. It's taken a long time, much longer than a lot of people thought it ever should.
Still, an important milestone that we needed to hit. Ann Thompson reporting on this story for us. Ann, thank you. And thank you all for being with us this hour. I'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We've got breaking news tonight as Hollywood's biggest stars vote to officially strike at midnight, totally shutting down the movie and TV business. The cast of one huge summer blockbuster already walking off a red carpet rather, to go make picket signs. It comes as the head of Disney says now is not the right time for actors to demand more money. We'll take you live to LA with these latest developments, what's at stake, and what you should know about the shows you love. Plus, new disturbing video of a sheriff's deputy appearing to punch a mother in the face as she held on to her 3-week-old baby, why the FBI is now getting involved. We're also live in Arizona, where it is dangerously hot, the very real risk millions of people are facing, even at night. Plus, in tonight's original, could you get hit with surprise fees when you book your next vacation? Why a new bill in Congress might let airlines hide their sticker prices. And a surgeon losing her medical license for live streaming her patients on the operating table. Oh, yes, we're going to hear from one of her former patients who says the damage has been done later on in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and as we're coming on the air tonight, millions of dollars and thousands of jobs are on the line with something we haven't seen since Spartacus was in theaters. Hollywood actors officially set to strike alongside the writers who are already on the picket lines, grinding to a halt TV, movies, script production, all of it. Already, even in just the last couple hours, we are seeing the stars of Oppenheimer walk off the red carpet at London's premiere. And late today, the leaders of the SAG-AFTRA union are laying out what exactly is at stake.
What happens here is important
because what's happening to us is happening across all fields of labor. I am shocked by the way the people that we have been in business with are treating us.
Actor Fran Drescher there. The studios obviously see it differently, with the Alliance of Motion Pictures and producers representing Disney and Netflix and NBC Universal, our parent company, and others, moments ago saying in a statement, it is certainly not the outcome we hoped for, and that this strike will lead to financial hardship for thousands. The head of Disney, in an exclusive interview with CNBC earlier today, saying this couldn't come at a worse time.
There's a level of expectation that they have that is just not realistic. And they are adding to a set of challenges that this business is already facing that is, quite frankly, very disruptive. So
they're not being realistic?
No, they're not.
So from a practical perspective, what does this whole thing mean for the stuff you love to watch? Look at The Handmaid's Tale, Stranger Things, Abbott Elementary, SNL, The Last of Us, stopping production. A lot of late-night shows will, too. Film, scripted shows in the days to come will be affected. Movies may take a little longer. They typically have like a 2-3 year out time frame. Same thing with reality TV shows, obviously not super affected in this one here. Keep in mind, we haven't seen a double strike, both SAG-AFTRA and the Writers Guild on strike at the same time, since Ronald Reagan was the head of the Actors Union. Dana Griffin is joining us now. Here we are now, something we haven't seen in 5-6 decades, Dana. Walk us through what's happening tonight, what's set to happen tomorrow, and in the days to come.
Well, Hallie, tonight they officially go on strike and they're going to mobilize. They've got the picket signs ready to go. And we could likely see some A-listers out on the picket lines outside of not only NBC Universal, Disney, Netflix, Warner Brothers, Discovery. It's something that we've been seeing for weeks when it comes to the writer's strike that has been going on now since May. And now with this strike happening with the actors, they will be joining. Some issues, though, that got us here, according to SAG-AFTRA, it really boils down to streaming residuals and AI protections. There was a really, I don't want to say heated, but Fran Drescher got really emotional about talking about what happened during those negotiations, and they felt like what the studios were offering was insulting for the work that they do. So they are taking a step back, they are taking a seat, and they did, bring up the fact that this is going to hurt not only the actors, the smaller people, but even the LA community, that help to make meals or help to, boost, the Hollywood helps boost up our local economy here. So millions of dollars could be lost in this, but the actors are standing firm. They want a fair deal so that everyone has what they deserve.
What is it? Can we even begin to speculate, Dana, on the timeline here, right? Because there are already some estimations tonight that this could cost something like $150 million a week, that if it goes into 2024, it could be, super problematic. Do we think it could last that long? Like, what are the chances here, given how negotiations have already broken down?
That's the big question. We've tried to analyze it ourselves, but remember, they've been negotiating now for more than 4 weeks. They actually initiated an almost 2-week extension to try to come to a deal. They even brought in a federal mediator yesterday to try to make an 11th hour deal. That resulted in absolutely nothing. Fran Drescher, the president of SAG-AFTRA, said moments ago that they are willing to go back to the negotiating table as soon as tonight. But if it took this long, and it sounds like the AMPTP is really standing firm on what they are trying to accomplish here too, it could take weeks. The writers have been on strike for some 11+ weeks now. So there's really no timeline. And again, millions are being drained as we speak.
Any reaction yet from some of the big names involved? I mean, I want to remind people that the Actors Union, it's not like it's just the extras. It's people like Meryl Streep. It's people like Jennifer Lawrence, like some of the biggest names in the business. Frankly, with big salaries to match, too.
Yeah, absolutely. But the thing here, and the reason why you're seeing a lot of these A-listers come out and speak in support of this strike is because they're really doing it for the little stars, the people that you don't really see or hear from, because they are having a hard time paying rent, getting medical insurance. So they are doing this for them because about 90% of the industry is actually unemployed on a day-to-day basis. It's those big stars that rake in millions of dollars that are hoping that standing in solidarity, like you said earlier, the cast of Oppenheimer walking out, this is to say, hey, we are in this with you. We're making the millions, and obviously they can afford to sit out of production for several weeks, but they're hoping that this sends a message to Hollywood that they want what's fair.
Dana Griffin live for us out there in the epicenter of it all out in L.A. Dana, thank you. Turning now to the unbearable, unforgiving heat almost 85 million of us are feeling right now. Triple-digit temperatures tonight, breaking dangerous records, even at night, by the way. We're in Phoenix. They're bracing for maybe their 4th night in a row above 90 degrees. Think about that, 90 at night. In Texas, there are concerns about the power grid. They may break another record today for people using electricity, running all those air conditioners. They just set a record 24 hours ago. And yes, it is summer, it is hot, but this extraordinary heat wave will not quit. El Paso and Miami have never seen this many days in a row above 100. Phoenix is closing in on 2 weeks. Vegas is forecast to hit its hottest temperature ever this weekend, 117 degrees. That is bananas. And while the West is baking, you've got the Northeast just swamped, bracing for another round of rain with nowhere for that water to go after devastating flash flooding this week. You can see some of the messy and difficult cleanup there. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is standing by with that, but I want to get to Marissa Parra, who's out in Phoenix, Arizona. It is a heat dome baking the desert. Huge issue where you are. Everybody's got to rely on their AC to stay safe.
Yeah, and Hallie, it is just unfathomable to think about what would happen if you didn't have that. Just right now, we've only been outside for maybe 20 minutes. It is about 111 degrees right now in Phoenix where we are, and we have the option of running back inside where it's nice and cool and climate controlled. But, you know, this study that was done by Environmental Science and Technology that was released in May took a look at different cities around the country. What would happen if there was a simultaneous blackout with a heat wave? And the results, if that were to happen in Phoenix in particular, would be catastrophic. A multi-day blackout with a heat wave with more than double the rate of heat-related deaths and to require medical attention for more than 50% of the urban population in Phoenix. Again, that is according to that study that was done in May. And part of the reason is that Phoenix is a city that heavily relies on air conditioning throughout the city in a way that might be a little bit different for other cities that do rely on it, but just not the same way that Phoenix does, because we know how hot it gets here. Now, the good news is that Phoenix's electrical grid is good, but what environmentalists and what scientists are stressing right now is that as it continues to get hotter in places like Phoenix, and as we continue to see these seasons start earlier, like we're seeing here in Phoenix, it's putting more stress on the grid and putting more stress on these cities and making people wonder what would happen if that happened. But right now, people are focusing on trying to get people indoors, trying to get people to cooling shelters. In fact, we just got done with shadowing the Salvation Army here in Phoenix as they were going to various populations, people who don't have homes around here, bringing them water, making sure that they have a way to get to the cooling shelters if they need to do it. We know some of them say they've been at max capacity. And Hallie, something that's really interesting is I asked them, well, Phoenix always gets hot. What's different about this year? And they said this year it's not only hotter, but it's starting weeks earlier than we had seen in previous years. And so we are having to extend our hours. We're having to extend our hours and open up during the weekends where we're normally closed. But the good news is we are seeing a lot of people trying to pitch in how they can. And in just a moment, you're going to hear from one of those volunteers who said, you know, she had a lot of excess bottles of water and thought about ways that she could help. Take a listen.
It's extremely hot out. There's so many people that live on the streets or elderly, and just really felt that we could give back.
So, Hallie, quickly here, you will probably notice this playground behind me completely empty. People are not going outdoors any more than they have to. And as Earth just saw its hottest June on record, Hallie, we're talking about how hot it is right now. The thing is, it is not getting any cooler. This weekend is supposed to be even hotter by several degrees.
It's bizarre to think about. Marissa Parra, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Bill Cairns is joining us now. So, Bill, we've talked about the heat. I know you're keeping an eye on that, and you're watching this threat of storms back in the east just after these major flash floods in Vermont, problems in New York as well.
Yeah, they only had 2 days for recovery, and now all of a sudden they're thinking to themselves, okay, let's see what this round brings. The ground is saturated for obvious reasons. Thankfully, the rivers have all come down. So the river levels have come down, but they can bounce back quicker when the ground is saturated. So it's not going to take the same amounts of rain as we had last time to get significant flooding. So this is obviously the line of storm we're tracking. This just already went through Syracuse, went through Utica, it's heading through Oneonta and Cooperstown, eventually through Albany, and then it'll set its sights later this evening on Vermont. And what I don't like to see is it looks like they're going to get 2 rounds of storm. There's one round that's ahead of the main line. So if they get 2 rounds of thunderstorms, obviously you're going to get more rainfall and your odds of flooding and flash flooding to begin to increase. So this is Interstate 89. This is Barrow here. Montpelier is located right where my finger is. That's where you saw all the signs, all the shots of the whole downtown flooded. We'd like to see the rain avoid them. And of course, there's that dam that's pretty much at capacity. So they don't want more water going into that because that'll spill over too. But you can see all these thunderstorms that are now over the Lake George region heading into Vermont. We'll keep an eye on that over the next couple hours. For the reasons I just mentioned, the National Weather Service has flood watches up that actually go from all of Rhode Island, northern half of Connecticut, Massachusetts, a good section of New Hampshire, and of course, all of Vermont. And the highest rainfall totals will be tonight, and then we'll get another round tomorrow. Tonight is in northern New England, near Vermont and New Hampshire. Tomorrow, we'll see some of that heavy rain around New York City. And then we could talk about airport delays and cancellations and just keep on this wild merry-go-round.
That is for sure. Bill Cairns, you'll be riding that merry-go-round for us. I know it. Thank you. Let's take you out west to Los Angeles, where tonight police are bracing for protests after releasing some disturbing body camera footage showing a sheriff punching a woman in the face during an arrest as she held her 3-week-old baby. We're going to show it to you, and we're going to warn you that what you're about to see, what you're about to hear is going to be hard to watch.
You're breaking his leg, bro! Hey, get this on recording! You're punching me, bro!
Okay, so that you know what you're seeing here, this is the top part. The top part there is where the deputy threw those 2 punches. As the woman screams, "You're breaking his legs," and begs not to be tased. Then you see deputies trying to take a baby out of the arms of a different woman who was in the car. And listen here.
Please, let me hold on to it for 2 more minutes, please. Please, 2 more minutes. No. 2 more minutes.
You can hear the baby crying. You can hear the mom screaming. The LA Sheriff's Department blurred and edited these videos before we got them. But the video is now getting the FBI's attention, with a spokesperson telling our team they're going to review this to see if these deputies violated federal law. Steve Patterson is joining us now from Los Angeles. And Steve, this is not a new incident. It actually happened about a year ago. This investigation has been going on since then. But the county sheriff says he only found out about this weekend, and we are just now getting a look at the video. What's going on?
Yeah, this happened almost exactly a year ago, Hallie. July 14th, 2022. It was a traffic stop. That car where the women are being pulled out of did not have its lights on. The deputies go to check the car. They smell a strong smell of alcohol. The driver is arrested for suspicion of driving under the influence and having a suspended license. In back, they find those women with their babies. No car seats. That's illegal in the state of California. They had a responsibility to pull that car over. That's unsafe. Here's the thing, though. The sheriff now wasn't the sheriff back then. And so now he is just learning, according to him, that all these incidents took place. We had a little graphic on screen kind of explaining what we know. And what we know now is that this case has been referred to the district attorney's office under possible criminal review. Here's what the sheriff, as he says, just learned about this a few days ago, says about the responsibility of justice. Listen to this.
I found the punching of the woman in these circumstances completely unacceptable.
And the sheriff says he found it so disturbing that the minute he learned of it, he went public. He didn't have to do that. These cases don't necessarily have to have this kind of light shined on them, but the sheriff said he thought it was part of his responsibility, Hallie.
Well, there's an obvious accountability question here, which is what became of the deputies in that video? Are they still on the job?
That's part of the reason why I think we're going to see protests, Hallie. We don't know. They don't have to release that information, and I don't think it's going to come from the sheriff's department unless this criminal investigation unveils a little bit more. So we don't know the name of the women, we don't know the names of the deputies, and that information not likely to come anytime soon, Hallie.
Steve Patterson live for us in LA, watching all of that. Steve, thanks. Our team is just now hearing from a source about a new investigation into plots by Republicans to overturn the results of the 2020 election based on former President Trump's lies about fraud. Here's the deal. I want to show you with the video first. The Arizona Republican Party posted this video, December 2020. It appears to show them approving their own fake electors, basically like a made-up group of voters that would pick Mr. Trump instead of President Biden, who legitimately won that state 3 years ago. They wanted to send that slate of fake electors to the National Archives. Well, now prosecutors for the Arizona officials there have spoken with multiple fake electors as part of this investigation, according to a source familiar with that. We're out to a lawyer for the woman who allegedly started this scheme. We haven't heard back, but to be clear, our team cannot confirm the former president himself is being investigated here. There are clear parallels, however, to another investigation into fake electors happening right now in a different county, Fulton County, Georgia. That's where we expect an announcement next month on whether or not Mr. Trump or his allies may be charged. I want to bring in Ken Delaney, who's joining us now. I think the key question that people have, and I don't think we have an answer to it, Ken, is does this mean Donald Trump could face potentially a fifth indictment, possibly related to some sort of issue with his election fraud lies? And I say that because he's already facing 2 indictments. There's the Fulton County one we just talked about, legal issue. There's the special counsel January 6th investigation. Is he on the hook at all for this Arizona investigation? Does it not involve him? What do we do and don't know?
I think we can safely say that it's certainly possible, Hallie. It's one of the potential outcomes here because Donald Trump, we know from testimony before the January 6th committee, personally intervened in Arizona, pressured the former Speaker of the House there and other officials, as did Rudy Giuliani. This particular investigation, just so folks understand, why is this happening now? Well, the Attorney General in Arizona used to be a Republican. Last year, a Democrat won election to that office, and that Democrat had promised to look into this issue of the fake electors. By the way, everything that happened in Arizona is also under investigation by Jack Smith, the special counsel who's investigating the nationwide scheme by people around Donald Trump and Trump himself to try to overturn the results of the election, including by using fake electors in a number of states. There's a real question about whether that's legal. We don't know yet. We don't know whether anyone's going to bring charges, but that's what's being investigated. And in Arizona in particular, they're looking at, Arizona was ground zero. The Democrat hadn't won Arizona in 24 years. And remember, there was a lot of controversy there. The Republican-controlled state Senate commissioned an audit, which ultimately found that Biden won the state fair and square. But nonetheless, there were a lot of efforts to overturn that election. I think what's significant about this state investigation, along with Georgia, is that even if Jack Smith brings a massive case involving fake electors and other things, and it somehow goes south in the Supreme Court, it's unconstitutional, then there still are these state prosecutions. So it's kind of like there are a number of legal fronts through which prosecutors are going at what they see as a potentially illegal scheme to try to slow down or stop the lawful transfer of power, Hallie.
Ken Delaney live for us in D.C. on that. Ken, thank you. Back here in Washington now, you've got this high-profile fight over the holding up of hundreds of military promotions, with the Republican senator at the center of it all, now responding to criticism from the president himself that his blockade of these promotions is hurting national security. It comes as we've just found out that Senator Tommy Tuberville is also talking with the defense secretary about the military's abortion policy that's at the sort of forefront of this fight. Here's what Senator Tuberville had to say.
Put it on the floor what you want, but if it doesn't, and if it fails, it's got to go back to the original. That's pretty much the same thing I've been saying, but I do not want the policy to say the same if their bill does not pass.
So here's the deal. Senator Tuberville is slowing down any and all defense nominations. He's upset about this DOD policy that lets service members get reimbursed if they have a travel to get an abortion, if they're based in a state that has restrictions on that and they have to go out of state, for example. What Tuberville is doing seems to be really irritating the person on the right side of your screen, President Biden, speaking overseas today.
He's jeopardizing U.S. security by what he's doing. The idea that we're injecting into fundamental foreign policy decisions what, in fact, as a domestic social debate on social issues is bizarre. I don't ever recall that happening, ever.
The Department of Defense says there are at least 265 nominations pending right now because of the holdup. That means 265 military leaders who just cannot get that job, that promotion, essentially. Because of all of this, that number could jump to 650 by the end of the year. It's not just a professional issue with an effect on readiness. You've got less experienced deputies now having to take up some of those vacant positions in the interim. You have junior officers discouraged from staying in the service and going for that promotion, potentially. That's the concern. There is a personal, huge financial and logistical burden for troops' families as well. These nominations, by the way, like if you're like, Hallie, what are you talking about? We don't typically talk about them because they're so routine in Congress. Like normally this is kind of pro forma. I don't want to say a rubber stamp, but typically the Senate Armed Service Committee sends these through without any problems. That is not happening right now. And there is no sign that Senator Tuberville is willing to give in. NBC's Monica Alba has been traveling with the president in Helsinki, Finland, and it feels a little like a game of chicken here, right? Who's going to flinch first? We know that Senator Tuberville has suggested he may be open to meeting with President Biden. Is President Biden open to meeting with him?
He said he was earlier today here in Helsinki, Hallie. He was asked by a reporter whether he would speak to him about this, and President Biden said sure if he would consider changing his, quote, ridiculous position. And then he went on to reiterate that this really is about national security, in his view, something that was echoed by the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, who, again, is dealing with the issue that there isn't a chairman to the Joint Chiefs of Staff, there isn't a commandant of the Marine Corps. I mean, really serious positions in addition to the dozens and dozens of others that you were just alluding to. Here's a little bit more of what Secretary Austin had to say earlier today.
This is a national security issue. It's a readiness issue, and we shouldn't kid ourselves. And I think any member of the Senate Armed Services Committee knows that.
And we did see Senator Tuberville's team point to a tweet from a local reporter in Alabama that seemingly referred to the senator, who of course is a former football coach, as coach, but it has since been deleted. But it was a signal to his willingness, saying he was grateful for the cordial and productive conversation and looks forward to continuing dialogue in the near future. But this really has been bubbling for weeks over that change recently to an abortion policy within the Pentagon, and we are now seeing some prominent Republican lawmakers speak out saying even if you maybe disagree with the policy and at its core that issue, this isn't really the way to go about doing it, holding up these key promotions and confirmations. So we're hearing from Senator Mitt Romney, for instance, and from Senator Lindsey Graham, both of whom are saying, I agree with the policy change he's looking for, but I think this is an ineffective way of accomplishing that purpose. And the point about holding up promotions, we need to end that specifically. So two statements there that really President Biden tried to speak to today, saying, I think there are many in the Republican Party who do disagree with this. And he said it's time for them to speak up and make that really clear. Hallie.
Monica Alba live for us in Finland. Mon, thank you. Coming up here on the show, why the Secret Service is saying case closed on its investigation into cocaine found at the White House, with some Republicans saying basically not so fast. Plus, big questions around millions of dollars worth of gold coins found at a cornfield in Kentucky. What? We're getting into it.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The new and maybe unwelcome projection for how much it's going to cost to do back-to-school shopping coming up in just a second. But first, we've got to get to that story that everybody's been talking about here. Cocaine found in the West Wing, with House Republicans tonight not letting that whole White House coke issue die. The Secret Service is ending its investigation into who brought illegal drugs into the building, and it's ending with kind of a shrug, honestly. That's the upshot from these congressional committees that got a briefing on the whole thing, with some conservatives late today saying that this whole issue, this cocaine found in the White House, is exposing serious security flaws at one of the most protected buildings in the world.
What else is coming into the White House they can't tell me about? That even concerns me more now.
This is a failure of this investigation to not perform a drug test on these people.
Somebody should lose their job over this. A lot of people. This thing's a trash can.
One source familiar with the investigation tells NBC News the leading theory right now is that the drugs belong to one of the hundreds of visitors, not staff, that passed through the building over the weekend. But in a statement, the Secret Service says they will not be able to single out the culprit from all of the people who visited the White House right around the time that the cocaine was found. Let me bring in NBC's Ryan Nobles now. And I just want to reiterate to people, so this is an entrance that people use, like, just candidly, like, I've used it, bringing people on tour there, like, staff uses it, visitors coming into the White House, if you're getting escorted by staff, this is the entrance where you come in. It's like a work entrance, basically, in and out. The Secret Service looked into whose cocaine was found sort of at this cubby right at the entrance, and the answer seems to be, we're not sure, even though they kind of tried to figure it out with, like, all of this testing and investigation, et cetera, right?
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. And I'm told that according to the briefing that the U.S. Secret Service gave to the House Oversight Committee today, that they told the members of Congress that they have identified somewhere in the range of 500 to 600 people that passed through that particular entrance that you're talking about in the 48 hours prior to the cocaine being discovered, and that it's just impossible for them to then go back and test every single one of those individuals, and that they even ran background checks to see if any of them had prior drug convictions, and it turned up nothing. And what we've seen over the timeline of how this all went down is that they initially reviewed the camera footage to see who was coming in and out of that entrance, that they also looked at the entrance logs, the two things combined. They also, as you mentioned, tested for DNA on the bag to see if anything turned up there. They also tested for fingerprints. That proved to be inconclusive, and they even did a chemical analysis. They feel they've done their due diligence to try and figure out who is responsible for this. They've decided they're not going to be able to do that in any sort of definitive way. Obviously, House Republicans feel that they haven't done enough and that they would like the Secret Service to continue on until they're able to come up with who is responsible.
Well, some of these House Republicans want even more than that, as we just heard. They want everybody who goes in to be drug tested, for example, or for multiple people to get fired from their jobs over this. Neither of those seem particularly likely at this point here. How aggressively, based on your reporting here, Ryan, do you get the sense that the GOP will pursue this particular issue?
It's pretty interesting, Hallie. You know, there is the opportunity for them to say or announce that they're going to investigate this on their own. I mean, the Oversight Committee in particular has done that on any number of topics that are related to investigations, not just involving the administration, but the Biden family itself. And so they're not precluded in any way of launching their own investigation. They've stopped short of saying that they're going to do that. Instead, just have been very critical of what the Secret Service has done. You know, you take a look at the weaponization of the federal government, which is one of the committees where they're looking into the conduct of the Department of Justice and the FBI. They obviously have numerous probes into Hunter Biden, the president's son. They're also investigating the situation on the border, also COVID spending and the classified documents controversy. It's not out of the realm of possibility that they could add this to the long list of investigations. The question is, how fruitful would it be? They would have likely less resources at their disposal than these investigatory agencies like the Secret Service and FBI have, so it would be that much more difficult. They would likely have to work with these agencies to come to the bottom of this. My guess, though, Hallie, is that they're going to just use this as another political tool, and the absence of information can actually be beneficial to them to try and make it seem as though there's a problem here, even if this is just one individual that has nothing to do with the Biden family specifically.
Ryan Noble's watching it all from the Hill. Ryan, thank you. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, a federal jury has ruled the shooter who killed 11 people at that Pittsburgh synagogue in 2018 is eligible for the death penalty. They still have to hear more evidence before deciding whether to recommend sentencing him to death or to life in prison. The gunman was found guilty on more than 60 charges last month for the deadliest attack on Jewish people in this country. Number 2, Kevin Spacey showing up in London court today, defending himself against allegations of inappropriate touching. He admitted that these encounters happened, but said they were totally consensual. Spacey even accused one of the men of stabbing him in the back. He's facing 12 charges, including sexual assault in London. Number 3, the International Olympics Committee says Russia and Belarus will not be getting a formal invite to compete in France next summer. They've repeatedly condemned Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. Now, catch, athletes from those 2 countries are still going to be able to compete. They have to compete independently as like sort of independent players here. Everybody else, the other 200 countries, get their invites later on this month. Number 4. I hate to ruin your summer, but back-to-school shopping season will be here before you know it, and this one might break records with predictions that shoppers are going to spend more than $41 billion and that families with kids in elementary through high school will probably spend an average of almost $900 in back-to-school shopping. That is a new high if it happens. Number 5. So somebody in Kentucky, we don't know who, just found a huge... it's a treasure, man. It's a treasure. 700 gold coins from the Civil War buried in a cornfield near Louisville. They all date from between 1840 and 1862. Do you know what they're worth now? Something like $2 million. Talk about mystery. Nobody knows who buried those gold coins there or why or whatever, but we do know that's a lot of money. When we come back, super hot summer temperatures could mean more turbulence when you fly, but AI might help make your next flight smoother. That couldn't come at a better time for some folks. We'll explain. Plus, take a look at this news conference, how it went so wrong. Stay with us.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, I love that.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You got to see this new video tonight of a violent fight between a couple of passengers that forced a Frontier Airlines flight to land unexpectedly. Look at this. It shows the women who were traveling together. They're yelling at each other. A flight attendant then, I mean, you see the hands waving there. A flight attendant comes in, moves one woman to a different seat. They keep fighting, reportedly even hitting a guy in the head when one of the women went back to the bathroom. The pilot had to emergency land in Denver. Both women were taken off the plane. And that, if you can believe it or not, is not the only sort of disturbing flight in these last 24 hours. An Allegiant Airlines flight hit really intense turbulence on its way to St. Pete, Florida. 2 passengers were hurt, so were a couple of flight attendants. There was somebody on the plane who took this picture of emergency crews responding after the plane landed. Here's what she said about what happened to one of those flight attendants.
We hit a major turbulence, which was petrifying, and she was literally like Matrix, watched her go up in the air and just land straight down.
Ooh, that is so scary. And you know what else is kind of scary? Turbulence on planes is expected to happen more and more because of climate change. Here's why. Really extreme weather can create air travel delays that can cost the airlines a lot of money, too. And by the way, we'll talk about the climate change connection in a second. All of it is why airlines are turning more and more to AI to help micro-forecast weather longer term, which helps them identify potential problems. You know who's all over this story for us? Tom Costello. I know this has been weeks and months in the making. So explain this. Turbulence is expected to be more of an issue. So now AI is maybe going to help?
So AI is helping specifically JetBlue Airlines and Delta Airlines. And here's how. This is super cool. So, you know, airlines rely on their own meteorologists in-house. They also rely on essentially government radar, satellite radar, and imagery, I should say, to say what's going to happen, predict the weather. Okay. Now this company called Tomorrow.io is harnessing the Internet of Things, and it is launching 20 of its own satellites, but then there's more. It's taking in data streams, lots of data streams from the Internet of Things, so that it's reading real time, sensors on planes, drones in the air, even windshield wipers on your car. If your car is connected to the internet and your wipers start going, it triggers, it feeds all of that data to the master computer, and the computer says, aha, therefore we know the rain is going to hit this precise zip code at this precise moment, and even this runway at Logan Airport at this time. And therefore, if the lightning is coming, get your crews off of the ramp. If you want to de-ice a plane in the winter, this is the precise moment to do it. It allows them to then predict and schedule around what's coming in.
Have they started using it?
Yes.
Is it working?
Yes. JetBlue says it's already saved them a bunch of money, and it's already helping them to cut back on delays and cancellations over the last year. Delta's now using it. Get this. New England Patriots are using it to micro-forecast what the weather's going to be like at Gillette Field. And so they know, okay, well, listen, you know, you might want to plan on moving the cover off of the field at a certain point, right? Or 1st and 10 may not look so good at 12:07 p.m. Who knows? But that's kind of what they're using it for.
Tom Costello, that is super interesting.
It's super cool, right?
Thank you for bringing it to us. As always, we appreciate you. We're going to look for more of that throughout the day. Thank you.
No, on NBC Nightly News.
I didn't see a graphic, so I was just trying to be chill about it, but you blew it up. So there you go. NBC Nightly, there it is. Tom Costello with Lester, 6:30. Thanks, friend.
Okay.
That brings us to tonight's original, related, kind of in a way, with some in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. There's a vote happening here in D.C. next week that could make you a little more confused next time you try to buy a plane ticket. You've got some lawmakers trying to make it easier for airlines to advertise lower prices by hiding those mandatory taxes and fees that you have to pay. Meaning, when you go to search for a flight, the cost that you see might not be what you ultimately have to fork over. Are you surprised to hear that this would not be very popular for travelers? In a new online poll exclusive to NBC News, nearly 90% of the country says, no, we want to see our total all-in price to get a seat, to get a ticket on that plane up front. And tonight in Washington, there is more and more resistance to this plan. Noah Pransky has the story.
Okay, you're booking that next vacation, shopping for airfare, you pick the right flight, and bam! The price jumps on you because the airlines buried the full price that includes taxes and fees. They're not allowed to do that today, but they could be if the airline industry gets their way in Congress.
We don't want to have to do algebra and advanced trigonometry to figure out what it costs.
John Brio with the National Consumer League is sounding the alarm about a new proposal tucked inside a huge House aviation bill. Its purpose? Allow airlines to stop showing you the all-in price of a ticket. Instead, they could advertise the base fare and hide all the mandatory tickets and fees behind a separate link. For the last 11 years, airlines have been saying, "Thanks, Obama," ever since the former president issued a Department of Transportation rule forcing them to disclose all fees up front in their advertised price. But now they're getting closer to Congress overturning it.
So here's how the experience of buying a plane ticket could change for you. Instead of the way we know it now, where the price you see is the price you pay, airlines would be able to strip out the taxes from the advertised price, artificially lower what you see up front. Now, there are a lot of taxes that we do pay when we see these airline fees. We're talking about a September 11th fee, a passenger facility charge. You go down the list, there's a lot. So it could change the way we buy tickets, and it might start resembling the way we buy a ticket to a concert or an event, where a $216 price advertised really turns into $283 at the end.
It's a very simple reason and explanation for why they're doing it. It makes them money.
Studies have found withholding the total cost of a ticket until the checkout screen leads consumers to spend more.
So as you go through this process, you're hitting sort of these psychological tripwires because we think there's a cost to me stopping this and going back and starting over again.
None of the half dozen or so lawmakers who were instrumental to this provision getting into the bill wanted to talk about it. Maybe because they know it won't be popular. An online poll conducted by YouGov for NBC found that 88% of Democrats and 90% of Republicans favor a law that would actually require airlines to show you that all-in price right up front. I mean, you can't even get 90% of the country to agree on free cookies or puppies.
So how is this all still moving forward? Well, the provision is tucked inside a massive FAA bill that also deals with airport and airplane modernization, drone regulations, pilot training requirements, and air traffic control improvements. The top Democrat to sign off on the legislation so far told the Associated Press the giant bill represents a compromise, and nothing is final until Democrats in the Senate get their say. But thus far, the efforts to change pricing transparency have flown under the radar. An airlines advocacy group wrote us they just want travelers to see how much of their ticket price is going to the government. They say $20 billion worth of fees and taxes last year, adding the government should not be able to hide its mandated fees as the base cost of airfare. However, the companies that sell the airlines tickets, like Expedia, TripAdvisor, and Booking.com, actually side with the consumer and want that all-in price displayed up front.
It's essential to put that information up front, the first place where consumers see the airfare.
Noah Pransky is joining us now. It's super interesting, Noah, because, you know, as we all cover Washington here, you've got Congress making this move, but the Biden administration has been trying to actually crack down on junk fees and make, you know, airlines and hotels, et cetera, more transparent. So it feels weird that this could even potentially go anywhere.
Well, it's not unlike the, Republican-controlled House to maybe stick their thumb in the eye of the president here. But just in the last couple of hours, we've learned that 3 Democrats, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Jan Schakowsky from Illinois, and Chris Deluzio from Pennsylvania, have sent a letter to their colleagues in the House asking for their help to block this measure before it gets to a House vote next week on that FAA bill. Now, obviously, with Republican control of the gavel, Democrats are facing some major headwinds here, and that could mean that it's all up to the Senate. And now 2 Democratic sources in the Senate tell me that they are close to the negotiations and that consumer protections are on their radar, not to overuse a pun. But it's not just price transparency here, but also issues like compensation for flight cancellations and prohibiting airlines from charging families just to sit together. Now, often bills in Congress where the two sides don't agree just kind of wither away and die. But this one is different because the FAA bill has to be approved or else the FAA can't operate and we don't have airplanes in the sky. So the question is, as we move forward on negotiations here, does the Senate care more about these consumer protections than the House cares about helping out the airlines? The turbulence, Hallie, is just beginning.
I'll forgive that last pun, Noah, but great reporting and fascinating stuff. Please stay on top of that. I'm sure we'll talk again next week.
Sure thing.
Coming up here on the show, the FDA just approved the first over-the-counter birth control pill, and we've got the lowdown on what you should know if you want to get it. Plus, later, how a news chopper helped rescue kayakers stranded in a river. Look at that. That's in the local.
we do the summertime.
So by now, you've probably heard that the very first over-the-counter birth control pill has been approved by the FDA, meaning you can get it without a prescription. So let's get practical. What is it actually going to mean if you want to buy it? It's expected to be widely available starting early next year. You can get it right off the shelf, right? Pretty big stores, CVS, Walgreens, set to carry it. There's no age restriction on who can buy it. It's still not clear, though, how much it's going to cost or if insurance is going to cover it. That's been a big question. And it comes while there's still a lot of debate over reproductive rights after Roe versus Wade was overturned last year. Dr. Natalie Azar is joining us now. This is a huge deal, and it's a huge deal because of access to birth control.
Absolutely, Hallie. You know, there are roughly 6.1 million pregnancies in this country every year. About 45% of them are unintended. Currently, over-the-counter options for contraception include barrier methods, which are not nearly as effective as hormonal contraception. I think it's just important, too, for our viewers to understand that this is a progesterone-only pill. This is not a combination one with estrogen, so the side effect risk is much, much lower with this. You know, over 100 countries already have over-the-counter hormonal contraception available, so it's high time that the U.S. has also made this milestone in this decision today. Hallie.
Any legal challenges to this? Are there any incoming already? Do we expect that to be a possibility here?
I don't think so. And, you know, 2 months ago when we were reporting on the FDA's advisory committee recommendation to approve this, there was not a lot. It was kind of crickets from the pro-life groups. And that's because contraception is not the same as abortion. Abortion is important reproductive care for women, but so is contraception. But they really are two very different things. So we haven't heard much today. I don't really expect that we will, Hallie. There are two very, very different things, but they both involve women's health care, which is obviously the precedent and the thing that really guided this decision.
Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you so much. Great breakdown. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch